Xiao Ran jolted upright in bed, gasping for breath as cold sweat streamed down his forehead. He had just experienced a dream so vivid it felt indistinguishable from reality. In that dream, a relentless hailstorm descended upon the entire world at the same time. The hailstones were as large as ping-pong balls, shattering ordinary glass, with ease car windows included. A dense fog smothered everything, leaving almost no one able to step outside. As the hail continued, the temperature plunged. It did not freeze people into ice sculptures, yet it fell to around -10 degrees Celsius. Yet it was June. By the fourth day, the power grid collapsed, and countless people froze to death in a single night. To make matters worse, the hail itself was laced with deadly poison. Any liquid formed from the melting hail that touched plants caused them to wither instantly. Water sources were contaminated. A small amount ingested led to violent vomiting and diarrhea, agony beyond words, while drinking it in large quantities meant instant death. Everyone was trapped indoors, consuming their dwindling supplies. When food and clean water were finally exhausted, the most terrifying atrocity unfolded. People began to eat one another. Xiao Ran could never have imagined that he would be ambushed by his wife's family and hacked apart while still alive. No, this was no mere dream. Clutching his head, Xiao Ran trembled. Those 15 days of apocalypse had been too real, so real that he could recall every minute and every second in perfect detail. Especially the moment he was dismembered. The piercing, bone-deep agony had been undeniably genuine. There is only one possibility, he murmured. I have been reborn. And right now it is. He fumbled for his phone and stared at the screen. The date displayed was March 1st. When had the apocalypse begun? June 1st. He remembered it with absolute clarity. For that day, he had planned to take his son to the amusement park. The moment they stepped out the door, hail began to fall. One hailstone had struck his head, the pain so sharp it made him question his very existence. In other words, he had a full 3 months before the world-ending calamity descended. I need to make money, stockpile enough food to last me a lifetime, gather supplies for a lifetime, and build a doomsday-safe house that can withstand the hail and keep out anyone who tries to seize it by force, he resolved. How was he going to make money? Simple. Xiao Ran had returned with knowledge from his rebirth, possessing an exact grasp of how the stock market would move over the next 3 months. His hobby in his previous life had been analyzing market trends and following stocks. But where would the initial capital come from? From the lottery. He remembered the winning numbers of the next jackpot clearly. Back then, he had casually spent 2 yuan on a ticket and matched 5 numbers, leaving a deep impression. The prize pool had reached 2.5 billion. If he bought 100 entries with those numbers, he could claim the highest reward. With capital secured and the trajectory of most promising stocks crystal clear, making money would be almost effortless. But the very first thing I must do is divorce, he whispered. A chilling light flashed in Xiao Ran's gaze. In his previous life, he had not only been carved up and eaten by his wife's family, but just before he drew his last breath, his wife had revealed a devastating secret. His son was not his biological child. He had died with that grievance burning in his heart. You wretch, he hissed. Xiao Ran clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white, madness flickering in his eyes. He wanted revenge. He wanted retribution. I will not allow your entire family to die easily, he vowed. Xiao Ran was an orphan. Through sheer effort, he had earned admission to a university and later joined a respectable company. It was then through a friend's introduction that he met his wife Zhengwan, a nurse with a sweet appearance. Her parents had just retired and received a modest pension, and she had a younger brother still attending university at the time. After a brief period of dating, their feelings intensified rapidly. At Zhengwan's soft, pleading insistence, Xiao Ran agreed to marry into her family, becoming the Zheng household's Livian son-in-law. As an orphan, he did not place much importance on carrying on the family line, but what he yearned for most was the warmth of a family. After the marriage, his wife's attitude cooled almost overnight. His father and mother-in-law, as well as his younger brother-in-law, treated him with outright hostility. Yet because his wife soon became pregnant, he immersed himself in the joy of having a child of his own and chose to ignore their behavior. After his son was born, Xiao Ran took on every duty without complaint. Changing diapers in the middle of the night, preparing milk formula, all of it he handled alone. In the Zheng household, he seemed like a son-in-law, but in truth he was no more than a servant. What was even more absurd was that his entire salary had to be handed over to the family. He was given a meager 200 yuan as monthly pocket money, while his younger brother-in-law Zheng Gang lived lavishly. During his university years, Zheng Gang spent money freely. After graduation, he was arrogant and picky, quitting several jobs in quick succession, yet he frequently took his girlfriend to hotels and fancy restaurants. Now Xiao Ran understood whose money Zheng Gang had been spending. Xiao Ran's greatest fury, however, stemmed from the son he had raised for 3 years, into whom he had poured all his love and energy, not being his own flesh and blood. He had been nothing but a pitiful, ridiculous man picking up someone else's mess. The wealth I accumulate from now on, none of you will touch a single cent. The supplies I hoard, you will only be able to look at them from afar. I will not grant you even a crumb of bread, he swore. And I will see you die in the cruelest way possible. Xiao Ran swung his legs off the bed and was about to put on his shoes when he suddenly froze. He realized that his mind was connected to a space, vast and boundless. Is this an alternate space, he wondered. With a mere thought, the phone in his hand vanished abruptly, and through that mental connection, he could clearly see the phone resting within the otherworldly space. Then with another thought, the phone reappeared in his palm. Xiao Ran's mouth fell open. I not only have been reborn from the apocalypse, but I have also gained a supernatural ability, he breathed. With this, how many supplies can I stockpile? He whispered, excitement surging through him. Xiao Ran could barely contain his exhilaration. This ability solved a critical problem in his safe house design. He no longer needed to dedicate a massive area as a warehouse, nor worry about keeping food fresh with strict control of temperature and humidity. How much complexity in planning and construction would this eliminate? The appearance of this ability proves even more that it was not just a dream. Xiao Ran said, his expression firming. He tidied himself, gathered what he needed, walked to the door, and flung it open. Do you even realize what time it is before you get up? His father-in-law Zheng Youjuan nearly hurled the teacup in his hand at him and snarled. Hurry up and wash the dishes and cook. Xiao Ran thought back. That morning he had felt a headache coming on and called his company to ask for leave. He had also informed Zheng Wan. Yet the moment he stepped out, Zheng Youjuan treated him like this, dragging him back to the moment of his death. Zheng Youjuan gripping a kitchen knife and slicing him apart piece by piece. Xiao Ran stared at Zheng Youjuan with a chilling gaze, murderous intent surging as he yearned to cut down this old beast on the spot. But he restrained himself. Killing now would mean paying with his own life, and a single swift strike would be far too merciful. Under Xiao Ran's glare, Zheng Youjuan's momentum faltered. He felt that gaze was terrifying, as if the younger man might grab a knife at any moment and cut him down. Shame turned quickly to rage. He slammed the table with his palm over and over. Unbelievable. You little beast are getting bolder by the day, daring to glare at your elder like that. Xiao Ran stepped forward and with a sharp crack delivered a resounding slap across the old man's face. That slap carried all his pent-up fury, knocking the old man straight onto the table. At that moment his mother-in-law Lin Meiying emerged carrying her grandson. Seeing the scene, she shrieked repeatedly, startling the child into loud sobs. Once Xiao Ran had cherished his son more than anything. Now looking at the boy only filled him with fury and disgust. Indeed, the child did not resemble him, but he had never doubted. He had simply assumed his wife's genes were strong and that the boy took after her. In the end, he had been wearing the brightest possible green hat. Laughable and pathetic. When an honest man is finally enraged, it can be terrifying. Xiao Ran walked over, snipped off a lock of the child's hair with scissors, gave a cold, mirthless smile, and slammed the door behind him as he left. Barely 10 minutes later his phone rang. Xiao Ran answered, and Zheng Wan's furious roar blasted through the receiver. Xiao Ran, have you gone insane? How dare you hit my father? Divorce, Xiao Ran replied, coolly ignoring her tirade and uttering just that single word. The person on the other end was stunned for a moment before Zheng Wan's furious roar finally came through the line. Xiao Ran, what kind of madness are you spouting? Just you wait and see how I deal with you when I get off work. Xiao Ran remained perfectly calm and spoke in an indifferent tone. We are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately. I've already brought the household registration book, our marriage certificate, and my ID card. Xiao Ran, Zheng Wan shouted again, but then forced herself to calm down. Don't be impulsive. Divorce isn't something you can just decide on a whim. Are you not going to care about Xiao Jia at all? Xiao Jia was Xiao Ran's so-called son, named Zheng Jia, nothing more than a bastard. Xiao Ran let out a derisive laugh. How long did you think you could keep deceiving me, eh? Zheng Jia is not my son. He's the illegitimate child you had with Zhang Zihao. Back then you were so desperate to marry me only because you were already carrying Zhang Zihao's seed. How do you know that? Zheng Wan's voice trembled uncontrollably. Don't concern yourself with how I found out. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now, or I'll go to the hospital and cause a huge scene exposing your affair with Zhang Zihao and letting everyone see how the two of you end up. Xiao Ran sat still in that detached tone. He was certain Zheng Wan would yield. Sure enough, she only hesitated for a brief moment before saying, fine. I'll head to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. Back then she had rushed to marry Xiao Ran mainly to avoid the scandal of bearing a child out of wedlock, secondly, to protect Zhang Zihao's reputation, and thirdly, because Xiao Ran was easy to control, essentially adding a free Livian servant to her family. That servant even handed over his entire salary. Now that the child was already 3 years old, there was no longer any need to worry about public opinion. It was just a pity to lose a servant who turned in all of his wages. Xiao Ran took the subway to the Civil Affairs Bureau only to discover that Zheng Wan had actually arrived even earlier and was already waiting for him at the entrance. She was 27 years old, around 1.60 meters in height, with a sweet-looking face and large eyes. Her hair was tied into a ponytail. Her looks could be rated around 70 out of 100, though her figure was somewhat lacking, her chest rather flat, barely an A-cup. She stared at Xiao Ran with a gaze full of shock and doubt, still reeling from how he could possibly have learned the truth. She did not realize that in his previous life, she had personally confessed everything to Xiao Ran herself. Back then Xiao Ran had been on the verge of death, so she naturally had no fear of her secrets ever leaking out. Xiao Ran, don't imagine that divorce is so simple. It involves division of assets, custody of the child, and many other issues, Zheng Wan said, still trying to talk him out of it. As long as he returned home, the whole family could pressure him together. She refused to believe they would fail to convince him. To them he was their slave, now and forever. Xiao Ran looked at her coolly. I'll leave with nothing. The child stays with you, and I won't pay a single cent in child support. By rights, he could not only demand a share of the marital assets, but after a paternity test, he could even claim compensation. However, he had no time to waste on such matters. He had to finalize the divorce today. If the marriage remained intact, and he then won the lottery, it would leave a huge hidden danger. There was no way Zheng Wan's family would give up such a juicy piece of fat without rushing in to tear off several mouthfuls. Therefore, he would abandon any claim to marital property. Once the apocalypse arrived, he would have plenty of ways to take it back. Left speechless by his words, Zheng Wan could only follow him into the divorce office. They took a number and queued. There were not many people today, so it was soon their turn. The mediator still tried to make an effort. You're both still young and you already have a child. The child is not mine, Xiao Ran said flatly, his face expressionless. The mediator froze for a moment and stopped trying to persuade them. How will the assets be divided? I'll leave with nothing. Since the child was not his biological son, Xiao Ran had no obligation to provide support, and since he had chosen to leave with nothing, there was no property division involved. Consequently, the divorce agreement was drawn up very quickly. Half an hour later, Xiao Ran exchanged the marriage certificate in his hand for a divorce certificate. A wave of relief surged through his heart. At last, he had escaped the hellish prison of the Zheng family. Without even glancing at Zheng Wan, Xiao Ran strode away. Zheng Wan's expression twisted with venomous resentment. She had lost a free Livian servant and forfeited a large chunk of financial support. After all, Xiao Ran's current salary was over 10,000 yuan. Did he really think he could just walk away like that? No chance. She pulled out her phone and dialed the police. I want to file a report. Yes, my father was assaulted. The attacker is named Xiao Ran. His ID number is 3205. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xiao Ran first went to have lunch. Then around 2 in the afternoon, he visited a nearby lottery shop. After giving several numbers, he spent 200 yuan to buy 100 tickets. 500 million. This was the maximum jackpot available this time. The lottery tickets bore a timestamp, and there was surveillance footage of him completing the divorce procedures at the Civil Affairs Bureau, so this would clearly count as post-divorce property, beyond dispute. However, Xiao Ran no longer had a single cent on him. That 200 yuan of pocket money had all been spent. No matter, there was still Huabei for credit. He first booked a hotel room on his phone, then took a taxi there. After registering with his ID card, he checked into a luxurious hotel that cost 1,500 yuan per night. In the past, he would never have been able to bring himself to spend so much. But now, what were money and prices to him? In the room, Xiao Ran began to explore the specific uses and properties of his alternate space. First of all, whether an object could be stored inside depended entirely on its size. Because there was the limitation of a spatial gate measuring 5 by 5 meters, items stored inside could be infinitely long, but their height and width could not exceed 5 meters. Weight did not matter since Xiao Ran did not need to physically shove anything into. A mere touch and a flicker of intent were enough. Secondly, living creatures could not be stored. He had gone out and quietly taken the fish tank from the lounge on that floor. Inside were 5 goldfish. Xiao Ran clearly pressed his hand against it, but no matter how he willed it, the tank could not be stored in the alternate space. Yet when he opened the spatial gate, he could directly send the fish tank inside, and when he retrieved it, the fish were all dead. So living beings can only be forced in or lured in of their own accord. He mused softly. Used properly, this could be a perfect way to trap someone. Thirdly, the spatial gate could appear at any location and in any orientation within a radius of 2 meters around him, but could not manifest inside solid matter such as the interior of a wall. The moment he moved, the gate would automatically close, though he could reopen it at once. Fourthly, once an item was placed inside the alternate space, its state would be preserved. For example, a cup of hot tea stored inside would still scald the tongue an hour later, and a block of ice would not melt in the slightest even after an hour inside. This is simply perfect for storing food. And most crucially of all, this preservation extended even to an object's kinetic energy. In other words, if Xiao Ran threw a brick into the space, then when he released that brick, it would come out hurtling forward. What if he stored a flying arrow, a bullet, or even a falling object from high above? It would be a devastating weapon. All Xiao Ran needed to do was stockpile ammunition and practice his aim. Now, once I collect the jackpot tomorrow, I can buy a house, invest in the stock market, and transform the house into a secure safe house. That evening, Xiao Ran deliberately chose an upscale restaurant and ordered only the most expensive dishes. The feeling of spending freely was exhilarating. He sighed inwardly. Previously, he had only spent 200 yuan a month on himself. Why? Because he had been scrimping to save money for his wife and son. And what had it all amounted to? He had merely been a pitiful man picking up someone else's mess. Now he would spend lavishly. Starting tomorrow, he would be a rich man, and when natural disasters descended upon the world, he would become the wealthiest person alive. Only then wealth would no longer be paper currency, but food, clothing, energy, and all the essentials of survival. Having returned from rebirth, Xiao Ran's mindset had completely changed. Who wouldn't have their temperament altered when bound and slaughtered by their wife's family? Moreover, he had always harbored dissatisfaction towards his ex-wife's family, suppressing his feelings for the sake of his son, but the revelation that the boy was not his biological child became the last straw. When an honest man is pushed to his limits, he can become even more unhinged than others. After finishing his meal, he settled the bill with Huabei, spending over 3,000. His credit limit was over 8,000, so he wouldn't face any payment issues. To be honest, this restaurant was indeed expensive, but the food was just mediocre. Back at the hotel, just in time, the television station started live broadcasting the double color ball lottery draw. 1 middle, 2 middle, 3 middle, 7 all correct. Xiao Ran smiled, noting that his rebirth had not altered his 500 million in hand. Oh, but taxes and donations need to be accounted for, so let's consider it as 400 million. Xiao Ran lay down to sleep, tossing and turning as waves of thoughts flooded his mind, unable to fall asleep. Meanwhile, the Zheng family was in an uproar. What, that bastard divorced you? Zheng Yujun couldn't believe it, even though his daughter had placed the divorce certificate on the table. Wasn't Xiao Ran just a dog in their family? A dog that was obedient and hardworking. But now this dog had actually bitten him and run away. He couldn't accept it. Where's that bastard? I'm going to beat him up. Zheng Gang shouted, only to find out at home that his father was beaten by his brother-in-law, who had now become his former brother-in-law. Where's daddy? I want to ride a horse. Zheng Jie chimed in. Your daddy is dead. Zheng Wan yelled at her son. Zheng Jie, however, clapped his hands in delight. Daddy is dead, daddy is dead. Because Xiao Ran usually spoiled him, never speaking harshly, and the child was accustomed to seeing his family bossing Xiao Ran around, he felt no reverence for this nominal father. Zheng Wan was extremely annoyed. Whenever Xiao Ran was home, she could leave her son to him without worry. Now a 3-year-old was nagging in her ear, making her feel murderous. Taking a deep breath, she could only let Lin Meiying take care of her son first before saying, I've called the police, but they said this is a family matter and usually won't take action unless the injuries are serious. What? Zheng Yujun jumped up. That bastard laid a hand on me, and nothing happens. Zheng Wan fell silent. Although Zheng Yujun had received a slap, the mark on his face had nearly faded, so how could such a minor injury be grounds for a case? Sister, why did you agree to the divorce? Zheng Gang asked. That guy makes over 10,000 a month. Now that we're divorced, our family loses that income. How can I marry a wife? Right, you know what conditions your sister-in-law's family put forward. They demanded a bride price of 300 and a house. Without that bastard's income, your brother will face a huge loan pressure. You are right, Jing Yujun added. His plan was to use Xiao Ran's salary to help his son pay off the loans. But suddenly this money was gone. Oh, how could he not be anxious? Even more anxious than if Xiao Ran had slapped him. Zheng Wan was increasingly frustrated because her father and brother only cared about Xiao Ran's monthly salary without any concern for her future. But hadn't it always been this way since childhood? She suppressed her annoyance and said, I won't let him off so easily. I will make Xiao Ran pay the price. Reconciliation, we must reconcile, Zheng Yujun proclaimed. That bastard not only brings in over 10,000 a month, but is also a capable worker. We cannot let him get away. Zheng Wan frowned and said, I need to go out for some fresh air. Xiao Ran already knew that the son wasn't his. How could reconciliation be possible? Feeling flustered, and with Lin Meiying unable to manage her grandson, her son started throwing a tantrum and breaking things. She just wanted to escape, to be far away from it all. A night passed. Xiao Ran was in high spirits and went to the restaurant for a hearty meal. So comfortable. After half a month in the apocalypse, he not only received the least food, but also had to save some for his fake son. It was truly ironic. How could he have been so foolish? Zheng Jie didn't resemble him at all, and was very rude, showing no reasoning. His character didn't even resemble Zheng Wan's. So how could he not be a bastard child? Xiao Ran shook his head and decided not to dwell on it any longer. His life truly began today. After finishing his meal, he called for a car and headed to the lottery center. Upon learning that Xiao Ran was there to claim his prize, the staff quickly escorted him inside. After presenting the lottery ticket and verifying his identity, it was time to claim the prize, a total of 500 million. But after paying a tax of 100 million and a charitable donation of 2 million, he was left with just 398 million. This was still a substantial fortune. Representatives from several banks at the lottery center immediately approached him for business. Xiao Ran was indifferent. He didn't need to buy financial products for interest. He casually chose one, because it was close. After completing the deposit process, the department manager, full of spring-like enthusiasm, invited Xiao Ran to go out for a stroll, clearly hinting at something more. Her appearance was above 70 points. By Xiao Ran's standards, a score of 60 is a beauty, so 70 points is definitely above average. Xiao Ran felt a stir of interest, but still declined. First, he had no time. Second, it was clear that this flirtation wasn't free. What was she really after? She was there to solicit deposits. If he played along, he would surely end up buying her recommended financial products. But Xiao Ran planned to invest most of his money in the stock market, aiming to turn it into 2 billion or more in 2 months, with a frantic buying spree in the final month. Therefore, the principle was crucial. He simply added the WeChat of this manager Qian Yulian and left the lottery center. He took a taxi back to Jiufu community. Why return to the original neighborhood? Because he intended to buy a house there. If he didn't buy a house here, how could he humiliate Zheng Wan's family and repay them in kind when the apocalypse arrived? Hail continued to fall. Being hit, even once, could not only cause severe injuries, but also carried toxins. Skin contact was excruciatingly painful, and if blood was drawn, well, then it would be a death sentence. Therefore, Xiao Ran certainly did not want to go elsewhere, as it would interfere with his revenge. Being in the same neighborhood allowed him to move around through the underground parking garage. Ex-wife's family, how could I let you simply starve to death? The suffering I endured, the pain I felt, you all must experience. Xiao Ran arrived at the I Love My Family real estate agency by the community. Are you looking to buy a house, sir? A male agent immediately approached him. Xiao Ran nodded. Yes, I want to buy a house. The male agent was naturally overjoyed. His spirits lifted significantly as he eagerly began his introduction. Xiao Ran pressed his hand down and said, I have my eyes on building 8 of the Jiufu community, specifically that villa. Please call the seller. We can sign today. I can buy it at the listed price, but I need the keys today to start renovations immediately. The male agent seemed to be dreaming. This was like money being delivered to his doorstep. Was there any business easier than this? Sure, I'll call right away. He hurriedly replied. That was a villa listed at 12 million, and even if he only earned 0.5 commission, that would still be 6,000,000. Fortunately, he was not a woman, otherwise he would surely suspect that Xiao Ran had ulterior motives. Half an hour later, the landlord arrived. Both parties reached an agreement happily. Xiao Ran first paid a 1 million deposit, and once the agent prepared the contract, they could proceed to the housing authority for the transaction. The landlord gladly handed over the keys to Xiao Ran as he had provided his ID and other documents, and the deposit was substantial at 1 million. Was there any reason to doubt him as a thief who would empty the villa and run? He no longer lived there, having moved all valuable items. It was just an empty shell, as the furniture was not worth much. The agent was ecstatic, earning 6,000 in just over an hour, which was unbelievably easy. This became a delightful story that quickly spread not only within the real estate community, but also to the Jufu community. Once the gossiping antis started spreading it, the whole neighborhood was aware. Xiao Ran entered the villa with the keys. As the owner, he just needed to scan his face to enter the community, which was hassle-free. Once inside, he began searching online. What was he looking for? Home renovation. After selecting based on reviews and reputation, he began to contact a service provider. Hello, a deep male voice came through. I want to renovate a villa, Xiao Ran said. No problem, the voice on the other end replied. Xiao Ran started to list his requirements. Only one thing: durability. It must be able to withstand a hammer without being breached, and all windows must have retractable steel plates installed. The person on the other end was momentarily stunned. After handling many clients, this was the first time he heard such a renovation request. However, the customer is always right. No problem. How long will it take? Xiao Ran inquired. At least half a year, depending on the size of your villa. Xiao Ran smiled. The construction period cannot exceed 2 months. The person on the other end was taken aback. This was a complete villa renovation, not building a pigsty or doghouse. How could it possibly be done in 2 months? That will require more money, the man said. Xiao Ran smiled. No problem. Wait, I haven't even stated how much more yet. Hold on, I haven't even made an offer. How can I add more? The man quickly responded. Where are you? He'll come over immediately to take a look and give you a reply. All right, Xiao Ran nodded, providing his address. In his search for this company, he noticed the reviews praised the renovation contractor's capabilities in completing many seemingly impossible tasks. In 2 months, completely transforming an entire villa into a steel fortress was not just difficult, it was an almost impossible task. If it weren't for being in China known for its infrastructure prowess, which other country could achieve such renovations? He placed his phone down, waiting for Jia Yungue, the contractor, to arrive, while also opening a stock trading app and starting to operate, recalling a wealth of memories. However, before he could wait for Jia Yungue, someone had already arrived at his door. Zheng Yujun and his wife were at home taking care of their grandson, when suddenly there was a loud knocking at the door, urgent, as if the sky was falling. Who is it? Zheng Yujun asked irritably, while walking over to open the door. Upon opening it, he saw Aunt Lu from Building 7, a notorious for her gossip. Old Zheng, your family has been hiding really well, Aunt Lu stated without preamble. Zheng Yujun was taken aback. Could it be that the news of his daughter's divorce had already spread? Impossible. Who would talk about such an embarrassing matter at home? Damn it, it's that rascal Xiao Ran. The old man suddenly realized and began to curse. That rascal Xiao Ran hit me yesterday and is now spreading divorce rumors everywhere. Does he want to drive our family to death? Ungrateful wretch. Truly an ungrateful wretch. We took him and provided him food and clothing, and this is how he repays us. Aunt Lu was momentarily taken aback. What? Your daughter and son-in-law are getting divorced? Hee hee, this is even more fun. She chuckled and said, so your daughter and son-in-law are getting divorced. Alas, old Jing, you really are something. She gave a thumbs up. I just heard from the agent that your son-in-law, oh no, Xiao Ran bought that villa in the community for 12 million, without. Aunt Lu said, her face filled with eager anticipation of the drama. What did you say? Zheng Yujun couldn't believe it. Xiao Ran. Buying a house. A villa. How is that possible? That rascal earned over 1,000 in a month and handed it all over. He left the marriage empty-handed yesterday. How could he possibly afford to buy a house, let alone a 12 million villa? It's true. Just go check for yourself. Aunt Lu was relishing the gossip. Zheng Yujun wavered. Although Aunt Lu was a gossip, she wouldn't joke about something like this. But Xiao Ran buying a villa. That seemed like a fairy tale. Old Zheng, your family has struck it rich. You've even bought a villa. Aunt Zhao from upstairs rushed over, her face full of envy. Zheng Yujun staggered, feeling his blood pressure rise, almost unable to stand. One person might be mistaken, but could they both be wrong? Aunt Lu, already eager to see the drama unfold, immediately said, Aunt Zhao, you don't know. Old Zheng's daughter and son-in-law are getting divorced. Huh? Aunt Zhao was shocked. Old Zheng, is that true? You just let go of such a wealthy son-in-law. Then I won't hold back. Our Jia isn't young anymore. It's time for her to find a boyfriend and talk about marriage. She was not joking. Where could you find a son-in-law who could pull out 12 million to buy a villa? So what if he was divorced? Who cares about second or third marriages if he has money? Besides, Xiao Ran is such a good young man. How everyone in the community knows that. Zheng Yujun was both shocked and anxious. Bullshit, he immediately shouted. That bastard used our money to buy the house. I'm going to find him right now. Although he didn't know how Xiao Ran managed to get the money, just yesterday morning he had divorced my daughter And in such a short time, how could he gather 12 million? So this money must be marital property, and we can claim half of it. Moreover, you are a son-in-law, and your very being belongs to the Zheng family, so that 12 million rounded off is basically all ours. His son was getting married soon, and they were in desperate need of money. Suddenly the old man burst forth with astonishing vitality and dashed out. The two old aunties exchanged glances and hurriedly followed him. This was a big scoop that couldn't be missed. Zheng Yujun jogged all the way to Building 8. It wasn't that he didn't want to run faster, it was just that he could only manage this speed. Fortunately, it wasn't very far, and he soon arrived at the place where he saw many elderly people already gathered around the villa. The villa had a yard, so everyone stood outside the yard peering in over the railing. Hey old Zheng. Upon seeing Zheng Yujun approach, everyone turned around casting envious glances at him. Tisk the Zheng family didn't have anything of worth, yet they struck it lucky and got such a promising son-in-law. Bought a villa, huh? Impressive, you really don't show it, a too low-key. The crowd chimed in, but it did not elicit even a hint of happiness from Zheng Yujun. In his eyes, that villa wasn't worth 12 million. At most it was worth 10 million, so Xiao Ran had spent an extra 2 million. That bastard, that's 2 million of our family's money. He walked forward with a grim face, and when he reached the entrance he slapped the gate hard. There was a doorbell, but someone his age wasn't used to using it. Bang bang bang, quick and urgent, as if someone had died. Xiao Ran thought it was Jia Yungue, but after checking the surveillance he couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out to be Zheng Yujun. It seems the news of him buying a villa had spread throughout the community, and Zheng Yujun couldn't resist coming over. He had no intention of avoiding him, instead he wanted to make Zheng Yujun's family envious, jealous, and regretful. How could he not take advantage of this opportunity? He opened the door across the yard, and then opened the gate. Bastard! Zheng Yujun cursed as he attempted to enter, clearly not wanting to let the family's dirty laundry air out. However, Xiao Ran blocked the entrance, preventing him from entering. The old man was even angrier, pointing at Xiao Ran's nose, saying, "You are using our family's money, and yet you dare to block me from entering." Xiao Ran chuckled. "Old man, don't forget I divorced your daughter yesterday. The house I bought today has nothing to do with your." This news sent the crowd into a flurry of whispers, and some elderly people fixed their burning gazes on Xiao Ran. Great, my daughter is still single. As long as she marries Xiao Ran, the whole family can move into the big villa. Zheng Yujun naturally wouldn't be intimidated by this statement, sneering. "Xiao Ran, do you think I'm a fool? You just divorced Zheng Wan yesterday. How could you have so much money to buy a villa? So this is marital property, and half of it belongs to the Zheng family." This seemed reasonable. The elderly people who had just harbored some thoughts immediately changed their expressions. Yes, if it's marital property, then indeed half belongs to the Zheng family. Instantly the 12 million shrank by half. Did Xiao Ran with a net worth of 6 million still have leverage? Yes, but not much. Xiao Ran chuckled. How property is divided depends on evidence, not on your empty boasts. Old man, if you have a problem, go sue me in court now. Get out of my way, or I'll call the police. Illegal intrusion into someone's residence that could get you detained for at least half a month, right? The last two sentences were fabricated to scare Zheng Yujun. He had no idea if that could lead to detention. But Zheng Yujun, not knowing, was immediately frightened and stepped back. But to leave in such a disheveled manner, he was unwilling. He had already determined that this villa belonged to their family, and that it wasn't worth 12 million, so he had to seize ownership, renegotiate the contract with the seller. After all, he had only paid the deposit and hadn't even gone to the housing authority yet. That wastrel Xiao Ran lost 2 million in a single day. Oh, he really wanted to beat him up. At that moment Lin Meiying also rushed over with her grandson. After understanding the situation a bit, the old lady threw a tantrum, sitting on the ground and crying, "Heartless little beast, having made money you abandon your wife and child. You're really not worth anything." Although this was smearing Xiao Ran's name, it happened to be very much in line with the truth. Indeed, Xiao Ran had become wealthy, gotten divorced, and even abandoned his son. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. This was exactly what Xiao Ran was waiting for. He wanted the Zheng family to be thoroughly disgraced, so everyone in the community would call for their downfall. He said lightly, "Why did I want a divorce? It's simple. Zheng Wan got pregnant by someone else before we got married. Marrying me was just to cover up her pregnancy, treating me as a backup plan." Zheng Yujun and Lin Meiying, you truly have taught your daughter well, raising such a shameless, cunning, and vicious girl. During the 4 years I spent in your family, how did you treat me? You never once treated me like family. Every day you make me do this and that, throwing all the housework at me. Even if I came back home after working late at 10 p.m., I still had to do the laundry. Hey, don't you dare talk to me about morality. You're not worthy. After these words were said, the crowd erupted. Zheng Wan actually did such an immoral thing. Is the son who fears no shame really without a conscience? Haha, Lin Meiying dared to throw a tantrum in public, yet she just shot herself in the foot. Now Zheng Wan and the Zheng family's reputation would be completely ruined in the community. Zheng Yujun and his wife were hearing this for the first time. For a moment, they were completely at a loss for words, feeling the piercing, disdainful gazes of their neighbors, wishing they could find a hole in the ground to hide in. This is Huaxia after all. Getting pregnant before marriage, and then finding a good man to take the blame, making him a father, is something that would get you pointed at behind your back. After a while, Lin Meiying was the first to react, immediately screaming, "Bullshit. My daughter is such a good person, how could she possibly do something like that? Xiao Ran, you bastard, just because you got divorced you think you can slander my daughter like this?" Zheng Yujun also reacted, charging at Xiao Ran, "I'll fight you." Don't fight, I still need to cut you up piece by piece after the natural disaster. If you were to have a heart attack and die now, wouldn't? Xiao Ran firmly blocked Zheng Yujun. Even though he wasn't particularly strong dealing with a 60-year-old man, how do you want me to reveal the name of the man? Xiao Ran said coldly. Zheng Wan has been maintaining an improper relationship with that man. I have plenty of videos in hand. The last sentence was naturally a lie, but how could Zheng Yujun and his wife know? Would they dare to gamble? If Xiao Ran played it publicly, then they might as well move to another community. How could they face anyone otherwise? Let's go. Lin Meiying tugged at her husband, seeing that Zheng Yujun still had a fierce look in his eyes and was unwilling to back down. She whispered, call back both the son and daughter to discuss a strategy. But Zheng Wan is still at work, Zheng Yujun instinctively replied. Lin Meiying shot him a glare. 12 million. With this money, why would she need to work? Exactly. Zheng Yujun hurriedly followed her. As soon as Zheng Yujun and his wife returned home, they couldn't wait to call their son and daughter. Zheng Gang, come back quickly. Mom, what's the rush? I'm about to lose my mind. Money several million, hurry back. What? Alright, I'll be back right away. Zheng Wan, take leave immediately and come back. Dad, I just took leave yesterday. Oh, I can't take another today. Then don't go to this job. Do you know? Xiao Ran just spent 12 million to buy building 8 in our community. Yes, that villa. Just think about it. How could he possibly earn 12 million in such a short time from yesterday's divorce to this morning? So this must be the bastard hiding it during their marriage, belonging to the couple's joint property. Dad, stop talking, we'll come back. Just half an hour later, Zheng Wan and her brother almost simultaneously entered the house. Mom, you said there were several million. Where's the money? Zheng Gang's eyes sparkled with excitement. It turns out their family was so wealthy. I'm actually an invisible rich second generation. Lin Meiying sneered and said the money is with Xiao Ran, a full 12 million. What? Zheng Gang jumped up immediately. How could that bastard have so much money? Zheng Yujun pressed his hand down and said, don't get excited, to sit down, we need to discuss this slowly. Discuss what? Let's hurry and find that bastard to demand the money. Zheng Gang couldn't hold back any longer. His girlfriend was always shouting to buy a designer bag before she would unlock new positions. Wait, I have 12 million now, why do I still need that kind of stuff? I want to find someone younger, prettier, and with a better figure. Sit down. Zheng Yujun first yelled at his son, and after Zheng Gang reluctantly sat down, he turned to Zheng Wan and recounted how he had heard that Xiao Ran bought a house and spent a total of 12 million, also mentioning Xiao Ran's accusations against Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan, is that bastard talking nonsense? Zheng Yujun asked, staring into Zheng Wan's eyes. Zheng Wan was nearly exasperated. You actually made a scene with Xiao Ran in public. Now look, Xiao Ran took the opportunity to expose her dirty laundry. Oh, everyone in the neighborhood must be gossiping about her. How can she walk around the neighborhood now? You're a bunch of useless teammates. With such an important matter, you didn't even call me back first, but went to make a scene yourselves. Now look, are you happy, satisfied? But what's the use of being angry? Zheng Wan hesitated for a moment before nodding. It's true, Xiao Jie is not his child. She was afraid that if she denied it, Xiao Ran would really expose the so-called video. Then she would be completely finished. How could you be so careless? Zheng Yujun scolded. You actually let that bastard notice something was off, even obtaining evidence. He didn't blame his daughter for her disgraceful act, only lamented that Zheng Wan was not careful enough to be seen through by Xiao Ran. It really is true that like-minded people end up together. A bunch of worthless trash. Lin Meiying felt no shame at all. Oh, after all, she looked down upon Xiao Ran as a son-in-law. It's just that it's fine if the scandal doesn't leave the house, but if it does, she still feared losing face. Zheng Gang was even less concerned, saying, what does it matter if Xiao Jie is that bastard's biological son? He married my sister, so that 12 million belongs to my sister, to our family. It can't just be swallowed by him after the divorce. Zheng Wan pressed her hand down, saying, don't act impulsively and don't do anything. I need to call someone for advice. We'll say it again until I finish this call. You all stay in the room obediently, or otherwise I won't go after this money. Zheng Yujun and the others were reluctant, but they had no choice but to listen. After all, Xiao Ran is her husband, her ex-husband. If Zheng Wan gives up on this money, how could they possibly get involved? But who is Zheng Wan calling? That bastard. Zheng Wan walked into the room and dialed a number. I'm still at work, if there's nothing I'll hang up. A man responded from the other side. He was indeed Zheng Wan's lover, named Zhang Zihao, also a doctor in Zheng Wan's department. Although he was only 33, he was about to be promoted to deputy director, which indicated a bright future. You need to listen to me first. Zheng Wan gritted her teeth and laid out the whole situation with Xiao Ran. Zhang Zihao pondered for a moment. Xiao Ran claims he has our video, he must be trying to trick you. We are always particularly careful, and Xiao Ran definitely wouldn't go to the hospital, so he surely has no evidence. It's just Xiao Jie. The son is a flaw, testing the DNA would reveal whose child it is. 12 million. Zhang Zihao's heart trembled slightly. His salary plus the red envelopes he received would definitely total over 10 million throughout his life, but is it possible for him to take out 12 million right now? Absolutely not. It won't be possible for the next 20 years. So he also grew greedy. Xiao Ran could suddenly produce 12 million without any negotiation, indicating that he has far more money than this. He calmly analyzed, although I don't know where his money comes from, it must have existed during your marriage. Oh, otherwise, he wouldn't suddenly have this amount of money in less than 24 hours. Haha, did he win the lottery? Everyone knows that winning the lottery is a fool's dream. It's impossible for anyone to hit the jackpot. Zheng Wan thought about saying something about winning the lottery, but after Zhang Zihao's analysis, she felt it impossible. Indeed, who do you know that has won the lottery? No one. And Xiao Ran actually has more than 12 million. Yes, who would spend all their money on a house and not negotiate? He must have far more money than this to afford such extravagance without negotiation. So the first thing you need to do is file a lawsuit in court accusing Xiao Ran of concealing joint marital property, declaring the previous divorce agreement invalid, and redistributing the assets. Zhang Zihao took on the role of a military advisor. Zheng Wan nodded repeatedly. She was only a nursing school graduate, while Zhang Zihao, a master's graduate from a prestigious university. The more one studies, the more ideas one has, and it makes sense. Zheng Yujun and Lin Ming causing a scene could only be shameful. Could they gain any benefits from it? Look at how he does it. Zihao, you're really smart, she said sincerely. Zhang Zihao smiled. You should immediately hire a lawyer, and don't be afraid to spend money. If you win this lawsuit, you won't have to work anymore, and can stay home as a rich lady. Zheng Wan nodded repeatedly. You let the lawyer write the lawsuit. All you have to do is sign your name. Zhang Zihao continued to strategize. By the way, make sure your parents and brother don't cause any more trouble, or it will create unnecessary complications. Remember, this is the era of law. Crying, making a scene, and threatening to commit suicide will only make you a laughingstock. Zheng Wan nodded repeatedly. After finishing the call, Zheng Wan went out and recounted what Zhang Zihao had told her. Of course, she wouldn't say that all of it was taught by Zhang Zihao, but that they had discussed it together. Upon hearing Zheng Wan analyze that Xiao Ran had more than just 12 million, the greed on Zheng Yujun and the others' faces was already uncontrollable. They struck it rich. Zheng Wan urged them not to cause a scene, and then immediately took her bag to find a lawyer. Xiao Ran's mistake was showing off too early and exposing his wealth. Xiao Ran waited for a while until Jia Yungue finally arrived. The two exchanged pleasantries, but Jia Yungue couldn't hold back any longer and stood up to inspect the house. He didn't bring many tools, just a measuring pin to roughly calculate things. After all, they hadn't discussed the price yet, so he couldn't take it too seriously. The villa has 3 floors above ground and 1 basement totaling 600 square meters with a yard outside, but there was no need to renovate the yard. Jia Yungue looked from the top down, and then returned to the living room on the first floor to discuss the price with Xiao Ran. If we can finish in 2 months, the timeline is very tight, so the labor cost will be quite high. I need to arrange for people to work around the clock. Xiao Ran smiled. Just give me a number. 80 million. Jia Yungue replied, feeling a bit embarrassed after saying it. This villa is only worth a little over 10 million, but the renovation cost is actually 80 million. Only a fool would agree to that. However, to complete it in 2 months, 80 million is indeed a reasonable figure. He wasn't asking for an exorbitant amount. Xiao Ran pondered for a moment. Jia Yungue noticed and hurriedly said, I really didn't quote randomly. You want to rush the project so the price can't drop much. I still need to make a little profit. If you think it's too expensive, we can extend the timeline. If it's half a year, I can help you reduce it by about 10 million. But that still far exceeds the price of this villa. Xiao Ran pressed his hand down and said, I'm not complaining about the high price, but can we meet my requirements with the 80? Of course. Jia Yungue patted his chest and said, I've been in the home renovation business for many years. I definitely know what I'm doing. Your villa is only 600 square meters, and the renovation cost of 80 million means an average of 1.4 euro per square meter. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Thinking about it that way does seem quite expensive. Xiao Ran nodded. All right, let's sign the contract. It's really happening. You're not going to haggle. Jia Yungue was somewhat stunned. He had never seen a homeowner like this, first complaining that the renovation cost was low, then not negotiating at all. Just one word stands out: wealthy. Xiao Ran smiled. What I need is for you to do the job well and meet my requirements. You can rest assured I will deliver on my promises. Jia Yungue was very confident, patting his chest. All right, let's sign the contract. Xiao Ran said, however, I must say this up front. If the acceptance doesn't pass, I won't be so easy to deal with. I will use the entire 80 million to sue you. No problem. Jia Yungue said, by the way, let me see the original property certificate, and I also need a copy. Xiao Ran shook his head. I just bought the house today, and the property certificate hasn't been issued yet. No worries, I can pay you a 5 million deposit first. You can start working on the renovation plan, and when the money runs out, I'll transfer more to you. If I cause any delays in the renovation, I'll still pay the 80 million. Jia Yungue looked as if he had seen a monster taking a long time to respond. You wealthy people really are something. Jia Yungue left, of course, feeling quite pleased. An 80 million order. He could earn a few million from it. Although Xiao Ran spent money like water, he didn't feel a pinch. The stocks he bought might not guarantee a high return of 10 daily, but a 5 increase was definitely not a problem. Therefore, in 2 months, the 3.5 billion he invested would become 3 billion, or even more. However, whether it was 30 billion or 50 billion to Xiao Ran, there was no difference anymore. The resources he purchased were enough for him to use for several lifetimes. 3 months later, everyone's wealth would return to zero, rendering it meaningless. He had a total of 398 million with 3.5 billion invested in the stock market. He spent 1 million on the house and paid 5 million for the renovation, so he currently had 43 million left, of which 11 million would soon be used to pay off the remaining balance on the house. Although the renovation still required 75 million with a long 2-month timeline, he could gradually withdraw the money from the stock market. No rush. Xiao Ran was busy and went to find an agent, but this time it wasn't to buy a house, but to rent one. He couldn't possibly stay in a hotel for 2 months while the villa was being renovated, could he? It wasn't that he couldn't afford the money, it was just inconvenient to receive packages in a hotel. He had a lot of things to buy online. Moreover, Xiao Ran also planned to rent a warehouse. Just as he stepped out, his phone rang. He looked, and it was a call from his company from his immediate superior supervisor, Lu Qing. He casually answered, and as soon as he said hello, the other side roared. Xiao Ran, do you have cancer, or what? If you're not dead, hurry over to work, otherwise you don't need to come again. Alright, I'll resign then, Xiao Ran said calmly. He would be very busy afterwards, who had the time to go to work? Pretend. The apocalypse was about to come, so why pretend? At least until he finished his preparations it was impossible to pretend. He decisively hung up the phone. It was still I love my home. As soon as he appeared, the male agent who had previously done business with him rushed over excitedly and said, Bro, is there a problem? I want to rent a place, Xiao Ran said. Huh? The male agent stared blankly at Xiao Ran. Didn't you just buy a villa? You've already received the keys and can move in, why do you still want to rent? Xiao Ran smiled. I need to renovate that villa. Do you have good rental options? It needs to be as spacious as possible, clean and newly decorated. Oh, you want to renovate it again? That makes sense. Anyone willing to spend 12 million on a villa wouldn't want to move into someone else's old house. They would definitely want to renovate it themselves. No problem. The male agent hurriedly said, Bro, I have several good options, let me take you to see them. It also has to be in Jufu community. Xiao Ran made a note. No problem. 2 hours later, Xiao Ran finalized the contract with the landlord for a short-term rental of 2 months with a monthly rent as high as 1,200. It was indeed a bit expensive, but the house was genuinely large and the decoration was new and luxurious enough. This was also a movie-ready place, so Xiao Ran only needed to buy some bedding. Great, another task completed. Xiao Ran had a long list of things to buy. However, a large amount of money was still in the stock market, and it had not yet reached the goal of tenfold returns. He started making a list of things he needed to buy. Some items required a long preparation time, so he had to place orders in. While he was making the list, his phone rang. He looked, and the screen displayed the word wife. Haha, I forgot to change the contact. Xiao Ran picked up and answered. The punishment for the Zheng family had already begun, so how could he not answer Zheng Wan's call? Zheng Wan's voice was cold and unrelenting. Xiao Ran, I've already hired a lawyer and filed suit to redivide our marital property. Give me an address so the summons can be served. Huh, so she really filed suit. Xiao Ran was not surprised. He smiled faintly. Wait a moment, I need to retain a lawyer as well. In future, direct all matters to my counsel. He cut the call. He had time to toy with the Zheng family. He would not squander it in court. He searched online for Su Cheng's best divorce attorney and went there. By chance, lawyer He Qian was available. Mr. Xiao, are you aware of our fee standard? The receptionist kindly warned. Yes, 300 per hour, Xiao Ran nodded. It was indeed costly. The receptionist inwardly clicked her tongue. His attire betrayed no hint of wealth. She hurriedly made a call. After hanging up, she bowed slightly and said, Mr. Xiao, please follow me. She led him to an office, knocked, then opened the door. Mr. Xiao has arrived, she announced. He Qian, roughly in his 40s in a suit and glasses, glanced up at Xiao Ran with a sharp, penetrating gaze, as if he could read a man's heart. Please sit, he invited. The receptionist asked, Mr. Xiao, would you like something to drink? No thank you, Xiao Ran smiled. I should be leaving soon. Very well, she left. Mr. Xiao seems anxious. Then let us begin at once, He Qian said. Xiao Ran nodded. I divorced my ex-wife yesterday. After the divorce, I won the lottery. Now she accuses me of concealing marital assets and is suing for a redivision. A hint of mockery crossed his face. He Qian laughed. The timestamps on the divorce and the lottery win should be clear. Mr. Xiao may not even need to litigate. Submit the evidence, and this is a near certain victory. Xiao Ran shook his head. I had intended to let it go, but my ex-wife's relentless attacks mean I cannot let it stand. He Qian's curiosity was piqued. Oh, what does Mr. Xiao plan to do? Xiao Ran answered calmly, as if recounting a stranger's tale. Before we married, my ex-wife had an affair and became pregnant. The child is not mine. This is the child's hair, and this is mine. We can perform a paternity test. He went on, when I signed the divorce, I agreed to leave with nothing. Now I demand half of the marital assets and compensation for emotional damages. He Qian considered and warned, I must remind you, Mr. Xiao, my fees are high. So high that the compensation you might obtain could be insufficient to cover my costs. That is all right, the prize I won was substantial. I am not short of money, Xiao Ran replied. He Qian, curious, asked, how much did you win? 500 million, Xiao Ran said. He Qian midsip was so astonished he spat his tea. 500 million. No fee could compare to that magnitude. Xiao Ran was unperturbed. I came because He Qian's firm are champions in divorce cases. I want my former in-laws to pay for what they've done. He spoke with bitter restraint. I was Olivian's son-in-law for 4 years, handing over my wages and living on 200 yuan a month for pocket money. I endured it all for the sake of the child. Now that the child is not mine, this placid man will finally erupt. He Qian nodded in understanding. Yet he could not help wondering if Xiao Ran harbored such righteous anger. Why did he so readily agree to leave with nothing, and then that very afternoon buy a ticket and win a colossal prize? It seemed almost as if he had known in advance and hurried to empty himself to claim the windfall alone. He smiled to himself. If Xiao Ran had an insider at the lottery office who tipped him to the numbers, what terrifying reach would that imply? Could he truly have been deceived by a woman for 4 years? He told himself he was overthinking. Do you have the original ticket, he asked. If not, it mattered little. Such a large prize could be certified by the lottery center if requested. Mr. Xiao need only sign a power of attorney. Xiao Ran said, I have the original ticket. He would not have come unprepared. They began the necessary procedures. He Qian felt as if money were being handed to him. Any competent lawyer could win this case. The only difference was how much of the marital assets and damages they could reclaim, and his fee remained 3,000 per hour. Xiao Ran was indifferent to cost, and stated his terms. First, extend the litigation period as long as possible, but not beyond 3 months. Second, make them pay as much as we can. Third, I intend to donate the sum to Project Hope. Have the court informed so no one mistakes this for extortion. The longer the suit dragged on, the more anguish Zheng Wan's family would endure, yet if it exceeded 3 months they might evade payment. He wanted them to taste the pain of loss in the meantime. He Qian found the request peculiar. He had never met a client who wished to prolong litigation deliberately. No matter, he hardly needed to prepare. The longer the proceedings, the greater his fees. He had every reason to oblige. Xiao Ran handed Zheng Wan's phone number to He Qian, who would take over the negotiations, and assigned an intern lawyer to keep Xiao Ran apprised of the case's progress. The intern was a cool beauty, tall about 170 centimeters, strikingly attractive, with an exquisite figure, and wearing black-rimmed glasses. Her poised, frosty glamour was arresting. Mr. Xiao Lu Mei. If you want updates on the case, just ask me, she said as she escorted him to the law firm's entrance. Her presence drew many glances. Xiao Ran nodded. He had already added Lu Mei on WeChat, and had her phone number. Not just the lawsuit. Actually, anything, feel free to contact me. Lu Mei added, then hastily corrected herself. I mean legal matters. She quickly backtracked, aware of the double meaning. By explaining, she risked leading Xiao Ran's imagination astray. The clarification might have been better left unsaid. Xiao Ran studied her, unable to tell whether she had misspoken through carelessness or spoken with deliberate intent. He let out a soft, derisive snort. He Qian immediately called Zheng Wan. Ms. Zheng Wan. I am Mr. Xiao Ran's attorney. May I ask who your attorney is? Oh, Han Tao, got it. I will coordinate with lawyer Han, and any updates will naturally be communicated to you. He hung up the phone and dialed another number. Hello, I am He Qian. Yes, I am now representing Xiao Ran. You are certain to lose this case. I am not calling to gloat, but to formally propose a lawsuit to reallocate the division of marital property on behalf of Xiao Ran. The reason for our lawsuit? Simple, because Xiao Ran discovered that Zheng Jie is not his biological son, hence he demands a reallocation of property and compensation for emotional damages. On the other end, they were clearly caught off guard. Zheng Wan hadn't mentioned anything about Zheng Jie, leaving him unprepared. What do lawyers fear the most? When a client hides secrets, yet lets the opposing attorney know, and then hits back unexpectedly. That is truly perilous. Alright, you can go find out for yourself then. He Qian chuckled and hung up. For him, this lawsuit was too easy to win. It was akin to an open book exam. Even an intern lawyer would find it hard to lose. He dialed another number. Xiao Zhang, write a little piece. Orthopedic Dr. Zhang Zihao at the Municipal Hospital's Northern District is having an affair with Nurse Zheng Wan in the department, and they have a child together. That's the main storyline. You can add your own flair. Create some buzz online. At least by tonight, all the doctors and nurses in the Northern District's orthopedics should know. After hanging up again, he smiled faintly and stopped making calls. Xiao Ran's demand was to ruin Zheng Wan's reputation. As a man, he naturally sided with Xiao Ran, and as the client's attorney, he had to stand firmly with him. Adulterer, harlot, they deserve to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Shortly after Zheng Wan put down her phone, it rang again. She picked it up and saw it was her attorney, quickly answering. Zheng Wan, how many things have you hidden from me? The other side fired off immediately. Do you know how much more passive this makes me? What do you mean? Zheng Wan was somewhat bewildered and paused before responding. Zheng Jie is not Xiao Ran's son, right? Han Tao asked. Zheng Wan took a deep breath. She was mentally prepared for this. Xiao Jie is indeed not Xiao Ran's son, but that has nothing to do with his concealment of marital property. Zheng Wan, I just received a call from your ex-husband's attorney. Do you know who that is? He Qian, the best divorce lawyer in Sioux City. In front of him, I am just an insignificant character. He has almost never lost a divorce case. Han Tao said. Zheng Wan scoffed. Almost never losing doesn't mean he has never lost. Even if he has never lost before, he will lose this time. Fine, let's set that aside for now. Now Xiao Ran is also preparing to sue, claiming that Zheng Jie is not his biological son, demanding a reallocation of marital property, and requiring you to compensate for emotional damages. Zheng Wan was almost laughing in anger, thinking for a moment, and said, that's just right, everyone's demand is to reallocate marital property. Lawyer Han, have you found out how much marital property Xiao Ran has concealed? Not yet, don't rush you. I need the court-issued documents before I can have the bank check Xiao Ran's personal assets. At least it will be available by tomorrow. Alright, I will wait for your good news. Zheng Wan hung up the phone. No matter how immoral she was, Xiao Ran's money was still marital property. Thus, even if Xiao Ran hired 100 or 1,000 lawyers, he would still have to obediently pull out the money from his bank account. Xiao Ran checked the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He continued to draft his shopping list. By evening, he stretched, exited the building, and prepared to have dinner. As he entered the elevator, an elderly woman got in 2 floors down. Upon seeing him, her eyes lit up as if she were promoting a product, enthusiastically selling her daughter to him, praising how beautiful she was, how gentle, definitely the best candidate for being a good wife and mother. Xiao Ran felt his head spinning. After finally reaching the first floor, ding, the elevator doors opened, and he hurriedly rushed out, while behind him the elderly woman shouted, "Xiao, you haven't written down my daughter's phone number yet." Phew. After running far away, Xiao Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. The elderly woman was too difficult to deal with. But it was just now. In 3 months, what everyone would care about would not be marrying off daughters, but food and clean water. Coincidentally, when Xiao Ran arrived at the entrance of the community, he happened to see Zheng Yujin's family walking over. When Zheng Jie saw him, he started clapping, pointing at him, and shouting, "It's the bastard. The bastard is here." Just one day, and the father became a bastard. Clearly this was taught by Zheng Yujin's family. Zheng Yujin immediately walked over, pointing his finger at Xiao Ran's nose. "Bastard, let me tell you, you won't take a single cent of our family's property. Also, concealing marital property in huge amounts is a criminal offense." Xiao Ran chuckled. "Are you trying to fool me with your ignorance of the law? Wait, let me consult my lawyer." He pulled out his phone and called Lu Mei in front of Zheng Yujin. "Lawyer Lu, hello, someone just told me that concealing marital property is a criminal offense. Is that true?" "Oh no, that's not the case. Good, just checking in." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ran leisurely said to Zheng Yujin, "I just asked my lawyer. You are threatening me. Let me remind you, threats can indeed be criminalized. You are too arrogant, too smug." Zheng Yujin trembled with anger. Xiao Ran had been submissive for 4 years in his house, so why was he acting so arrogant now? "Bastard, do you dare to bully my dad?" Zheng Gang rushed over, rolling up his sleeves, looking as if he wanted to fight. Xiao Ran didn't even glance at him. Zheng Gang was just a spendthrift, not worth his attention. Zheng Wan was calmer and smarter, walking over and saying, "Xiao Ran, don't be too cocky. Right now you may be arrogant, but as long as it is proven that the money you currently have is marital property, and that is evident, you will have to obediently hand over half, even if you are unwilling." Xiao Ran chuckled and shook his head. "Are you all particularly curious about how much money I actually have?" This immediately made the 4 members of the Zheng family brighten up with anticipation. They were also eager to know how much their family could get. "Hee, why don't you guess?" Xiao Ran laughed, infuriating the 4 members of the Zheng family. The Zheng family was angry for a while, but could only leave helplessly. They went out to eat. Usually Lin Meiying would buy groceries, and they would wait for Xiao Ran to return before cooking. The next day at noon, the Zheng couple would eat leftovers from the previous day, refusing to cook for themselves, even though cooking at noon and eating at night would be better. They were just lazy. With Xiao Ran to rely on, why bother to do it themselves? Now that there was one less person cooking at home, Lin Meiying was also unwilling to enter the kitchen. Plus, now that they had money, they decided to treat themselves to a meal out. They were quite generous, heading to Yulu, near the community where the average cost was around 150, which wasn't low. Xiao Ran had actually been following them all the way. Although he had dealt a heavy blow to the Zheng family in the past couple of days, how could he possibly feel at ease thinking of the pain of being dismembered by the Zheng family? He decided to provoke them a bit more. He called Lu Mei. "Lu, do you have time to grab a meal?" "Right now." "Okay, I'll send you the location." After hanging up, he sent the address of Yulu to Lu Mei. She quickly replied, "I'll be there in 20 minutes." Xiao Ran then entered Yulu and soon found the Zheng family on the 2nd floor. He chose a table outside and began to order food through scanning the code. He ordered 8 dishes, highlighting their high price. Then he began to wait. The Zheng family naturally saw him and felt extremely annoyed. "We came here to eat, and you came here too. If it's a coincidence, who would believe that? How infuriating." Suddenly Zheng Wan's phone rang. She looked and saw it was her colleague Xiao Lu, who was also her best colleague. After answering, Xiao Liu's voice immediately came through. "Zheng Wan, hurry up and check the Sioux City forum. There's a post saying you have an inappropriate relationship with Dr. Zhang, and even Xiao Jie is his child. It's very hot right now." "What?" Zheng Wan's expression changed. After chatting briefly with Xiao Lu, she quickly hung up and opened the forum. Indeed, besides the pinned post, breaking news. Dr. Zhang from the North District Orthopedic Department of the Municipal Hospital has maintained a long-term inappropriate relationship with Nurse Zheng, and they have a son. This post was astonishingly at the forefront with an incredible level of engagement and over 1,000 replies. She couldn't help but sway her body, almost fainting. After forcing herself to calm down, she opened the post to read. After reading, she let out a slight sigh of relief. Aside from the truth of the title, all the details inside were fabricated. How could they possibly have done that in the changing room? They weren't stupid, they wouldn't do such a thing there. The question was, who spread the news? Her gaze involuntarily turned to Xiao Ran. Was there anyone else? "I never expected after 4 years of marriage you would always behave submissively, doing whatever I asked, only to find out it was, what a wolf in sheep's clothing. Hoarding the couple's joint property while stabbing me in the back, what a despicable person. Isn't it just that I had an affair and gave birth to a son? Xiao Jie at least called you dad for 3 years, but he calls his biological father uncle. Do you know how wrong Zihao feels?" Zheng Wan's eyes were filled with resentment, but she had already decided to go all out. "At worst, I'll resign. After all, Xiao Ran can get at least 6 million, so I won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life." She strode up to Xiao Ran's table and said sternly, "Xiao Ran, I never thought you were such a despicable person. Humph, do you think this underhanded tactic can bring me down? Let me tell you, regardless of everything, our 4 years of marriage are real, and the couple's assets must be evenly divided." Xiao Ran nodded. "You are absolutely right. The couple's joint property must be evenly divided. Ew, I completely agree. I hope you remember not to go back on your word when we get to court. By the way, I recorded everything you just said. Also, you really don't need to care about your reputation, but I wonder how Dr. Zhang feels about it. I heard he's about to be promoted to deputy director. Oh, wouldn't this affect him? This news wasn't something Zhang Wan mentioned in her past life, but rather something Lu Mei had sent him earlier. Zhang Wan was taken aback. She could indeed resign, but what about Zhang Zihao? This was a crucial period for his career. She couldn't help but feel anxious. You see, when she was pregnant, she'd rather find a surrogate to give birth than terminate the pregnancy, which showed she truly cared about Zhang Zihao. So when Xiao Ran mentioned that this matter could affect Zhang Zihao's future, she couldn't help but worry. You despicable person. She gritted her teeth. Once the court rules, and you have to hand over a large sum of money, I will definitely return everything to you. After saying that, she huffed angrily and turned back. Xiao Ran shook his head. A villain truly never reflects on that. Clearly she was the one who put the green hat on herself. No, she had even dug a pit for him from the very beginning, setting up a trap for him to be a cheap father for 3 years, working for the Zhang family for 4 years without pay, and even taking all his income. And she didn't mention any of that, only thinking that if her scandal was exposed, she would be embarrassed, and it would affect Zhang Zihao's future. How what about me? I am the real victim. However, Xiao Ran also didn't expect Zhang Wan or anyone from the Zhang family to reflect on their actions. He wouldn't let the Zhang family have a good day for the next 3 months, and once the disaster began, he would double all the pain back. After a while, a stunning beauty walked up to the second floor, making the entire floor seem a bit brighter. What a beautiful... Zhang Gang's position faced the staircase perfectly. Upon seeing her, his eyes immediately glazed over. Once I have money, I must find this woman to be my girlfriend. Wow, damn. He blurted out a curse because he saw this stunning beauty walking towards Xiao Ran. No way, it can't be. Damn, she really is going to Xiao Ran. At that moment, he was so jealous that his eyes turned red. Such a beautiful woman with a perfect chest and a curvy figure, yet she sat opposite Xiao Ran. Why? This bastard used to be a docile dog at home, and now this dog can sit with such a beautiful goddess. But what about him? What kind of girlfriend is that? Not only does she not look good, but she also works in a foot massage parlor, an unlicensed one. In comparison, the gap is evident. Zhang Wan heard the commotion, turned her head to take a glance, and her expression immediately darkened. You found another one just a day after the divorce. Impossible. Clearly Xiao Ran has had someone outside for a long time, otherwise how could it be so seamless? Oh, you still have the nerve to accuse me of putting a green hat on you. What about you? Is this fair to me? She stood up and strode over to Xiao Ran's table. Zhang Wan looked down at Xiao Ran, her tone laced with sarcasm. Xiao Ran, how can you blame me? Who is she? Your Ms. Zhang, is it? Lu Mei said with a stern expression. With just that statement, I could sue you for defamation. However, I won't stoop to your level, but if you utter such irresponsible words again, I won't let it go easily. This is Lu Mei, my attorney. Xiao Ran smiled slightly. Zhang Wan was taken aback. Xiao Ran's lawyer shouldn't be. He Qian, yes, He Qian, not this delicate-looking woman. My goodness, how can her chest be that big? It must be enhanced in her, but is too perky, it must be padded as well. She thought maliciously. However, Lu Mei exuded confidence and a commanding aura, so she was undoubtedly a lawyer. Perhaps she was one of the other lawyers in He Qian's firm. After all, He Qian was the best divorce lawyer in Sioux City, and it was normal to send a junior lawyer to meet Xiao Ran. She had underestimated it, as she never considered that Lu Mei could actually be a lawyer. She felt awkward, wishing there was a crack in the ground to hide in. But Xiao Ran had clearly come with them. Why didn't he arrange to meet Lu Mei somewhere else for a meal? Why here? It couldn't be more obvious. It was meant to create misunderstandings and to strike at her. Xiao Ran, you can only jump around now. Tomorrow, I will have my lawyer file a request with the court to freeze your assets to prevent you from squandering community property. Zhang Wan said coldly. Of course, this was advice from her lawyer and Zhang Zihao. Aren't you arrogant? Let's see what you do when your assets are frozen. Xiao Ran chuckled. Go ahead, try to freeze my assets tomorrow. You think you can just freeze them? The court isn't yours. Just wait and see. Zhang Wan huffed angrily as she walked back. She hadn't even eaten dinner yet, but she was already filled with anger. Xiao Ran laughed heartily, but his eyes remained cold as he looked at the 4 members of the Zhang family. Lu Mei noticed and couldn't help but think Xiao Ran must have suffered greatly at the hands of the Zhang family, otherwise why would he be at odds with them? He didn't even need compensation from the Zhang family. He would donate all of it, and with the added lawyer fees, it only showed how much he despised the Zhang family. His happiness lay in making them uncomfortable and financially crippled. She smiled charmingly, deliberately shifting her chair closer to Xiao Ran. This woman is clever. Xiao Ran understood and leaned in a bit closer. The two appeared to be whispering intimately, but in fact they were saying nothing of importance, just speaking whatever came to mind intentionally, letting Zhang Wan see. Sure enough, Zhang Wan noticed and nearly charged back. Do you genuinely think the relationship between you is that of a client and lawyer? Do you need to be this close? Dad, Mom, eat without me, I'm heading back first, she said, puffing with anger as she stood up and grabbed her bag to leave. She was truly fed up. Seeing Zhang Wan leave, Xiao Ran smiled, straightened his posture, and thanked Lu Mei. What are you thanking me for? Lu Mei asked, feigning ignorance. Come, let's eat some dishes, Xiao Ran said. After dinner, he hailed a cab for Lu Mei and watched her leave before returning to his. This woman is quite interesting. Beautiful, understanding, and with such an imposing figure. It's a pity I'm no longer in the. Would a woman like Lu Mei ever want to be his lover? Impossible. However, once the apocalypse arrives, everything would be different. At that time, a mere meal could drive people mad. Well, that's for another time. Xiao Ran certainly doesn't have time to chase after women right now. I still need to work out. The apocalypse is continuously unleashing hail with no sunlight in sight. Though I don't know if it will always be like this, I must prepare for not being able to see daylight for years. A stronger physique means less chance of falling ill. And then there are weapons. When the apocalypse begins, I want the Zheng family to regret it deeply. They must understand that I possess a vast amount of food. But once they realize they cannot obtain food from me, they will undoubtedly leak the news and rally the entire community to attack me. This will certainly happen. The memories of his past life had already proven this. Thus, I need a significant amount of weapons, preferably guns. In China, I cannot obtain guns, but I could in foreign lands. I'm not short on money, but foreign countries are too dangerous. Is it strange to encounter black market dealings in places where guns can be freely purchased? Building a safe house and stockpiling supplies is all about stability. So should Xiao Ran risk going abroad? But that's fine, or I can go to a shooting range, open a spatial gate right in front of the gun, and as soon as a bullet is fired, I can retrieve it. When I need it with just a thought, I can release the bullet, allowing for precise shots or sweeping fire, and without even a sound from the gun. As long as I spend a fortune, I can acquire enough bullets, and they will be in a firing state. He walked home while contemplating. Around 10 o'clock, Lu Mei sent a message, but it was just to say goodnight. Back when he was pursuing Zheng Wan, he usually sent 10 messages before she would reply to one, and it would take at least half an hour. Now the situation had completely reversed. Why? Money is indeed a powerful thing. It really works wonders. In the face of nearly 400 million, how could a goddess like Lu Mei not come forward to say goodnight? Xiao Ran chuckled and replied after 10 minutes, "Good night." He would never be a sycophant again in this lifetime. On the contrary, he would be the reaper of goddesses. A night passed. Zheng Wan hadn't slept well at all. Her mind was filled with the 12 million Xiao Ran's arrogant demeanor in front of her and the intimate scenes of Lu Mei and Xiao Ran. After enduring until 9 o'clock, she immediately called Han Tao, urging him to quickly check Xiao Ran's bank account. An hour later, Han Tao called. "Did you find anything?" Zheng Wan asked eagerly. "I found something." "How much?" "You better be mentally prepared." "How much exactly?" Zheng Wan was both shocked and delighted. Han Tao was asking her to prepare herself, so the figure must be astonishing. 20 million. Or even 50 million. Your ex-husband's transactions over the past 6 months, to be precise, are the transactions from these 2 days, amounting to nearly 400 million. Han Tao said, and after he finished he gasped. 400 million, 400 million. Thud. Then he heard something fall on the other end of the line, and he quickly said, "Ms. Zheng, Ms. Zheng." Zheng Wan got up from the ground. Although she was in excruciating pain from the fall, her overwhelming excitement made her overlook it, as she exclaimed into the phone, "Are you sure it's 400 million, not 40 million? I can't afford to be off by a zero. It's 400 million, I'm certain." Han Tao replied honestly. He confirmed it only after counting 3 times. However, this money was transferred to Xiao Ran's account only after your divorce, and the source is the National Lottery Center's prize payment account. What? Zheng Wan jumped up. Are you saying he won the lottery only after the divorce? Is this still considered marital property? Although she had never studied law, she knew this definitely wouldn't count. From the timeline, your ex-husband should have bought the lottery ticket either on the day of your divorce or 2 days prior. If it was bought 2 days prior, then there's no doubt it's marital property. But if it was bought on the day of the divorce, it depends on whether it was before or after the divorce. Zheng Wan thought for a moment and decisively stated it must have been bought before the divorce. Otherwise, how could he have proposed to leave with nothing? He was eager to divorce because he wanted to pocket this huge prize all for himself. While this seemed plausible in reality, it was flawed logic, since Xiao Ran couldn't possibly know had win before the draw. She retroactively assumed Xiao Ran had known he would win, overlooking a fundamental logic. Han Tao smiled and said, "Then I'll congratulate Ms. Zheng in advance for being able to claim nearly 200 million in winnings." Zheng Wan beamed and said to Han Tao, "Please have lawyer Han file a request with the court to freeze my ex-husband's bank accounts." "No problem." Han Tao readily agreed. If he won this major case involving 400 million in a divorce settlement, he would surely rise to fame in the legal circles of Sioux City. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Wan immediately called Zhang Zihao. Zihao, but as soon as she spoke, she was interrupted by Zhang Zihao. "Do you know how many people are talking about us right now? Why are you calling me? Are you crazy? No, listen to me." Zheng Wan took a deep breath. Xiao Ran has become wealthy because he won the lottery. On the other end, Zhang Zihao paused, as he had completely ruled out this factor in his analysis. Who with a normal IQ would buy a lottery ticket? Yet Xiao Ran indeed became rich because of a lottery win. Guess how much he won? Zheng Wan, not keeping him in suspense, took a deep breath and said 400 million. A thud was heard on the other end as something fell. Clearly Zhang Zihao also dropped something at this news. 400 million. Who wouldn't be stunned? The key point is this: 400 million is related to them. Zhang Zihao pushed aside the fact that he was slapped in the face and hurriedly asked, "When was the lottery ticket bought?" "This lawyer Han checked. It should have been bought 2 days before or on the day of my divorce. Only within those 3 days. That night, 100 top prizes totaling 500 million were drawn, and Xiao Ran must have won them all." Zheng Wan said, feeling immense pain. Paying 100 million in taxes is too much. In her view, this 100 million certainly belonged to her, at least half of it did. Zhang Zihao nodded. So as long as we prove that Xiao Ran bought the ticket before the divorce, even if he claims the prize afterward, it would still be considered marital property. Right? Jingwan concurred. I finished the divorce paperwork around noon. So as long as we exclude that afternoon time frame, he must have bought the ticket before the divorce. Moreover, Xiao Ran immediately told me he wanted to leave with nothing. If he didn't already know he had won, why would he suggest that? This isn't incorrect, as Xiao Ran did know he would win. His intention to leave with nothing was to prevent this prize from being considered marital property. Zhang Zihao was drawn into her reasoning and nodded. What mattered most? A 500 million prize. The impact was too great. He was still dazed and couldn't think straight. Zihao, we're going to get rich. Zhang Wan said excitedly. You should quit your job too. Oh, let's immigrate and live abroad. Zhang Zihao thought for a moment and nodded. That's fine. Now if I go out, too many people will point fingers at me. My wife knows, and she has been causing a scene since last night, threatening divorce, and even suicide. It's driving me crazy. He didn't particularly love this wife, but her father held a position in the medical system, and to advance, he had to cling tightly to his father-in-law's influence. But now, he didn't want to endure this any longer. Even if he only got half the money, that's still 200 million. Which country couldn't he go to? Which mansion couldn't he buy? Alright, keep an eye on it, and get the money as soon as possible. He said, trying to sound calm, but his voice trembled uncontrollably. Zhang Wan naturally agreed. After sitting on the bed and calming down for a long time, she finally went out and said, Dad, Mom, Zhang Zihao, I have something to tell you. A moment later, the entire neighborhood heard cheers coming from the Zhang household. However, just half an hour later, news spread throughout the neighborhood. Xiao Ran won the lottery, a total of 500 million. Even after taxes, there's still 400 million. Yet, this is considered marital property, and even if Xiao Ran divorced and claimed the prize, he would still have to honestly 500 million. No 400 million in hand. It doesn't matter. For ordinary people, 400 million or 500 million is an astronomical sum. The old Zhang family has struck it rich. God truly doesn't have eyes allowing this family to get wealthy. However, many uncles and aunts have already gone to find Xiao Ran and Zhang Wan. What for? To play matchmaker. Considering the 200 million, what does it matter that they're divorced? They're still hot commodities drawing people in. However, just as Zhang Wan was happily contemplating which country to immigrate to, the phone rang. Han Tao, have you frozen Xiao Ran's money? She hurriedly answered the call. Ms. Zhang, I suggest you reach a settlement with your ex-husband. Han Tao started with this. Zhang Wan was taken aback before asking why. Shouldn't you be freezing Xiao Ran's assets? Because your husband bought the lottery ticket after your divorce. Han Tao said weakly. Was there even a need to fight this case? The evidence was as clear as day. Impossible. Zhang Wan blurted out. This was too unreasonable, and she couldn't accept this outcome. You must be mistaken. Han Tao understood Zhang Wan's disappointment, and was he not just as disappointed? A major lawsuit involving 400 million in property division. You divorced at 1130 a.m. and Xiao Ran bought the lottery ticket at 211 p.m. The surveillance and the timestamp on the ticket confirm this. Now your ex-husband is suing you for hiding Zheng Jie's identity, which caused him enormous mental distress, and he demands compensation from you. I advise you to reach a settlement with your ex-husband, otherwise your chances of losing this case are very high. He said it. The chances of losing weren't just high, they were inevitable. Zheng Wan was stunned, her mind went blank. 200 million gone. Gone. No, this is my money. My money. She screamed hysterically as if going mad. Han Tao called out several times, but after hearing no response from Zheng Wan, he understood she was too devastated and hung up. These past few days, the Jiufu community has been bustling with excitement. This is because the Zheng family just announced they could receive 200 million from Xiao Ran. However, news has emerged that the 400 million belonging to Xiao Ran is all marital property and does not need to be shared with the Zheng family at all. Everyone has also seen that the Zheng family, who just a moment ago strutted around the community like emperors, has now retreated with no one stepping out to refute the news. So what's the truth behind this rumor? It must be true. Haha, heaven truly has eyes. Exactly, it didn't let the Zheng family get this money. Now they are completely embarrassed, first exposed for their daughter's infidelity and having children with another man, and now they thought they could share in a 200 million fortune only to have their hopes dashed. If I were a member of the Zheng family, I'd probably have nightmares every night. Hee at least 10 years of living in the shadow. Not just 10 years, that's 200 million. If they don't divorce, it will be 400 million. This shadow will definitely haunt. They deserve it. They absolutely deserve it. And what about Zheng Wan's family, who is now the subject of ridicule? All four of them are huddled in their room looking dejected, as if the sky has fallen. Whatever they do now, they lack energy. The thought of losing 200 million is a piercing pain. Grandma, I'm hungry. Zheng Jie suddenly shouted. Always thinking about food. Zheng Yujun scolded, finding his grandson increasingly displeasing. Whoever is the father should give him food, don't expect it from me. Dad, what kind of talk is that? Zheng Wan jumped up. Zheng Yujin's face darkened. If you hadn't done those disgraceful things, Xiao Ran would still be our son-in-law. You wouldn't be divorcing, and the 400 million would be ours. And now not a single cent has come our way. Moreover, Xiao Ran is going to sue for the redivision of marital property and seek emotional damages, which means the Zheng family will have to pay a hefty sum. However, Zheng Wan hasn't mentioned this yet, otherwise Zheng Yujun would go mad. Zheng Wan looked at her father and said, Xiao Ran's earnings are all with me, and I've given so much to my younger brother. Don't you have any idea about this? Now you're actually despising your own son. How absurd. Sister, isn't dad right? Zheng Gang chimed in. If you hadn't divorced your husband, our family could have received 400 million. Tisk, now you're calling him brother-in-law. Zheng Wan was infuriated. Weren't you all treating Xiao Ran like a beast of burden before? Now you're blaming me. She was about to spit blood. Zheng Gang continued with his ridiculous suggestions. Sister, can you remarry Xiao Ran? Although Xiao Jie isn't his biological son, he's called him dad for 3 years. There must be some feelings there, right? Right. Zheng Yujun and his wife clapped their hands, their eyes sparkling. After calling him dad for 3 years, how could there be no feelings? Moreover, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of grace. What about 1,000 days? Zheng Wan, you need to go to Xiao Ran immediately. No, you must go right now. If you don't win him back, don't come back home. Zheng Yujun issued a stern order. Take your son with you and get out now. I'm tired of seeing you two. Sister, please beg your brother-in-law. 400 million, 400 million. Zheng Gang softened his tone. Whether or not they can become the rich second generation depends on Zheng Wan's abilities. Zheng Wan was driven out by the Zheng family, and her son was also grabbed by Zheng Gang and thrown out onto the ground, making her want to curse. What to do? She had no choice but to look for Xiao Ran. After knocking on the villa door for a long time without any response, she was puzzled when no lights were on in the villa at night. Could it be that Xiao Ran doesn't live here? Where did he go? Sioux City is so vast, and Xiao Ran, being a wealthy man with 400 million, must have countless entertainment options and can even travel the world. How could she find him? At this moment, Zheng Wan was filled with both hatred and regret. Of course, not regretting letting Xiao Ran take over, but regretting that she shouldn't have agreed to the divorce so quickly. If she had just delayed for one more day, no, half a day, she could have at least secured 200 million. And what about Xiao Ran? He was currently sweating it out at the gym. He had also hired a professional fitness coach along with a nutritionist. In 3 months, he was determined to transform himself and achieve a strong physique. Oh, Mr. Xiao, your physical fitness is outstanding. The fitness coach Lu Susu, a beautiful female trainer, remarked. The reason for choosing a female coach was simple. Physical contact is unavoidable during training, and it can be awkward between men. However, with a woman, especially a beautiful one, there are no issues, and it's visually pleasing. Oh, Xiao Ran looked over. Lu Susu explained while pointing at various data. Overall, Mr. Xiao, your fitness is better than 99 of people, and you say you haven't undergone any training before. I find it hard to imagine how high you could reach after training. She thought, you could probably become a professional athlete. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Was the machine malfunctioning? His body was quite average, suffering from common ailments like shoulder arthritis from years of a 996 work schedule. How could he now be better than 99 of people? Could it be that rebirth can improve one's physical condition? That would be great. Xiao Ran smiled and said, then I'm quite looking forward to it. Do you think I still have a chance to represent the country at my age? I'm afraid not, Lu Susu laughed, unless you can outperform national-level athletes. Huh. They both laughed heartily. The training began. Indeed, there was some unavoidable physical contact during the session, but Xiao Ran had no intention of taking advantage. It was purely unintentional. Lu Susu was quite beautiful, although not reaching the level of Lu Mei. Her body exuded a healthy beauty from years of fitness, especially her round and full rear, very voluptuous in a Western way. Xiao Ran didn't dislike her, but he wasn't overly fond either. After a while of practice, and then a break, the session lasted a total of 3 hours. Xiao Ran had signed up for Lu Susu's personal training, costing 500 per session, with each session lasting 1 hour. So today's 3 hours of practice would total 1,500, a cost that an ordinary person could hardly bear. Because of this, Lu Susu naturally treated a wealthy person like Xiao Ran with great enthusiasm. Sometimes, even when Xiao Ran wouldn't come close to her, she would purposely move closer and actively showcase her curvy rear and ample bosom in front of him. The intent was quite clear. Xiao Ran was currently preoccupied with thoughts of doomsday and had no mood for entertainment, so he left right after the session, leaving Lu Susu feeling somewhat confused. Am I really that unattractive? Xiao Ran returned home washed up and prepared to sleep. However, he first checked his stocks, which had risen by 6 points today, roughly around 20 million. Not bad. He stretched lazily and climbed into bed to sleep. A night passed. Xiao Ran woke up, naturally had breakfast, and then made minor adjustments to several stocks, as this would be the focus for the next 2 months. At 10 o'clock, Lu Mei called him. She had officially filed a lawsuit in court demanding a reassessment of the joint assets between Xiao Ran and Zheng Wan, and claimed that Zheng Jie was not her biological son, asking for compensation for emotional damages. In just these 2 days, He Qian had already investigated Zheng Wan's income. Coupled with the transaction records provided by Xiao Ran, they calculated the total income of both parties, and after deducting necessary expenses, arrived at a compensation figure, 5,000 in total. This figure was insignificant to Xiao Ran at present, but for Zheng Wan and her family, it was a substantial amount that would make them jump and even lose sleep. However, they were destined to lose the lawsuit. It was just a matter of how much they would have to pay. Xiao Ran nodded. During the lawsuit, He Qian would naturally take the lead. As the party involved, he wouldn't even need to appear in court. He just needed to provide a power of attorney, and He Qian could handle everything. After finishing the call with Lu Mei, Xiao Ran received a notification from the agent. The contract was ready, and he could go to the housing authority to transfer ownership. Of course he had to go. He would officially sign the contract and then start the process. Even if Xiao Ran paid the full amount, he still had to wait for the housing authority's review, which would take at least a few working days. No rush. Since Jia Yongwei's renovation plans would also take several days and materials needed to be purchased, it was fine for now not to have the property deed. Moreover, as long as the people don't report it, the authorities won't investigate. Quietly starting the renovation was not out of the question. Of course, Xiao Ran was still very willing to follow the law before the natural disaster began. After all, this was the last peaceful and orderly period. After eating out, he returned home, and it was already past 1 p.m. Xiao Ran started to get busy again. He decided to rent a warehouse to store supplies. Convenient and discreet. He searched online, and after filtering through options, he picked a place and contacted the owner. Since Xiao Ran did not haggle, they quickly reached an agreement. He signed a 6-month contract, but paid for the first 3 months up front with the remaining 3 months due later. After 6 months, Xiao Ran would have priority for renewal. Xiao Ran felt he was not losing out since he only needed to rent for 3 months, and had indeed only paid for 3 months. Some supplies could be stockpiled now, such as food. Xiao Ran found a restaurant and ordered dishes for 100 tables at a standard of 3 yuan per table, asking the restaurant to move the stove and such to the warehouse for on-site cooking. However, they wouldn't make it today, so he scheduled it for tomorrow and paid a 5 yuan deposit. A small matter. The next day, he waited at the warehouse for the restaurant owner. Soon the owner arrived with the staff, fired up the stove, and after a busy morning managed to prepare 100 tables. Once they left, Xiao Ran stored all the dishes and food into a spatial pocket. I need to buy new bowls tomorrow. Xiao Ran chuckled, noting that stockpiling supplies had one drawback: it consumed a lot of bowls. No worries, I've got money. Xiao Ran had already bought a large number of bowls and containers online, with batches being delivered daily, eliminating the need for him to go to the supermarket for bowls in the future. In the following days, Xiao Ran ordered 100 tables of banquets every day, rotating through different restaurants to avoid suspicion. Meanwhile, various supplies he purchased online were delivered one by one, all sent to the warehouse. Even spending this way, he could spend less than 1 million in a day. No worries, once the money comes out of the stock market, Xiao Ran would have trucks bringing supplies over, spending 2 to 3 billion in just 30 days. Lu Mei and Lu Susu, the two women, also sent messages to Xiao Ran daily. However, Lu Mei remained reserved and proud, acting as if she wanted Xiao Ran to pursue her, while Lu Susu, upon learning that Xiao Ran was the winner of a 500 million prize, naturally became very proactive. Xiao Ran did not want another marriage, so he did not respond. Most importantly, he was busy with a mountain of tasks every day and truly had no time to think about women. After a while, when he had more free time, he could reconsider. Additionally, his appeal had been accepted by the court, and the first hearing would take place tomorrow. A day passed. Zheng Wan returned home, feeling utterly exhausted. In court today, He Qian presented a wealth of evidence against her, including the paternity test results between Xiao Ran and Zheng Jie, as well as Xiao Ran's income proof and annual living expenses. The lawyer advised her to reach a settlement, with Xiao Ran offering him 4100 yuan, of which 2600 was from joint income, totaling 700. After deducting necessary expenses, counting as 500 half is 2600, plus 1500 for emotional damages, totaling 4100. He Qian proposed 3000 for emotional damages. Most importantly, He Qian stated that Xiao Ran did not need this money, but intended to donate it all to the Hope Project, which would naturally win the judge's favor. 410000. Zheng Wan felt a severe headache. Did she have 4100 in her hands? No, most of the money had been taken by Zheng Yujun and his wife to support Zheng Gang. But the law is the law. Can she dare to defy it? Dad, Mom, we are likely to lose this lawsuit and have to pay Xiao Ran 4100. What? 410000. Zheng Yujun jumped up immediately. Why doesn't that bastard go rob someone? Exactly. Lin Meiying added. How dare he ask for so much? Is he crazy for money? Xiao Ran and I combined earn about 1800 a year, totaling 700 over 4 years. After deducting 2000 for necessary expenses, that leaves 5200. Half of that is 2600 plus 1500 for emotional damages, totaling 41000. Why are you telling us this? You need to find a way to return your joint property to him. Zheng Wan was angry, saying, Dad, my salary has basically been taken by you. I have less than 3000 left. Where am I supposed to get 4100? Zheng Yujun shook his head. I don't care about that. Your brother is about to get married and needs money. And even if you don't pay Xiao Ran, what can he do? Will he dare to come to our door? If he dares to come, let's see if I won't chase him out with a broom. Zheng Wan was both angry and furious. Little brother, do you only see Zheng Gang in your eyes? Was I born to be a servant for Zheng Gang? All my life, everything good has been reserved for Zheng Feng. Did she pick it up? By the way, don't you have that bastard? Lin Meiying said, showing no regard for her daughter. Why don't you ask him for money? We've raised his son for so many years. Shouldn't he compensate us? Zheng Gang perked up and said, yes, let him pay us a few 100,000. That would be enough for me to marry a wife. The doctor's income should be quite high, right? And there are red packets to receive. At least ask him for 5000. Otherwise, don't expect to have this son. Zheng Gang jumped up, energized at the mention of money. Zheng Yujun had another bad idea, telling his daughter, you should go find that bastard right now, take your son with you, and tell him that if he doesn't give us 5000, you'll leave your son with him. Why should I raise someone else's child? Dad, are you going to drive me away again? Zheng Wan said incredulously. This was the second time. If you can't get back 50000, then don't consider me your daughter. I will sever our father-daughter relationship. Zheng Yujun pushed his daughter out of the house again and had Lin Meiying put the grandson outside too. Dad? Mom? Zheng Wan pounded on the door, but the people inside acted as if they couldn't hear. It was the neighbors who heard the commotion and came out to look. Zheng Wan couldn't afford to lose face, so she took her son and left. Once outside the building she sat down weakly, but Zheng Jia was still making a fuss, prompting her to yell at her son. Exhausted, she called Zhang Zihao. He was her only ray of sunshine and support. However, she briefly explained about being kicked out and having to pay 400, asking if Zhang Zihao could lend her some. Wanna, you know my salary card is managed by my wife, so I can't help you. Besides, since your parents took the money, shouldn't you ask? Zhang Zihao said, moreover, I have promised my wife not to contact you again. Please don't call or message me anymore. Beep beep beep. The phone line turned into a busy signal. Zheng Wan wore an expression of disbelief. She sat on the ground motionless, and after half an hour a cruel light flickered in her eyes. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. At worst, let's fight to the death. A day passed. Xiao Ran was sweating profusely in the gym. After nearly 10 days of training, he had started to see some results. His abdomen was gradually beginning to separate, but it would take some time to develop into distinctly defined 8-pack abs. Lu Susu was supervising from the side, feeling a bit anxious. It had been 10 days, yet Xiao Ran still hadn't taken the bait. She was almost ready to strip to entice him, but Xiao Ran seemed oblivious to her advances, leaving her frustrated. The phone rang. Xiao Ran paused his workout, picked up his phone, and was surprised to see it was a call from Lu Mei. Hello, Lulu. Lu Mei's magnetic voice came through. Something big has happened. I'm all ears, Xiao Ran replied. Your ex-wife's family knows that Zheng Wan is bound to lose the lawsuit, and they actually kicked her and Zheng Jia out of the house, leaving her to fend for herself and raising the money. This morning Zheng Wan took her son to the hospital and directly handed him over to Zhang Zihao. Lu Mei began to explain. As a result, after Zhang Zihao's wife found out, she rushed to the hospital. Probably because she couldn't have children herself, she became very agitated upon seeing Zheng Jia. That little rascal even pointed at Zhang Zihao's wife's nose and scolded her, which made her lose control, and unfortunately, she pushed Zheng Jia down the stairs, causing the child to die instantly. After the incident, in order to seek forgiveness from the victim's family, Zhang Zihao's family proposed a compensation of 1 million, which Zheng Wan has already accepted. But Zhang Zihao is in trouble. He quickly divorced his wife and has now been fired by the hospital. Clearly his father-in-law is furious with him, and he won't have it easy from here on out. Xiao Ran was surprised the Zheng family. No, Zheng Wan actually got the money in such a way. Good, I will take my time to— Okay, I got it. He hung up the phone. He didn't give the matter much thought and continued his workout. After finishing, he left amidst Lu Susu's disappointed gaze. Zheng family. Seeing Zheng Wan come out of the room with takeout, Zheng Gang immediately rushed over. Sis, just tell me what you want to eat, and I will buy it for you right away. What takeout is that? It's unhygienic and takes too long to arrive. Yeah, let Zheng Gang buy it, Zheng Yujun chimed in. Now that his daughter had received 1 million in compensation, even after deducting what they owed Xiao Ran, they would still have nearly 600 left. Zheng Gang was counting on that 600 to marry a wife. Zheng Wan didn't even glance at the father and son taking the takeout straight into her bedroom. Damn, Zheng Gang couldn't help but curse. He had already lowered himself for 2 days, but Zheng Wan never gave him the slightest hint of kindness. What are you cursing for? That's your sister. Zheng Yujun slapped his son on the head, though not too hard. You should think we previously kicked your sister out and declared we severed our father-daughter relationship. Now for the sake of money we invite her back. Who would be happy about that? You need to be more patient and coax your sister well. Otherwise you'll have to find a way to get your own wedding money. Zheng Gang drooped his head and nodded in agreement. Once in her room, Zheng Wan quietly ate her takeout, her thoughts racing and her gaze cold. Everyone thought Zheng Jia's death was due to Zhang Zihao's wife's impulsiveness, but was that really the truth? Of course not. Because Zhang Zihao's wife was the one she had called for, and during the call she had used the most vicious language to insult her, attacking her inability to bear children, which drove Zhang Zihao's wife to madness and led her to the hospital. Not only that, but she also showed her son a picture of Zhang Zihao's wife and instructed him to scold her as a barren woman when he saw her, which caused Zhang Zihao's wife to completely lose control, ultimately resulting in the tragedy. Zhang Zihao, you betrayed me first. She gritted her teeth, shedding a few crocodile tears. After all, Zheng Jia was her biological son. But she immediately revealed a smile. Now that Zheng Jia is gone, there is no barrier between Xiao Ran and me. As long as I pursue him again and promise to have his children, he will definitely get back together with me. For billion. She would absolutely not give up such a huge sum of money. Absolutely not. Xiao Ran had spent the entire day managing the banquet and deliveries before returning to his community. Just yesterday, Jia Yingui had shown him the renovation plans, and he had also received the property certificate, so the renovations were already underway. Xiao Ran sent another 20 million to him, urging him to quickly purchase materials and get started. Naturally, Xiao Ran returned to his rental apartment 1502, which required taking the elevator conveniently located on the first floor. As he entered, just before the elevator doors were about to close, a woman rushed over repeatedly, pressing the up button, prompting the doors to open slowly once more. A fashionably dressed woman stepped in, a fragrant breeze enveloping the air reminiscent of high-end perfume that was refreshing yet not overwhelming. Her appearance was exceptionally captivating, radiating a dazzling charm that seemed to brighten the elevator. The woman stood around 168 centimeters tall, not short, but Xiao Ran was 178 centimeters, so he still had a noticeable height advantage. She pressed the button for the 17th floor. Neither of them spoke, and the only thing filling the elevator was the gentle fragrance. Xiao Ran stood at the back admiring the mature, bow-tie's voluptuous curves. In the past, he would have kept his gaze straight ahead, but now his demeanor had taken a complete turn, and he was simply appreciating. The woman glanced at Xiao Ran through the almost mirror-like elevator walls, suddenly turning to ask, "Oh, you must be Xiao Wui." Xiao Ran was taken aback. Had he gained a nickname so quickly? He couldn't help but chuckle. "I am indeed Xiao Ran." The woman covered her mouth and laughed softly, but her figure was so stunning that it caused a delightful distraction. She coughed lightly and said, "Hello, my name is Han Yun." However, the ride from the 1st to the 15th floor didn't take long. Ding! The elevator reached the 15th floor. Xiao Ran nodded at Han Yun and exited the elevator. He quickly forgot about this brief encounter as he walked down the corridor to his home, opened the door, and sat on the sofa. Just as he was about to turn on the TV, he remembered he had ordered takeout on his way home, which should have arrived by now. Checking the app, it indeed showed that the delivery had been made, but when Xiao Ran looked at the door, he found no takeout. He contacted the delivery guy who confirmed that it had been delivered and even took a photo. Where did the takeout go? Was it stolen? It's possible. Xiao Ran thought about stories he had read online about stolen deliveries, never expecting it to happen to him. Was it a high-value order? It definitely had to be significant, as even if he retrieved it, he wouldn't dare eat it again. However, he couldn't just let the thief off the hook. He reordered the delivery and then went to the property management to explain the situation. They agreed to pull up the surveillance. Sure enough, at 5:07 p.m. the delivery guy delivered the meal, took a picture, and left. A little while later, the door of the neighboring apartment 1501 opened, and a young boy walked out. After playing in the corridor for a while, he spotted the delivery, and looking around suddenly grabbed it, and went back into his home. The case was cracked. Xiao Ran took the property management staff back and knocked on the door of 1501. "Who is it?" came an impatient voice from inside. "Property management, we need to talk." The property manager personally led the team, considering that Xiao Ran not only purchased the community's only villa, but was also the winner of the 500 million prize, making them eager to curry favor. Then footsteps approached, and the door opened to reveal an elderly man looking at the property manager with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" The property manager smiled and said, "Your grandson, or should I say grandson, stole the takeout from apartment 1502. "Nonsense." A loud shout erupted as a woman stormed over, angrily berating the property manager. "Which of your— My little Kong is so well-behaved, how could he steal someone else's delivery? I warn you not to speak nonsense, or he'll smash your property management office. Madam Chin, we truly aren't wronging your grandson. I have surveillance footage. Look." He pulled out his phone and displayed a video recorded from the surveillance room. "What are you showing me?" Unexpectedly, Madam Chin didn't even glance at it, and simply pushed the property manager's phone aside. "Get out now, don't disturb our dinner, or he'll call the police for illegal intrusion." Bang! The door slammed shut. Inside, Madam Chin's voice could be heard chastising the elderly man, instructing him to quickly send people away and close the door when faced with such situations without any need for further discussion. This made the property manager furious. "Your grandson stole the delivery and the evidence is undeniable, yet you act so arrogantly. Too much. Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry. We will continue to communicate with this family and ensure they compensate you." The property manager said, "As someone like Xiao Ran, Xiao Wui is certainly a prime resident of the community who enhances its overall image, but that Madam Chin's family, well, that's another matter." Xiao Ran thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll leave it to you." He returned to his room and began to ponder. What good solution could the property management offer? He decided he had to handle it himself. He searched online what to do if a kid steals your delivery. Reading through various responses, some were serious, while others were purely joking, as who would order a delivery worth 10,000. "I can." Xiao Ran chuckled. The money had to be spent within 3 months, or it would become useless paper or merely a string of numbers stored in a bank. All right, time to formulate a plan. The kid stole the delivery and received no punishment, nor was he scolded, which was encouraging, so he would surely commit the act again. They'll give you a chance. Shortly after, the delivery arrived, and Xiao Ran began to eat. After finishing, he went downstairs planning to buy some fruit. In the future, with almost all plants on the verge of extinction, how could one expect to enjoy fresh fruit? Impossible. Coincidentally, just as he stepped outside, the door next door opened as well. Madam Chin emerged with the mischievous boy, who appeared slightly guilty upon seeing Xiao Ran, while Madam Chin looked fierce. "I say, you are a person with billions, how could you be so petty?" Madam Chin began to scold. "What's wrong with eating your takeout? Isn't it a trivial matter for you? How dare you still demand compensation from the property management? We're all neighbors, let's not make things awkward. Otherwise I won't." Xiao Ran couldn't help but smile. There is indeed truth in the saying that those who are shameless are invincible. Your grandson stole my takeout, and yet you have the audacity to speak in such a manner. You dare to warn me, to threaten me. Xiao Ran wanted to slap him across the face, but after some thought he decided to endure for the greater plan. He had his own ways to deal with them. If he acted aggressively now and scared the brat, it would ruin his carefully laid scheme. Thus he remained silent and quietly walked into the elevator. This made Aunt Chin quite pleased, while the brat's eyes darted around as if plotting something. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 1st floor. Xiao Ran stepped out with Aunt Qin and the brat following behind. He could still hear Aunt Qin say, "Little Bao, next time take his takeout again. He's rich, so it's only fair to take a little from him." With the adult's support, the brat naturally felt no fear. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Ran's face. He wanted them to overreach. He went to a fruit shop and bought a large quantity of fruit. It didn't matter if he couldn't finish them, he could just toss them into the alternate space for permanent preservation. Back home, he washed an apple and began to eat. This global disaster might last for an unknown duration, so it was possible that for the next few hundred, even thousands or tens of thousands of years, he wouldn't see fruit again. He needed to stock up. Yes, enough to last several lifetimes. A night passed. A new day arrived. Xiao Ran first went to an extremely upscale restaurant requesting a customized takeout. The lunch he ordered was extraordinarily expensive, utilizing many imported ingredients. Just the top-grade caviar cost 20,000 yuan, and altogether this meal surprisingly totaled 80,000 yuan. Even so, Xiao Ran still felt it was a bargain. However, he had used all available high-grade ingredients. There was simply no way to make it more expensive. Alright, 80,000 is already quite a sum. But what was the most remarkable aspect of this meal? It was invigorating with aphrodisiac effects. Thus, the restaurant manager couldn't help but scrutinize Xiao Ran, questioning how many women he was meeting today, hoping he wouldn't end up exhausted. Xiao Ran paid the 80,000 yuan, readily wrote down the address, kept the invoice, and left. He collected 100 tables worth of banquets as usual, received another day's worth of deliveries, and then returned to his community. Meanwhile, at the Qin family, the brat who had stolen the takeout yesterday without reprimand, but rather encouragement, was now eyeing the neighbor's delivery again. When the delivery person left, he dashed out carrying a very impressive food box into his home. Aunt Qin was inside the house. Upon seeing the brat enter with a large food box, she instantly smiled. Huh. Xiao Ran actually dared to contact the property management yesterday. Pooh. He only took one of your takeouts. Is it really that serious? So eating another one today serves as a lesson for him. However, Uncle Qin said this is someone else's takeout. Wouldn't it be wrong for us to eat it? He has so much money. What's wrong with taking a little? Aunt Qin dismissed it, saying, and where do you think the lottery money comes from? Isn't it collected from us common folks 1 yuan at a time? So this is ill-gotten wealth. Can't we eat it? Wow, a big lobster. The brat had already opened the packaging and immediately cheered. The food box had 8 compartments, each containing a different dish. When Aunt Qin and Uncle Qin saw it, they couldn't help but salivate. A big lobster and some other meat that was unidentifiable, but overall 2 words: exquisite. It looked very high-end. This must be worth quite a lot. Uncle Qin began to hesitate. If we eat it, will there be trouble? What's the big deal? At most it's a few hundred yuan. Can he really have the police arrest us? Aunt Qin thought for a moment, and then became unconcerned. It's a mistake made by a child. What problem could there be? With this thought, Uncle Qin ceased to insist. The 3 of them began to eat. Really delicious. Indeed, it's quite good. This meat is exceptionally tender. The brat couldn't help but ask Grandma, can I go take more tomorrow? No problem, Aunt Qin replied. They joyfully enjoyed the feast, and for half a day there was no sign of Xiao Ran coming to demand anything, making Aunt Qin sneer in disdain. It seemed that yesterday had truly frightened Xiao Ran. This meal today was indeed delicious, and she hoped Xiao Ran would order more. After all, he wouldn't dare say anything. However, after a while Aunt Qin began to feel restless, and Uncle Qin felt the same. They exchanged glances and sent the grandson to watch TV while they retreated into the house. After a while the noise ceased, but it soon resumed, then quieted again, repeating continuously. When the son and daughter-in-law of the Qin family returned home, they saw Qin Kong sitting in the living room watching TV. He didn't know how long he had been watching, and his eyes were squinting. This naturally infuriated the Qin family's daughter-in-law, who pushed open the door to Aunt Qin's room, ready to scold them for how they were raising their grandson. She immediately turned red and quickly backed out. What's wrong? Asked the Qin family's son. Your dad and mom, your dad and mom. She couldn't continue, feeling it was too shameless. How could they start this early without it being evening? Don't they realize Qin Kong is still sitting in the living room? Son, hurry, call 120. Your dad has had an accident. Aunt Qin's voice came from inside, filled with terror. What happened to my dad? The Qin family's son was naturally bewildered. Aunt Qin stammered for a moment before saying, your dad has been hard since this afternoon, and just fainted. What? Sudden impotence. The Qin family son could hardly believe it. His father was already of a certain age, yet he encountered such a thing. No wonder his wife had come out blushing. He hurriedly made the call. Shortly after, the 120 emergency ambulance arrived. After a while, both Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin were taken down together. Although they were covered with cloth, it was still vaguely visible that they were unclothed, and moreover they were carried down together. What did this imply? Anyone not a fool could guess. The community was so small. How could anything be concealed? This is hilarious. The Qin couple had an issue while doing that, and they called 120. They're only around 30, it's not likely they'd have such a problem. It's not their son and daughter-in-law, it's the old couple. What? They're over 60, aren't they? At such an age they still create such a scandal. From now on they'll have to walk around the community with their faces covered. However, whether old Qin can be saved is another question. Serves them right, the old couple from the Qin family aren't right. It would be best if they all died in the hospital. There were plenty of gossips around. Xiao Ran smiled slightly upon hearing the sound of 120 and took a taxi. Where to? The police station. He wanted to report a case. After learning that Xiao Ran's takeout had been stolen, the police officers couldn't help but laugh. The police officer said, "Young man, it's fine to report a stolen takeout, but I suggest you check the surveillance with the property management first and then directly confront the person who stole it. They are all neighbors and some matters are better resolved privately." The police officer continued. Xiao Ran nodded. "Indeed, after my takeout was stolen for the first time, I went to the property management first and found the person who stole it. It was the grandson of my next-door neighbor. However, the adults in that household not only refused to compensate my loss, but also insulted me. Today I ordered another takeout, and it was stolen by their grandson again." Hearing this, the police officer's expression turned serious. This is outrageous. Stealing first, refusing to compensate, and then insulting. No wonder Xiao Ran came to report it. "You can't bully honest people like this." The police officer said, "All right, I'll accompany you and sternly reprimand them." Xiao Ran smiled. "It's probably more than that. This takeout is quite expensive." "How expensive can it be?" The police officer asked nonchalantly. "How much?" 8,000. The police officer had just taken a sip of tea and immediately spat it out. Fortunately, he turned his head in time, and the tea sprayed all over the screen. He coughed repeatedly. "How much?" Did he mishear, or did Xiao Ran misspeak? Xiao Ran took out the receipt and handed it over. The police officer took a look, and his expression instantly turned peculiar. It really was 8,000. But who would order 8,000 worth of takeout? If you're spending that much money, can't you just eat in the restaurant? However, how much others spend on takeout is their own freedom. There is no law stating you cannot order takeout over a certain, but this changes everything. It's not just a stolen takeout, it's a theft of a valuable item on par with gold and jewels. The police officer looked up at Xiao Ran. "I need to verify this with the Taifang building." Xiao Ran nodded. "No problem, I can go with you." The police officer stood up. "Xiao Lu, come with me." Thus the three set off towards the Taifang building. On the way, Officer Lu was astonished upon hearing that Xiao Ran ordered an 8,000 takeout. "While this takeout costs more than my annual salary," Officer Lu remarked. Another police officer who was nearly 50 years old and surnames Wa glanced at Xiao Ran, wondering if he ordered such an expensive takeout to deliberately provoke the neighbor's mischievous child. Otherwise, this all seems too coincidental. But regardless of whether it was intentional or not, stealing is wrong, especially since theft exceeding 3,000 involves legal consequences. Let's head to the Taifang building first. Upon arrival, the restaurant manager came out. Upon seeing Xiao Ran, he instantly became enthusiastic, repeatedly calling him Mr. Xiao. And when he learned that Xiao Ran's takeout had been stolen, he felt obliged to introduce the ingredients of the takeout to the two police officers. Either they were imported, or they were top-notch domestic delicacies like Yangtze River knife fish. For an 8,000 takeout, the cost was over 6,000, so they really didn't make much profit. With barely 30 gross margin, it indeed isn't much. But this proves that the takeout Xiao Ran ordered is valued at over 6,000, and he paid 8,000 for it. This is serious. "All right, well, take it from here," officers was said to Xiao Ran. The evidence Xiao Ran provided was complete, proving the value of the takeout, and including surveillance from the property management, so the police would now look for the Qin family. The child had accidentally taken it, and since he was only 7 or 8 years old, it couldn't be criminal. Therefore, as long as the Qin family was willing to compensate, this case could be closed. The problem is, would the Qin family be willing to pay 8,000 for a takeout they knew they had eaten? Some were feeling it. Xiao Ran smiled. All right. He simply decided to eat at the Taifang building, and after finishing went to find Lu Susu for a workout. He wanted to improve his physical fitness as much as possible before the extreme cold weather arrived. City Hospital, North District. After emergency rescue, Grandpa Qin was finally saved, and the elderly couple was separated. Now that there was no longer a life-threatening situation, the family naturally had to start thinking, why did Grandpa Qin suddenly transform into a teddy bear? At this moment, the doctor came over and informed them of the blood test results. There were high levels of stimulants in Grandpa Qin's blood, which explained why he wasn't collapsing. How could that be? Grandpa Qin usually doesn't take supplements. Could it be that takeout? Grandma Qin suddenly remembered, her face turning ferocious. "Xiao Ran, you bastard, I won't let you off." Xiao Ran. The Qin family's son was taken aback. How did this involve Xiao Wu Yi? Grandma Qin hesitated for a moment, but still revealed the incident of her grandson stealing the takeout. It must be him. The Qin family's son was furious, not blaming his son for stealing first. How malicious to poison the takeout. I will sue him and make him go bankrupt. Make him pay everything back. The Qin family's son picked up the phone to report, but after hanging up only 10 minutes later, he saw 2 police officers coming over. Wow, such a fast response. The 3 of the Qin family hurried to greet them. "Are you the relatives of Qin Kong?" It was indeed Officers Wa and Officer Lu. Such a strange title. The Qin family's son hesitated and said, "I am Qin Kang's father. I was the one who reported it just now." Reported? Officers Wa was surprised. Weren't they the guardians of the child who stole the takeout? Why were they reporting? "All right, please tell us your side of the story." Officers Wa pressed the button, letting the Qin family speak first. Grandma Qin rushed to speak, stating that Xiao Ran had intentionally poisoned the takeout. This left the 2 police officers somewhat perplexed. "Are you saying that Xiao Ran poisoned his own takeout to harm you?" Officers was summarized. "Exactly." Grandma Qin nodded. Officers would chuckled, saying such a claim would not be recognized by the prosecutor's office and the court would not accept it. "Of course you can hire a lawyer to sue Xiao Ran, that is your right and freedom. We are here to investigate the stolen takeout case. Actually, there's no need to investigate, you all just admitted it. This makes it easier because the thief is a child, so only compensation for the takeout is necessary. The three members of the Qin family were enraged. Clearly Xiao Ran poisoned them, and this obvious matter was analyzed by them. Were the police blind or foolish? Alright, we will pay, but Xiao Ran must also compensate us for medical fees, lost wages, and emotional distress, said the Qin family's daughter-in-law. There was no way around it. To make Xiao Ran pay, they had to first admit that they had stolen Xiao Ran's takeout, so they had to compensate. However, how much is a takeout worth? They wanted to make Xiao Ran go bankrupt. Officers was smiled. Well, then it's a total of 8,000. The three members of the Qin family all spat out. The three members of the Qin family jumped up in disbelief. How could it be? An order of takeout costs 8,000. Why don't you just go rob it? Officer, you can't let that brat Xiao Ran extort us like this. What kind of takeout could possibly be worth 8,000? Said the son of the Qin family. Officers thought to himself that he was also shocked when he first heard it. He smiled and said, it is indeed 8,000, and we have the receipt as proof. We also went to the restaurant to investigate. The raw materials alone cost over 6,000, and the restaurant still has to pay taxes. To make a profit, they need 8,000. Even so, the three members of the Qin family still refused to believe it. But after checking the dishes, they had nothing to say. Indeed, they weren't just talking nonsense. Aunt Qin finally regretted letting her grandson steal the takeout. What should they do? Xiao Ran reported the incident, and the police accepted it. The key point is that they even admitted it. No, as long as we insist that Xiao Ran poisoned it, we can definitely make him go bankrupt, especially since it's a fact that old Qin is lying in the emergency room. We admit that the takeout was indeed stolen by us, but this also proves that it was Xiao Ran who poisoned it. And officers were replied seriously. Firstly, Xiao Ran never touched the takeout, so there is no possibility of poisoning. Secondly, the so-called poison is actually a supplement. Xiao Ran is a young man. Consuming some supplements is quite normal, it's just that you all stole it. Although I am not a lawyer, I can responsibly tell you that as long as Xiao Ran insists that this takeout was ordered for himself, you will not be able to make him pay a single penny for the hospital fees. Hearing his certainty, the three members of the Qin family were stunned. How much has old Qin already spent on medical bills? Over 5,000. That's a trivial matter. The key is that they cannot make Xiao Ran compensate at all. They originally wanted to extort a hefty sum. So how much will they have to pay for the mischief caused by that brat stealing takeout? 9,000, or even more. Aunt Qin directly collapsed to the ground, acting like a spoiled child. The police are helping the bad guys bully our family. Everyone come and judge for yourselves. This attracted a crowd, but what use was that? It was merely self-humiliation. Xiao Ran did not go to the hospital to confront them. After all, people like Aunt Qin do not know how to reason. She would surely make a scene. So what good is it to argue with a shrew? Everything could be settled in the post-apocalyptic world. At that time, simply eliminate them. He anticipated that the Qin family would surely come to find him after returning, either to make a scene or to play the victim, neither of which he wanted to see. So he went to a hotel to avoid being awakened in the middle of the night. He guessed correctly. Aunt Qin indeed stormed back to the neighborhood at night, banging on Xiao Ran's door. She even woke up the people upstairs and downstairs. When they told her to keep it down, she told them to go back to sleep, which sparked public outrage. She was beaten up and ended up in the hospital sharing a ward with old Qin. Perfect. Xiao Ran, of course, did not know any of this. The next day, according to plan, he went to a shooting range to collect. Pistol bullets cost 10 yuan each and rifle bullets are 20 yuan each. Xiao Ran used a rifle, and it was one that could fire continuously. He prepaid 5,000 and began shooting. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted as Xiao Ran fired randomly, knowing that bullets would be collected by the spatial door after traveling 2 meters. In continuous fire mode, emptying a magazine was incredibly fast. Before long, the gun barrel became extremely hot. He switched guns and continued. He played for 5 hours, spending nearly 4,000. This meant he collected 2,000 bullets. 2,000 bullets. If he could master accurate shooting with the spatial door, that would be enough to take out 2,000 targets. How extravagant. Xiao Ran did not continue because even with earplugs, the continuous 5 hours of gunfire left his head buzzing, and each shot had a recoil that made his shoulder ache. He decided to take a break tomorrow and find another shooting range to collect bullets the day after. He couldn't just stick to one place. Although this was an outdoor shooting range, it was normal not to find bullets that landed in the mud, but 2,000 bullets, all missing their targets. Let's not raise any suspicions. There are still more than 2 months until the apocalypse. That night, Xiao Ran returned to his rental apartment. As a result, he discovered that his door had been smeared with excrement. No need to think, it was definitely the Qin family. Xiao Ran went to the property management to check the surveillance footage, but this time the Qin family had learned their lesson. They first covered the camera with a bag from a blind spot before doing it. The surveillance did not capture the Qin family blocking the camera, nor could it have recorded them smearing excrement. They were clearly being unreasonable. Xiao Ran sneered. He immediately called the police. Of course, finding the culprit was a job for professionals. Then he found the neighbors on the floor below the Qin family and gave them some money to do something. To install a tremor device on the ceiling. Then this family temporarily moved to a hotel. What is a tremor device, you ask? As the name implies, it shakes the building. Bang, bang, bang. If it starts knocking in the middle of the night, no matter how soundly you sleep, you'll wake up. It can even be controlled remotely via Wi-Fi. Xiao Ran smiled. Starting tonight, the Qin family would not be able to sleep well. He did not let the Qin family interfere with what he needed to do. He continued trading stocks, collecting banquet fees, and just 3 days later the Qin family could not hold on any longer. They contacted Xiao Ran through the property management, expressing their willingness to compensate and to clean his front door. Xiao Ran's life was quite monotonous. Trading stocks, exercising, collecting banquet fees, collecting bullets, and purchasing supplies were all proceeding smoothly. Additionally, he specifically set aside a day to practice using the spatial door for attacks in the wild. He practiced his aim, figuring out how to accurately hit targets with the bullets that flew out. After wasting about 1,000 bullets, he could achieve a 100 hit rate within 2 meters, a 90 hit rate within 5 meters, and a 60 hit rate within 10 meters. He did not continue because bullets were quite precious, not because they were expensive, but because collecting them was difficult. There were only a few shooting ranges in Sioux City, and if he changed again, he would have to go out of town. The compound bow he bought had already arrived. Whenever he had time, he shot arrows into the spatial door and practiced his aim using the arrows inside. The destructive power wasn't particularly great. He could even practice in the neighborhood as long as no one saw him. There were still more than 2 months until the apocalypse, so he would practice slowly. Thus a month passed swiftly. The renovation of the villa was in full swing, progressing as expected, while Xiao Ran's stock account had grown from 350 million to 1 billion. He withdrew a portion to pay for the villa's renovation, used a small amount to purchase supplies, and left a large sum in the stock market to continue compounding his wealth. It was not yet time to withdraw everything. Oh, and Xiao Ran also bought a car. Xiao Ran purchased a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It wasn't expensive, costing over 2 million, but after modifications by a professional, the total expenditure exceeded 5 million. The glass needed to be replaced with bulletproof material, and the tires had to be changed. In short, it had to withstand hail impacts, as Xiao Ran planned to venture out during the onset of the apocalypse. Going out at such a dangerous time. For energy supplies. Gasoline and diesel are not commodities that can be purchased in bulk just because one is wealthy, so Xiao Ran had to wait until after the apocalypse to gather them for free. Therefore, the durability and sealing performance of his vehicle were of utmost importance. The vehicle modifications could not be completed overnight, so he would have to wait over a month to receive the car. In any case, it would definitely be before the apocalypse began. Xiao Ran returned to his residential community and arrived at the elevator. A man in his 30s was waiting for the elevator. He was quite handsome but a bit unkempt, with stubble, mismatched buttons, and a strong smell of alcohol, clearly having not slept well with dark circles under his eyes. He glanced at Xiao Ran first, showing a hint of envy, then lifted his head slightly, as if deliberately wanting Xiao Ran to say, "Do I know you?" Xiao Ran couldn't be bothered to respond. Ding, the elevator arrived. They entered the elevator one after the other and pressed their respective floors. Xiao Ran noticed the man had pressed the 17th floor, which coincidentally was the same floor as the stunning woman Han Yun. Although there were 4 households on that floor, unless the elevator had just come up, he would rather wait a bit than take the elevator with someone else. Could he be Han Yun's husband? Tisk, he seems to have a good fortune with women. However, just as the elevator doors were about to close, a hand reached out and stopped them. Then the elevator doors reopened and 4 men walked in. Their visible skin was covered in tattoos, and one had an earring, almost like he wanted the words, "I am a thug," tattooed on his face. Upon seeing them, the man, who smelled of alcohol, clearly showed signs of fear and instinctively backed away, but the elevator was so small that he quickly found himself against the wall. The man with the earring first canceled the 2 pressed floors, then stood at the elevator door, preventing it from closing. "Haha, when are you going to pay back the money?" A beer belly man stepped in front of the alcohol-scented man and said fiercely, clearly the leader among the 4. The alcohol-scented man had been arrogant when glaring at Xiao Ran, but now in front of the beer belly man, he resembled a chick facing an eagle, trembling in fear. "Hoo-hoo, Lauda, could you give me a few more days? I will definitely pay you back." "A few more days? How many times have I given you extensions already?" The beer belly man slapped the alcohol-scented man's face, the sound echoing. The alcohol-scented man didn't even dare to dodge, only begging for mercy. Xiao Ran sighed, thinking that he didn't care about their debt collection, but what did it mean to block the elevator from letting others leave? "If you have problems, take it outside. Don't disrupt others here." "Damn it, get the hell out of here." The beer belly man pressed the alcohol-scented man's face with one hand, while turning his head to yell at Xiao Ran. Did Xiao Ran fear him? If he did, he would have exited the elevator without a word. If this were the apocalypse, with just a thought, he could kill these men several times over. Of course, it wasn't the apocalypse now. If he shot these 4 with bullets from another space, he would inevitably end up in prison and have to explain where the bullets came from. That would be quite a hassle. However, even without bullets, he was completely unafraid. After a month of training, results were beginning to show. His physical fitness had already surpassed 99 of people. Now he was on another level. 1 against 4. He thought it would be quite easy. Even if you are the property owners, you have no right to chase people away, let alone you are not. Xiao Ran shook his head. If anyone should leave, it's you. Hurry up, you've already wasted enough of my time. Damn. The beer belly man spat, and his 3 lackeys glared angrily at Xiao Ran, the tattooed thug, even reaching out to grab Xiao Ran's collar. Bang. Xiao Ran threw a punch, and the earring man doubled over, kneeling and retching. Seeing that Xiao Ran dared to strike, the beer belly man and his companions were furious and swung their fists at him. Bang, bang, bang. After a chaotic fight, the beer belly man and his companions were kicked out of the elevator one by one. As for Xiao Ran, he had taken a few hits, but his physical fitness was so superior that getting punched a few times was nothing more than a little pain. I haven't fought enough, of my experience is lacking. Otherwise I should have taken fewer hits, or even none at all, Xiao Ran thought. Moreover, the elevator was too small, leaving no room to dodge or maneuver. This time no one was blocking the elevator, and the doors quickly closed. Xiao Ran pressed the button for the 15th floor. Don't think that just because you helped me, I will be grateful to you. The alcohol-scented man suddenly said, I didn't ask you to help. Listen to that, is that what a person would say? Xiao Ran glanced at him thinking, I don't remember being acquainted with you. Why do you have such strong animosity towards me? Unless you hate the rich. Xiao Ran suddenly realized that seeing this man reek of alcohol and being deeply in debt confirmed that he was not doing well in life. Since he had won a 500 million prize, of fact everyone in the community knew, it was no wonder this person looked at him with disdain. This also explained why the first glance he gave Xiao Ran was one of envy and the second was one of contempt. Perhaps he was cursing himself as a nouveau riche in his heart. Xiao Ran chuckled, eager to pick at his wounds. How much do you owe? The alcohol-scented man immediately seemed to hit a sore spot and shut his mouth. How about I help you press the button for the first floor later? Those four should still be on the first floor. Xiao Ran continued. The alcohol-scented man shivered again, clearly showing fear. Xiao Ran then said slowly, although I didn't specifically help you, I did indeed lend you a hand. It would be fine if you didn't say thank you, but to speak to me with malice is not right. You owe me an apology. After saying this, he placed his finger on the button for the first floor, genuinely not minding going back down to throw the alcohol-scented man out. The alcohol-scented man caved in reluctantly, saying, I'm sorry. I can't hear you, Xiao Ran replied coldly. I'm sorry. The alcohol-scented man raised his voice, feeling extremely aggrieved. But having just witnessed Xiao Ran's strength, he didn't dare to make a move, only clenching his fists tightly filled with resentment. Xiao Ran chuckled, grateful that it was now and not during the apocalypse. If he shot you with a bullet, it would be a pointless death. At that moment, the elevator reached the 15th floor, and Xiao Ran walked out. The elevator doors closed again, and he immediately heard a muffled thud from inside, likely the alcohol-scented man kicking the elevator in frustration. Hell, I can't be bothered with him, just a small fry. If he doesn't know his place when the apocalypse comes, he'll lure his wife with food and have my fun right in front of him. Knock, 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 the door was sounded. Xiao Ran thought it was the drunken man again, wondering how he suddenly found the courage. Looking through the peephole, he was surprised to see Zheng Wan. Is it strange? Not at all. On the contrary, Xiao Ran was somewhat puzzled that his ex-wife chose today to come knocking. Zheng Wan spoke in the gentlest tone possible. Please open the door, I have something to discuss with you. What could she possibly say? Nothing more than, I was wrong before, please forgive me. Or, I will be devoted to you from now on. Haha, what is her objective? He hit the jackpot. If Zheng Wan knew that this sum had already ballooned to over $1 billion, her enthusiasm would increase tenfold, and it would be a matter of a word for her to sever ties with the Zheng family. Just to play with you. The apocalypse has not arrived yet, I cannot harm you, so I will toy with you a little longer. If you have something to say, just say it outside. Xiao Ran said nonchalantly. Zheng Wan, however, was filled with joy. Since that dinner, it was the first time she could speak to Xiao Ran face to face. Being able to reason with him was already a step forward. Xiao Ran, I know I was wrong in the past, she said sincerely. I also know that no matter what I say, I cannot make up for the harm you suffered. But I must tell you, the person I have always loved is you. The child I will bear with Zhang Zihao is actually because I was raped by him. I am also a victim, sob, sob, sob. Xiao Ran was stunned she could spout such a lie so easily. How shameless can one be? Do you think I'm an idiot? Xiao Ran secretly smiled, but replied in a tone of disbelief. Really? So Zhang Zihao is truly so base and vile? Zheng Wan nodded vigorously, thinking to herself that Xiao Ran was indeed naive, believing her with just that. This man is still the same as before. But then Xiao Ran said, then you should report it, accuse him of rape. Oh. Zheng Wan froze, bewildered. Accuse Zhang Zihao of rape. Would she dare to confront Zhang Zihao? If confronted, he would reveal everything that happened between them, and could she still hope to get Xiao Ran back? In a moment of desperation, she quickly said, it's been too long, and I haven't collected any evidence, I can't report him. What do you fear about having no evidence? As long as a woman withdraws her consent, it is considered rape. Xiao Ran said, you've watched too many self-media videos, haven't you? Zheng Wan scoffed in her heart, but did she dare to reprimand Xiao Ran? A man with 4 billion is like a father. Xiao Ran, forget it, let the past be the past, she said softly. Now that Xiao Jie is gone, there are no barriers between us, can we reconcile? Xiao Ran, I know you like children, I will give you a son that belongs to both of us. Xiao Ran had a strange expression, nearly bursting into laughter. Not to mention, he already has over $1 billion, even if it were just the original 4 billion. If he said he wanted a wife, how many women would eagerly approach him? If I were to remarry, wouldn't Lu may be a better choice? But to toy with this venomous ex-wife, Xiao Ran still patiently played along with her. I already have a girlfriend, Xiao Ran said. Who? Zheng Wan's heart trembled. A figure appeared in her mind, a stunning beauty that made her feel ashamed. Is it that lawyer? Xiao Ran nodded. Actually, he and Lu Mei could only be considered somewhat ambiguous. He had not pursued her, nor had Lu Mei ever confessed her feelings. Now, given the situation, he used Lu Mei as a pawn. Zheng Wan nearly choked. That wretched woman. She had always found it strange why Lu Mei would come at his calls so readily. Turns out she had ill intentions from the start. She exclaimed, "Xiao Ran, that lawyer looks like a gold digger. Just think, why did you have no luck with women before, but now such a beautiful woman is pursuing you? She is after your money, not you. But I am different. Back then you had nothing, yet I still liked you, and chose to marry you. Xiao Ran, when marrying a wife, one should choose a virtuous one. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she will age, only the one who loves you can accompany you for life." What the hell? Xiao Ran was astonished. Even with Liang Jingru backing her, no sane person would have the courage to say such things. How thick-skinned can one be? You married me because you loved me. Please, it was to cover up your premarital pregnancy, to protect Zhang Zihao's reputation. You wanted me, this honest man, to take the blame, and somehow that proves you love me. Well done indeed, a truly shameless person. Xiao Ran pretended to think, seemingly tempted. Zheng Wan sensed it, and quickly said, "Xiao Ran, if you don't believe me, you can call that lawyer right away, say you lost your investment, and are broke, and see if she will immediately break up with you." "Ha, if I were broke, would you still come looking for me?" Xiao Ran would never listen to her, and instead said, "Even if she likes my money, so what? She is so beautiful with a great figure, I really like her. So don't bother me anymore." The hint was already beautiful with a great figure. After saying that he no longer wanted to play along with this venomous woman, directly returned to his room and started watching a movie. Zheng Wan was still talking, but after a while, without any response from Xiao Ran, she realized he had already left. If it were the past, Xiao Ran would have at least needed to kneel for 3 days on a keyboard, but now she didn't dare complain. She softly said, "Xiao Ran, time will reveal people's hearts. You will surely find that only I truly love you." Fearing Xiao Ran wouldn't hear, she sent him the same message on her phone before leaving. But how could she compete with Lu Mei? After all, she is a lawyer, which already gives an impression of sophistication, and this woman is indeed a vixen, not only beautiful, but with an incredible figure. Men are truly superficial, they love these flashy, beautiful, voluptuous women. But Xiao Ran has 4 billion. How could she bear to give that up? Most importantly, Xiao Ran is still her ex-husband. This money should belong to her. What to do? She couldn't help but think of plastic surgery and breast augmentation, feeling somewhat tempted, but also hesitant. Firstly, this would cost a lot of money, and secondly, the process is quite painful. Xiao Ran coldly smiled. Zheng Wan likely got the hint, and should be thinking about getting plastic surgery and breast augmentation, that would require spending quite a bit of money. Letting you lose money and suffer. However, it is estimated that Zheng Wan is still hesitating and hasn't made up her mind yet. Then let's give her a push. Should I just wait until the apocalypse and kill this venomous woman? I can't let her off so easily. Xiao Ran thought of Lu Susuhum. It's time to schedule a meeting with this fitness trainer. After dinner, Xiao Ran went to the gym to sweat it out. After a month, his movements had become quite standard, but he still signed up for another month of personal training with Lu Susu. So when he arrived, Lu Susu was there to guide his training, although there wasn't much to teach. "Shall we go for a late-night snack later?" Xiao Ran said with a smile. "Sure." Lu Susu's eyes lit up instantly, and after working hard for a month, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. After Xiao Ran had worked out for 3 hours, the gym was about to close, so Lu Susu went to change clothes and left with seeing her figure so enticing with her voluptuous hips swaying alluringly, every man couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiao Ran took Lu Susu out for a late-night snack. It was right by their neighborhood. It wasn't that late, just past 10 p.m., so some elderly folks out for a stroll and never. Xiao Ran was now a celebrity, instantly recognizable. Looking at Lu Susu, everyone naturally understood. They were having grilled skewers for their late-night snack, and Xiao Ran specially ordered some lamb kidneys, causing Lu Susu's cheeks to flush alluringly. After eating, Xiao Ran took Lu Susu back to the neighborhood. Naturally, many people saw them, but Xiao Ran didn't care at all. He wanted people to see it. The two took the elevator to the 15th floor, opened the door, and entered, and Lu Susu immediately threw herself into his arms. After a night, spring breezes passed several times. Xiao Ran felt that the previous 20 years had been in vain. He and Zheng Wan had a married life, but Zheng Wan was merely going through the motions, as she not only had to turn off the lights, but also didn't allow him to kiss her, and she lay there unresponsive throughout, so their intimacy had decreased year by year, averaging less than once a month. Previously, Xiao Ran thought Zheng Wan was just cold in that regard, but after his rebirth he realized that she simply had no feelings for him. Her heart was occupied by someone else, and their relationship was merely a routine. Thus, in Xiao Ran's view, that sort of thing was just so-so, only needing release after enduring it for too long. However, after last night, Xiao Ran realized that it could be such a delight. Lu Susu was completely different from Zheng Wan. She was passionate and not only cooperative, but also proactive with rich experience. Oh my! Xiao Ran now understood that such things could be so enjoyable. Of course, with Lu Susu's wealth of experience, she surely had her share of relationships, but Xiao Ran had no intention of marrying her. Was there a need to mind? Lu Susu only sought money, it was a mutual benefit. Hee, I thought you were an unromantic man, but it turns out you're so impressive. Lu Susu praised, her eyes filled with satisfaction and allure. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. They'll give you 100 a month, and buy you a car as well. Thank you, boss. Lu Susu said charmingly. As for being Xiao Ran's wife, she certainly didn't have such grand ambitions, and was self-aware. If she could easily sleep with Xiao Ran, what about other men? Therefore, Xiao Ran was just looking for novelty. The price he offered made her very satisfied. 100 a month plus a car. Wow. The two had a wild night, and by the end they were extremely tired, so they just fell asleep feeling quite uncomfortable and decided to shower together. Bang bang bang. At that moment the front door was suddenly knocked on heavily, urgently, as if someone had died in the family. It should be Zheng Wan, otherwise who would be so frantic. Xiao Ran threw on a bathrobe and stepped out looking through the peephole, and indeed it was Zheng Wan. Here she was. The plan was progressing smoothly. He smiled and directly opened the door. Xiao Ran, I heard someone say you stayed with a woman overnight last night. Is that true? Zheng Wan asked anxiously. Xiao Ran nodded. True. How could you do this? Zheng Wan's face turned pale, furious at being cuckolded. Xiao Ran chuckled. Why can't I do this? I'm single now, how can't a single man find a woman? Quite reasonable. Zheng Wan stood there, mouth agape, unsure of what to say. Xiao Ran, who is it? Lu Susu also came out wrapped in a bathrobe. Hearing a woman's voice, she wasn't afraid to come out like this. The gazes of the two women met instantly. It wasn't that lawyer. Zheng Wan was nearly driven mad. Xiao Ran, oh Xiao Ran, you are something. Yesterday you said that lawyer was your girlfriend, and now you've brought another woman to bed. But upon sizing up Lu Susu, she felt a tightness in her chest. Lu Susu was not only prettier than her younger, and had a better figure, tall and fit with a big chest and round hips. Moreover, Lu Susu was currently showering, so there was no possibility of makeup. So this was a beauty that could surpass her even without makeup. Oh, she's my ex-wife, Xiao Ran casually replied. Zheng Wan was unwilling to give up. After all, Xiao Ran was a treasure worth 400 million. How could she just let it go? She hurriedly said, aren't you afraid that Lu Mei will find out about this? Before Xiao Ran could speak, Lu Susu interjected, isn't it normal for rich people to have lovers? What do you still want to control your ex-husband after divorce? That's a huge joke. You. Zheng Wan was enraged, raising her hand to hit Lu Susu. But Lu Susu was a fitness coach. In a fight she could easily take on at least two Zheng Wan, so Lu Susu firmly grasped Zheng Wan's wrist and disdainfully said, hitting people is illegal, sister. Sister? Zheng Wan nearly choked in anger. Wasn't that implying she was older? With another push, Lu Susu let go, forcing Zheng Wan to step back a few paces. What more could Zheng Wan say? Looking at Lu Susu's at least cup and remembering that Lu Mei was also well endowed, Xiao Ran indeed liked women with big breasts. Indeed, what man doesn't love that? She had hesitated before, but now she made a firm decision. Xiao Ran, I absolutely won't give up. Oh, wait for me. She hurriedly left. Lu Susu was taken aback and turned to Xiao Ran saying, why did she leave? Would she stay and have a meal with us? Xiao Ran chuckled. She probably plans to get plastic surgery and enhance her breasts. With her foundation at most she could only go up to a cup. She was an E. Xiao Ran laughed heartily. Zheng Wan had received 1 million in compensation from Zhang Ziheo's family, paid him 4,000, and with some savings she surely had at least 6,000 on hand, but throwing it into the bottomless pit of plastic surgery, as 6,000 could be easily spent. He looked forward to seeing Zheng Wan left penniless, realizing too late that she had been deceived, and by then having foreign objects inside her body. Daily activities would be very inconvenient. Taking them out would be hard to bear, leading her to regret it thoroughly. Xiao Ran and Lu Susu went out for breakfast. After they ate, Xiao Ran took her to buy a car. Having already purchased a class SUV last time, he was too indifferent to visit other dealerships, and led Lu Susu straight back to that showroom. A clientele of his stature was naturally welcomed. The moment they entered they were treated like royalty. In the end, Xiao Ran bought a car priced just above 5,000 yuan, and had it registered directly in Lu Susu's name. Lu Susu was overjoyed and showered Xiao Ran with kisses. The saleswoman watched with envy. A vehicle worth over 500,000 yuan given away, so casually. Daddy, you should keep me too. Sadly for her, she was not as pretty as Lu Susu, and her figure was far inferior. Even as she batted her most seductive eyes, Xiao Ran remained as if unaware. After buying the car, Xiao Ran and Lu Susu parted ways. He had serious business to attend to. At the warehouse, Xiao Ran resumed packing and stowing supplies. All manner of items, every imaginable necessity. For example, bundles of firewood for the fireplace. At the outset of the catastrophe, although the outside temperature had dropped to around -10 degrees with air conditioning and underfloor heating, one could raise the indoor temperature above 20 degrees. The problem was that on the 4th day the power was cut. Without electricity, can your air conditioner or floor heating still operate? Therefore, when Xiao Ran renovated the villa, he insisted on installing a fireplace. It could burn firewood, which, unlike gasoline or diesel, is not rationed. If you have the money, you can buy as much as you want, and no one will come to inspect you for it. Fresh water is a resource as precious as food. After the disaster began, aside from bottled purified water, were there any unpolluted sources left? None. Distillation might produce pure water, but it is inefficient, and boiling requires energy. If electricity and gas are lost, how would one boil water? Resort to burning the wooden furniture in the house. Thus, potable water became one of the key supplies. Xiao Ran hoarded in great quantities. Besides collecting municipal water, he also placed orders with bottled water companies and had truck deliveries brought in. Cheap enough, so he simply stockpiled them. By a little past 5 in the afternoon, he finished his day's work and returned to the residential compound. After dinner, he went. Lu Susu continued to coach his exercises. After training, they returned home together to continue their exercise. The night passed. In the morning, Lu Susu went to work at the gym. Xiao Ran slept a little longer for a second round of rest. Bang bang bang. The door was suddenly knocked. He was roused and his first thought was, is Zheng Wan back again? That seemed unlikely. After yesterday's shock, she should be picking a cosmetic clinic. Xiao Ran wrapped a robe about him and went to the door. Through the peephole, he saw someone he had never expected. Han Yun, the glamorous married woman from the 17th floor. Xiao Ran opened the door. Xiao. Han Yun began, but when she saw him wearing only a robe, her face flushed. She hurried inside and closed the door behind her as if terrified someone might witness them. Indeed, a married woman seeking out a single man would be the subject of endless neighborhood gossip. Such rumors would make it impossible for her to hold her head high in the complex thereafter. Xiao Ran stepped back and smiled. May I help you? Can you lend me some money? The beautiful woman asked, suddenly ashamed as she lowered her eyes. How much do you need? He asked. Han Yun toyed with her fingers and after a long moment whispered, 300,000. They had only exchanged a few polite words in the elevator. They were not even friends. To come straight out asking to borrow 300 yuan. Was she treating Xiao Ran as an easy mark? Xiao Ran neither refused nor agreed, but asked, what happened? He already had a vague suspicion. Han Yun hesitated, then began to tell him. You come asking for money without explaining why. Do you expect anyone to lend it to you? My husband gambled and lost everything and then borrowed money from the casino. Now they are coming to collect. They said that if we cannot repay within 3 days, they will force me into prostitution to settle the debt. Han Yun broke down in tears as she spoke. As it turned out, Xiao Ran nodded. The drunken man they'd met in the elevator really was her husband. How did you come to marry a gambler? He asked. Han Yun sighed. My husband wasn't always like this. He had once been successful and handsome, but later he was deceived and suffered an investment failure that wiped out the company he had built through hard work. He fell into despondency and then into gambling. Previously, he might lose tens of thousands, but he had never lost as much as 300 in one go. Couldn't you ask your parents-in-law for money? Xiao Ran asked. Han Yun shook her head. My in-laws have lost faith in my husband. They will not give us any more money. Even his parents had given up on him, yet she would not abandon him. How touching. But vices like gambling or drugs destroy families, and neither should be indulged. Xiao Ran, please help me this once. She gripped his hand, her face full of pleading. Xiao Ran shook his head. We are strangers. Why should I lend you money? Does she think I've won the lottery and treat money as nothing, casually lending out 300? Am I some pushover? Han Yun felt disappointed and released his hand. Xiao Ran added, however, if you can put up something as collateral, I will lend you the money. Han Yun's eyes brightened. What would you have me put up? She asked. You, Xiao Ran said with a smile. Han Yun was taken aback for a moment, then reacted, her pretty face flushing red in anger. You're shameless, she scolded. She turned around, opened the door, and walked out. At this moment, a young couple from room 1503 was waiting for the elevator. Now was peak time for work and school, and there were too many people taking the elevator. Their elevator had just gone down, and they rushed over. Seeing this, Han Yun seemed afraid of being misunderstood and wanted to emphasize her integrity, saying, Xiao Ran, don't think that having a little money makes you impressive. I will never agree to your shameless request. After speaking, she hurriedly climbed the stairs through the emergency exit and ran away. The young couple naturally looked at Xiao Ran with strange expressions. Was there any need to say more? Relying on his wealth, Xiao Ran wanted to keep Han Yun, but he was rejected. Ding! At this moment, the elevator arrived, and the young couple walked in. When the elevator door closed, they threw Xiao Ran a Xiao Ran was furious. You come asking for money, and I can't make demands. You want to borrow 300 just like that? Do you think others are fools? Moreover, you said such things in front of others, clearly trying to slander me. Fine. Xiao Ran sneered and climbed up the emergency stairs. Room 1702. He knocked on the door. Who is it? A man's voice came from inside, filled with irritation. Property management, Xiao Ran replied. The door opened with a click, revealing the man who had reeked of alcohol 2 days prior. He was taken aback upon seeing Xiao Ran, asking, how did you become property management? At this moment, Han Yun was also peeking from inside, feeling guilty when she saw Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran waved at Han Yun, saying, I haven't given you the money yet. Why are you running so fast? How do you want your money? I have no cash, just give me an account, and I'll transfer it to you. The man named Lin Yue was momentarily stunned before exploding with rage, shouting at Xiao Ran, what money? What did you do? Xiao Ran hurriedly waved his hand, smiling. Don't misunderstand, we didn't do anything. But how could Lin Yue possibly believe that? If you have no money, why would you give my wife money? And you're only wearing a bathrobe. He turned to Han Yun, shouting, why would he give you money? You tell me, why did you go out with him behind my back? Han Yun knew Xiao Ran was doing this on purpose to take revenge for her earlier slander, but now she could only patiently explain to her husband. I went to borrow money from him, but he made an unreasonable request that I refused. He must be unhappy about my rejection, so he intentionally came to stir up trouble between us. I would never give you cash for stirring up trouble. Just give me your account, and I'll transfer the amount. Xiao Ran smiled. Lin Yue hesitated and said to his wife, you give him your payment code. Honey. Han Yun stammered, feeling that Lin Yue didn't trust her. Lin Yue remained unmoved, saying, if you have nothing to hide, why are you afraid to give him your payment code? Helpless, Han Yun took out her phone and showed Xiao Ran a payment code. Xiao Ran scanned it, entered a string of numbers, then confirmed. Lin Yue snatched his wife's phone, took a look, and his face turned ashen as he shouted, 5000. He transferred 5000 to you. What exactly did you two do? Did you sleep together? Did you? Han Yun hurriedly explained. Honey, listen to me, nothing happened between us. He's just trying to make you misunderstand me. Xiao Ran winked at her and said, I'm quite satisfied with you. Come find me again next time. With that he left through the... After the safety door closed, he could still hear the sounds of Lin Yue and Han Yun arguing. Xiao Ran smiled slightly. You harmed me once, and I will return the favor, just about even. However, Han Yun was still quite proud. I wonder when disaster strikes when she's hungry and thirsty if she can maintain such pride, instead of letting her dignity go before a feast and allowing others to toy with her. At that time would she rather starve than lose her virtue? I might even respect her. Let's wait and see. Xiao Ran returned home, washed up, changed his clothes, went out for lunch, then headed to the warehouse to continue receiving goods and shopping. As the days passed, the end of the world drew closer. Xiao Ran's money in the stock market had already reached a staggering 3 billion. Although the 2-month deadline had not yet arrived, he had begun to gradually liquidate his assets and was frantically buying. Pork he bought 500 tons at once, spending over 100 million in one go. Beef, another 500 tons, another 200 million gone. A lamb, also 500 tons, which cost over 300 million. However, Xiao Ran did not buy large quantities of live fish and shrimp, as the alternate space could not store living creatures, and dead fish and shrimp were unpalatable. Besides, he had already secured nearly 100 banquet tables, so fish, shrimp, and crabs were certainly not lacking. Fruits various kinds, each purchased in quantities of 100 tons. Vegetables similarly bought at 100 tons each. Rice, preferably from Wuchang, buy as much as possible. Various grains, also 100 tons each. Under Xiao Ran's frenzied buying, the money in his bank account hardly increased. Every time it hit 100 million, it would be immediately spent. By May 17th, even if he counted the floating profits from the stock market, he had only 200 million left. Spending money is really exhausting. The villa renovation was not completed on time, but was delayed until today. Jia Yungue officially delivered the house for inspection. Xiao Ran moved into the new house, and after trying out all the designs and modifications he requested, happily paid the final installment. 10 million. 2 days later, the Big G also completed its modifications and notified him to pick up the car. Xiao Ran arrived at the entrance of the community only to hear someone calling him. Zheng Wan. He turned his head and nearly didn't recognize her. She had completely changed. She had undergone cosmetic surgery and indeed looked much better than before, but her face was too stiff, giving off a technological vibe from afar. She had disappeared for more than a month, clearly for surgery. Xiao Ran, look at me. Zheng Wan stood proudly in front of Xiao Ran, showcasing her technologically enhanced face. Xiao Ran took a glance and then turned away. Xiao Ran, is that your reaction? Zheng Wan was stunned. Xiao Ran chuckled, saying, you asked me to look at you, and I did. Shouldn't you say something? Zheng Wan pressed anxiously. What should I say? Xiao Ran retorted, compliment you for being beautiful. Please, with that zombie face of yours, don't go out at night, you'll scare the kids. Xiao Ran. Zheng Wan screamed, looking distraught. Zheng Wan was trembling with anger. In order to undergo cosmetic surgery and breast augmentation, she not only spent all her savings, but even took out a loan owing the bank nearly 100. What was all this for? To reconcile with Xiao Ran and share a fortune of 400 million. And the result? Xiao Ran casually said something like this. You were just playing with me, eh? She finally understood. Xiao Ran nodded and smiled. Yeah, you just realized it now? Zheng Wan was nearly fainting from anger. She had invested 700 for the surgery, and after enduring so much suffering, what was the outcome? Not only did she fail to rekindle her romance with Xiao Ran, but she was also ruthlessly played for a fool. That was 700. Now she had lost her job, her savings were gone, and she was deep in debt. What would she do in the future? Xiao Ran, I'm going to fight you. She was about to rush at Xiao Ran. However, her chest was so heavily augmented that as she ran it swayed awkwardly, making her not only slow but also unstable. Xiao Ran merely stepped aside, causing Zheng Wan to miss her target, losing her balance and falling hard. I wonder if her implants will break. Seeing the ride-hailing car had arrived, Xiao Ran ignored Zheng Wan, got in, and drove away. As the end of the world approached, he would continue to humiliate and strike Zheng Wan, ensuring to wait until the 15th day before sending Zheng Yujin's family to the underworld. Zheng Wan slumped on the ground, crying out loud. Now all her money was spent, and she even owed tens of thousands. What would she do in the future? She wiped her tears and immediately had an idea. Go home. However, she couldn't reveal the truth. Instead, she had to pretend that she still had plenty of money and let her family support her. After all, they were only after the compensation money she had, and they would do everything to please her. As for the future, that could wait. After taking the car, Xiao Ran drove directly to the warehouse to continue collecting supplies. Until the money ran out, he would be here gathering resources. Calculating the time, there were only 11 days left. Spend 200 million. Easily. Today he completed the clearance, and the money in his bank account had turned into 230 million. That's it, that was his total asset. Continuing the bulk purchase. Xiao Ran counted on his fingers. Clothes, batteries, speedboats. He bought everything that was useful and useless, even a large quantity of women's lingerie and thermal clothing of various models. Was there anything left out? He carefully went through everything again, ensuring nothing was overlooked. So what should he do? Nothing, just buy some items again. Xiao Ran kept buying until only 100 was left in his bank account. He'd keep that for emergencies. If worst came to worst, he could always visit a club. In the evening, Xiao Ran thought about it and decided to return to the villa honestly. Why not visit the club? Afraid of being caught by the police. A fine was a minor issue, but what if he was detained for 15 days? The apocalypse was upon them. Forget it, there was no need to complicate matters now. Xiao Ran contemplated and decisively dismissed the thought of having one last wild fling before the end of the world. But why did he want to visit the club? Because Lu Susu had returned to her hometown. She left a week ago not because Xiao Ran had grown tired of her, but because Lu Susu's mother was seriously ill, and as her only child she resigned to go back and take care of her. Xiao Ran naturally wouldn't stop her. Considering they had spent over a month together, he even asked Lu Susu for her address, and sent her a lot of things. When Lu Susu received them, she would certainly thank her benefactor for his generosity, without any suspicion. It was fine that he hadn't found joy in that before, but now that he understood it, he felt emptiness around him. Just endure a little longer. After the natural disasters begin, firstly, there won't be police catching people, and secondly, not only clubs will have lovely ladies, many beautiful wives and young women will become much more open. Survival is a human instinct, a fundamental need that overrides everything. Of course, Xiao Ran did not deny that some people held their integrity and reputation above life itself. He would never force anyone, only engage in exchanges. Having been hurt once, and so deeply he didn't need any emotional attachment. Just satisfying himself was enough. Why care about others? In this life, I will be a selfish person. As the days passed, Xiao Ran had collected all. He was still uneasy and carefully counted everything again. Indeed, he should know he absolutely had not overlooked anything. Oh, but there was something. Women. After being single for so many days, he was starting to find it hard to bear. Xiao Ran felt that it wasn't just about the thrill, it was also because his body had become stronger. Rebirth had definitely changed his physique. He was very strong, extremely strong. As Lu Susu said, his body was at least stronger than 99 of people. It was well known that a strong physique leads to abundant testosterone secretion, so it was understandable that he would think about such matters. Xiao Ran couldn't help but think of Lu Mei. Marrying a wife was impossible, but how could he let such a beautiful and enchanting creature be taken by someone else? Ding! Just then he received a message. Oh, what a coincidence, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The message was from. Xiao Ran picked it up and frowned upon reading it. Lu Mei said she had been invited by her best friend to visit her new home and would be staying there for a while. When will you be back? Xiao Ran messaged. At least half a month. Lu Mei began to complain. Yaya is a hardcore apocalypse enthusiast. She started building some apocalypse fortress 2 years ago, and it just got completed these days. I can't refuse her invitation to visit. Goodness, why are there apocalypse enthusiasts who go to such lengths, specifically buying a plot in the mountains and spending nearly 100 million to build a fortress? Xiao Ran was left speechless. He indeed knew that some apocalypse enthusiasts transformed their basements into shelters, and there were even apocalypse canned goods for sale online. But he never expected that there were such people in the country willing to spend 100 million to build an apocalypse fortress. All he could say was a fortunate coincidence. But isn't this just competing for women with me? But could Xiao Ran stop it? His relationship with Lu Mei was still in an ambiguous state. They weren't officially a couple, so what right did he have to intervene? Even if they were a couple, Lu Mei going to support her friend wouldn't be a problem, right? I won't talk to you anymore, I need to pack up. The car I called has arrived. After Lu Mei sent one last message, she fell silent. Clearly, she had gone to attend to her own affairs. Xiao Ran smiled and set his phone aside. May 31st. In the evening, Xiao Ran tossed and turned, unable to sleep, with a stray dog lying beside him. This was the stray he had found near the warehouse. At first, the stray dog would steal his food, but later Xiao Ran simply started feeding it, gradually easing its wariness. By the third day before the disaster, the dog had completely relied on Xiao Ran and followed him home. Xiao Ran felt that after the natural disaster, humans were less reliable than animals, so he preferred to adopt a dog. Tomorrow, the apocalypse was supposed to arrive. He felt an excitement akin to a woman in labor waiting for the moment of childbirth. Perhaps having been reborn, the apocalypse would not come after all. He was anxious, unsure how much time had passed until he finally fell asleep. A night passed and a new day arrived. Xiao Ran had breakfast, but found it tasteless. The closer it got to 9 o'clock, the more nervous he became. 8 o'clock, 8:30, 8:50. The time. Xiao Ran sat by the window looking up at the sky. However, no hail fell. Xiao Ran was stunned. Could it be that after his rebirth the disaster truly would not come? That would be quite amusing. But it was fine, he had prepared enough supplies to last several hundred lifetimes, and with his spatial abilities, he could certainly make something of himself. Bang! At that moment, a loud noise erupted, the sound of something heavy hitting the glass. Xiao Ran jumped and he saw a fist-sized ice ball on the ground. This was not a toy made by some kid using their home freezer, as this ice ball was a dark green color. Hail! Xiao Ran's heart tightened suddenly, then he felt a sense of relief. The apocalypse had arrived, just as predicted. Bang! Another piece of hail fell, this time hitting the roof and producing a sound like metal colliding. The originally clear sky quickly became dark and fog even began to form. Xiao Ran smiled. The entire villa had been renovated. Not to mention fist-sized hail, even head-sized ones would pose no threat. Glass. That was no ordinary glass, but a special kind. Even striking it with a heavy hammer wouldn't crack it for several hundred blows, let alone break it. Besides, he could raise steel plates to create truly unyielding walls. The speed of the hail was not fast, but getting hit by one of these was no joke if it struck someone directly on the head. How it could very well cause serious injury. The entire community was in an uproar. Some people walking outside were hit, and immediately cried out in distress, while cars and electric bikes struck by such heavy hail also emitted alarming sounds. How could the community not be lively? Even though Xiao Ran had already closed the door, it was evident that the temperature inside the room was rapidly dropping. It was actually quite hot this year, having already exceeded 30 degrees by the end of May. Those who feared the heat had to sleep with air conditioning at night, but now the temperature had plunged from 32 degrees to below 20 degrees. Just an hour later, the room temperature had dropped to 15 degrees. Everyone had been wearing short sleeves, but now they had to find their sweaters to put on. By noon, the room temperature had surprisingly fallen to 5 degrees. Xiao Ran had already lit the fireplace, tossing in a pile of firewood, and the indoor temperature quickly rose to over 20 degrees, feeling warm like spring, even a bit hot. So he let in some cool air. One reason was that it was too hot, and the other was due to dryness. He needed some humid air to alleviate the dryness. Comfortable. Ding ding ding, his phone buzzed with several messages. Xiao Ran took a look. They were from Lu Mei and Lu Su Su, both expressing shock at the sudden hail. Fortunately, they were indoors when it started. Xiao Ran chatted with them briefly, and then everyone went back to their own tasks. Xiao Ran turned on the television. In his past life, he hadn't enjoyed such leisure. After the disaster began, he had been busy taking care of his adopted son, cooking, and doing laundry, running around in circles. Many television stations had temporarily interrupted their programming to report on the sudden hail. The hail was toxic. This had already been discovered out. Experts in the news were urgently warning people not to touch the hail out of curiosity, and definitely not to lick it, or they could suffer from diarrhea at best or die on the spot at worst. This was no joking matter. Xiao Ran switched to CCTV as it was naturally the most authoritative source at this time. CCTV was also live reporting the news, connecting with 3 experts in the fields of climate chemistry and astronomy. The astronomy experts speculated that this wave of toxic hail might be related to mysterious rays from deep space that had been affecting the Earth, while the climate experts suggested that the Earth had already entered an ice age, though it wouldn't drop to absurd temperatures immediately. However, preparations should be made, as it would be at least 10 degrees lower than a normal winter. The chemistry expert was conducting tests on the liquid formed from the hail, but could not analyze what toxins were in the water, only issuing a warning: do not drink water contaminated by the toxic hail. Then the 3 experts unanimously reminded everyone, do not go outside. Hail is already very dangerous, let alone being extremely toxic, so do not go out, at least not until the hail stops. Xiao Ran couldn't help but shake his head. Wishes are beautiful, but reality is cruel. At least for 15 days after the disaster, the hail did not stop, though it did diminish significantly. Not only had the density decreased, but the hailstones were also much smaller. However, if one did not prepare in advance with ample food and clean water, there were not many families that could manage. He took out several dishes from the other space and placed them on the table, including meat, shrimp, vegetables, and a soup. He began to eat, sharing some food with the stray dog. In short, whatever he ate, the dog would eat too. After eating and resting a bit, he started working out. This habit had to be maintained. After completing his workout, he took a shower. Currently, he was using a water storage tank of 5 cubic meters, so as long as he ensured that the tank remained filled, the taps in the house would not run dry. Taking a shower was certainly not a problem, and the toilet could flush normally. In the evening, he finished off the leftover food from lunch. Even though he had enough supplies to last him for several hundred lifetimes, Xiao Ran had no habit of wasting. Waste is shameful. After dinner, he put on warm clothes, took the dog. He named it Leopard, and went to the basement. There was an iron door there. Xiao Ran first checked the surveillance, then opened the door and walked out to take the dog for a walk. The basement connected to the community garage. After passing through a narrow corridor, he arrived. It was quite lively here. Older folks, having nowhere to stroll, began dancing in the square. Dog owners walked their pets around the garage, and young people were playing football. But the garage was only so big. It usually looked empty, but now that so many people had squeezed in, it was naturally open. Soon it became noisy. The cause was that a dog had urinated on the foot of a lady dancing in the square, which naturally led to a quarrel with the dog's owner. Both sides insisted on their own arguments. One accused the other of occupying public space to dance, while the other cursed for not using a leash while walking the dog, even urinating on a person. They were embroiled in a heated argument. Oh, Xiao Ran saw a group of 4 people walking towards him. Wasn't that his ex-wife's family? Zheng Wan was in the front with her husband Zheng Yujun and their son flanking her like bodyguards, their faces full of ingratiating smiles. Xiao Ran immediately understood that these 3 wanted the compensation money from Zheng Wan. After living together for 4 years, how could he not know this family's greedy and mercenary nature? However, what they didn't know was that Zheng Wan was already bankrupt. Let me help you understand the truth, since I can't stand seeing people. At this moment, Zheng Wan and her group were getting closer. Xiao Ran. Zheng Wan gritted her teeth, filled with intense hatred. Feeling her strong hostility, the leopard immediately bared its teeth and growled at Zheng Wan. If it weren't for Xiao Ran holding the leash, it would likely have charged at her. Excellent. What Xiao Ran wants is not a pet dog. He smiled slightly. How I made you lose money before, and now I'm slapping your face, yet in a few days you'll still have to swallow your pride and come begging me. Feigning surprise, he asked, where did you get your cosmetic surgery and breast augmentation done? I've heard that such procedures aren't cheap nowadays. Just the surgery fee alone costs hundreds of thousands, not to mention postoperative care, which would add up to at least 700,000 to 800,000, right? Xiao Ran didn't know the exact price, but deliberately exaggerated. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yujun became anxious. He was well aware of how much money his daughter had. If she really spent 7 to 800,000 on her face and chest, not only would there be no subsidies for his son, but he might also end up having to fork out money. "Juan, is what this kid said true?" the old man immediately asked aggressively. "What a damn teammate." Zheng Wan silently thought, shouldn't the family be united against outsiders? Just because of Xiao Ran's words you turn against me. Isn't this just infighting? But who could blame the Zheng family for being so opportunistic and greedy? They had kicked their daughter and grandson out for money in the past, so questioning her now was hardly surprising. Zheng Wan had no choice but to explain, "Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. He just doesn't want our family to live peacefully. I didn't spend much on cosmetic procedures, so you can rest assured." With this clarification, Zheng Yujun became somewhat skeptical, but at least stopped asking further. However, would the old man let it go so easily? After returning home, he would definitely check Zheng Wan's finances, and trouble was bound to arise. Zheng Wan naturally understood this and grew even more resentful toward Xiao Ran, cursing, "I hope this hail lasts a little longer, so that your 400 million can just lie dormant in the bank, visible, but useless." Oh, did your mouth get blessed? Quite sharp, aren't you? Indeed, this natural disaster was far more terrifying than anyone imagined. It was not something that could simply be endured or waited out. Power outages would soon follow, and the harsh cold alone would be enough to make people suffer greatly. With shortages of food and clean water, in just over 10 days countless people would perish from thirst, hunger, and the cold. Money. Cash is just waste paper, rough even for wiping one's backside, while the funds in banks and stock markets are merely a string of numbers that can never be withdrawn. After all, withdrawing them would just result in waste paper, wouldn't it? Xiao Ran merely smiled. How could Zheng Wan possibly know he had been reborn? Not only had his wealth ballooned to 3 billion, but it had all transformed into useful supplies. Now he was undoubtedly the richest person in the world, surpassing the second place by tens of thousands, even hundreds of millions of times. "You are truly selfish. Just to make my money unusable, you wish for this disaster to continue endlessly," Xiao Ran said loudly. "Do you wish for the neighbors and the elders to suffer misfortune?" In fact, when Xiao Ran confronted Zheng Wan's family, some curious onlookers had gathered to watch. His words were clearly heard, causing them to nod in agreement and quite angrily point fingers at Zheng Wan, some even openly scolding her. "This woman is unfaithful, pregnant before marriage, deceiving others to take on her burdens. Her character is evidently questionable. Now she even hopes for this hail to continue falling. What a vicious heart she has." Many people were normally out working, but are now trapped at their jobs. How could you wish for the hail to persist unless you want your own family to fall apart? Poisonous woman. Zheng Wan knew she had misspoken, her face turning pale as she hurriedly turned to flee. She dashed out of the crowd towards her building. The crowd, upon seeing this, began to scold Zheng Yujun and his wife, questioning how they raised such a daughter. Although Zheng Yujun and his wife were shameless and overbearing, they did not dare to retaliate in the face of public scorn and fled in disgrace. Most importantly, they needed to investigate their daughter's finances. How much money did she still have? Xiao Ran continued to walk the dog until the leopard refused to move any longer, then he took the dog home. This was only the first day. People had no idea of the disaster's horror yet. The hail continued without letup, and without any sign of rescue, panic would soon set in. When Xiao Ran returned home, he slept on the second floor. Looking out the window, he saw a thick layer of ice covering the ground along with fallen hail and the fog growing denser. How could one drive in such conditions? The country had sent troops to deliver supplies, but several transport trucks had met with accidents, some even exploding, resulting in numerous casualties among the troops. Naturally, they had to pause for now. A soldier's life isn't worth anything. If it were just a matter of difficulty, soldiers would naturally fight to resolve it, but when faced with problems that simply can't be solved, how could they sacrifice their lives for nothing? Thick fog enveloped the area, visibility reduced to just over a meter. In such conditions, transportation could still rely on sheer manpower, but combined with this poisonous hail, it rendered rescue impossible. Not wishing to think too much, he decided to exercise for a while. He worked out while the leopard imitated him, stretching its legs near. After finishing his workout, he checked his phone and found messages from Lu Mei and Lu Susu, first complaining about the weather, then advising him to be careful, as natural disasters would inevitably bring about human calamities. The key question is, can the police respond in such weather? If this situation continues for a few more days, Xiao Ran also reminded them to be careful, especially to keep their doors and windows tightly shut to prevent intruders from. Lu Susu readily agreed, while Lu Mei mentioned that her sister's fortified shelter was quite effective. The hail couldn't break the glass, and the shelter had a generator, plenty of diesel, and enough food and water to last for months, so there would be no problems. Xiao Ran put down his phone, took another shower, and then went to bed. The sound of hail crashing down all night made it difficult to sleep, but Xiao Ran had prepared earplugs. Moreover, with the disaster approaching, he no longer felt anxious and quickly fell asleep. After a night passed, Xiao Ran looked out at the grayish-white view outside and checked the time. It was now 7:30, but the sky, which should have been bright at this hour, looked nothing like it. Time to get up. He didn't cook breakfast, but chose a meal from his alternate space. There were so many breakfast options available, both lavish and ordinary. Xiao Ran opted for a simple meal today, a bowl of shepherd's purse wontons steaming hot. He tossed a piece of cooked steak to the leopard and also prepared a bowl of fresh milk. While eating, Xiao Ran turned on the television to watch the news. One day had passed, and the hail showed no signs of lessening while the fog remained thick with no indication of clearing. Terrifying news kept coming in. After the disaster struck, every plane in the sky had crashed. The airplane soared at an altitude of 10,000 meters. There was neither hail nor fog, but how could it land? Some planes took the risk of descending, and naturally, they met with immediate disaster. Others either ran out of fuel or attempted to land at the risk of losing power, leading to crashes. If these planes fell in an uninhabited wilderness or the ocean, it would be manageable, but if they crashed into a city, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophe. People couldn't go outside, yet they spread the videos they recorded online describing the situation in words, and soon it circulated around the globe. This left humanity trembling in fear. Could it be? The apocalypse is upon us. Xiao Ran picked up his phone and saw that the property manager had sent him an invitation to join a group. It was a disaster response group for the community. All homeowners and even tenants received the invitation. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Ran decided to join the chat. His phone instantly flooded with messages. The number of people messaging was overwhelming. To read the messages clearly, he had to scroll up to prevent the screen from auto-updating. Most people were asking if anyone had insider information on how long this disaster would last, or inquiring about when government relief supplies would arrive. At this moment, someone stood out. A person named Li Zhonglin claimed to have a cousin working at the city government. He said that this natural disaster would last for a long time, and the country had already initiated an emergency shelter plan, selecting a group of people to hide in a pre-built underground city until the disaster passed to rebuild their homes. He had 3 spots available to bring people into the underground city, and as a single man, he was willing to sell 2 of those spots, inviting interested parties to message him privately. Xiao Ran shook his head in disbelief. This had also happened in his past life. There was no such thing as an underground. Li Zhonglin was nothing but a fraud. He wasn't even a homeowner, but a tenant deliberately spreading such false news, managing to deceive over a dozen people. Some lost money, which wasn't too bad, while others were scammed out of supplies, and some lost both life and wealth. He continued his deception until the 11th day, when he was finally exposed and was beaten to death. On the 11th day of the disaster, power had long been cut off, and everyone had become isolated islands with feelings of despair magnified infinitely. In such circumstances, people could do anything. Xiao Ran did not offer any warnings. In fact, someone in the group was already advising caution against scammers, but the more desperate the situation, the more people clung to any possible lifeline. Those who chose to believe did so at their own peril. Xiao Ran had no interest in being the nice guy. Given his abilities, simply not doing evil was the greatest kindness. It was time to provoke his ex-wife. Xiao Ran recalled that the Zheng family was always frugal and never stockpiled goods in bulk. Instead, Lin Mei would go to the supermarket every night to look for discounted, less fresh vegetables. As a result, aside from rice, the Zheng family had almost no food reserves. In those dozen days during his past life, Xiao Ran and the others mostly survived on rice and pickled vegetables. Just how stingy was Zheng Yujun normally? He would let the faucet drip, placing a bucket beneath it so the water meter wouldn't run. This was naturally taking advantage of the state, but after the disaster it saved their lives by solving their drinking water problem. At noon, Xiao Ran set a table full of dishes, piling up a mountain of instant noodles and bread, took a few photos, then snapped a picture of a leopard eating steak, and posted it on his social media, limited to just Zheng Wan. He captioned it, "Fortunately, I am a homebody," and prepared some supplies in advance. He had tried. His ex-wife hadn't blocked him and most likely wanted to monitor him through social media, so she would definitely see it. After lunch, he went to the garage to walk his dog. There were still many people today, but compared to the hustle and bustle of yesterday, the atmosphere was much more oppressive. Everyone wore a troubled expression, especially those whose family members were still out working and had not returned, naturally worried about their well-being. Today's outside temperature had dropped to -5 degrees. Every household had their air conditioning on, or else they would have to wrap themselves in several layers of blankets, shivering uncontrollably. But by the day after tomorrow, the power supply would be cut off and temperatures would plummet to -15 degrees, and that would truly be despair. After walking the dog, Xiao Ran returned home. The disaster group was no longer as lively as before, and everyone had become pragmatic, starting to trade supplies, but prices had increased at least tenfold, attracting criticism for profiting from the national disaster, even scamming their neighbors. Xiao Ran chuckled and shook his head. People who buy supplies at 10 or even 20 times the original price might be called foolish, but in 2 days these sellers would regret it deeply. What use is money? It's utterly useless. So having money to buy supplies now is akin to picking up free goods. Xiao Ran searched the group and found Han Yun's account, sending a friend request. Not surprisingly, he was rejected. Xiao Ran did not send another request, but smiled. He only sent the friend request as a reminder to Han Yun, then posted a photo in the group showing 10 boxes of instant noodles and 20 boxes of water. In just a while, he was not only bombarded with mentions in the group, but also received many friend requests. Xiao Ran chose, "I was merely showing off my wealth." Meanwhile, Zheng Wan naturally noticed Xiao Ran's social media post. Seeing the mountain of food, she couldn't help but salivate, and when she saw a mutt gnawing on a steak, she felt like strangling Xiao Ran. Waste, a tremendous waste. What had she eaten for the past day? Plain rice and pickled vegetables. Now even a dog was eating better than her. Seeing Xiao Ran posting a photo to show off in the group made her even angrier. This food should be hers. How could he post it in the group to incite envy? No, she had to adjust her strategy and win Xiao Ran's favor again. In the past it was for money, now she wanted both money and food. Zhengwan. Zhengwan. You wretched girl, get out here. Zheng Yujun shouted loudly while banging on the door. Zhengwan's face turned sour. They had already argued all night yesterday, and now he was not letting her off today. However, she now had a strategy. Want food? You will have to rely on me. She adjusted her mood and stepped outside with the poise of a victor. In Building 9, Room 1702, Han Yun unhesitatingly rejected Xiao friend's request, spitting in disdain. This villain had caused her husband to fight with her, and there were still lingering resentments. How dare he want to add her as a friend? However, when she saw so many people Xiao Ran in the group, she couldn't help but scroll back through the chat records and quickly discovered the photo Xiao Ran had posted. Food. Clean water. She couldn't help but lick her lips as she could endure hunger, but not having water was simple. People in Huaxia have a habit of stockpiling food. At the very least, they must have rice, right? But how many families have the habit of stockpiling water? Especially those who have installed water purifiers who can simply drink straight from the tap, naturally, do not stockpile water. Han Yun's family is just like this. They do not have a water dispenser, so it's impossible for them to have bottled purified water. They do have a few bottles of beverages, but they have almost finished them since yesterday. She isn't craving food, but she has a strong desire for drinking water. For a moment, she really wanted to accept Xiao Ran's friend request again. However, she held back. How could she bow to this? Besides, didn't she understand his intentions? If she wanted to drink Xiao Ran's water, he would surely propose something in return. Am I so cheap that I would sell myself for a few bottles of water? Sister-in-law, have you seen anyone in the group posting pictures of food and clean water? A beautiful woman rushed over her face, full of excitement. Her name is Zhang Jingya, and she is Lin Yua's cousin. She is about to graduate from university and has come to Sioux City to look for a job, so she is temporarily staying at their home until she finds work and gets her salary before moving out. Han Yun nodded and immediately said, he is not a good person, you must not pay him any mind. Zhang Jingya nodded thoughtfully, but her eyes were darting around. At worst, she could spend a little more money to buy some. What else could she do? In the evening after Xiao Ran had dinner, he continued to walk the dog. The leopard was wild and needed to run several laps each day to release its excess energy. Arriving at the underground parking garage, he noticed that there were significantly fewer people inside. There had been quite a few dancing in the square yesterday, but today there were none, partly because no one was in the mood and partly because it was too cold. There were only a few stragglers. However, when these people saw Xiao Ran, they immediately surrounded him. Xiao Ran, do you have any surplus food and clean water? Sell me some. They'll buy some too. You set a price, as long as it's not ridiculous, I'll take as much as you have. Everyone needs food and water. How can I give it all to you? Before Xiao Ran could respond, they started arguing amongst themselves. In the end, they turned back to look at Xiao Ran. He was the owner of the supplies. Oh, what was the point of their bickering? Xiao Ran smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry, but I only have that little bit of supplies left. Who knows how long this disaster will last? I need to save some for myself. Now everyone was furious. If you weren't going to sell, why did you post it in the group? Xiao Ran, we are all neighbors. You can't just stand by and watch us suffer, can you? Exactly, are you just going to watch us starve and die of thirst? How can there be such a cruel person? Aren't you afraid your son will be born without a butt? Some people were particularly venomous, directly pointing their accusations at Xiao Ran's fake son. No wonder your wife gave birth to a wild child. Damn. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. Business is always a mutual agreement, especially during a disaster. If I choose to sell you food, that is my kindness and generosity. If I choose not to sell, that is just my right. What can you say to me? To come here and criticize me, even insulting me and exposing my scars. I cannot tolerate that. Xiao Ran glanced at the person and then at the woman beside him, who should be his wife. She was just under 30, reasonably good-looking, and her figure was indeed impressive with curves that even winter clothing couldn't hide. He smiled at the young wife. If you want to eat or drink, come to my house. Xiao Ran. Naturally, the man with the big mouth became furious. Was he trying to dig a hole in front of him? You are too arrogant. He reached out, intending to grab Xiao Ran by the collar. Xiao Ran executed a reverse joint lock, twisting and pulling his arm, producing a crack as he dislocated the man's arm. The leopard was also quite fierce. Seeing the man trying to harm its master, it immediately pounced, biting his calf with a vicious bite. With Xiao Ran's current combat power, defeating 3 or even 4 opponents should not be a problem. And if he used the alternate space, well, he could wipe out everyone in the neighborhood, and not just once, but dozens of times. The man with the big mouth let out a terrible scream. In fact, while the dislocated arm didn't hurt much, the bite from the leopard was excruciating, causing cold sweat to break out. Get lost, Xiao Ran said coldly, reminding him to watch his words. What time is it now? The law, order, and even morality have begun to collapse. How dare you provoke me? You are truly courting death. He loosened his grip, but the leopard was very fierce and still held on tightly. Loyal dog. Xiao Ran was quite pleased. In the apocalypse, dogs were indeed more loyal than people. If you give it a piece of food, it won't betray you. On the other hand, if you give a person a piece of food, they might covet all your resources and think of ways to eliminate you, seizing everything you have. Leopard, let go, Xiao Ran said to the leopard. His meat isn't worth eating. Ooh, I'll get you a steak when we go back. Upon receiving the command from its master, the leopard finally released its grip. However, the others almost fainted from anger upon hearing this. Just listen to this, letting the dog eat steak. Every household was facing a serious food shortage, and you still let your dog eat steak. This is too infuriating. Xiao Ran, not only are you committing violence, but you are also inciting your dog to do evil. The man with the big mouth was covered in cold sweat. Let me tell you, if you don't compensate me until I go bankrupt, this matter will not pass. Xiao Ran laughed loudly. Then go ahead and call the police. Xiao Ran, do you really think this disaster won't end? Someone beside him couldn't take it anymore and questioned Xiao Ran. Once the disaster ends, people like you and your evil deeds will definitely be punished. Xiao Ran couldn't be bothered to respond. Did he act first? No, he was merely defending himself. Whatever, why bother? He looked at the young wife again and smiled. You can come to my house anytime, but you have to pay for it. You know what I mean. After saying that, he swaggered away, continuing to walk his dog. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Everyone was furious, but they didn't consider that Xiao Ran owed them nothing. They were the ones who came looking for him. If they couldn't buy supplies, they had no right to blame Xiao Ran, who spoiled them. Thus, people are inherently selfish, and disasters undoubtedly magnify the selfishness in human nature. Xiao Ran returned home after walking the dog. 2 days have passed, and people's hearts have begun to grow restless. The real blow that left everyone in despair was the massive power outage that began the day after tomorrow. First, the residents' electricity was cut off, followed by the base stations. Even if mobile phones still had some charge, they became useless. In such circumstances, panic would undoubtedly reach its peak. Trust between neighbors disappeared, and every household stayed behind closed doors, seeing everyone as a potential enemy. And all of this only took a little over 3 days. On the 3rd day of the disaster, Xiao Ran woke up naturally. He brushed his teeth, washed his face, and then took out a breakfast, giving 2 large meat buns to the leopard. One cannot eat steak every day. A balanced diet is essential. The leopard had previously been a stray dog, developing a good habit of not being picky with food. Even being full was a luxury for it, so whether it was steak or meat buns, it devoured them with great gusto. Watching it gobble down the food, Xiao Ran felt hungry himself and quickly finished a bowl of shrimp noodles. Then he drank some milk, thinking that the leopard should have some too. The dog was not yet fully grown, and more milk would help it. Finally, Xiao Ran concluded his breakfast with a plate of fruit and was done. Looking at the chat group, it was filled with negative. It was already the 3rd day, yet the hail showed no signs of stopping, and the thick fog lingered. The government's rescue efforts had yet to materialize, and everyone was facing starvation and water shortages. However, everyone was just venting their frustrations for now. In a couple of days they would start to fight for food. Who cared about distant neighbors and relatives when one was starving and thirsty? The loss of humanity can happen in an instant. Ding! Xiao Ran received a message. It was from Zheng Wan. Xiao Ran was not surprised. After showing off his wealth on social media yesterday, Zheng Wan only now contacted him, and he felt it was already too late. Was Zheng Wan trying to be coy? Xiao Ran, can you give me another chance? Now that a disaster has struck, it may last a long time. I am not after your money. You must believe that I am sincere, okay? After a while, she sent another message. I will come to see you tonight. Is that all right? Here it comes. Xiao Ran sneered. His malicious ex-wife, what scheme was she up to? Did she think he wouldn't know? I'll think about it, he replied. Zheng's family. Upon seeing Xiao Ran's reply, Zheng Wan revealed a cold smile and said he has taken the bait. Zheng Yujun snorted heavily and said, this little bastard dared to humiliate me publicly. Let's see how I deal with him this time. Zheng Gang was also eager, showing great excitement. Zheng Wan nodded, saying, everything will go according to plan. I'll trick him into opening the door, and Dad and my little brother will rush in to subdue Xiao Ran. Lin Meiying was a bit scared and said, if we do this, what if the disaster passes and Xiao Ran reports us? Zheng Wan showed no concern and replied, given the current situation, this disaster will not end anytime soon. So many people are likely to die this time, many will do similar things as I am. The law does not punish the masses. It is impossible to hold us accountable alone. In fact, if we directly kill Xiao Ran, how can he report us? Kill someone. Zheng Yujun shivered. He did not expect his daughter to say such ruthless words. Little did he know that Zheng Wan could even devise a plan to kill her own son. Now that a disaster had arrived, would she fear killing others? Moreover, it was Xiao Ran, the one she detested immensely. In any case, if you don't want to starve to death, you need to work hard tonight. Zheng Wan said lastly. Zheng Yujun and his son nodded, thinking about eating plain rice with pickled vegetables every day. They were going insane. Yes, I'm starving to death. Why fear committing a crime? Ding! Xiao Ran received a friend request. He initially intended to ignore it, but saw the note. I am Han Yun's sister-in-law. My name is Zhang Jingya. Oh. Xiao Ran felt a stir in his heart and accepted the friend request. Shouted Saiju, do you have a lot of food and drinks? Not particularly much, but enough to eat, Xiao Ran replied. Can you sell me some? Zhang Jingya asked again. Haha, right now food and clean water are life itself. Tell me who would sell their own life. Xiao Ran said this deliberately, significantly elevating the importance of food and water. As important as life itself. But was he exaggerating? No, not at all. With the impending power outage tomorrow, everyone would awaken to the reality. The disaster would not end. Rescue efforts would not arrive. Thus, food and clean water were incredibly vital. After a while, Zhang Jingya replied, so what do you want in return for food and water? I'm starving and dying of thirst. Send me a photo. Don't use beauty filters or any filters at all, otherwise the consequences are yours to bear. Ding. Shortly after, Xiao Ran received a photo. It was a picture taken at a scenic spot showing a pretty woman leaning against a rock and making a peace sign. Her looks scored 80 points, and her figure also scored 80 points. She didn't reach goddess level, but was definitely a beauty. Alright, come over. Do you know where I am? Xiao Ran replied. I will come right away. The phone went silent. A little while later, there was a knock at the basement door. Xiao Ran first checked the surveillance. He had installed more than one camera, 3 in fact, covering the entire passage, leaving no blind spots. Only one woman stood there dressed in a thick winter coat. It was Zhang Jingyao, looking almost identical to the person in the photo. Xiao Ran smiled and opened the door. Zhang Jingyao walked in, and Xiao Ran closed the door. "Wow, it's so warm in here," Zhang Jingyao immediately exclaimed, taking off her coat. Her figure was indeed quite good, but still not as good as Han Yun's. Thinking of Han Yun, Xiao Ran couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, wondering when he would get to savor such a delicacy. Zhang Jingyao, however, did not notice her gaze was already attracted by the food on the table. There wasn't much food, but there was meat, fish, vegetables, and a bowl of soup, chicken soup. She couldn't help but be excited, asking Xiao Ran, "Is this prepared for me?" Xiao Ran smiled and said, "That's right, but whether you can eat it depends on your performance." Zhang Jingyao bit her lip, seemingly making a difficult decision. After a while, she slightly nodded her head. An hour later, Xiao Ran gave Zhang Jingyao 2 extra packs of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water before letting her leave. He wouldn't let any woman stay overnight in his safe house. As Zhang Jingyao stepped out of the house, tears fell down her cheeks. She was at least a campus beauty in college, pursued by countless admirers and receiving much adulation. But now, however, feeling the weight of the bottled water and instant noodles wrapped in her clothes, she revealed as satisfied. To survive is to have the right to discuss anything else. Xiao Ran felt completely relaxed. Indeed, one cannot hold back forever. Something will eventually go wrong. He returned upstairs, and the leopard immediately started circling around him, sniffing a few times before tilting its head in curiosity, as if asking why he carried the scent of others. Xiao Ran chuckled, "I almost forgot you have a keen nose, clever dog. Leopard, from now on the task of guarding the house is yours. If you hear any noise or smell anyone else's scent, be sure to alert me." Xiao Ran laughed, not caring whether the leopard understood or not. Woof woof. To his surprise, the leopard actually barked twice, seemingly in agreement. "Good dog." Xiao Ran picked up his phone and began scrolling. Lu Mei and Lu Su Su both had messaged him. Extreme weather had persisted for 2 days, yet the situation showed no sign of improvement. They were both quite worried, but one lived in a doomsday fortress while the other had received ample supplies from Xiao Ran, so at least they could last for 2 to 3 months without issue. Xiao Ran glanced at the messages. Every group chat had become lively. For instance, in the work group, many people were trapped in the office and were now desperately calling for help. The long silent elementary, middle, high school, and university groups were all buzzing. Clearly everyone was panicking and reaching out for any channel to send out a distress signal. Xiao Ran, of course, felt powerless to assist. He wanted to go out to get some gasoline and diesel, but with such heavy fog, he didn't dare take the risk. A car accident could happen in an instant. Daytime passed in boredom. Night fell. The entire underground parking garage was empty. The temperature here was too low and no one wanted to freeze. As the number of people decreased, it naturally became colder, creating a vicious cycle. Suddenly a group of 4 appeared silently. They tiptoed, afraid of making any sound. But the more they tried to be quiet, the louder the sound of their shoes echoed in the silent garage, making the 4 of them exchange glances and think that it was someone else's heavy footsteps. It was Zheng Wan and her family. Finally, they arrived at the location of the villa where Xiao Ran was. They could enter the villa's basement through a passage. Of course, this was a private area, blocked by a door. Zheng Wan instructed Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang to hide by the wall. As soon as the door opened, the 2 would rush in and see Xiao Ran. Then she knocked on the door. Before setting out, she had already called Xiao Ran. In the basement, Xiao Ran watched the surveillance. The tricks of the Zheng family were completely exposed. They would never expect that not only had Xiao Ran installed surveillance, but he had 3 cameras capturing the entire passage. As expected, the whole family had come. They intended to take him down, or even kill him, usurping his home. Xiao Ran smiled and opened the door. Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang immediately charged in. In an instant, 2 figures were sent flying out. Who else could it be but Zheng Yujun and his son? Then Xiao Ran stepped out with his arms crossed, looking at Zheng Wan with a mocking gaze. Such enthusiasm for the whole family has come. Zheng Wan was dumbfounded. Having been married to Xiao Ran for 4 years, no matter how cold or indifferent she was towards him, she certainly knew his capabilities. How could he possess such combat power? Xiao Ran took out a baseball bat from beside the door, a cruel smile appearing on his face. "You all came over, and while I was opening the door, rushed in wanting to control me. Hey, you don't mean to usurp my house, do you? What does our song say? When friends come, there's good wine. When wolves come, we have shotguns." Xiao Ran's gaze turned cold as he swung the baseball bat down. Bang! Crack! Ah! Zheng Gang was the first to scream in agony. His arm was brutally broken by the baseball bat, pain washing over him as his face turned pale and cold sweat poured down. Xiao Ran revealed a cruel smile that sent chills down spines. How much blood had this former brother-in-law taken from him? He continued. He swung down again. "Stop hitting. Stop hitting." Lin Ming rushed over, shielding her son with her body. The daughter didn't matter, but her son was her lifeline. "If you have the guts, just kill me." The old woman cried out. "Do you dare to hit me?" Bang! Xiao Ran struck down. Did the Zheng family have anything good? No. Moreover, in his previous life, he was killed by the Wan family. Didn't Lin Ming take action? If Xiao Ran had the ability to resurrect, he would undoubtedly kill the entire Zheng family, without hesitation, then revive them, and kill them again, then revive them. How could he vent his anger without killing them 100 times? For now, he had to hold back a little, being cautious and not daring to use lethal force. How could he let them die so easily? With a heavy blow, Lin Meiying screamed and fainted. Xiao Ran didn't stop. He aimed a bat at Zheng Yujun as well. The old man also let out a scream, his right arm brutally shattered by Xiao Ran. And it wasn't over yet. Xiao Ran fixed his gaze on Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan was momentarily stunned, then screamed. Xiao Ran dashed forward, and with a bang struck Zheng Wan in the chest, the sound of pop pop echoing as something broke. The prosthetic had shattered. Even so, Zheng Wan's face turned pale, struggling to catch her breath. Xiao Ran tossed 3 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Why was he being so kind? Wrong, he wasn't kind at all. First, he couldn't bear for the Zheng family to die too quickly, and second, how would 4 people divide 3 packs of noodles and 1 bottle of water? If you want to eat in the future, just come over and take a beating, Xiao Ran said, lightly casting a long shadow over Zheng Wan's face, making this venomous woman tremble with cold. Now get the hell out of here. Xiao Ran picked up the bat and returned home, closing the door behind him, feeling a rush of vengeful pleasure from every pore. He reveled in the image of beating the Zheng family. Unfortunately, he couldn't hit them a few more times. They would die, and he couldn't bear to do that just yet. He needed to torment them for a few more days. Alas. So he could only wait until they healed from their injuries before addressing them again. For now, he would let this family. Returning to the second floor, he video called Lu Mei and Lu Su Su, as the power would be cut off tomorrow. It would be a long time, possibly forever, before he could see these 2 women again, so it was a farewell of sorts. By the way, Xiao Ran, do you have a satellite phone? Lu Mei suddenly said. You and I both think that if the natural disasters continue, the power supply will definitely be affected, and we won't be able to contact you afterward. Yu has a satellite phone, and do you have one? You truly are a doomsday enthusiast. How could you not prepare a satellite phone? Xiao Ran smiled. I use a night has passed, and the apocalypse has entered its 4th day, the most despairing day yet. Today there will be a power outage. Outside, the temperature has plummeted to below -10 degrees. How can one survive without air conditioning? If there had been preparations, one could have set up a heated bed, but natural disasters strike unexpectedly, leaving city dwellers in utter despair. From today onward, civilization, order, and morality will completely collapse. Thus, it is not inappropriate to refer to today as the true prelude to the apocalypse. I remember that in my past life the power went out around noon. I wonder if this time will be any different. It probably won't. I won't think about it. Even if the power doesn't go out today, it will tomorrow and the day after. With no one to maintain the power station, how could it possibly stay operational? It's just a matter of time. He played with the leopard, which enjoyed his company, jumping around energetically without causing any trouble, much to Xiao Ran's delight. He preferred the Chinese rural dog, which could guard the home rather than bringing back a father figure. Looking out the window, everything was shrouded in fog, dim and dreary. For at least the next 10 days this will be the situation, with no idea when the weather will clear up. Xiao Ran suddenly missed the sun. Soon it was noon and Xiao Ran had his meal. The leopard was also feasting heartily. Suddenly the lights flickered and other appliances experienced a series of outages. Xiao Ran immediately understood. The power is out. However, Xiao Ran had connected to a backup power source, a battery. He also had a generator, but it required diesel to operate. Although Xiao Ran had prepared some diesel, it was far from enough to keep the generator running continuously. But he had prepared a large number of batteries, all charged and ready, over 1,000 of them, enough for him to use for a very long time. At this moment his phone buzzed with notifications again. The power was indeed out, but many base stations had backup power and could last for 1 to 2 more days. But what good is a phone that barely works? Air conditioning and electric blankets are useless now, and people will freeze to death. The group chat was filled with complaints and grievances. This power outage became the last straw that broke the camel's back. It's over, it's really the end. It's been 3 whole days. If there was going to be a rescue, it would have come by now. With the power out, it won't be long before even phone signals disappear. At that point, calling for help will be futile. Xiao Ran shook his head. From now on, everyone would become violent due to despair. For some wicked individuals, this natural disaster would unleash the evil in their genes, because they no longer needed to fear or worry about anything. With communication cut off, everyone was virtually back in primitive society. If they committed heinous acts, who would know? Who would punish them? The apocalypse is hell for ordinary people, but paradise. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the basement was knocked on, and Xiao Ran received a notification on his phone. When the surveillance detects a person, the phone alerts him. It was Zhang Jingya. Is she here to beg for food again? Xiao Ran went downstairs, confirmed she was alone, and let her in. The two had a tacit understanding, one preparing the food, while the other took off their coat. However, today Xiao Ran first took a drop of her blood and placed it into a simple tester. Beep, it showed green. This tests for sexually transmitted diseases, with green indicating negative and red indicating positive. Good then. Zhang Jingya wanted to refuse, but when Xiao Ran placed a roasted chicken in front of her, she silently began to eat. Having earned billions from a major project, Xiao Ran handed her a post-coital contraceptive. He didn't want to bring a child into this desperate world. Moreover, even if he were to have a child, it couldn't be with Zhang Jingya. Zhang Jingya said nothing, merely taking the medication. As she left, Xiao Ran gave her 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water, ensuring she wouldn't go hungry. Additionally, Xiao Ran thoughtfully charged her phone. Why? Naturally, it would be useful. Zhang Jingya left, dragging her weary body away. Xiao Ran checked the time. It had actually taken over an hour. No wonder. As he went upstairs, the leopard sniffed him again. Why does the master smell like someone else? And why is he locked up on the first? Unfortunately, dogs cannot ask questions. The leopard circled around Xiao Ran, wagging its tail vigorously. Xiao Ran understood and chuckled. All right, let's take you for a walk. Come on, you're not a fool in the snow. Why are you so unafraid of the cold in the garage? He took the leopard to the underground garage. Surprisingly, it was no longer desolate as it had been a few days ago. Now there were many more people, mostly elderly. The power was out, the home was cold, and there was no TV to watch. What were the elderly supposed to do? Thus it was better for everyone to gather in the underground garage, not only because it was spacious, but also for socializing and discussing. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. Perhaps they'd come up with a solution. Seeing Xiao Ran approach, an elderly man immediately perked up, and with a swish, he dashed over, blocking Xiao Ran's. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Is there something you need? This elderly man, surnamed Ma, was over 60 years old. Before retiring, he was a minor supervisor at a state-owned enterprise, and had a significant presence, often walking around the neighborhood with an air of authority. If something displeased him, he would scold anyone, making him very unpopular. Elder Ma cleared his throat and said, "Are you Xiao Ran, comrade?" Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Starting off with comrade, Xiao Ran really set a high tone. "I am Xiao Ran," he replied casually. Elder Ma snorted. He certainly recognized Xiao Ran, or else he wouldn't have. He looked at Xiao Ran haughtily and said, "We, the old comrades, were just discussing the future of the community. We unanimously believe that this natural disaster will not be brief, so we need everyone to unite and overcome this ordeal together. First, we must avoid wasting resources. Comrade Xiao Ran, you should have quite a bit of food and bottled water, right? Hand it over to us for safekeeping, and we will allocate it as needed. When the disaster is over, we will surely report your contributions to the party and the country. Your efforts won't go unnoticed." Xiao Ran couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Elder Ma, do you take me for a fool? Hand over my food to you for centralized distribution. You should try that. Who would willingly give up their food and clean water? You might as well just rob me." Elder Ma was both furious and embarrassed, nearly fainting from anger. After a long while, he trembled and pointed at Xiao Ran, but still managed to speak. Old Man Ma was met with such a rebuttal that the other elders couldn't stand it any longer. "Kid, don't think you're impressive just because you have a bit of money. You should respect your elders. Young man, we've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Listen to the advice of the elder lady. Quickly apologize to Director Ma and do as he asks. Do not go against the party and the country, or you won't have a good outcome." These elders surrounded Xiao Ran, chatting animatedly. Xiao Ran looked at a lady and said, "I am 27 this year, and you are at most 70. Even if your age is 3 times mine, I eat 3 bowls of rice a day, so you eat at least 1 bowl of salt a day." I was just using a metaphor. The lady was left speechless, feeling that Xiao Ran was simply unreasonable. "And you?" Xiao Ran continued to rebuke each elder, leaving them furious and unable to speak for a long time. Speechless, right? Xiao Ran smiled and left with the leopard. The leopard had been impatient for a while, wondering why its master was chatting with those old folks for so long instead of taking it out for a walk. Now that Xiao Ran was finally willing to leave, the leopard immediately ran off happily. By the time the leopard was satisfied, Xiao Ran was quite exhausted, but he regarded it as a form of exercise, just the right practice for long-distance running. He went home, washed up, and got ready for dinner. Habitually, he picked up his phone and saw yet another pile of friend requests. Just as he was about to ignore them, he suddenly noticed a familiar profile picture. Han Yun. Haha, can't resist now, can you? He didn't tease her, but directly accepted the request. As a man, he should be generous. However, though he accepted the request, Xiao Ran did not take the initiative to message her. He thought, shouldn't the one asking for help speak first? After half an hour, Han Yun finally sent a message. "Can you give me something to eat and drink?" Xiao Ran had also left her hanging for half an hour before replying sure, but Han Yun immediately replied, "I can go with you. But you have to agree to my conditions." "All right, you set the price high, I'll pay on the spot." Xiao Ran responded quickly. "You come over, and we'll discuss it face to face. He'll find a chance." Han Yun replied. Xiao Ran smiled and set his phone aside while the leopard tilted its head at him, its eyes seemingly filled with question marks. "Let's improve our diet and have some seafood," Xiao Ran explained to it. The leopard was even more confused, looking Xiao Ran chose barbecue for dinner today, taking out 3 lamb kidneys. Naturally, the leopard followed him, enjoying tasty food in this apocalyptic world, eating better than 99 of the people. Many people were still starving. After a while, his phone received a message from Han Yun. "I've arrived." Xiao Ran smiled and said to the leopard, "You stay here and wait for me, I'll be right back." The leopard stuck out its tongue and lay on the ground, only wagging its tail a couple of times. Its master often took a long time when going to the basement alone, so it could take a nap first. Xiao Ran arrived at the basement and first checked the surveillance. Although his combat power was off the charts, being cautious and careful had already become a habit. Xiao Ran opened the door and slipped in. "Oh, this outfit looks familiar, isn't it the one Zhang Jingya wore before?" He understood, it should belong to Han Yun. Because Zhang Jingya had run over at the end of May, would she prepare winter clothes? So she could only wear Han Yun's. It seems this winter outfit is the warmest. Both Zhang Jingya and Han Yun chose this one. It was quite amusing to think about. Xiao Ran closed the door. For a moment, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Xiao Ran naturally wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't him who was starving or dying. Han Yun bit her lip and said, "I want 100 pounds of rice and a box of water, and you have to help me carry it to the 16th floor." She would carry the last floor by herself. As expected, she was asking for a sky-high price. Xiao Ran raised a finger and said, "They'll let you have a hearty meal here, and you can drink water freely." When you go back, I can give you a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Han Yun refused, saying, then I'm leaving. She was about to open the door, but Xiao Ran showed no intention of stopping her. Han Yun gritted her teeth, stopped, and turned around to say 50 pounds of rice and half a box of water. She directly cut it in half. Xiao Ran shook his head, saying, let's see how you perform. I can give you a few more packs of instant noodles and water when you leave. If you don't agree, then leave, he said leisurely. Han Yun tightly pursed her red lips, her body frozen, as if she had been hit by a spell. Just when Xiao Ran thought she had turned to stone, Han Yun finally managed to squeeze out a word. Okay. He chuckled. After going behind the screen, Xiao Ran took out several dishes from the alternate space, including meat, vegetables, soup, and a bowl. He invited Han Yun over, and when this charming and alluring woman saw the table full of dishes, she couldn't help but lick her lips. She was tempted. Eat up, Xiao Ran said. He wasn't in a hurry, sitting by and scrolling through his phone. Currently, there was a wave of anxiety online. Not all places had power outages, but most areas were in a dire situation. What would happen if this continued? Was the apocalypse really coming? After scrolling for a long time, a loud belch was heard. Xiao Ran looked up at Han Yun, who had a rosy face, extremely embarrassed. She had eaten until she was stuffed. Xiao Ran smiled and said, let's begin. Finally, his wish was fulfilled. An hour later, Han Yun walked out the door. Xiao Ran gave her 3 packs of instant noodles and 3 bottles of purified water, which she would take back to Lin Yue. This woman truly loves her husband. Lin Yue is a gambling addict who has been abandoned by even his parents, yet she remains devoted to him, making Xiao Ran feel that she is foolishly stubborn. But what does that have to do with him? Xiao Ran smiled and returned upstairs. The leopard was already accustomed to it, but still approached, wagging its tail and sniffing. Why does the master smell different today? The leopard looked at Xiao Ran with a puzzled expression. Xiao Ran chuckled lightly and tapped the leopard's head. Are you still planning to manage me? Speaking of which, Han Yun had returned home. At the door, she tidied her clothes, ensuring there were no flaws, and then used her fingerprint to unlock the door and entered. As soon as she entered, she called out, husband, dinner is ready. Lin Yue came out looking somewhat doubtful and said, is there still food at home? I asked the neighbor to buy it. Han Yun replied casually, her expression natural. One must say that women are all born. Lin Yue had no suspicion, asking, do you still have money? Han Yun lifted her left hand and said, I gave the gold ring to someone. What a pity, Lin Yue replied. You spent over 10,000 on that ring. Forget it, in this world, money, gold, and jewels probably won't be of much use anymore. Getting some food is good enough. He immediately became happy again, as he didn't have to repay his gambling debts. A few days ago, he was extremely worried, being splattered with paint every day at his door. Calling the police was of no use. It was a fact he owed money, and as long as it didn't threaten his safety, the police had little action they could take. But after the catastrophe began, he could sleep soundly every night. In fact, he even laughed, saying that Xiao with 500 million is the most miserable. His money hasn't even warmed up before the natural disaster hit. Now even if he has more money, he can't spend it. TCH nouveau riche serves him right. He still felt envy and jealousy towards Xiao Ran and remained resentful about what happened in the elevator that day. Hearing Xiao Ran's name, Han Yun couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart, thinking her husband was implying something, only to realize he was just mentioning it unintentionally. She smiled along, but bitterly thought that nouveau riche you speak of provided the food and clean water and even had fun with your wife. We'll go boil some noodles first, she said. Lin Yue waved his hand. Go ahead. Very manly. After a while, the unique aroma of instant noodles wafted out. Zhang Jingyao walked out of the room. Wow, it smells so good. Lin Yue nodded. Your sister-in-law is quite extravagant, buying 3 packs of instant noodles and 3 bottles of water with a gold ring. Right now, food and water are the most important. Gold and silver can't be eaten, and cash can only be used for wiping. Girls should speak a little more elegantly, Lin Yue frowned. Zhang Jingyao stuck out her tongue. Got it, brother. After a while, Han Yun brought out the noodles. But there were only 2 bowls. You guys eat? I'm not hungry, Han Yun said. This was the truth. She had indeed eaten enough at Xiao Ran's place, even feeling a bit stuffed. Zhang Jingyao didn't hold back, taking a bowl of noodles and starting to eat, but was curious inside. This noodle, how did it taste like the one Xiao Ran gave her? Of course, this was White Elephant Instant Noodles, a well-known brand, so she had no further doubts. Qin family. Husband, are we really going to do this? The Qin family daughter-in-law asked. Qin Dongfang nodded. Our food is already running low, and there are 5 people in the family. If we don't take a risk, will we starve and thirst to death? Besides, we're robbing that bastard. His eyes were filled with anger. Your son just casually took a delivery. Do you really need to set a trap, sending my dad to the hospital and making us pay €8? My mother couldn't take it, splattering some dung on your door, and you had the audacity to knock on the wall at midnight, not letting anyone rest. Now that the opportunity has come, should I not do something about you? Aunt Qin also slammed the table. That bastard is definitely not a good person, flaunting wealth in the group. When Lao Ma and the others asked him to buy food, he completely ignored them, clearly not caring about anyone else's life or death. We can say that robbing him is to help the poor and eliminate harm for the people. Qin Dongfang nodded. Finding themselves a righteous reason, the 4 adults of the Qin family were all spirited. Even the child was holding a pair of scissors, looking fierce. After the delivery incident, his parents almost beat him to a pulp, naturally harboring deep hatred towards Xiao Ran. But in this family of 5, did anyone reflect on whether all of this was Xiao Ran's fault? Who stole the delivery first? Who stole the delivery without apologizing yet acted aggressively? As the 5 of them waited until the dead of night, they quietly set out. Each person carried a weapon: kitchen, knives, hammer, scissors. They climbed the stairs to the underground garage. At 11 p.m. the garage was freezing cold with not a single shadow in sight. The family of 5 was shivering as they walked. Even though Sioux City was cold, winter temperatures were typically around -5 degrees, at most -8 degrees. Now, however, it was -15 degrees, and normal winter clothing couldn't withstand it. Even wearing several layers, they were still shivering. It was pitch black here, and one couldn't see their hand in front of them. Fortunately, the phone still had power, so Qin Dongfang turned on the flashlight and walked in front. In no time, the 5 arrived beneath Xiao Ran's villa. However, looking at the iron gate before them, the 5 exchanged glances, all dumbfounded. They only thought about how to deal with Xiao Ran, but never considered how to get into Xiao Ran's house. Did they think they could break this iron gate with the hammers in their hands? It wasn't that they looked down on themselves, but it would be impossible to succeed even if they hammered until dawn. What to do? The 5 were all stunned. How about we go back and discuss this again, come back tomorrow? Old Qin said. This received unanimous agreement from the others. Just as they were about to turn around to leave, they heard a click, and the door actually opened automatically, pushing towards them, scaring the 5 of them at the same time. The timid old Qin almost stumbled. However, when the door opened, no one came out. Qin Dafeng bravely peered inside, but it was pitch black, and he couldn't. What now? The 5 looked at each other, and Qin Dongfang gritted his teeth. The door is open, we should go in. We can't miss this good opportunity. This should be an electronic door, so did it malfunction? After all, it was a power outage now, it was quite normal for it. Xiao Ran was definitely sleeping, so charging in at this moment, this guy might not even realize it. By the time he woke up, he would already be tied up with his life and death in their hands. The 5 quietly concealed themselves, moving cautiously. Once they were all inside, they failed to notice that the iron door had actually closed automatically. Click. A sharp click echoed. Only then did the 5 members of the Qin family snap back to awareness. What was happening? The chamber flooded with light. The Qin family recoiled in shock. Was this place haunted? Had the door opened and closed itself, and the lamp too? What are you doing here at this hour? Xiao Ran's voice cut through the silence, followed by a casual yawn. He had been preparing for bed when his phone's alarm jolted him awake. Its infrared lens instantly detected the 5 intruders. Seeing them turn to leave, he calmly activated remote control to open the door. Now that they were inside, it was time to shut the gate and hunt the dogs. At first stunned, the Qin family soon realized. The door, the lights, even the locking mechanism, all were under Xiao Ran's command. Yet they quickly steadied themselves. Xiao Ran stood alone. And they? 5 against 1. Surely victory would... Besides, Xiao Ran held no weapon. There's electricity here, exclaimed Aunt Qin, slow to grasp the situation yet quickest to notice. The others awoke from their daze, elation surging. This electrified house now belonged to them. And it's warm too. Another discovery. In that moment, tears welled in their eyes. Marvelous. Glorious. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and explained, I installed a battery bank, so power never failed. Plus the fireplace burns steadily. Ah, I see. The Qin family nodded in unison, then flared with indignation. Were they there to receive a lecture? This villa is ours now. Dongfang Qin brandished his kitchen knife. Xiao Ran, I'm not unreasonable. I offer you 2 choices: walk out willingly, or be hacked, bludgeoned, and thrown into the cold night. Ha ha ha. The entire Qin family roared with laughter. Even little Kong Qin joined in. Was this truly a choice? No. It was mockery pure and simple. Didn't you once use your filthy wealth to scheme against us? Now flaunt your arrogance. What good is money really? Can money crush me to death? Even Kong Qin, the brash child, waved his scissors at Xiao Ran and barked, kneel. Xiao Ran chuckled softly. Your family truly is, never mind. It's late. I need sleep. No more. He raised his hand, shaping it like a pistol, and aiming squarely at Dongfang Qin. Huh. You think this handgun will frighten me? Dongfang Qin doubled over in laughter. This man must be unhinged. Xiao Ran grinned. Bang! A cry pierced the air as Dongfang Qin collapsed, blood blooming across his left thigh, pain searing through bone and marrow. The remaining 4 Qin family members froze in disbelief. How had Dongfang Qin been wounded? Rushing to lift him, they only intensified his shrieks. What have you done to my son, you wretch? If he dies, or suffers any harm, I'll never forgive you. Aunt Qin screamed. Xiao Ran laughed again. You broke into my home, forced me outside, to starve, freeze, or be bludgeoned. Yet the moment I defend myself, you rage and vow vengeance. Sigh. When logic means nothing to your adversary, why expect reason from them? Had the Qin family ever offered compensation out of conscience? No, they'd only yielded because Xiao Ran subdued them with his wall-shaking device. Now he raised his gun, aiming directly at Aunt Qin. She faltered. Though she knew it was only a hand, her son had been struck, strangely, inexplicably. So fear grew. You dare you? She shrieked, all bravado masking terror. Bang! Xiao Ran whispered the word. Before she could scream, a crimson hole blossomed on her forehead, and she crumpled lifeless. The remaining 4 Qin family members stood petrified, drenched in icy sweat. Even Dongfang Qin forgot his agony, trembling violently where he lay. Bang! 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 Little Kong Qin, still a child, mimicked gunfire wildly. Yet Xiao Ran remained untouched, flashing him a toothy grin. You're cheating. The boy snarled, brandishing his scissors and charging forward. I'll stab you, you old turtle. There was no saving this child. Xiao Ran flicked his wrist. Thwip. A bullet pierced the boy's brow. He fell backward, life extinguished. Any who dared draw steel upon him, no matter who, would die without mercy. Xiao Bao. His mother wailed a sound of utter desolation and lunged at Xiao Ran with her cleaver. Xiao Ran didn't waste a bullet. Instead, he opened a spatial rift. Whoosh, and she vanished. What? Even Grandfather Qin forgot fear and fury, staring blankly at the spot where his daughter-in-law had disappeared. Where is she? Where is she? Xiao Ran stepped forward. Two corpses dissolved into mist. Grandfather Qin and his son locked eyes on him, certain now he had made them vanish. Where did you send them? Grandfather Qin's voice trembled. Are you human or demon? Xiao Ran laughed soft. Aren't you the demons? I don't creep into homes at midnight wielding knives and hammers to slaughter the innocent. The father and son fell silent, speechless. Time to depart, for good. Xiao Ran spoke coldly. Grandfather Qin let out a guttural, terrified howl, and scrambled backward, desperate to flee. Escape. His son. Irrelevant. After 2 frantic strides, he simply vanished, sucked into Xiao Ran's extra-dimensional space. Xiao Ran could open spatial portals anywhere within a 2-meter radius, so Grandfather Qin, believing he fled, merely rushed headlong into the trap. Only Dongfang Qin remained. Strangely, he grew calm. A bullet in his thigh. A foe wielding unfathomable power. Did survival still hold any hope? Xiao Ran, what are you? He asked hoarsely, seeking truth before death. Xiao Ran approached, leaned close to his ear, as if whispering a final secret, then seized him and hurled him bodily into the spatial rift. Dongfang Qin vanished instantly. Was it worth taunting a dying man? Hardly. Xiao Ran gazed at the blood-stained basement floor and sighed. Better avoid killing indoors in future, unless I can dispatch bodies straight into the rift. Less cleanup. But tonight offered no such luxury. He fetched a cloth and began wiping. Lucky for him, he could conjure a bucket of water at will. Anyone else would struggle. Water, after all, was now a lifeline, equal in value to food itself. 15 minutes later, the last trace of blood was gone. He showered, then climbed into bed. Never kill indoors again, he murmured to himself. Once more. A night has passed, and the apocalypse has entered its 5th day. At 8 in the morning, the outside world remains shrouded in a thick fog, bleak and dim. The hail continues to fall, though it has diminished in size and density. A thick layer of ice covers the ground, making it incredibly slippery, and it is also laced with deadly poison, rendering it impossible to venture outside. There is no rescue. It is already the 5th day, and people's patience has been exhausted, with greater despair looming over everyone's heart. An undeniable issue is that this natural disaster is unlikely to end anytime soon, and rescue is not forthcoming. So how will everyone save themselves? Everyone is becoming increasingly anxious. Xiao Ran arrived at the garage with his leopard, where the atmosphere today was particularly heavy. Each person cast strange glances at the others, as if they were not neighbors who had lived together for years, but enemies. It seems I will have to walk the dog at night from now on. In a direct confrontation with the ammunition reserves from Xiao Ran's alternate space, he could certainly massacre the entire neighborhood several times over. But the question is, if it really comes to a life-and-death struggle, who would dare to attack him hidden? What if someone shoots an arrow from behind? The saying goes, a blatant weapon is easy to avoid, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Xiao Ran thinks it's better to be a little more cautious in his actions. Why bother? Raising a dog is meant to relieve boredom, but risking it defeats the purpose. Moreover, Xiao Ran has noticed that many people are eyeing him covetously. Clearly, after he showcased his wealth in the group, many have set their sights on him. However, Xiao Ran is not concerned. Oh, let them try to break into my safe house. Having many visitors prevents life from becoming dull. And he can orchestrate some grand dramas. Xiao Ran had long since thought this through. After a round, Xiao Ran was about to take the leopard back, when he unexpectedly saw 3 people: Lin Yue, his wife Han Yun, and Zhang Jingya. This is interesting. When Han Yun and the other woman saw Xiao Ran, their faces noticeably flushed, and they lowered their heads, afraid that the 2 beside them might see through their pretense. However, Lin Yu's eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Ran, and he approached with enthusiasm. Xiao, 500 million. He called out loudly, ensuring that those nearby could hear. Upon hearing this, many people displayed expressions of glee at his misfortune. Indeed, while they were suffering, wasn't Xiao Ran the one who was even more unfortunate? He had clearly won a 500 million jackpot. Yet now, he could only spend a few tens of millions, with the rest languishing in the bank, doing nothing but gathering dust. Lin Yue was indeed malicious, bringing up the topic that should have been left alone. Lin Yue strode toward Xiao Ran, smiling. Are you particularly anxious lately with money, but nowhere to spend it? Given the situation, it seems this disaster won't end anytime soon. So you find joy in my misfortune? Xiao Ran shook his head. Is this the baseness of human nature? Even while suffering, as long as others are worse off, I find joy in their misery. Xiao Ran was perplexed. It was as if my money had gone down the drain, and you could feast on it. The key is my resources are enough to rival nations. Do you have to provoke me like this? Fine, then don't blame me for humiliating you to your face. However, before Xiao Ran could speak, Han Yun quickly urged her husband, saying, all right, dear, we are all suffering from this disaster, and we are neighbors in the same community. We should help each other. Why must it be like this? Zhang Jingya also chimed in, yes, yes. Both women feared that if they angered Xiao Ran, he would cease dealings with them in the future. Lin Yue, oh Lin Yue, do you think you could have had half a pack of instant noodles this morning without someone providing it? Both women were desperately trying to persuade Lin Yue, while simultaneously signaling Xiao Ran with their eyes indicating that he should not get angry. Whatever it is, they could discuss it later. He must not explode at this moment, nor should he spill their relationship. At that moment, the leopard approached Han Yun and Zhang Jingya, sniffing them and wagging its tail, displaying great enthusiasm. Dogs have an acute sense of smell and picked up the scents that Xiao Ran had previously absorbed from the two women. Seeing the leopard's enthusiasm, the two women naturally understood what was happening. They noticed that the leopard was not just affectionate towards them, but also towards Han Yun and Zhang Jingya, which led them to exchange knowing glances, both blushing. Understood. So that's how it is. In that moment, they wished they could dig a hole to hide in. What would they call each other in the good sisters? Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle, not expecting that the two women would realize each other's identities from the leopard's reaction. He did not mind, and instead walked towards Han Yun. Seeing this, Lin Yue quickly reached out to block him, saying, "What do you want to do?" His wife was too beautiful and alluring. He was constantly worried and suspicious about how many people were eyeing her. Xiao Ran simply pushed Lin Yue aside. How could someone whose body had been drained by alcohol compete with his strength? He easily shoved him aside and leaned closer to Han Yun's ear, whispering, "Come with me, or else I will reveal our relationship." Han Yun's face turned pale at his words. Xiao Ran turned and walked away. "Don't expect to have it both ways. What did you say to my wife?" Lin Yue shouted. "Bastard, stop right there. Stop." Han Yun exchanged a glance with Zhang Jingya, signaling for her to help, while urging, "Dear, don't be angry. There's no need to stoop to his level. Don't hurt yourself over this, and let's go home. It's so cold outside." Lin Yue walked away, angrily cursing. He dared only to be fierce with words. Would he really dare to confront Xiao Ran? He was terrified after the incident in the elevator. As the three returned to their building, Han Yun suddenly said, "Dear, you guys go up first. I want to find a way to borrow some food." Lin Yue looked at his wife with suspicion, thinking, just now Xiao Ran whispered to you, and now you want to leave alone. Is there something fishy going on? He was a gambler, but he wasn't stupid. Zhang Jingya quickly said, "I'll accompany sister-in-law." Lin Yue thought for a moment and nodded. "Let Jingya go with you." Having a cousin accompany her, Han Yun wouldn't dare to seek Xiao Ran again. Reluctantly, she agreed. Lin Yue went upstairs while Han Yun and the two women headed back, the atmosphere being extremely awkward and silent. What would happen if they went to Xiao Ran? Both women were acutely aware. It would be one thing for one of them to go alone, but together as sisters-in-law, how could they handle that? "Why not, sister-in-law, you go back first?" Zhang Jingya suggested. Naturally, she had her own motives. If she went to Xiao Ran, she could enjoy a hearty meal, but if she stayed at home, she would have to settle for instant noodles. She did not want to eat instant noodles. After all, having slept with Xiao Ran once, what difference did it make if it was once or 10? Han Yun felt a stir within her. She was different from Zhang Jingya. Zhang Jingya hadn't gotten married yet, and did not take matters of men and women too seriously. However, Han Yun, despite her alluring appearance, was very conservative in her beliefs, harboring a strong sense of morality and being quite averse to the idea of selling her body. It could be said that if it weren't for her husband, she would never have gone to see Xiao Ran yesterday. But just now Xiao Ran had specifically called for her. "Then I'll wait outside for a bit," she said. All right." Zhang Jingya sighed in relief. After all, this was not a glory. Thus Zhang Jingya entered the passage leading to Xiao Ran's villa basement alone. Even though it was still daytime, the garage was shrouded in darkness, and she had to take out her phone for illumination. Previously, Xiao Ran had charged her phone, and now it came in handy. She sent a message to Xiao Ran and lightly knocked on the iron door when she arrived. Creak, the iron door opened automatically. Once Zhang Jingya stepped inside, there was a bright light, and Xiao Ran's voice floated over. "Where's Han Yun? Didn't I ask her to come?" "My sister-in-law is a bit shy," Zhang Jingya hurriedly explained. "They'll come today, and my sister-in-law can come tomorrow, all right?" "Not all right," Xiao Ran coldly refused. Zhang Jingya, helpless, had to step back to find Han Yun. Upon learning that Xiao Ran wanted both of them together, Han Yun's face turned pale, nearly fainting. However, thinking of her husband, she forced herself to endure. For her husband, she would endure. "Let's go," she said, becoming braver and grasping Zhang Jingya's hand as they moved into the passage. This time, without them knocking on the door, the iron door opened directly. Xiao Ran clearly saw through the infrared surveillance. Once the two women entered, the iron door locked automatically. Upon entering the basement, warmth instantly enveloped them, and the bright lights made the two women feel as if they had been reborn. Han Yun couldn't help but feel regretful, wondering why the owner of this villa was Xiao Ran and not Lin Yue. "Go eat," came Xiao Ran's voice. The two women sat down at the table and began to eat. At first they were still quite reserved, but from yesterday until now they had only had one proper meal, subsisting on instant noodles at other times. Even though they loved beauty and ate less to maintain their figures, this was far too little. It was better not to eat, but once they started they couldn't help but become a bit messy. Half an hour later, both women were full. Xiao Ran even gave each of them half an apple, which excited them greatly. They could still eat fruit, and it was so fresh. At that moment, Han Yun felt her heart wavering. Was she really going to abandon her husband and shamelessly follow Xiao Ran? But as soon as this thought arose, she quickly scolded herself. It was just food. How could she be so shameless? "Go wash up first," said Xiao Ran. Both women hadn't bathed for several days and had developed a bit of a stench. Fortunately, the weather was cold, otherwise they would have smelled terrible. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Han Yun and the other woman were taken aback. Surely he wasn't dreaming. First, the water pipes were frozen and no water would flow out. Second, even if there was water, it would be toxic. Who would dare to touch it? Xiao Ran walked to the bathroom and turned on the shower, warm water cascading down. He caught it in his hands, feeling no burning sensation. Is this purified water? Han Yun couldn't help but say excitedly. God knows how much she loved cleanliness. Normally, she bathed morning and night. Go on, Xiao Ran waved his hand. The two women exchanged glances and no longer reserved entered the shower room together. Unfortunately, this was just a shower. It would be even better if they could soak in a bathtub. The upstairs bedrooms had bathtubs, but how could Xiao Ran allow them to go upstairs? This basement had also been remodeled with a glass shower room, a bed, and a dining table, just slightly smaller in area. Halfway through washing, Xiao Ran came in. When they finished their baths, they first used a hairdryer to dry their hair, otherwise it was so cold outside that wet hair would freeze quickly. Then Xiao Ran gave them plenty of instant noodles and bread, even a few hot dogs. Of course, purified water was indispensable. Both women hid the food and bottled water under loose winter clothing, otherwise carrying food around would attract unwanted attention and could lead to theft. Now one must never overestimate human morality. Han Yun and Zhang Jingya returned home with their hearts in their throats. To be honest, they had never felt this anxious even when carrying $1 million in cash before the natural disaster. Back then the social order was impeccable. Who would dare to rob in broad daylight? But now, for a bite to eat or a sip to drink, everyone would pounce like hungry wolves. Once inside, the two women brought out the food, feeling a wave of relief. However, Lin Yue frowned and asked, why did you? Han Yun awkwardly replied, food is too scarce now. Oh, at first they were unwilling to sell it to us. We had to plead and negotiate before they finally agreed. This time Lin Yue was not so easily fooled. He questioned who would be foolish enough to sell food and water now. That represents life. Han Yun quickly gestured to Zhang Jingya, signaling her to help cover up the lie. But before Zhang Jingya could say anything, Lin Yue grabbed Han Yun and sniffing her hair, his expression changed dramatically. Did you wash your hair? Where did you wash it? He seemed to realize something and dragged Han Yun into the bedroom where, amidst her high-pitched protests, he conducted a search and instantly erupted in fury. You wretched woman, how dare you betray me? He unbuckled his belt and swung it at Han Yun. Zhang Jingya hurriedly tried to mediate, saying, brother, sister-in-law is doing this for you. Otherwise you'd have starved to death long ago. This statement drove Lin Yue completely mad. He fixed his bloodshot eyes on Zhang Jingya and with a crack lashed out at her too. Zhang Jingya let out a scream, covering her face in pain. Lin Yue continued to lash out for a while, feeling that hitting his wife and sister wasn't enough to vent his anger. He growled, who is that bastard? I know. Is it Xiao Ran? Is it Xiao Ran? He recalled their previous encounter in the garage with Xiao Ran, where he had mockingly belittled him, but now it seemed like a huge joke. Xiao Ran had indeed been with his wife. No wonder Xiao Ran had whispered something in Han Yun's ear, and no wonder Han Yun was unwilling to go upstairs. She had gone to sell herself. That's how yesterday's instant noodles and water came about. No, and what about even earlier? Why did Xiao Ran transfer 5,000 yuan to Han Yun that day? Wretched woman, I'll deal with you when I get back. Lin Yue stormed into the kitchen, grabbing a kitchen knife and rushing out. What was he doing? Of course it was to confront Xiao Ran. Which man could tolerate such a green hat? Han Yun and Zhang Jingya, upon seeing this, forgot their pain and rushed after. But they were no match for the furious Lin Yue, and as they chased, he soon disappeared from sight. Lin Yue stormed into the underground garage, wielding the knife with a fierce look, causing everyone in his path to hurry. What's going on? Is he going to confront someone who stole his food? What could be more serious than stealing food and water? Lin Yue, consumed by anger, hastened towards the villa where Xiao Ran was located. Is he going to find Xiao? What kind of enmity could he have with Xiao Ran, as if his wife was cheating on him? Oh no. Everyone exchanged glances, suddenly realizing Han Yun was cheating and the partner was Xiao Ran. Upon realizing this, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Han Yun was renowned as the beauty of the neighborhood. Calling her the most beautiful would not be an exaggeration. Even more enticing was her figure, curvaceous and alluring, truly a rare gem. Which man wouldn't want to sleep with her? But where would the opportunity come from? Now Han Yun was actually having an affair with Xiao Ran. Oh my, what a lucky bastard. Wasn't it true that when a disaster struck, everyone's money turned into a useless string of numbers? Why would Han Yun still let Xiao Ran sleep with her? Curiosity piqued, the crowd followed, yet they dared not get too close, fearing that Lin Yue would lose his temper and attack anyone in sight. Lin Yue entered a long corridor. His phone had long since run out of battery, so he couldn't use it for light. His fury only intensified as he stumbled in the dark, crashing into a wall, which made him even more furious, cursing under his breath. Finally, he reached the iron door and began banging on it with the knife. Xiao Ran, how dare you mess with my wife? The crowd had merely speculated, but with his open declaration, they naturally gasped in realization. How enviable. I mean, Han Yun is so enchanting, how could she possibly be a faithful woman? What a pity that she was actually played by Xiao Ran. If it were me. Every man couldn't help but swallow hard, even the elderly in their 50s and 60s. Men remain youthful until death. Lin Yue kept banging on the door, sparking numerous sparks. At this moment, Han Yun and Zhang Jingya hurriedly arrived. Seeing everyone watching, Han Yun stumbled and nearly fainted. It was over, her reputation was ruined. More crucially, after this commotion, could Xiao Ran still do business with her? Would they starve or die of thirst? What to do now? Snap. The iron door swung open, a beam of light spilling out along with warmth. Lin Yue instinctively shielded his eyes. His eyes had grown accustomed to the darkness, and the sudden exposure to light caused a painful sting. Xiao Ran turned on the lights using a flashlight, a powerful one at that, enough to severely damage Lin Yue's vision. Lin Yue, already furious, was now even more enraged. He tightened his grip on the knife's handle and shouted, "Xiao Ran, you've played with my wife. How will you compensate me?" Han Yun nearly fainted again. "How could you say that out loud? I truly can't face anyone." Xiao Ran's voice came through. "How do you want me to compensate you?" In fact, he had a transactional relationship with Han Yun and Zhang Jingya, mutually agreeable, so there was fundamentally no question of compensation. But since Lin Yue had come to confront him, he might as well play along. Lin Yue, unable to hide his greed, said, "Compensate me with this villa of yours, and that wretched woman is yours. I've grown tired of her anyway." Han Yun's ability to bring back so much instant noodles and clean water indicated what? Xiao Ran must have more food and clean water. He was naturally putting on a tough front, but if his wife had been played and was no longer pure, could he still cherish her as a treasure? Forget it, let this pair of adulterers die of cold hunger and thirst. Han Yun's face turned pale, as if she had been struck by a heavy blow. Shame, anger, and heartbreak filled her over the disappointment of misplacing her affections. She had been absolutely devoted to Lin Yue. Even when he lost everything in gambling, she remained by his side. Moreover, she even sold her body to obtain food for her husband. And this is the reward. Han Yun, feeling lost, sank down onto the ground. Swish! The flashlight was directly shining into Lin Yue's eyes, and even though he tried to block it with his hand, it was of no use. He had to retreat repeatedly until he bumped against the wall of the passage, with a thud finally stopping. A strong light flickered, and Xiao Ran also stepped out. "You have quite an appetite," he said coldly. "Xiao Ran, I'll fight," Lin Yue shouted loudly, swinging his knife toward Xiao Ran. In fact, he couldn't see where Xiao Ran was. He was just hacking at the light. At this moment, he was completely blinded by rage. Xiao Ran sneered and kicked out. Lin Yue couldn't see anyone, but he could clearly feel a solid kick landing on his lower abdomen, sending him stumbling backward until he exited the passage and plopped down onto the ground. With a clang, the kitchen knife fell to the ground. Xiao Ran walked out and casually picked up the knife. When he approached Lin Yue, the knife was also pointed at Lin Yue's face. Lin Yue was still in a daze. Just as he regained his senses, he saw a kitchen knife placed in front of him. He was almost scared to the point of losing control. The courage born from anger immediately receded like a tide, replaced by fear that tightly gripped his heart, causing cold sweat to break out on his back. "Don't do anything reckless," he stammered. At that moment, he reverted to the cowardly gambler he had been a few months ago. Xiao Ran glanced at Han Yun, revealing an evil smile, and said, "I plan to buy your wife. What's your price?" "A few packs of instant noodles and some water." This? Lin Yue hesitated. He could do without a wife since Han Yun had betrayed him, but if he sold her to Xiao Ran, that would be entirely different. Was he still a man? In ancient times, only a degenerate gambler would sell his wife right. If he named a price, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame. "Hurry up, my patience is limited." Xiao Ran pressed the blade against Lin Yue's neck, the icy edge making Lin Yue shiver, and instantly a hot current erupted from within him. Fortunately, it was cold outside, and he was dressed warmly enough that if he wet himself, no one would notice. 10 packs. Lin Yue seemed eager to rid himself of some trouble, loudly proclaiming. Xiao Ran smirked and turned to look at Han Yun. Han Yun appeared to have lost all her strength, sitting numbly, her eyes devoid of light, turning into a puppet. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue quietly got back up. He wanted to go home, close the door tightly, and never hear any word related to Xiao Ran again. However, Xiao Ran suddenly turned his gaze sharply and slashed forward. With a splatter, blood sprayed everywhere. The kitchen knife lodged in Lin Yue's neck, a torrent of blood gushing out. Xiao Ran tried to withdraw the knife, but found it stuck and couldn't pull it out. Forget it, he never had any interest in this kind of weapon, and there were plenty of cold weapons around. He stepped back a few paces to avoid getting splattered by the blood. Someone who stabbed him in the back shouldn't be left alive, right? What time was it now? Was he still afraid of killing? He wasn't afraid to kill in front of everyone. Then there was a dead silence. Someone's been killed. Someone's been killed. Xiao Ran has killed someone. And then everyone scattered in panic, their souls nearly escaping. Although everyone knew the world was in chaos, open murder, it still terrified everyone. Just then Han Yun suddenly stood up and walked towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue's will had begun to dissipate, but when he saw his wife approaching, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes, as if he was awakening from a dream. Han Yun reached out to pull the knife from Lin Yue's throat using all her strength. With a thud, the knife came out, and she also collapsed onto the ground. Lin Yue covered his wound with one hand and pointed at Xiao Ran with the other, signaling his wife to attack. Han Yun raised the knife and swung down. However, the knife did not strike Xiao Ran, but instead landed on Lin Yue's face. Thud. The kitchen knife hit, but couldn't break the bone, yet one of Lin Yue's eyes was gouged out. His other eye widened in disbelief, unable to believe that his usually obedient wife would swing a knife at him. He looked at Han Yun in disbelief. This was even harder to believe than the knife that Xiao Ran had struck him with. Han Yun pulled out the knife and swung again, thud, 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 continuing until she was exhausted, finally collapsing and crying out loud. She felt aggrieved, she felt unwilling. She had given so much for her husband, yet he not only failed to understand her, but ultimately sold her for 10 packs of instant noodles. A woman who becomes mad with love is not to be trifled with. Even Xiao Ran bared his teeth. He wouldn't dare to sleep with such a woman, lest she stab him in the middle of the night. However, Han Yun stood up again, swaying as she walked towards Xiao Ran, looking somewhat drunk, her clothes soaked in blood, which was rather frightening. She actually showed Xiao Ran a seductive smile, saying, "Can I use your bathroom to wash up? In return, I'll let you enjoy me for free." Such a blatant proposition was something she would never have said before, but now she seemed unconcerned. It seemed that the betrayal from her husband had given her a great shock. Xiao Ran smiled lightly. "Go ahead." He took Han Yun back to the villa. Zhang Jingyao thought for a moment and hurriedly followed suit. Facing a corpse alone was simply too terrifying. Han Yun went to take a shower, while Xiao Ran sat by leisurely sipping tea, and Zhang Jingyao trembled in the corner. Xiao Ran and Han Yun were both ruthless, while she was weak and helpless. It wasn't until half an hour later that Han Yun finally came out. How much water had she used? Xiao Ran didn't bother to count. In any case, if others found out, they would definitely beat her to death, but Xiao Ran didn't care at all. He didn't know how many tons of tap water he had collected. With how often he washed, he could wash for 100 lifetimes without running out. That's how extravagant he was. Han Yun and Zhang Jingyao left. Xiao Ran offered them some advice, such as making sure to close the door tightly, not to open it for anyone, and to confirm that no one was lurking outside before going out. Of course, the latter possibility is quite low, because it's too cold. Sioux City has never been this cold, reaching temperatures below -10 degrees. The winter clothes are utterly ineffective, so while a quick outing is possible, staying outside for an extended period, no one could stand it. This is only below -10 degrees. If it reached the extreme cold of -40 or 50 degrees, the frigid air would harm the lungs, and within 20 minutes one's internal organs could be injured. A death would not be surprising. Therefore, one should just be more cautious before heading out. Xiao Ran's nagging is of course because Han Yun is attractive and has a good figure. He is not willing to part with such a playmate. If someone were to force themselves on Han Yun, he certainly wouldn't want her anymore. He pondered for a moment. If he publicly killed Lin Yue, he would undoubtedly become a dominant figure in the community. The downside is that everyone would avoid him, fearing they might be targeted as well. The upside is that most people would dare not provoke him. It seems like the two sides are relatively equal. Xiao Ran smiled. After today's events, everyone should guess that he possesses a considerable amount of resources, hence many would likely be eyeing him. He is certainly not afraid of the overt threats. At worst, he could reveal the secret of his alternate space and eliminate everyone. But if possible, he still wishes to spend a few more days with his adorable neighbors. Being stuck in the community alone would be having fun is indeed interesting, but one cannot just indulge in it for 24 hours straight, right? Thus, Xiao Ran regards everyone in the community as his toys. Having died once, does he still expect to have any conscience or kindness? Xiao Ran's lack of malice is in fact the greatest form of goodness. The news of Lin Yui's death quickly spread throughout the community, causing a sensation. Consequently, a few people gathered to hold a meeting with the theme naturally revolving around Xiao Ran. The person leading the charge was named Mo Peng, who had once been involved with gangs in his youth, ranking fourth, thus earning the nickname Mo Lousy. He had some notoriety in the community, so with him at the helm, a meeting targeting Xiao Ran was convened. The meeting was held at Missouri Peng's place. Surprisingly, although Mo Peng was already in his 40s, there was a woman in her 20s at his home, and she wasn't bad looking. Someone recognized the woman and exclaimed, "Isn't this Wang Meiqi, Li Junhao's wife?" Upon hearing her identity mentioned, Wang Meiqi trembled and opened her mouth to speak. Slap. Mo Peng delivered a resounding slap and scolded, "Go back to your room. This woman for a meal has even abandoned her husband, shamelessly asking me to take her in." Seeing her pitiful state, I gave her a meal and a bit of warmth in bed. The others all displayed knowing smiles, but the next moment they cast glances at Mo Peng, secretly thinking how ruthless he was. What could this old rogue Mo Lousy possibly have at home? Therefore, rather than saying the young wife craved his food, it would be more believable to say that he had harmed both of them, killed the husband, stolen his supplies, and abducted the wife. If you don't believe it, go knock on the neighbor's door and see if Li Junhao will come out to answer. I guarantee no one will respond. And if the door were to be broken down, they might just find Li Junhao's corpse. However, given how cold it is, the body is unlikely to smell, otherwise they should have been able to catch a whiff of the odor through several doors and walls. But why should that matter to them? They indeed came to discuss how to deal with Xiao Ran, but was it truly out of a sense of justice? Nowadays there aren't that many people who meddle in others' business. They came because they suspected Xiao Ran had a considerable amount of resources. After all, Xiao Ran could eliminate Lin Yue without batting an eye. Who wouldn't fear such a ruthless person? The more people there are, the more courage and assurance they have to take him down and seize all his resources. One person even smiled and asked Mo Peng, "How is the taste of the young wife?" "Tight." Mo Peng laughed heartily, noticing the other's lecherous expression. He added, "You can give it a try. He'll only charge you 2 packs of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food. If it's meat, just give me 2 tails." The person thought for a moment and ultimately declined. Too expensive. This Wang Meiqi cannot be considered a beauty. She just has a decent figure, but is she worth 2 packs of instant noodles? If it were Han Yun, that would be a different story. Everyone, if we can pull this off, we will surely become rich men. At that time, who wouldn't willingly drop their pants for any woman in the community if we offer food and clean water? Mo Peng encouraged the others. "Let's do it." The remaining 5 responded in unison. Mo Peng didn't invite too many people, as the more people there were, the fewer resources they would each get. But with only 6 people, wouldn't that be enough to subdue Xiao Ran? Absolutely sufficient. Oldly, you used to be a locksmith, you still have your tools and skills right. Mo Peng looked at an old man who was the oldest among them, nearing 70, with white hair and beard. Oldly grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, half of which were missing. No problem. That's good. Mo Peng then addressed the others. Oldly will handle the door, we will take down Xiao Ran. Everyone be ruthless and Everyone nodded. Alright, we will act at midnight. Mo Peng decisively declared. The remaining 5 did not return home. After all, everyone had concerns. What if someone betrayed them and informed Xiao Ran for resources? Therefore, no one was allowed to leave before the operation. There were only a few hours left anyway. After a few minutes, Mo Peng and Oldly emerged, and through the half-open door one could see Wang Meiqi lying on the bed, her expression numb, resembling a corpse. However, neither Mo Peng nor Oldly paid much attention. The 6 of them took a short break, skipping dinner, and once they captured Xiao Ran, they could finally enjoy a hearty meal. They waited and waited until it was finally midnight. The 6 set off with Mo Peng not even locking the door, completely unafraid of Wang Meiqi escaping. He was determined to take over Xiao Ran's villa. They arrived at the garage using flashlights to guide their way, and soon reached the villa's entrance. Looking at the sealed iron gate, Mo Peng sneered. Oldly, it's up to you. No problem. Oldly stepped forward to fiddle with it. However, 10 minutes later, he was still struggling with it. Oldly, why is it not done yet? The 5 of them were freezing. Oldly was on the verge of tears. This is a top-tier electronic lock. Damn it, how afraid of death is this guy to use such an advanced lock for the basement? I need some time. Damn it, it's too cold, my hands are shaking from the cold, and I can't even exert half my usual strength. Mo Peng, impatient, said, give me a number. How much longer? 10. 30 minutes, I suppose, Oldly replied. This almost drove the other 5 to despair. It was too cold, they actually had to stay in this wretched place for another half hour. Damn it, Oldly, did you use all your strength on women? Someone cursed. It's clear we're supposed to act tonight, yet you're still thinking about women. Have you never been with a woman before? The others chimed in with curses. They were a ragtag group, and if everything went smoothly, that was fine, but once they encountered setbacks, infighting would erupt immediately. Disbanding on the spot was not out of the question. Click. Just then the iron door surprisingly opened. Oldly, you did it. How come you just said it would take at least 10 minutes, and now it's opened immediately? Everyone was delighted. But Oldly was puzzled, saying, I didn't open the door. Oh, what was going on then? The 6 of them quickly focused on the entrance. Suddenly a bright light shone through. Damn, it nearly blinded them. The 6 hurriedly stepped back, while shining their flashlights in that direction. Xiao Ran appeared in their line of sight. But unlike them who held kitchen knives, hammers, and screwdrivers, Xiao Ran had a water gun. The 6 laughed. Were you planning to spray us with a water gun? In the next moment, Xiao Ran fired. Swish, 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 water bullets came flying at them. They were fast, and hurt a lot upon impact. Xiao Ran smiled. This was an electric-powered water gun, with power similar to that of a high-pressure water gun, but concentrated in individual water bullets, making the impact tremendous. But that was not the key point. The water bullets hit their faces, hands, and necks, causing the 6 to scream out in agony. This is toxic water. It's hail made of poison. The 6 finally reacted, but it was too late. They were already on the ground, writhing in pain from the intense burning sensation. Xiao Ran did not fire again, but waited. It took a full half hour for the groans of the 6 to lessen. Xiao Ran had even brought over a small stove mainly to warm his hands, but it also prevented Mo Peng and the others from freezing to death. Now listen to me, Xiao Ran said indifferently. I need you to do something. If you succeed, these instant noodles and water will be yours. If you fail, or try to forcefully take them, feel free to try it. Mo Peng didn't outright reject or agree, but asked, what do you want us to do? Asking carried no risk, and given their current situation, they needed time to recover. Xiao Ran smiled. Go to room 302 in building 11. There are 4 people inside, an elderly couple and a pair of siblings. I want each of you to take turns with all 4 of them. Here each person gets 4 sets, and when you're done you can use the sets to claim your rewards. What the hell, isn't that your ex-wife's family? The 6 gasped, thinking Xiao Ran was too cruel. But was this task difficult? Oldly could pick locks, and their weapons were ready. Oh, wasn't it easy to subdue a family with just 2 men and 2 women? Yet they found it hard to act against the men. What about directly taking down Xiao Ran instead? Looking at the plastic basket next to Xiao Ran filled with instant noodles, meat jerky, and purified water made their eyes green with envy. In the end, everyone's gaze turned toward Mo Peng. He used to be involved in gangs, and when it came to being tough, Mo Peng was undoubtedly the best. Mo Peng pondered for a moment and said, all right, well, take on this task. The other 5 were puzzled, but Mo Peng winked at them, signaling them to remain calm. Thus the 5 remained silent. Xiao Ran tossed out 3 boxes of sets, smiling. If anyone can manage a few more, you can receive extra rewards. But please don't seriously injure or kill this family. I still want to enjoy them slowly. You only have 1 day. How ruthless. To take turns with all 4 of them regardless of gender was merely an act. Just how much did you hate this family? However, they had heard some rumors and knew that Zheng Wan had cheated before marriage, forcing Xiao Ran to become the scapegoat. Thinking of it this way, they could understand. After all, if this happened to them, they might be even harsher than Xiao Ran. The 6 picked up the sets, gathered their fallen weapons and tools, and began walking forward, while Xiao Ran followed behind with the water gun. Mo Peng quietly said, that kid has a water gun. If we get hit by a water bullet, we'll lose our ability to resist. So let's do as he says first, and when it's done we can trade the sets for rewards and get closer to him. At that point we can strike together and take him down. Indeed, Mo Lousy, a solid plan. But, do we really have to go after the men? Someone hesitated. Damn it, just close your eyes, and do it regardless of whether they're male or female. Mo Peng said fiercely. The other 5 could only nod, but 4 in 24 hours was a bit challenging, after all they weren't young men with ample energy. Before long they arrived at the door of room 302. Xiao Ran kindly threw out a box of pills saying, Ingu, you know what to do. If it doesn't work, just take one. Damn, you really thought this through. Mo Peng silently picked up the pill box. Oldly began to pick the lock. He was indeed a professional, managing to open it in just half a minute. The lock of Xiao Ran could not be opened simply because he had spent 80 million on renovations ensuring it was sturdy and indestructible. If a mere locksmith could pick it open with a few attempts, even if hail fell, Xiao Ran would have to find Jia Yungue and take him down. Suddenly 6 people rushed inside. Who are you? Oh, what do you want? You are Mo Lousy, the locksmith, Oldly, and you Zhang Guowei. The 4 members of the Zhang family immediately gasped, but soon their gasps turned into terrified screams. Xiao Ran smiled and turned to leave. Ex-wife's family, take your time to feel my hatred. This is definitely not the end unless someone from the Zhang family decides to commit suicide. But as long as there is a glimmer of hope for survival, would a Zhang family member ever take their own life? Therefore he should still be able to torment his ex-wife's family several more times. Xiao Ran returned home and slept soundly. The leopard wanted to jump onto the bed with him, but was kicked down by Xiao Ran, who jokingly scolded, Don't say you are male. Even if you were female, you can't sleep on my bed. Wait until the fog clears tomorrow, and I'll see if I can find you a female companion. The leopard barked twice at him, unsure whether it was protesting or urging Xiao Ran to hurry up and take action so it could escape the ranks of single dogs. A night passed. The community was buzzing with news of the Zhang family's tragedy. Just last night, Mo Lousy led a group to break into the Zhang family's house and seemingly assaulted all 4 members. Why 4? Because all 4 members of the Zhang family were screaming, pausing for a moment before continuing. Truly, it could be said that Mo Lousy and his group had their way with Zhang Wan. After all, she was a young wife with decent looks. But Lin Meiying was quite old. How could Mo Lousy still lay hands on her? That's just perverted. But the most perverse part was that Mo Lousy and his group did not spare Zheng Yujun and his son either. How twisted could they be? This was stated by Aunt Zhao from room 402. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she heard it clearly. Not only did she speak about it in the group, but the next morning, she rushed to the garage to tell everyone. Is it scary? Yes, it is. But did any righteous person stand up and say they would go to the Zhang family to eliminate evil? No. Everyone was focused on their own doorstep, who would care about others' troubles. However, everyone became more cautious. The heads of each building began going door to door, preparing to unite all residents. If they encountered a situation similar to the Zhang families, they would band together to resist. They couldn't let themselves be picked off one by one. This approach worked for a short time, but after a few days, as everyone grew hungrier and thirstier, many would begin to target the people in their own building. After all, they were all from the same building, so they had to know each other somewhat. If they didn't even know how many people lived in the other house, what if they charged in and were met by 5 strong men who turned the tables on them? So they would definitely look for the soft ones to squeeze. However, the Zhang family had become the sacrificial lamb. But did anyone sympathize with the Zhang family? How could that be possible? Was there any good person left in the Zhang family? Didn't everyone know what kind of people Zheng Yujun and Lin Meiying were? Zheng Gang was a typical road proficient in eating, drinking, gambling, and debauchery, doing proper work. As for Zheng Wan, she had not had a bad reputation before, but in the last 3 months her image had completely collapsed. First, it was revealed that she was pregnant before marriage, and the child was actually the product of an affair resulting in a scandal that landed on the honest man's shoulders. And what was the bombshell news? Some said her son was the one she had designed to have killed. Why? For compensation. She could even harm her own son. How twisted must this woman be? Thus, the Zheng family's misfortune could only be described as evil begetting evil. Bad people would eventually meet their own kind. How could anyone sympathize with them? In the morning around 10 o'clock, Xiao Ran woke up and stretched comfortably. The feeling of waking up naturally was fantastic. After washing up, he prepared one serving for him, one for the leopard, a feast that would make anyone drool. It was no exaggeration to say that even Han Yun couldn't eat as well as the leopard. Heckin' a woman who is merely playing around compared to a loyal dog. Just after finishing breakfast, Xiao Ran's phone received an alarm notification. Someone had arrived. At first he thought it was Han Yun and her sister-in-law, but upon closer inspection it was not. Instead it was a woman he had never seen before. The infrared surveillance captured her face in black and white, revealing only that she was a beauty, but lacking any specific details. It was just her alone. Moreover, she seemed a bit hesitant. Although her hand was raised, she did not knock for a long time, biting her lip, appearing indecisive. After a full 5 minutes, the woman finally knocked on the door. With a click, the iron door opened immediately. The woman was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the light in the room and feeling the warmth emanating from it, she couldn't help but step inside. Click, the iron door closed automatically. The woman trembled slightly, seemingly startled by the sound of the door closing. Speak directly, don't beat around the bush. I don't have that much time, Xiao Ran said while sizing up the woman. In fact, what everyone lacked the most right now was time. Did she have a class to attend or a meeting to hold? But saying it was one thing, he actually doing it was another. The woman bit her lip, gathered her courage, and looked at Xiao Ran saying, "Can you give me something to eat?" Xiao Ran chuckled. "How did you know I had food here?" "I heard others mention it," the woman replied. "I am just so hungry and thirsty." Thus she had come to plead, but she likely also understood what she would have to pay, which was why she hesitated at the door for so long. Xiao Ran appreciated her. She was decent looking, although she didn't reach a score of 90. If she did, she would be exceptional. She was still around 80, far surpassing someone like Zheng Wan. She looked to be about 20 years old in her prime, but her figure was hard to discern wrapped up in thick winter clothing. Xiao Ran smiled and asked, "What is your name?" "Zhong Lei," the woman quickly replied. "I live in building 16, room 2201, but I am not an owner of the community. I am a tenant studying at Tsu University in my 4th year this year." Xiao Ran asked again, "Why don't you live on campus? There are dormitories at school, and renting outside costs money." Thus Xiao Ran's implication was whether she was being kept by someone. Zhong Lei explained, "I found the dorm conditions unsatisfactory and my family isn't short on money, so I rented a place near the school. I was supposed to graduate at the end of the month, but unexpectedly, she hadn't anticipated encountering a disaster. Not to mention she had not expected it. Who in the world would have? This girl was decent looking, so Xiao Ran certainly had no reason to reject the delicious opportunity that had come knocking. However, he still said, "I do have some food and clean water, but you must understand what food means right now and what price you have to pay." "I understand," Zhong Lei nodded. Although she hesitated all the way, she had indeed made up her mind. "All right." Xiao Ran turned behind the screen, took out a few dishes, and added a bowl of rice, then prepared a bottle of purified water and beckoned Zhong Lei over. Seeing the spread of food, Zhong Lei couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She was too hungry and thirsty. She walked over and sat down. First she drank some water. As the cool liquid soothed her parched throat, she felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Then she started to gobble down the food. However, as she ate, she took off her coat. It was hot. It was too warm in here. "You actually have electricity and heating here." She was utterly shocked, then looked at Xiao Ran with pleading eyes. "Can I stay here permanently? You can do whatever you want with me." Once she entered, she truly didn't want to leave. Xiao Ran naturally refused. Even someone as attractive and well-endowed as Han Yun was not qualified to stay here, let alone her. It's fine to play around, but to truly become his woman, she had to be perfect. The lesson learned from Zheng Wan was painful. "Are you a virgin?" Xiao Ran asked casually. Zhong Lei's face turned red, and she shook her head. She had had a boyfriend since her sophomore year, and even lived together with him. How could she still be a virgin? "But I've only had one boyfriend," she quickly added, trying to score points with him. Was there a difference? Xiao Ran was too lazy to waste time on this topic. "Eat quickly." Zhong Lei felt disappointed, but dared not disobey. She buried her head and continued eating. Xiao Ran was quite satisfied, and gave Zhong Lei 2 packs of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water as tips. Typically, it would be 1+1. Just as he was about to send Zhong Lei away, he noticed a notification from the surveillance. Someone was coming. Another woman. Xiao Ran grinned. Now that everyone knew he had resources, were they all coming here to sell themselves? "Fine, I'll take the good ones, but pass on the bad ones. I'm not greedy, I'll stick to quality." Outside the door, the woman was about to knock when the door suddenly opened. She was taken aback and saw a young beauty walking out. The 2 women exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's intentions. Suddenly they both felt quite awkward. Zhong Lei hurriedly left. The woman then walked into the room and saw Xiao Ran coming out in a bathrobe. She glanced at him, her face flushed, and quickly looked down. "Are you here for a transaction as well?" Xiao Ran asked directly. The woman's face was somewhat pale, but she nodded. Xiao Ran smiled. "Lift your head so I can take a look." Of course he had to check the goods before buying. The woman raised her head. She had a beauty score of around 70. Xiao Ran felt a bit disappointed. In fact, a score of 60 was already the passing mark for beauty, 70 was above average. However, Xiao Ran had recently developed a discerning taste. Anything below 80 would not catch his eye. Just like Zhang Jingya, if she were not paired with Han Yun, Xiao Ran wouldn't be interested at all. After all, he had choices now. After his rebirth, his physique had indeed improved, significantly surpassing 99 of people, but even with a strong physique, could he really spend over half of his time farming every day? "You can go back now," Xiao Ran declined, but he still handed her a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles. "I won't let you leave empty-handed. This is how to build a reputation. Beautiful women in the community come if you have confidence. Even if no business is done, at least there's fare for you." The woman's face initially turned pale, but upon seeing the food and water, her eyes lit up as she hurriedly accepted. "Thank you, thank you." Xiao Ran escorted her out, believing that soon this matter would spread. "Beautiful women, if you find it hard to survive, feel free to come find me." However, among the women in the community, Han Yun was probably the most beautiful and most voluptuous. Finding a second one would be too difficult, and she had to be a virgin to be taken in. Xiao Ran felt that for a long time he would only be single with the leopard. Better to have none than to have many. To Xiao Ran's surprise, Han Yun and her sister-in-law didn't come looking for him today. It seemed Han Yun had been quite shaken. Her husband was first betrayed, then killed, and she was one of the executioners. Although Lin Yue wouldn't have survived without the few knife wounds she inflicted, Han Yun obviously couldn't see it that way. Before yesterday, she was still willing to sell her body for her husband as a virtuous wife, yet she turned around and became the kind of woman who dared to stab her husband. It would be odd if she didn't have some inner turmoil. Xiao Ran smiled indifferently. Whether Han Yun could overcome the shadow in her heart had nothing to do with him, but it would be a pity if she couldn't come to terms with it. Slowly the sky darkened. Around 7 in the evening, Mo Peng and his group arrived. They knocked on the door. Go to the garage, Xiao Ran's voice came from the hidden speaker. Thus, Mo Peng and the 6 others retreated from the corridor and headed to the garage. Lin Yuai's body had not been dealt with. If Xiao Ran didn't handle it, no one would, because of the cold weather his body had been frozen there. Because of this, although the death scene was somewhat terrifying, no odor had emerged. The 6 men frowned upon seeing it. A dead person, who would feel comfortable seeing that. They had been in a rush yesterday and hadn't paid attention, but today they happened to step back to this position, making all 6 silently think it was unlucky. Mo Lao, see, we are all waiting for your signal, Zhang Guowei said quietly. Mo Peng cursed, inwardly thinking, aren't you pushing me to the front? Fine, this was his idea, and since he initiated it, he would naturally get a larger share of the spoils. For example, this villa. All right, he nodded. At that moment a flashlight beam shone over, and Xiao Ran strode over. Let's check the goods. Mo Peng pulled out a plastic bag and tossed it to Xiao Ran. It contained 4 used condoms. As long as Xiao Ran opened it to inspect, he would charge in immediately, and Zhang Guowei and the others would rush in too. Could 6 big men not handle one person? Without that water gun, what do you think you are? Xiao Ran smiled as the door to another dimension swung open. He pretended to look down, the flashlight illuminating the ground. Now is the moment. Suddenly Mo Peng was the first to charge forward. Die, he bellowed. This served as a signal for the others to attack. Zhang Guowei and his 4 companions saw Mo Peng rush out, and naturally they followed with a roar, charging at Xiao Ran. Then one person after another vanished. Silently, and without a trace. Xiao Ran scanned the area with his mind, and saw that 6 vividly lifelike corpses had appeared in the alternate space. Their expressions were fierce and grotesque, yet there lingered a hint of fear. This indicates that when a person enters the alternate space, they do not die immediately, or rather there is a process. Though this process is fleeting. While Mo Peng and the others are plotting against him, does he plan to spare these 6 individuals? The purpose of these individuals was to bring pain and humiliation to the Zheng family. Now that the goal has been achieved, what use do they serve? Xiao Ran smiled. With a flick of his mind, he cast all the corpses out of the alternate space. They were all filled with supplies, and placing them alongside the dead made him uncomfortable, even if he knew there would be no pollution between them. He took a picture of the corpses of Mo Peng and the others with his phone before returning to the villa. He sent it to his ex-wife. He wondered if Zheng Wan's phone still had battery. Hopefully it did. After a long time without a reply, Xiao Ran sighed. It seemed her phone had run out of battery. Oh well, it just meant he couldn't rub salt into the wound. Xiao Ran went to take a shower, and after washing up he prepared to sleep. To his surprise, when he picked up his phone, Zheng Wan had actually replied. Did you kill those 6 beasts? She was clearly very excited, using multiple exclamation marks. Xiao Ran smiled and replied yes. Xiao Ran, thank you. I knew you still had feelings for me. Zheng Wan was so moved, she was almost in tears. Although she had been assaulted by the 6 villains, if it could evoke Xiao Ran's sympathy and protective instincts, then she had struck gold. She could live in the grand villa, enjoy exquisite delicacies, and no longer have any worries. She called Xiao Ran directly. Xiao Ran, can I come to find you now? Are you misunderstanding something? Xiao Ran laughed. Mo Peng and the others were indeed killed by me, but their visit to your home was also under my threat. If they didn't go, I'd kill them. So they sacrificed your dad and brother to save their lives. Otherwise, do you think they would act so depravedly? How could I commit such misdeeds without leaving a name? I must make you hate me and regret it immensely. Zheng Wan couldn't believe it. She dropped the phone in shock. Zheng Wan, you jinx. Suddenly Zheng Yujin's furious voice echoed, clearly indicating that Zheng Wan had made a colossal mistake. She had put the call on speaker. Zheng Wan was too excited, thinking Xiao Ran still loved her and had killed Mo Peng and the others for her sake. So she eagerly wanted to show off in front of her parents and brother, boasting that she would be the mistress of the villa, and they better start flattering her if they wished to live there. As a result, joy turned to sorrow. These 6 individuals were actually sent by Xiao Ran. Zheng Yujun was over 60, yet had been humiliated and to be assaulted by 6 men. One could only imagine the anger and humiliation brewing inside him. But all of this was because of Xiao Ran. Why did Xiao Ran seek revenge against the Zheng family? Isn't it because Zheng Wan cheated first? No, it wasn't just that, as she was pregnant and had sought out a hapless fool to take her place. Do you think Xiao Ran wouldn't be furious? Thus it all stemmed from Zheng Wan. If it weren't for her, would her family have to endure so much suffering and humiliation? Previously they had spoiled her and appeased her for the compensation, but now, on the 6th day of the natural disaster, what good was money? At least 99 of people realized that their former wealth had turned to vapor, merely scraps of paper and meaningless numbers. What truly mattered now was having food and clean water. Given this, would they still care about Zheng Wan? Especially since he had been humiliated because of this wretched woman. How infuriating. Zheng Yujun could no longer contain himself, removing his slippers to strike Zheng Wan. She dodged, but Zheng Gang and Lin Ming joined in, quickly subduing her and beating her mercilessly. Zheng Wan was beaten until her face was covered in blood, swollen like a pig's head. Then Zheng Yujun picked up the phone and said in a flattering tone, Xiao Ran will deliver Zheng Wan to you. In return, could you give us a box of instant noodles and a case of water? How does that sound? Zheng Wan lay on the ground, groaning in pain, unable to speak. Her father had just sold her out. However, she was not very surprised. After being kicked out of the house twice, she should have realized by now. Brother-in-law, just bring my sister back, haha, family reunion. Zheng Gang added from the side, rubbing his rear, which hurt terribly. It was fiery and surely torn. Xiao Ran what he wanted was the family's despair, internal strife, ultimately leading to their complete demise. Ha! He laughed heartily and hung up the phone. Zheng Wan, how delightful is the feeling of being backstabbed by your own kin. Zheng Yujun glanced at his daughter, growing angrier by the second. Dad, I'm starving. Zheng Gang said. Mo Peng and the others didn't just rob them. They had consumed the last bit of food and water in the house, leaving them starving for over a day. Zheng Yujin's gaze turned fierce as he declared, tie up this wretched woman. Zheng Gang hesitated for a moment. Dad, you aren't thinking of eating my sister, are you? Zheng Wan trembled involuntarily, looking at Zheng Yujun in disbelief. It couldn't be. Could it? Zheng Yujun waved his hand. Why ask so many questions? Just tie her up, no more nonsense. Oh. Zheng Gang went to find some rope, and the two men worked together to bind Zheng Wan. No matter how hungry they had been for a day, their strength was not something Zheng Wan could match, especially since she too had gone a day without food. Let's go door to door asking if anyone is willing to have a go with your sister. In exchange, we'll give them a pack of instant noodles, 2 ounces of rice, or a bottle of water. Zheng Yujun finally revealed his intentions. Old man, are you crazy? Lin Meiying couldn't believe that Zheng Yujun would actually sell his daughter. Zheng Yujun glared at her. Then you better go get me food and water. Lin Meiying opened her mouth, but ultimately fell silent. Zheng Gang was starving and didn't care if Zheng Wan was his biological sister. He immediately agreed. Dad, you take the odd-numbered floors, he'll take the even-numbered ones. All right. Zheng Yujun agreed. Zheng Wan no longer cried. Her expression was numb. What does it mean for sorrow to be surpassed only by the death of the heart? This is it. Li Zhonglin had been under mounting pressure, intensifying day by day. At the onset of the cataclysm, he spun a lie. He claimed to have a relative working in the government, and that the state had established a shelter admitting only a handful of people to endure the calamitous era. And he declared held 3 precious slots for entry. A few actually believed him, obeying his commands without question, flattering him relentlessly, and surrendering all their possessions. Fools were few, only 9 in total, and among them 2 were women. Naturally, he had taken them to bed, though their looks were unremarkable. Yet he was no great man who to have women freely offered for his pleasure with no restraint whatsoever. How could he not relish it? But time wore on. Food and clean water dwindled while his tall tales remained stubbornly unfulfilled, leaving the 9 increasingly anxious, demanding daily, when will the government's evacuation vehicles arrive? He was running out of lies to tell, and if his deception were exposed, these 9 desperate, enraged souls would surely tear him limb from limb, breaking every bone in his body. How chaotic was this world now? Was murder truly so strange? He had to act, or risk losing his life entirely. He summoned the 9. I just received word from my cousin, Li Zhonglin announced. The fog outside is too thick for military units to move, so the rescue convoy won't arrive for several more days. This excuse had grown stale. He'd used it repeatedly, so the 9 exchanged weary, impatient glances. Hastily he added, food is vanishing. We must find a way to survive. My cousin says extraordinary times demand extraordinary measures. I've informed him about recent events in our neighborhood, and he advised us to apprehend Xiao Ran. This man exhibits severe antisocial tendencies. In this critical hour, he poses an imminent threat to public safety, and must therefore be stopped. My cousin also confirmed during this emergency we may lawfully seize and distribute his supplies. At once several faces lit up with eager anticipation. Why had they trusted Li Zhonglin in the first place? Simply because they yearned to live. And why were they now anxious? Fearing starvation, thirst, or freezing to death? In truth, it all stemmed from one primal drive, to survive. Seizing Xiao Ran and claiming his resources meant prolonging their own lives, just long enough for government aid to arrive. They were not fools, merely desperate souls clutching at the faintest, most illusory hope. And Li Zhonglin understood human nature while he framed every command as coming from his cousin. But who was this cousin? A government official. Thus, capturing Xiao Ran and confiscating his supplies was no longer theft, it was righteous duty. With legitimacy secured, they became an army of justice. Xiao Ran is utterly despicable. He flaunts his wealth in the group chat, yet shares nothing. He murdered Lin Yue in broad daylight, a criminal beyond redemption. Arresting him is ridding the people of a scourge. All 9 declared, voices burning with self-righteous fervor, each already lost in their own delusion. Li Zhonglin pressed forward. Arm yourselves. Xiao Ting and Rue, Fenil knock on his door. That lecherous bastard has spread rumors that anyone willing to sleep with him will receive food and water. So play it bold. Lure him into opening the door and we'll strike. No problem. The 2 women, the only ones among the 10, confidently patted their chests. Let's go. Li Zhonglin raised his hand, exuding commanding authority. In truth, he'd once been a mere salesperson, gifted with eloquence. Never had he imagined he'd one day manipulate 9 people into carrying out murder and robbery, not a dinner outing, but a lethal raid. Indeed, such leadership carried formidable weight. They descended into the garage, guiding their way with a single flashlight. With power severed, even the garage lay pitch black by day, utterly invisible without light. By night, darkness swallowed everything. Even the entrance vanished into void. 10 people shared only one flashlight, Those behind had to grip the shoulders of those ahead just to navigate. At last they reached the villa's base. Xiao Ting Rue Fun. This is your moment, Li Zhonglin told the two women, then turned to the others. Let's find cover first. He swept the flashlight beam across the shadows, searching for concealment. Yet in such absolute blackness, was hiding even necessary? That of course reflected lingering habits. After all, the apocalypse had lasted only 6 days, few had fully— Li Zhonglin jolted violently. Damn it. What had he seen? Between two parked cars stood, or crouched, several figures. At least a dozen, perhaps more. Were they also lying in wait for Xiao Ran? Then interests must be negotiated first, lest violence erupt between the two groups. He smiled. You're here to rid the people of a scourge too. Shall we settle the post-victory spoils before proceeding? He gestured for his followers to advance. Distribution terms had to be settled, otherwise bloodshed between the two factions was inevitable. Our numbers are nearly equal. Whatever supplies we seize, let us split them evenly, half for each side. Yet the figures opposite remained silent. That was unacceptable. Li Zhonglin's temper flared, and his 9 companions bristled with indignation. Even if they objected to the proposal, surely they could utter some response. Li Zhonglin furrowed his brow. My offer is reasonable and sincere. Even if you disagree, can we not discuss it? Must you remain mute? He stepped closer, his flashlight beam sweeping forward. Oh God! In that instant, all 10 recoiled in sheer soul-shattering horror. Those were no living ambushers, only corpses. Some bore unmistakable fatal wounds, bullet holes in foreheads and chests. One had his throat slit, face cleaved beyond recognition. All 10 collapsed onto the ground in terror. The two women wet themselves, instantly warmth flooding their trap. No wonder they'd held their silence so steadfastly in the biting cold. They were already dead. Did corpses fear the cold? Then why were they here? Wait, this was beneath Xiao Ran's residence. Could it be? A single chilling suspicion seized all 10 minds. They trembled, uncontrollably drenched in icy sweat. Let's just forget it, someone whispered, voice quavering. What are they here for? To kill Xiao Ran and seize resources. Of course, killing is secondary. If Xiao Ran is willing to comply, they wouldn't necessarily have to kill. After all, who would be eager to kill except for those inherently twisted? But now the risk of killing Xiao Ran seems too great. It could cost them their lives. In such a situation, who wouldn't hesitate? After all, they are just ordinary people, not professional killers. Li Zhonglin hesitated. If they retreated now, everyone would face a dire shortage of water and food, and he would become the target of everyone's blame, liable to be beaten to death. Therefore, they cannot go back. To shift the conflict, they must take down Xiao Ran. What's the loss of a few lives? As long as he survives. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. We must take down Xiao Ran today, otherwise we will starve and thirst to death. Li Zhonglin said grimly. If we don't fight now, we will truly just be waiting for death. Gather your courage. Xiao Ran is just one person. Do we really have to fear him? He shouted loudly. You better fear me. However, a voice came from a distance accompanied by a bright light that overshadowed their flashlight, making it seem trivial. The blinding light made all 10 close their eyes simultaneously. It was too dazzling. Then they quickly realized. Why are you in the garage at this late hour? Woof! The leopard growled, baring its teeth menacingly. The dog was very sensitive to malice, with a strong sense of territory, claiming the area below the villa as its own. In the dead of night, this group of people was sneaking up, clearly with ill intentions. A dog that bites does not bark. The leopard quietly approached the 10, preparing for a sneak attack. Xiao Ran did not stop it. In such darkness, a dog is far more agile than a human. He was not worried about the leopard getting hurt. He came out at night to walk the leopard, but upon returning he discovered that Li Zhonglin and his group were plotting against him. Interesting. In his past life, Li Zhonglin was similarly killed by deceived homeowners, but in this life things were different. They had turned their hostility toward him. Xiao Ran smiled, finding it a good way to pass the time and add some excitement. Suddenly someone let out a scream. The leopard had launched a surprise attack, biting down hard on that person's calf. The others, oblivious to what was happening, were all taken aback. The key was that Xiao Ran was shining a bright light into their eyes, leaving them unable to see the situation clearly, only hearing their companions' horrific screams, which filled them with fear. Run. Faced with the unknown terror, they were all scared out of their wits, turning to escape. Now that you have come, do you think? Xiao Ran chased after them. What he had to do was simple. Just open the spatial door, and they would disappear one by one. Li Zhonglin's hair stood on end, engulfed by boundless fear. He heard the cries of his subordinates diminishing one by one as some who were shouting just a second ago suddenly fell silent and vanished. They were living people. How could they just disappear without a sound? This made Li Zhonglin's heart race with terror. Overwhelming fear drained him of all strength, and he collapsed to the ground, crying out loud. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I will do anything. Please spare my life. Xiao Ran felt somewhat displeased as the guy sitting down just happened to evade entering the spatial door he had opened ahead. Leopard, go up. He shone the flashlight at Li Zhonglin. The leopard pounced like a panther, swiftly biting down on Li Zhonglin's throat. Li Zhonglin struggled desperately, but the leopard held on tightly. He flailed his limbs, and the sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him, causing him to lose control. Leopard, come back. Xiao Ran hurriedly said. Even from a distance, and through several layers of clothing, he could still smell the stench. He did not want to go back and wash the leopard for half an hour. The leopard obediently released its grip and ran back to Xiao Ran. Naturally, Xiao Ran would not let Li Zhonglin off, so he went up and fired another bullet. Consider yourself lucky. The bullet pierced through Li Zhonglin's forehead, bursting into a spray of blood. Xiao Ran took care of the corpse, piling them to one side to avoid affecting his evening dog walk. This was also a form of deterrence. I want to see after adding these 10 corpses if anyone still dares to have designs. Xiao Ran returned home with the leopard. Both he and the dog took a bath. Then Xiao Ran went to sleep on the second floor, while the leopard stayed on the first floor serving as Xiao Ran's guard. A night passed and the apocalypse entered its 6th day. Today more news spread through the community. First there was the father and son of the Zheng family were truly bizarre and heartless. They actually tied up Zheng Wan, allowing anyone to play with her for just one pack of instant noodles. However, due to the current shortage of food and water, Zheng Wan's business was not doing well, but there were still some customers. At least the Zheng family could survive for a while. In fact, there were now quite a few women selling their bodies, but the Zheng family was the first to have the father and brother personally involved in forcing their own kin into prostitution. Truly, the Zheng family had once again redefined the limits. Upon learning of this, Xiao Ran was momentarily stunned, then laughed. This was indeed something the Zheng family could do. Zheng Yujun was extremely biased towards sons. Even when he was still in the Zheng family, he had exploited Xiao Ran to the fullest, all to support his son. Why did this family of 6 have to live together? Zheng Yujun would rather squeeze and then let his daughter and son-in-law live outside, because if they were outside, how could he control his daughter's family's assets? Now that Zheng Yujun was selling his daughter, it was not at all surprising to Xiao Ran. In fact, if it weren't for him, Zheng Wan might have been the first to be butchered and eaten. Now Zheng Wan still had some value, but when the day came she was completely without business, it would likely be the moment she was slaughtered and eaten. Xiao Ran sneered. No matter how miserable the cheap person was, he could not feel sympathy. And if Zheng Wan got eaten, who would be Lin Meiying, Zheng Yujun, or Zheng Gang? Xiao Ran really wanted to place a bet. In the morning, he brushed his teeth and washed his face while listening to music, wondering, are there others in the entire community who can still brush their teeth and wash their faces? He thought once he's done brushing his teeth, he would go have breakfast. He had a bowl of tofu pudding and 2 fried dough sticks, while the leopard had 2 meat buns. Before he could decide what to do next, someone came from the basement. He checked the surveillance and saw Tisk Han Yun and Zhang Jingyao had arrived. Xiao Ran opened the door, allowing the 2 women to enter. Zhang Jingyao seemed a bit timid, but Han Yun was quite bold, her pretty face adorned with a smile as she asked, "Are we going to eat first like usual?" Xiao Ran gestured for them to sit as he had already prepared the food. Once the 2 women began to eat and drink, he casually asked, "Why didn't you come yesterday?" Han Yun paused and replied, "I thought about a lot of things yesterday, even considered suicide, but then I realized it's not worth it to die for a worthless man." She shook her head, adopting a seductive demeanor. "Looking this good, shouldn't I enjoy the affection of men? From now on, I will never be sad for any worthless man again." Indeed, what goes to extremes must eventually revert. Fortunately, in this apocalyptic world, she could only sell her body to Xiao Ran for benefits. If it were before, the leaders in her workplace would surely have succumbed. Xiao Ran didn't care. He wasn't looking for Han Yun's affection. An hour later, Han Yun and the other woman left quietly. Food was now incredibly precious and could bring great trouble, so they had to ensure no one found out. Xiao Ran stretched lazily, thinking it was a good time to exercise. Building 2. Su Feng was the head of this building and had been actively mediating conflicts among neighbors ever since the disaster, earning considerable respect. This day, he invited 19 owners to his home. "Everyone, you all know how dangerous the situation is right now. Oh, I don't need to elaborate." Su Feng spoke, a man in his 40s with a square face and hawk-like eyes, seemingly able to see through people's hearts. His voice was also highly compelling, making everyone nod along with each word he said. "Therefore, we must save ourselves. And although the situation is perilous, it can also be viewed as an opportunity." This left everyone looking at him in confusion. Su Feng smiled slightly. "Haven't you realized that this world has already entered a state of anarchy? If you were to kill someone now, even if others' phones still had battery and signal to call the police, would the police even come? What does this mean? The law no longer exists. So if we unite, can we not achieve something?" Su Feng scanned the crowd, noticing their eyes beginning to light up and their breathing quicken, and continued, "First, we need to dominate the entire community and become the de facto controllers. Once we have enough manpower, we can plan to expand outward. I believe this hailstorm cannot last forever, and as soon as it stops, even if there is still heavy fog, with our knowledge of the community's surrounding environment, we can definitely head to nearby supermarkets or convenience stores to gather supplies and even invade other communities. Don't you want multiple wives? Don't you want a crowd serving you? That was impossible before. But now, as long as you dare to think, dare to act, and dare to strive, it will surely be realized." The 19 people all moved, raised their arms, and shouted in excitement. Seeing the moment was right, Su Feng asked, "Who is willing to join me?" I. All 19 stood up, responding loudly. Su Feng nodded, not needing to hype them up further, but slowly said, "First, we need to take down Xiao Ran. First, Xiao Ran has openly killed people in the community and has killed more than one. Many already see him as a demon king, so if we take him down, our prestige will rise instantly. Second, Xiao Ran should have plenty of supplies. Once we take him down, we shouldn't have to worry about going hungry for a while. Then we can calmly wait for the hail to stop." However, this statement made the crowd hesitate. One person said, Su Feng, many have tried to take down Xiao Ran, but they all ended up dead. I've heard that there are at least 20 corpses piled up at the entrance of his villa. Exactly, this person is too ruthless and terrifying, we should avoid provoking him. Others nodded in agreement. Su Feng smiled and said, no matter how strong Xiao Ran is, he is just one person. Can't we overcome him with so many of us together? Plus we can use strategies. The crowd's eyes brightened. What strategy? Su Feng smiled, lowered his voice, and began to explain. After he finished speaking, the crowd's eyes sparkled with newfound confidence. Their previous hesitation and fear dissipated. Could they not subdue Xiao Ran? They truly did not believe it. If there are no issues, let's prepare to act. Su Feng declared decisively. Good. At noon, Xiao Ran was preparing to eat when his phone started to ring. He looked and saw someone coming from the basement. He initially thought it was some young girl, but it turned out to be a man around 50, looking quite honest. Bang, 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 the man began to knock on the door. Xiao Ran did not go to open it, but instead transmitted his voice through the phone to the speaker saying, what's the matter? The man stopped knocking and looked towards the source of the voice, hastily saying, I have a message I want to sell you. What message and how much? Xiao Ran asked. The man replied, someone is planning to deal with you. If you give me a box of instant noodles and a box of water, I will tell you their specific plans. Xiao Ran observed him through the surveillance camera, pondered for a moment, and then smiled, saying, I can give you 3 packs of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water each day, provided you are useful. The man considered it and nodded, saying, okay, we can have a long-term partnership. You can speak, Xiao Ran said. The man said, my name is Xiao Ran, the owner of room 1902 in building 2. Today our building's head Su Feng called us over for a meeting to discuss how to kill you. What are the specific plans? Xiao Ran asked. Xiao Ran did not answer, instead saying, what about my food and step back a little. Xiao Ran said. Xiao Ran complied, retreating far from the doorway, inwardly remarking that Xiao Ran was indeed exceedingly cautious. Click. The iron gate swung open. Then 2 bottles of water and 3 packs of instant noodles appeared on the floor, only for the gate to slam shut again in the next instant. Overly cautious, Xiao Ran muttered under his breath, then called toward the door. Su Feng and his group plan to launch a night raid tonight. They've got a welder among them. Do you really think your iron gate can withstand an arc welder? And they number 9 in total, storming in all at once, each brandishing bladed weapons. Can you possibly hold them all? Silence stretched so long that Xiao Ran wondered whether Xiao Ran had even heard him, until finally Xiao Ran's voice came through. Join them. Report everything to me in real time. Xiao Ran refused. What you've given me is barely enough to buy my words, not my betrayal. If you want a mole, you'll need to raise your offer. Agreed. The iron gate opened once more. 2 additional packs of instant noodles and 1 more bottle of water now lay upon the floor. Xiao Ran's voice followed. Keep watch over them. Report constantly. From now on, I'll provide you daily with this same quantity of food and water. Deal. Xiao Ran ceased haggling, gathered the noodles and water, and concealed them deep within the thick folds of his winter coat. He turned and walked away, guiding his path with the flashlight on his phone. After striding a considerable distance, several beams of light suddenly pierced the darkness. So he shone his own light back, revealing Su Feng and his companions standing directly ahead. Yet Xiao Ran felt no fear, only a faint knowing smile. Well, did that kid bite? Su Feng. Xiao Ran produced the noodles and water. 4 packs of instant noodles, 3 bottles of water. Tell me, do you think he— Ha ha ha. Su Feng and the others burst into laughter. That fool will never suspect that among us there isn't just a traitor. He's been deliberately handed a mole. With the power out, how's welding supposed to work? Enough banter. What's inside the villa like? Xiao Ran shook his head. He's so wary he wouldn't let me step across the threshold. Still, I observed the gate's thickness. It measures a full 20 centimeters and operates electrically. Without power, merely pushing it open would demand immense effort. Even with electricity restored, cutting through it via welding remains utterly impractical. Phew. All present gasped. The concept of a 20-centimeter thick iron gate stunned them. Even civil defense blast doors rarely exceed such thickness. Did you turn your home into a bunker? Lucky we didn't plan to breach it through the basement. Otherwise, we'd have wasted our efforts entirely. Still, we failed to map the villa's interior layout. No matter. His attention is wholly fixed on the basement. Tonight, proceed as planned. Team 2 will feint an assault from below to draw Xiao Ran's focus, while Team 1 strikes from ground level, catching him completely off guard. Once we breach the villa, he stands utterly alone. How could he possibly resist us? Su Feng rallied the group with booming confidence, igniting their fervor until every man raised his fist and roared in unison. Inside the villa, Xiao Ran chuckled softly to himself. Did he believe Xiao Ran? Not for a single syllable, not even half a word. At this moment, he trusted only himself. He merely pretended belief, playing along with Xiao Ran's charade. After all, life, without variation, grows unbearably dull. They claim the attack will come from the basement, so the true strike must originate elsewhere. A classic feint, to divert my attention. But would they truly dare assault from ground level? Xiao Ran paused, then conceded it was indeed plausible. For instance, they might drive a car. Though its windows would surely shatter under the hailstorm, they could drape thick quilts over the windshield beforehand. Since the villa lies within the same residential compound, driving at a snail's pace would still get them to the gate. Once arrived, they'd emerge from the vehicle shielded by bedding. Brief exposure should suffice to prevent serious injury. Then, a heavy sledgehammer strike would splinter the courtyard gate instantly, another blow against the main entrance, and the villa would fall wide open. He could pull this off only if the villa remained unmodified. But here lay the crux. Xiao Ran had invested 80 million yuan to reinforce it. Even should they arrive with a bulldozer, Xiao Ran held absolute confidence. The villa would halt the machine dead in its tracks, not collapse beneath it. Human force attempting to breach the villa. A ludicrous notion. He eagerly anticipated their expressions when they inevitably failed, and decided for now to take a midday nap. Tonight promised to be a long one. He drifted off, but soon a shrill alarm jolted him awake. Snatching up his phone, he saw another visitor approach. She looked oddly familiar. Then it clicked. She was the wife of that insufferably mouthy man. At the onset of the cataclysm, while walking his leopard, Xiao Ran had encountered a group begging for supplies. He'd refused outright, whereupon the insolent man mocked him with veiled insults about Zheng Jie being a bastard, earning himself a swift and thorough beating. Back then, Xiao Ran had even jokingly invited the man's wife. Come find me when you're hungry. And now, she'd actually shown up. Xiao Ran shook his head wryly. Starvation strips people of every shred of dignity. Wait, something was wrong. Xiao Ran spotted another figure lurking in the corridor. The mouthy man himself. Not only was he lying in ambush beside the door, he gripped a heavy club in his hands. Was he planning to strike the moment the gate opened? Xiao Ran realized his error. This wasn't mere surrender of dignity. It was a calculated seduction trap designed to kill him. Ruthless. Yet hadn't this same man been left black and blue after their last encounter? With such feeble combat prowess, did he truly imagine he could slay Xiao Ran? Ambush. That changed things. Against an unguarded target, even a world champion martial artist would fall to a single well-placed strike. Tonight's grand performance hadn't yet begun, but an appetizer had already arrived. Very well. Xiao Ran descended to the basement, and standing behind the closed door called out, "Who is it?" "Xiao Ran. It's me, Lin Lin," the woman replied from outside. "You told me I could come to you for food whenever I was..." Xiao Ran feigned recollection, pausing before murmuring, "Oh, right." Then he smiled. "I do have food, but do you know the price you'll pay for it?" I know," Lin Lin stammered. "Good," Xiao Ran said, and with a sharp metallic click the gate swung open. Warmth and light flooded forth together. Lin Lin glanced instinctively at her husband. The mouthy man nodded subtly, urging her to enter first while he followed closely behind, ready to bring his club down upon Xiao Ran the moment he appeared. Gathering her courage, Lin Lin stepped forward into the room. In truth, the light itself drew her in, and the warmth intoxicated her utterly. The mouthy man crouched low, preparing to slip in after her, when suddenly the iron gate slammed shut of its own accord. He recoiled in shock and lunged for the handle, desperate to wrench it open. But the gate's closing force was overwhelming, far beyond human resistance. With a thunderous clang, it sealed itself tight. The mouthy man stood frozen, dumbfounded. "I'm still outside." Lin Lin entered the basement. She turned her head and was stunned. "Where is my husband? Where is he?" Xiao Ran walked over casually, tossing out several packets of instant noodles, a few marinated eggs, and several bottles of mineral water, commanding, "Lean against the door." Lin Lin instinctively wanted to refuse, but as she looked at the bountiful food on the ground, her refusal turned into silent movements of her lips. She had been hungry for several days, otherwise she wouldn't have taken such risks to follow her husband here. Xiao Ran smiled and handed her a chicken leg. "Eat up." Lin Lin couldn't help but reach out to catch it. The aroma of the roast chicken was too enticing. She bit into it, and Xiao Ran thoughtfully handed her a bottle of water, which she accepted and drank instantly, soothing her burning throat. After about 10 minutes, she had devoured all the food. "Are you full?" Xiao Ran asked with a smile. For Xiao Ran, this was merely a minor interlude. He knew that the man with a loose tongue wanted him dead, yet he didn't strike. Was it out of mercy? No, it was a mental kill. One can kill at any time, but what meaning is there in killing directly? Letting you live in regret and shame at all times is what truly matters. Xiao Ran dared to do this because he had sufficient strength. Otherwise, if he were just an ordinary person, he would definitely eliminate all threats in their infancy. He could kill that Lustung man at any time. Could the other party escape this neighborhood? In fact, Xiao Ran didn't even need to get his hands dirty. Just throwing out some food as a bounty would prompt others to act. How many would eagerly take on the role of executioner? Life has become too cheap nowadays. Killing someone is far too easy. With the resources at hand, Xiao Ran could create a bloodbath in the neighborhood with just a little effort. In the past, it was the power of money. Now, it is the power of food. He didn't do so simply because he didn't want people to die too quickly, as it would bore him. You all just need to hold on, or at least wait until the hail stops or the fog clears. By then, my energy will be focused on collecting resources, and once I can go out, there will naturally be more interesting people to pass the time with rather than fixating on these neighbors in the community. He awaited the arrival of nightfall. That night, Su Feng and his group moved. They split into two groups, one led by Su Feng to stage a feint. Since they had deceived Xiao Ran, Su Feng, the leader, must be seen and heard by Xiao Ran, ensuring he harbored no suspicions. The other group faced much greater danger. They carried a bed to the bottom of the building, covering it with blankets that hung down to protect most of their bodies. Additionally, there was a plastic layer in the middle of the bedding to prevent any melted hail's toxic water from dripping onto them. Although visibility outside was only about 1 meter, the neighborhood was small, and they were very familiar with the place, so it was impossible for them to get lost. 10 people stood under the bed, carrying it, covering a distance of hundreds of meters was absolutely no problem. Su Feng rallied everyone again. Brothers, whether we can get rich, enjoy delicious food, and have beautiful women obediently calling us daddy depends on this one time. Roar! Everyone shouted in unison, their morale high. Let's go! Su Feng and the others split up, one moving in the light, and the other in the dark, heading towards the villa where Xiao Ran was located. It was certain that the group taking the underground route would arrive first. They brandished 2 flashlights and began examining the iron door. A knock produced a dull thud. This guy really spared no expense, actually reinforcing the entrance to the basement this solidly. Someone exclaimed, and just from the sound it was obvious that this iron door must be incredibly thick. Someone laughed. Could it be that this guy is clairvoyant, knowing that the apocalypse would occur? Su Feng scoffed. He must have watched too many zombie movies. This thick iron door is naturally to prevent zombies. Right now it's just a toxic hailstorm and cold weather. What good is this thick door? However, if this kid really has been brainwashed by apocalypse movies, then his stockpile at home should exceed our imagination. Indeed. Everyone's eyes lit up. Therefore their gains this time would exceed expectations. Quick feint and attack. They rubbed their iron tools against the iron door, producing a screeching sound to simulate the illusion of welding. Xiao Ran smiled slightly and pressed a button on his phone. Suddenly, the entire fire sprinkler system in the corridor activated and water began to pour down. In fact, it was impossible for Jia Yungue to agree to modify the community's fire facilities. Once discovered, he would face criminal charges. Therefore, Xiao Ran had him build an additional set of fire facilities, which surely posed no issue. And this set of fire sprinkler system, what source of water did Xiao Ran connect? Of course it was water from the toxic hail, albeit diluted. Suddenly screams echoed through the corridor. This is toxic water. Damn, that kid is too malicious. Su Feng and the others scrambled towards the exit of the corridor. After much effort, they finally escaped the corridor out of the range of the toxic water spray, collapsing on the ground, all shocked and terrified. Xiao Ran actually modified the fire sprinkler system. Damn the property management. Damn the housing construction bureau. Damn the fire department. How could they overlook such an obvious violation? They clearly had not noticed that Xiao Ran had not modified the fire facilities, he merely added an additional set. But is there a difference? What should we do? Everyone looked at each other. Their task was to attract Xiao Ran's attention below, so that the ground forces could smoothly breach the villa, yet they had all become liabilities. Did they even divert Xiao Ran's attention by the slightest bit? Almost none. Su Feng was somewhat dumbfounded. The situation was completely beyond his expectations. Xiao Ran hadn't even shown up, yet he had toyed with them mercilessly, and this outcome far exceeded his imagination. How was he supposed to respond? In an instant he felt overwhelmed. Go back and get umbrellas. He finally had a moment of inspiration. Yes. Immediately, everyone hurried back to grab umbrellas. Fortunately, what they were sprayed with was diluted toxic hail liquid. Otherwise it wouldn't just be a little pain, but rather they would be lying on the ground for at least half an hour. We also need to change out of these wet clothes. Right, otherwise we might freeze to death first. They hurried back, while at the same time the ground troops had also arrived in front of Xiao Ran's villa. Break the door. With a heavy hammer strike, bang, the villa's courtyard door was easily smashed open, and everyone was immediately inspired to continue advancing. They arrived at a window, raised the hammer, and smashed it down. Bang! With a loud crash, the person swinging the hammer felt their arms go numb, causing the heavy hammer to drop to the ground just in time to land on their own foot, making them wince in pain. What was happening? Everyone shone their flashlights and were instantly dumbfounded. Where's the window? Where did it come from? This was clearly a steel plate. The group was in disbelief, some even touched it, but where there should have been a window was instead a thick steel plate. Hence, when the hammer struck, the result was that their arms felt numb. Can this even be broken through? How is that possible? What should we do? What can we do? Retreat? Shouldn't we try? Are you stupid? If they've sealed the windows with steel plates, the front door will have no protection. Hurry and retreat. I've almost lost my strength holding this heavy bed. Me too, and it's wet and cold outside. Well, I feel like the toxic water is seeping in. Hurry back, our protection couldn't possibly last out here too long. Let's plan again. As everyone was about to retreat, a window on the second floor suddenly opened, followed by Xiao Ran's voice. There's no need to leave once you've come. Xiao Ran. They exclaimed in unison, wanting to look up, but were blocked by the bed. But whether they could see or not, they had to leave now, or they wouldn't be able to hold on. Bang. Suddenly the bed shook, nearly causing them to fall over. What was happening? Bang, another dull thud followed by the sound of heavy objects colliding, very much like stone striking. This is strange. How could this happen? Creak. However, the bed emitted a sound of being overwhelmed. Before they could even react, the bed suddenly collapsed, crushing everyone beneath it and triggering a chorus of screams. These people tried to crawl out, only to horrifically find that the bed was ridiculously heavy and they couldn't break free at all. At that moment, they finally saw clearly that the bed was actually piled high with boulders. No wonder it had crushed the bed down, and no wonder even 10 big men couldn't lift it. Bang, 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 the hail kept pounding down. Though the hail was much smaller than a few days ago, each one still hurt when it hit the body. The key was that the hail was toxic, striking the skin would let the toxins enter the body causing pain like fire. Ah! The 10 men cried out in misery as if they had fallen into hell. Xiao Ran closed the window. The noise was too loud, sharp, and unpleasant. Naturally, he had crushed these people's makeshift beds. He had plenty of stone's iron blocks and rebar prepared. Woof! The leopard growled softly, baring its teeth, looking quite fierce. If Xiao Ran were to open the door at that moment, it would surely rush out without a second thought. However, Xiao Ran certainly wouldn't open the door now. The 10 people outside were only waiting to die, whether it be pelted to death by hail, crushed by heavy objects, or possibly poisoned first. The exact method of death couldn't be determined yet, but death was inevitable. So what was there to argue with those who were already destined to die? Xiao Ran smiled slightly and stepped out with the leopard. In the underground garage, the leopard's keen nose could smell humans from afar, allowing it to perform exceptionally well in the dark underground space. Of course, if the visitors used flashlights, they would reveal their positions even more. Xiao Ran made some arrangements, fixing several flashlights in different positions. Don't underestimate these flashlights. Despite lacking high-tech features, they were equipped with infrared remote control, allowing Xiao Ran to light them up or turn them off simultaneously with the press of a button. He turned off the lights and waited quietly with the leopard. Soon Su Feng and the others finally returned. Climbing the stairs takes time, and they had to change clothes, almost needing to change everything inside and out. How could they be quick? The beams of the flashlights were swaying as Su Feng and his group drew closer. Almost there. Xiao Ran pressed the button, and suddenly 7 high-powered flashlights lit up simultaneously, shining towards Su Feng and the others. Although Su Feng and the others also had flashlights, they wouldn't shine them at themselves, so when suddenly confronted with 7 powerful beams, their eyes couldn't bear it, and they instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves. At that moment, they were all in a panic. Xiao Ran walked out holding the leopard, looking exceedingly calm. A beam of light shone from behind him, casting a long shadow and making him appear tall and imposing. This was of course a designed entrance method. Xiao Ran, Su Feng, and the others exclaimed in surprise as they caught sight of him through their fingers. This person had appeared. They were very flustered. After all, until now, far too many had tried to deal with Xiao Ran, and what was the result? Just look at the pile of corpses at the entrance of Xiao Ran's villa. It was almost like a small mountain. Don't even think about saying these people ran there to die themselves. So why does Xiao Ran, who is clearly just an ordinary person, possess such combat power? This was the puzzling part for everyone. A strong fear arose from the unknown. Xiao Ran smiled slightly and pulled a gun from his pocket. It was a replica gun equipped with a silencer. He aimed the gun at Su Feng. "Kneel down," he said flatly. A gun. The crowd could not help but show fear, and at the same time, they came to a realization. No wonder so many had been taken down by Xiao Ran, or it turned out he had a gun. Damn, why was I so calm? That's a gun. After realizing this, the crowd began to tremble again. Su Feng was about to kneel but stopped, saying, "I almost got fooled by you. You're not a police officer and firearms are banned in Huaxiao. I don't believe you could get a gun. Those people were scared by your fake gun. They were just too foolish." The analysis was quite reasonable. But Xiao Ran smiled slightly, adjusted the gun's aim, and pulled the trigger. Silently, one person fell backwards, but their body hitting the ground still made a loud noise. Bang! Dead, with a large blood hole in their forehead, their eyes wide open, as if to say, "I never said, I didn't believe. Why did you have to shoot me?" Instantly, everyone began to tremble all over. A real gun. It was a real gun. Slap. Su Feng immediately knelt down. A real man can bend and stretch. Oh, as long as he could save his life, there would always be an opportunity for revenge. Xiao Ran smiled. A replica gun with real bullets from the alternate space. TSK Tisk. Just ask who wouldn't be afraid. "Do you want to live?" he asked. "Yes," Su Feng quickly replied. Unfortunately, I don't want to give you the opportunity," Xiao Ran said, pulling the trigger. At the same time, a bullet shot out from the alternate space. Su Feng realized the situation was dire and began to roll away in a panic, but could a person run faster than a— Moreover, Xiao Ran had specifically set up 7 flashlights for illumination, leaving Su Feng with no chance to hide in the darkness. However, after that shot, the others were also scared into a panicked flight. Xiao Ran had no intention of letting them go. As long as they could escape into the darkness, they could live. Yet bullets flew out from the alternate space, chasing after those people. Bang, 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 one by one they fell. But some still managed to escape into the darkness. It was Guaharan. However, the leopard had already chased after him. Ah! Guaharan's scream echoed, accompanied by the leopard's painful growl. "Leopard, come back!" Xiao Ran shouted. In his eyes, the leopard's life was much more important than Guaharan's. Before long, the leopard returned, a clear wound on its left ear, but it wore a proud expression. Because it had bitten Guaharan. "Well done, leopard." Xiao Ran laughed. "Let's go, I'll take care of you." As for Guaharan, he didn't need to pursue. But to just let this person go, that was impossible. Xiao Ran sneered, returning to the villa. He first treated the leopard's wounds, then sent a message in the group bounty on Guaharan. Whoever kills him and sends a photo in the group can come to Xiao Ran and receive 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of water. Under heavy rewards, there will be brave men. Once this bounty was issued, Guaharan would undoubtedly become paranoid. No one would dare to trust him, and within a few days he would definitely be found and killed. As for how many people would die to kill Guaharan, Xiao Ran naturally wouldn't care. What does it have to do with him? Why should he go find them himself? Did he think he couldn't afford such a small amount of instant noodles and water? Xiao Ran took a shower and went to bed. Before long, he fell asleep, peacefully feeling very assured. This villa remodeled with 80 million if it couldn't give him a sense of security that would truly be a waste. However, while he slept soundly, the entire community was in an uproar over the bounty he had issued. 2 boxes of instant noodles, 1 box of water. Not 2 packets and 1 bottle, but boxes. If one could get this bounty, how many days could they last? Natural disasters cannot last forever, so the longer one can endure, the more likely they are to survive and become a survivor of this calamity. Indeed, many had fallen asleep, and some had phones that had died, unable to see the bounty issued by Xiao Ran. However, many still armed themselves and walked out of their houses, beginning the hunt and slaughter. Now what does 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of water mean? It's worth more than the previous 10 million. The key is who would come to catch them, even if they were to kill someone. Social order had long since collapsed. Xiao Ran woke up from his slumber. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, he leisurely brushed his teeth and washed his face before starting his breakfast. It was only at this moment that he picked up his phone to take a look. Xiao Ran was found and had his throat cut. Someone in the group tagged him and posted a photo. So quick he figured Xiao Ran might have been hiding for several days. Xiao Ran replied in the group, "Add me as a friend. You can claim your reward anytime, just set the time." Shortly after, he received a friend request. He chose to accept it. The other party said, "I'll come over at 3 in the afternoon. Please leave the items at the door." Sure, Xiao Ran replied. He glanced at the person's information. It was Sun Jihao from Building 2. Considering that Xiao Ran was also from Building 2, he guessed that Sun Jihao must know him well enough to trick him into opening the door and kill Xiao Ran with ease. He didn't care how it happened. All that mattered was that Xiao Ran was dead. Instant noodles and water. If he wanted, he could fill the entire community with instant noodles or flood the whole place with clean water. That's how extravagant it was. Building 3. Unlike other buildings that were disorganized, Building 3 had achieved unity and completely obeyed one person's command. However, he was not the head of the building, but a man named Zhang Kuan. Zhang Kuan, aged 51, was a full-time priest. Originally, his business was not doing well. The people's attitude towards the divine was to worship whichever deity was present without specifically limiting it to any particular god. But after the disaster occurred, his business suddenly became much easier. Such a bizarre natural disaster easily made people think of gods, so Zhang Kuan took the opportunity to claim it was a test from the divine, meant to cleanse the sins of humanity, asserting that only those who believed in the master could survive the ordeal. As a result, he brainwashed everyone in Building 3. Surely there were some who hadn't been brainwashed right. The master said that those who do not believe in me are heretics and should be burned at the stake. Of course, they wouldn't use the stake now, so Zhang Kuan took the lead in killing all these heretics. Thus, there was only one voice in Building 3. The voice of God, which was also Zhang Kuan's voice. Although he held great power, with 112 households and 407 people in the entire building being his fervent believers, Zhang Kuan still faced significant troubles. People believed in him because they thought following him would help them survive, not for any nonsense about redemption. So what was food and water? He had to solve the problem of survival. Otherwise, while these believers were kneeling before him today, tomorrow they might dare to dismantle him for soup. What to do? His first instinct was, of course, to rob Xiao Ran of his supplies. However, Su Feng and others had already proven with their lives that trying to snatch food from a tiger's mouth would only result in being crushed by the tiger. A success was impossible. Thus, there were only 2 paths to take. The first was to deceive. If he could make Xiao Ran believe in the words of the divine, he could effortlessly acquire all of Xiao Ran's supplies. You should offer everything to the master. Isn't that only natural? The second was negotiation. Provide Xiao Ran with what he needed in exchange for supplies. After much contemplation, Zhang Kuan dialed Xiao Ran's number. The electricity had already been cut off, so even if the base station could still function, how many more days could it last? In another 2 days, he would probably have to go to the door of others to communicate. "Hello Xiao Ran, I am Zhang Kuan, the representative of Building 3. Zhang Kuan said at the same time, "I am the representative of the master on earth. Anyone who believes in the master can receive salvation through me." A charlatan indeed. Xiao Ran recalled the information about this person. There indeed was such a person who took advantage of the apocalypse to promote the notions of gods and divine punishment, claiming that the disaster was entirely due to the divine's displeasure with humanity, and only those who sincerely believed in the divine could survive, while those who did not believe in the master would be exterminated. However, Xiao Ran knew that this person had died 2 days before, so he wasn't very familiar with him or this church. In his past life, he certainly had no interaction with Zhang Kuan, but this life was different. "Is there something you need?" Xiao Ran asked indifferently. Zhang Kuan said, "Wretched sinner, you are merely a lost lamb." Stop. Xiao Ran interrupted him, "Get to the point, or he'll hang up. Don't you know how precious the electricity is right now?" Zhang Kuan appeared somewhat awkward. Of course he knew how precious electricity was now. How many people's phones were still functioning was due to power banks, but how long could those power banks last? "If it weren't for the supplies in your hands, do you think I would want to find you?" Zhang Kuan took a deep breath. Before the disaster, he had advised many people to join the faith, and he had been rejected countless times, so he had developed good patience. He calmly said, "I want to buy some supplies from you. Everyone in the building is starving, and I hope you can agree." Xiao Ran chuckled. "Don't you think you should pray to your deity for supplies?" Damn. Even as a clergyman, Zhang Kuan, if the Lord could provide food, who would need to work hard? It's just a form of belief. Do you understand faith? Pa, faithless dog. Zhang Kuan looked down on Xiao Ran in his heart, but said, I know you like women, and we have 2 female parishioners in our church willing to sacrifice themselves. They can satisfy your needs every day. You provide us with 2 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food every day plus 2 boxes of water. What do you think? Xiao Ran laughed heartily. After laughing for a while, Zhang Kuan couldn't help but ask, have you finished laughing? Only then did Xiao Ran stop, saying, first of all, are you a church or a brothel? Secondly, if you're going to be a gigolo, you should understand the market. Nowadays, a single session costs just 1 pack of instant noodles and water is extra. Are your 2 female parishioners adorned with diamonds, or are they as beautiful as fairies to demand a box of water and noodles each? In the community, Han Yun should be the best quality, but Xiao Ran only let her have a hearty meal plus 3 to 4 packs of instant noodles and water at most. You're just pure greed. Zhang Kun's face turned red from the rebuttal. He truly didn't understand the market, which led to Xiao Ran's ridicule. He suppressed his anger and said, there are too many people in our building, and we need at least 2 boxes of instant noodles and water every day. How about this? How many more women do you need? I can rally more and see if anyone is willing to sacrifice themselves. Don't go around talking about sacrifice as if you're very noble. You're clearly just selling yourself, doing the work of a pimp, and yet you act like a savior. Xiao Ran leisurely replied, I don't lack women, so you don't need to worry about that. But since you keep talking about sacrifice, how about this? Find 3 men to burst your flower, send me the video, and he'll give you a box of instant noodles. I keep my word. Asking others to sacrifice is easy, but what about when it's your turn? Zhang Kuan was instantly rendered speechless. After a long while he said, you dare to insult a messenger of the deity. Xiao Ran laughed. Aren't you all believers of the deity? Why does it seem like there are ranks among you? Just because others can sacrifice, you can't. I'm stating my terms. If you want food, find 3 people to take turns, and don't forget to record a video. That's it. He hung up the phone. Some people, once they gain a bit of power, feel like they are superior and different. In reality, Zhang Kuan unhappy. Let him be unhappy, a bunch of rabble. Do they really think that once they join the church they will follow you to the end of darkness? How could that be possible? There is a saying in Huaxia to hold onto the Buddha's feet at the last minute, which means that when I have a problem, I'll temporarily believe in you. If you can't help or save me, then goodbye. Come and see if your followers believe in the deity or in the supplies that ensure their survival. Xiao Ran sent a message in the group. Anyone who can burst Zhang Kun's flower in Building 3 will be rewarded with 10 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of anything. How would this price be enough to encourage a brave warrior to step up and burst Zhang Kun's flower? Absolutely. Dare to threaten me. I don't even need to act myself. Ooh, just issuing a bounty can make you suffer. Xiao Ran chuckled, no longer thinking about someone like Kuan. In the afternoon, he placed the promised food and water at the door and then watched through the surveillance. Around 3 o'clock, a man, about 30 years old, he was very strong and his appearance was quite intimidating. He had tattoos on his neck and a scar on his face, the kind that could scare children during the day. He carried a flashlight and smiled when he saw the food laid out on the ground, picking it up. He was very strong, easily moving these supplies. Xiao Ran watched him leave the passage and enter the underground garage, but after that he was out of the surveillance range, and he couldn't see him anymore. I wonder if anyone will rob this Sun Jihao. Xiao Ran suddenly thought, but he was just curious and didn't really care, shaking his head and deciding to ignore the issue. Building 7, in front of door 902. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. The homeowner was Song Fei. He looked through the peephole and saw a very beautiful and young woman at the door, looking frightened, hugging her arms as if she were freezing. After all, she was only wearing a thin sweater. How could she not be cold in such low temperatures? However, it was precisely because of this that one could see the woman had a voluptuous figure, her rounded breasts forming an alluring curve that made his throat involuntarily move. Is anyone there? The woman trembled as she spoke. Please, I'm thirsty, hungry, and cold. Will you take me in? Song Fei couldn't resist any longer and unlocked the door with a click, saying, beautiful lady. Suddenly, the seemingly weak woman's expression turned fierce. With a twist of her wrist, a sharp dagger appeared, and with a swift motion, she slashed Song Fei's throat, blood gushing out immediately. Song Fei could no longer speak. He looked at this cold-blooded beauty in horror, one hand reaching out as if to grasp her, questioning why she had to kill him, but she disdainfully swatted his hand away. Bang! Song Fei fell to the ground, blood pouring out quickly, creating a pool. Hearing such a commotion at the door, Song Fei's wife came out, saying, honey, what happened? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw her husband lying in a pool of blood and let out a sharp scream. However, just as the scream began, the woman dashed forward and directly locked her throat. Song Fei's wife struggled desperately, but couldn't escape, flailing her limbs futilely. Finally, she stiffened her legs, and her body went limp. She was dead. Only then did the beauty release her grip. Although she had killed 2 people, her expression showed no change. Because she was a professional killer. The reason for killing Song Fei with a knife was that the target was male, and the assassin was female, which put her at a disadvantage in strength. Therefore, to ensure she could eliminate him swiftly, the female assassin chose to use a knife. Killing a woman, however, would involve strangulation to suffocate her, as she was confident in her ability to kill the target. Using a knife would result in blood splattering, staining her. Where could she find water to bathe now? Hence she opted for a way that would consume her physical strength. This damned natural disaster. The female assassin cursed as she rummaged through the house. She searched the house thoroughly. Firstly, to find food, and secondly, to check for any remaining targets. She put on winter clothing to hide her alluring figure before uncovering the last of the food in Song Fei's home and began to eat slowly. Her name is Akai Sakariri. Indeed, she is not a native. Her profession is that of an assassin. She is fluent in 5 languages, skilled in disguise, and proficient in combat techniques. She came to Sioux City to accept a killing job specifically targeting a male. She only ever took on assassination tasks for men as her beauty made it far too easy to eliminate them. Thus, she naturally sought to leverage her inherent advantages. However, just as she rented a place here and her operations were about to commence, she unexpectedly encountered a natural disaster. Although she was a professional assassin, she was not a survival expert and found herself at a loss in such circumstances. In her helplessness, she had no choice but to revert to her old profession, killing. By eliminating someone, their belongings would become hers. She rummaged through Song Fei's phone, which was the only device left with a sliver of battery. This person named Xiao Ran seems to have plenty of supplies. Akai Sakariri's eyes lit up. Killing these 2 people here would only yield enough food for her to survive an extra day, but Xiao Ran, by merely offering a bounty, had supplies measured by the box. She licked her lips, her gaze intense. This man is lecherous, hunting for beauties throughout the entire neighborhood. The woman could not help but sneer. Killing you will be effortless. However, she also noticed the fear of everyone in the neighborhood towards Xiao Ran. This man was suspected to possess. Akai Sakariri couldn't help but shudder. Although she was a professional assassin skilled in various killing methods, if the distance was 7 paces or more, the gun would definitely be faster. No matter how hard she tried, it would be futile. And what if it was within 7 paces? The gun would be both accurate and swift. Thus, the scenes depicted in movies of disarming guns and dodging bullets are mere fabrications. Unless the person with the gun was a novice. Having a gun complicates things. Akai Sakariri hesitated slightly, but then immediately smiled brightly. However, this man is lecherous. I can merely sell my beauty to distract him and then stab him to death. She began preparing, slipping a dagger into her boot. She removed her outer coat, glanced at herself in the mirror, and under the sweater the curves and contours could easily captivate any man. Let's go and tempt that lustful man. She put her winter attire back on. Arriving at the underground parking lot, she used her phone for illumination, and after walking for a while reached beneath Xiao Ran's villa. By the light of her phone, she saw the corpses stuck between cars and couldn't help but gasp. Gunshot wounds. Her heart sank and her expression changed drastically. As a professional assassin, she was naturally familiar with the wounds caused by bullets, and from the looks of the wounds, they were clearly made by rifle bullets. It's important to note that firearms are banned in China, and even she wouldn't dare to bring a gun into the country. Instead, she had acquired a dagger after entering. So, where did Xiao Ran get the gun and bullets? And even a rifle? Was this guy a soldier in the past? But can soldiers bring guns home? Clearly that's not allowed. Akai Sakariri felt a bit dazed and was increasingly hesitant about provoking this mysterious character. After all, so many corpses were lying outside. But then again, what was her advantage? Beauty. What about Xiao Ran? Lust. I can definitely succeed. And if I pull this off, I should be able to enjoy a comfortable life for a long time. She decided to take the plunge. Akai Sakariri no longer hesitated, stepping into the passage, first removing her coat. Even if it made her shiver from the cold, she endured it, and even used her phone to light her face, fearing that Xiao Ran wouldn't recognize her as a stunning beauty. Bang, 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 she struck the iron door with force. It was indeed heavy. She couldn't help but exclaim. With her expertise, she could confidently assert that this iron door would not budge even with a significant amount of C4. It was more secure than an average bank vault. She waited for Xiao Ran to appear. At this moment, Xiao Ran had naturally noticed Akai Sakariri. Which owner of a building is this? Though he couldn't recognize all the residents in the neighborhood, someone as beautiful as her would have been heard of even if not seen. Xiao Ran clicked his tongue slightly and asked, "Who are you, and what do you want?" "My name is Zhang Li, and I want some food," she said in the most delicate voice. Xiao Ran glanced at the surveillance footage, confirmed that she was the only one, and opened the iron door. Once Akai Sakariri entered, he closed the door behind her. This iron door was controlled by remote and fingerprint scanning, so even if someone else entered, they would only be left staring. As the iron door closed, Akai Sakariri felt a tightness in her chest. In her mind, she had already assigned labels to Xiao Ran, suspecting him to be a retired soldier, a sniper, and a combat expert. Now she must face such a person alone, which was quite nerve-wracking. However, it was so warm in here. To showcase her figure and enhance her personal charm, she deliberately removed her winter clothes. Although she had been shivering from the cold, she now felt no chill at all. There was heating here. Fantastic. She wanted to occupy this place even more. There was even lighting. Her heart raced, but she maintained a bashful expression, asking, "Where are you?" "This." Xiao Ran's voice came from behind a screen. "Take off your clothes." "What?" Akai Sakariri couldn't believe it. He was being way too forward. Xiao Ran chuckled. He certainly wasn't being forward. He just felt that this woman was a bit off. He needed to know if she was carrying any weapons. No one else had intentionally taken off their coat at the door. She was the first and only one. After all, how cold? It was below 10 degrees Celsius. Although she wouldn't freeze to death in a short time after removing her coat, just this level of determination would be enough to raise Xiao Ran's vigilance. How many people could take off their coats in such cold weather? The chill would make anyone jump. Yet she did so. Xiao Ran might assume that she was deliberately accentuating her figure, but was it really necessary? When a person possesses a level of endurance that is uncommon, they naturally warrant attention and caution. If Akai Sakariri had known that her cleverness would backfire, she would certainly not have removed her coat. Qi Jingzakali hesitated for a moment, but since the person had already entered, could she still back out now? She gritted her teeth and began to take off her clothes. The pace was slow, which was quite in line with the modesty of a well-bred lady. Fortunately, the dagger was in her boot, she thought quietly. No matter how slow it was, she managed to strip down to her underwear. Is this enough? You still wear underwear while bathing? Xiao Ran chuckled. Can you even take a bath here? Qi Jingzaka Li retorted and Xiao Ran merely snorted. Faced with the temptation of bathing, Qi Jingzaka Li ultimately succumbed. She stepped into the bathroom, where warm water cascaded from the shower head. At first, she cautiously touched it with her fingertips, and upon discovering it was indeed safe water, she couldn't help but feel overjoyed. But she was also astonished. Others were struggling to drink water, even fighting over it, yet here, she was extravagantly bathing with hot water. How insane. How did you manage this? But she put such thoughts aside and indulged in the sensation of the hot water. It had been 8 days since her last bath. Even though the current temperature was extremely low, making it nearly impossible to sweat, she was what she was, and no matter how careful she was, she would still have some bloodstains on her. Therefore, she had always been quite disdainful of the smell emanating from her. Now she could finally take a satisfying shower. At this moment, she was resolute in her determination to seize this place. What about Xiao Ran? She suddenly jolted, realizing that she had been so shocked that she hadn't paid attention to Xiao Ran's movements for quite a while. Qi Jingzaka Li dared not underestimate Xiao Ran. Just then she saw a man walking into the bathroom as well. She felt both embarrassed and angry. Xiao Ran chuckled. Did you not come here willingly? Now you're acting modest. However, I didn't expect you to be of mixed race. Xiao Ran said as the water washed over her. Her originally black hair turned a golden color. Qi Jingzaka Li knew she couldn't hide it anymore, so she simply took off her colored contact lenses, revealing a pair of azure blue eyes. That's right, my father is a foreigner, she said proudly. Is that something to be proud of? Xiao Ran felt extremely displeased and moved to act. Qi Jingzaka Li immediately countered. She was now very angry and no longer wished to endure, but rather to kill this Huaxiao man. Even without any weapons, as a professional assassin, her hand-to-hand combat skills shouldn't be underestimated. The problem was her opponent was no ordinary person. After his rebirth, Xiao Ran's body seemed to have been enhanced, extremely powerful, definitely at a world-class level, while Qi Jingzaka Li, although not weak, was still far from the world's peak. Thus the result of the unarmed combat was, she suffered a crushing defeat. Qi Jingzaka Li recovered from her heavy breathing and angrily said, aren't you going to get lost? Xiao Ran merely replied, your muscles are quite solid, and your fighting techniques were also quite impressive. Beautiful lady, what exactly are you? Qi Jingzaka Li felt a sudden sense of vulnerability and said, I'm a martial arts enthusiast. Is that not allowed? Sure, of course it is. Xiao Ran smiled, his hands encircling the woman's neck, seemingly enamored with her swan-like fair slender neck, causing Qi Jingzaka Li to break out in goosebumps. However, I found a dagger in your boot. Xiao Ran's voice came over. Qi Jingzaka Li sensed something was wrong and was about to move, but the large hands around her neck tightened suddenly. She gasped and struggled desperately, trying to kick Xiao Ran, but she couldn't reach him. The surrounding scenery became increasingly blurry, and severe oxygen deprivation made her feel unbearable. Just when she thought she was going to die, Xiao Ran suddenly released his grip. What is your true identity? Xiao Ran asked, his voice seeming to come from the heavens, cold and despairing. Naturally, Xiao Ran would not be polite to someone who wanted to kill him. Qi Jingzaka Li's will was already crumbling on the brink of life and death, so she hurriedly said, my real name is Qi Jingzaka Li. I come from a small country, my father is a foreigner, and I am a professional assassin. I came to Huaxiao to kill someone named Lu Bingqing, not you. She was now terrified of dying at Xiao Ran's hands. So she's from a small country, and no wonder she was so proud when mentioning her foreign father, as that foreigner was indeed the father of her small country. Oh, biologically he is also her father, ha. Lu Bingqing. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Xiao Ran thought for a moment, then exclaimed, oh. Lu Bingqing is a famous entrepreneur from Sioux City, reportedly a son-in-law, yet he seems to have followed the script of a protagonist in a feel-good story, effortlessly building his wife's company from a small factory into a 100 billion level conglomerate. Hongyuan Real Estate. This is one of the top 10 private enterprises in Sioux City. But who would hire an assassin to murder a star entrepreneur? Forget it, what does it matter to me? The taste of women from small countries is not bad. If I have the chance to go to Tokyo, I will find a few more to play with. Xiao Ran said, a glint of killing intent reappearing in his eyes. He just wanted to know if Qi Jingzaka Li was specifically here to kill him, and if she had any accomplices. Now that he had clarified things, why wait to send her on her way, keeping an assassin by his side? Don't mention that she's still an untrainable small country wolf, even if she were a fellow countryman. Xiao Ran would not take that risk. Seeing this, Qi Jingzaka Li hurriedly pleaded, please don't kill me, I'm still a virgin. Really, that was my first time. Being a virgin is enough to spare you from death. You came to kill me, and you think I might let you go just because you're a virgin? Xiao Ran, with a heart of stone, would never show the slightest mercy to an enemy. What does it matter if she's beautiful? If she poses a threat to his life, she must be ruthlessly eliminated. Xiao Ran seized Qi Jingzaka Li and pushed her hard. She stumbled backward, but after just 2 steps, she fell into a different space. This was definitely the end of her. who would hire a small country assassin to commit murder in the country. Xiao Ran was somewhat curious, but this was destined to become an unsolved case. He disposed of the items left behind by Qi Jingzaka. As an assassin, there was no sympathy. After everything was settled, he went upstairs. Suddenly the phone rang. Xiao Ran glanced at it. The number was unfamiliar. After a moment's thought, he answered, "Hello. Hello, mister. Xiao, let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Bingqing." Xiao Ran was taken aback. He now seriously doubted that Akatsuki Sakurako and Lu Bingqing were in cahoots. Otherwise how could one have just arrived while the other called in? "Hello, mister. Xiao, are you still there?" Lu Bingqing asked when Xiao Ran did not respond for a while. Xiao Ran smiled and replied, "I'm here, please go ahead. I wonder if Mr. Xiao knows my identity. Let me introduce myself first," Lu Bingqing said. "Have you heard of Hanyuan Real Estate, Mr. Xiao?" "I know you are the president of Hanyuan Real Estate," Xiao Ran replied, cutting Lu Bingqing off before he could go on. Lu Bingqing chuckled. "It's good that Mr. Xiao knows. I have a proposal. If Mr. Xiao is willing to vacate the villa, or let us stay in, then after the disaster is over, I, Lu, am willing to hand over half of my shares." "Oh, what great ambition. This is definitely worth hundreds of millions. What a pity." Xiao Ran shook his head. "There's no need for President Lu to paint such a rosy picture. This disaster, haha, putting aside when it will end, even if it ends soon, how many lives will be lost? In such a shock, how much do you think the stocks in your hand will be worth? Even if the disaster ends soon, the real estate industry, which is hit hardest, will definitely suffer and might even completely collapse. Thus the stocks in Lu Bingqing's hands might not be much better than scrap paper. The key is, even if the hail stops and the fog clears, all the plants outside will have died, and what follows is a terrifying famine where food and clean water will be the most scarce and coveted resources for a long time. Money. What good is that?" Lu Bingqing seemed somewhat speechless by Xiao Ran's words, and after a moment said, "All right, let's not talk about money. I've heard you like beautiful women. I happen to have one here. Take a look and see if she meets your standards." A moment later, Xiao Ran received a multimedia message with several photos attached. It was a beautiful woman in her early 20s, not only stunning, but also looking particularly pure, with long hair cascading down and eyes resembling clear water. Her height could not be discerned from the photos, but she was quite well proportioned with a slim waist that could only be grasped by one hand, yet she had a large bust and rounded hips, indeed a rare beauty. "I'm giving you this woman. How much food and water can you give me?" Lu Bingqing asked in a deep voice. Xiao Ran chuckled. "Aren't you selling houses, President Lu? When did you become a human trafficker?" His tone had become somewhat unfriendly. "Even if you were to do business, it should be directly with the person involved, not through a middleman profiting from the difference." Lu Bingqing paused and said, "Let me tell you a story, Mr. Xiao. Do you have time to listen?" Xiao Ran smiled and said, "It's rare to hear a big shot like President Lu tell a story. Please go ahead." Lu Bingqing continued, "I came from a poor background, but I worked hard in my studies and got into a prestigious university. I also looked decent, so shortly after graduating I married my wife, who came from a well-off family, making me a son-in-law. Mr. Xiao, as a son-in-law yourself, you should understand our difficulties, right?" Xiao Ran chuckled. "Being a son-in-law, your conditions are 100 times better than mine." Lu Bingqing continued, "However, my wife has some health issues, and we have not been able to conceive for quite some time since we got married. I did not want to hand over my hard-earned career to the parasites of my wife's family, so I found another woman to bear me a son. My wife's family still holds significant power, so I placed the child in this community and only managed to visit once. Coincidentally, the disaster struck on June 1st. I came early planning to take my son out for a day of fun, but the result? Well, you can guess, I'm stuck here now." Xiao Ran's heart stirred. He suddenly understood why there were assassins targeting Lu Bingqing. "You have an illegitimate child, and you must find a way to hand over Hanyuan Real Estate to that child, but would your wife's family agree to that? Involving billions in assets, what does it matter if you hire assassins? Is it strange? Once Lu Bingqing dies, Hanyuan Real Estate will naturally belong to his wife's family. An illegitimate child? They would even kill the illegitimate child. Wait." Xiao Ran was stunned. "The photo you just showed me is not your lover, is it?" Lu Bingqing directly admitted, "That's right, she is my lover. However, I am old enough to be her father. I chose her because she is beautiful and a top student from a prestigious university, able to give my son the best genes. I am not hiding anything from you. I just want to let you know that everything I do is to ensure my son's survival. For my son, I can give up everything, but similarly for him, I can throw everything away." The last sentence was a complete threat. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "President Lu, are you declaring war on me? By the way, you should thank me. I just solved an assassin problem. However, since the disaster occurred, Akatsuki Sakurako probably has no interest in continuing this task, right? Forget it, I'm not killing for you anyway." Lu Bingqing pondered for a moment and smiled. "Of course, I don't wish to go to war with Mr. Xiao. After all, Mr. Xiao's achievements in recent days have been quite impressive. I still hope Mr. Xiao can accept my proposal. I can give you my woman, and all you need to do is provide enough food and water for my son." Xiao Ran could accept trading a woman for him, but you, a mere president, act high and mighty, pretending to be a caring father. "But how are you any different from those who want to seize his resources?" "What if I refuse?" he asked calmly. "It would be best if you agreed." Lu Bingqing said casually. "I also brought 2 bodyguards, both of whom have been mercenaries. Their strength is such that one can easily kill 4 or 5 adult men with bare hands, and with weapons one can handle 10 without difficulty. So Mr. Xiao should best accept Liu's proposal. That way it will be a win-win situation. Xiao Ran smiled slightly. The proposal is good, but don't bring it up again. Goodbye. He hung up the phone directly. Using his own woman as trade goods, Xiao Ran instinctively felt disgusted by Lu Bingqing. He might be a tyrant, but he certainly was not to Xiao Ran's liking. No way. Xiao Ran picked up his phone and began to issue a bounty, this time targeting Lu Bingqing. This person should be far more dangerous than Zhang Kuan. After all, he is a president and can easily persuade many with the same tactics he just used, far more powerful than Zhang Kuan's sorcery. Buy a person's life named Lu Bingqing, president of Hanyuan Real Estate, currently in our community with at least 2 bodyguards by his side. I don't care how many people take action, as long as they can kill Lu Bingqing, I will reward 20 boxes of instant noodles or equivalent supplies. He posted several photos of Lu Bingqing online in the group. Lu Bingqing slowly hung up the phone. Director Lu. The 4 bodyguards looked at him in unison. Lu Bingqing lied. He had not just 2 bodyguards, but 4. Lu Bingqing placed his phone on the table, furrowing his brow as he glanced at a beautiful woman beside him. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, cradling a 3- or 4-year-old boy who was sleeping soundly. He refused, Lu Bingqing said lightly. The beautiful woman holding the child cooed a few times and said, "Didn't you say he was lecherous? How could he refuse such an enticing offer?" Lu Bingqing chuckled. Indeed, so this truly caught me off guard. He rubbed his temples, looking quite troubled. Director Lu, what shall we do? One bodyguard asked. Shall we force our way in? Lu Bingqing laughed. Force our way in? Didn't several groups already attempt that? Although your combat abilities are significantly stronger than ordinary people, in terms of raw strength, you are at most twice that of a normal person. So how do you expect to break the door with just the 4 of you? It's impossible. The beautiful woman said. Then I'll seduce him to open the door. Lu Bingqing shook his head again. That kid's villa must have been modified. If it were me, after spending so much money to renovate, would I not install surveillance? Now, although the power is out, I can easily prepare a generator using diesel or gasoline, lasting 10 days or half a month would be no problem. Thus, even if we stand at the door without making a sound, we cannot fool that kid inside. And Lu Bingqing sighed. Didn't that Xiao Ran say before that Xiao Ran could control the fire sprinkler system and drench those people in toxic water? I ask you, if you ambush at his doorstep and he drenches you with toxic water, how would you resolve that? This. The 4 bodyguards were dumbfounded. When it comes to fighting or even killing, they are professionals, but when it comes to using their brains like this, they were not very skilled. So what shall we do? Lu Bingqing shook his head. Why do you keep focusing on Xiao Ran? Although he should have a lot of supplies, the current situation is not easy to handle. Let's shift our attention to others. For instance, let's dominate the entire community beneath our feet. Then we can have someone directly dig through the walls. I don't believe we cannot dig that kid out. Everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, there are so many households in the community. Why should we clash with Xiao Ran? Isn't food from other households still food, and clean water still clean water? If we talk about brains, they have Lu Bingqing. If we talk about strength, the 4 bodyguards can each take on 10. So can't this combination dominate a mere community? The beautiful woman merely held the child in silence. Xiao Ran stretched lazily, calculating that 2 groups had already threatened him in the community. One is a conman, and the other is a CEO. Neither should be underestimated, Xiao Ran murmured. In his previous life, he was just an unnamed nobody, so it was impossible to intersect with such big shots. Even though they were in the same community, it felt like they existed in 2 different worlds. But now both groups have their sights set on him. Because he has a villa and ample supplies, it naturally makes him a target of envy. In fact, many greedy people exist, like the Qin family and Su Feng. What happened to them? They all ended up as frozen corpses in the garage. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingqing will face no different fate. The fog hasn't cleared yet, so let's continue to play with you all, Xiao Ran said to himself. In any case, he would never leave the villa, so he was inherently in an unbeatable position. What was there to fear? In a direct confrontation, regardless of how many followers Zhang Kuan has, or how capable Lu Bingqing's bodyguards are, having been mercenaries means nothing. Under the cover of firepower, all lives are equal. What I need to be cautious of is simply not to let anyone get the drop on me. For this, I just need to be wary of women who are sent to me. Their words could be influenced by these 2 groups, and even Han Yun and the others might betray me. It's all about interests. As long as a woman is foolish enough to believe the conditions offered by others, thinking that after capturing me, she could have half of my supplies, she might just fall for it. After all, I have no emotional ties with them. It's purely a transaction. If I believe there's any trust between us, then I would truly be the greatest fool in the world. Xiao Ran was curious. After issuing 2 bounties, would anyone succeed, and how long would it take? Then I will wait. Xiao Ran paid attention to the news in the group, but by the time night fell, the network suddenly went down. The base station. Now, even if the phone had battery, it became useless. Besides playing single-player games, he could only look at locally stored photos and videos, and nothing else could be done. However, the phone in Xiao Ran's hand was different. It could dial a satellite phone. He went to the 3rd floor and contact. The signal is completely cut off. Yes, from now on we can only contact each other using satellite phones. Think of something positive. Surely no one will charge us for satellite calls, right? Lu Mei couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You're really optimistic. You still have the mood to joke." Of course I'm optimistic. I have stored enough food to last for several hundred lifetimes, and I've transformed the villa into a safe fortress. So what do I have to worry about? The two exchanged words, and the disaster made Lu Mei become very dependent on Xiao Ran for now. Besides her girlfriends, he was the only one she could talk to. Xiao Ran, do you have enough to eat? Lu Mei asked with concern. If you don't have enough food, you need to find a way to come to us. Yaya has prepared enough food. Is this considered being a saint? Xiao Ran smiled. Someone being nice to him shouldn't be considered saintly, but if Lu Mei was nice to everyone, then she would be a saint. I have food. I happen to stock up before the apocalypse, Xiao Ran said. If you finish your supplies, you can come find me. I have enough food to last 2 to 3 years without a problem. Lu Mei was stunned. Her girlfriends had prepared enough food for several months, which she already found to be quite extravagant, but Xiao Ran had stockpiled enough to last 2 to 3 years. Goodness. This guy is much more serious about the apocalypse. But who would have thought that the apocalypse would truly come one day? Xiao Ran instantly became the biggest beneficiary. You must be careful. Never let anyone know that you have a large amount of supplies. Lu Mei suddenly spoke sternly. Now and in the future, society will only become more chaotic. People will do anything ugly for a bite to eat. Therefore, you must stay low-key. Hearing Lu Mei's admonition, Xiao Ran realized that she had a clear understanding of the apocalypse and could not become a saintly figure. After chatting with Lu Mei for a while, he hung up the phone. Sleep. Xiao Ran woke up slowly, brushing his teeth and washing his face, then called Leopard to have breakfast. Instinctively, he took out his phone and began to scroll through it, but when the no signal icon appeared, he suddenly remembered that the signal had been completely cut off. Now everyone had truly become an isolated island. He tossed his phone aside, realizing it could only make satellite calls now. It's fine, I'll just watch TV. He had prepared numerous external hard drives filled with movies, TV shows, and variety programs, along with several thousand fully charged batteries, enough for him to last half a year, or even longer. After all, lighting doesn't consume much electricity. Originally, the main power consumer was the air conditioning, but now Xiao Ran was using a fireplace, and even the hot water for bathing was heated by the fireplace, so the villa truly used very little electricity in a day. At noon, Han Yun, Zhang Jingyao, and Zhong Lei appeared on time. In just an hour, Xiao Ran mercilessly chased the 3 women. Stay overnight in the villa. Don't even think about it. However, Xiao Ran still asked the 3 women to gather information about any significant events in the community and report back to him daily. There was no choice. With the network completely down, the only way to get information was through word of mouth. It truly felt like returning to a primitive society overnight. Xiao Ran sighed, but aside from the communication issue, he seemed to be unaffected, still able to binge-watch dramas, watch movies, and play games. Let's play a game. He found a new game and quickly got into it. The game was of high quality, and Xiao Ran became so engrossed that he played until the deep hours of the night, only stopping because Han Yun and the other 3 women showed up the next day, interrupting his gaming binge. Continuing the game in the afternoon. That day, he played until 3 a.m. and finally completed it. Awesome. He crawled into bed and slept until after 10 the next day, still feeling a bit of a headache. Gaming can be addicting. I can't do this again. Xiao Ran reflected while preparing breakfast for himself and left. After breakfast, he went to the 3rd floor, leaning by the window to look outside, but the thick fog only allowed him to see a little over a meter. What scenery could he enjoy? Yet he could faintly hear a noisy commotion outside. By noon, Han Yun and the 3 women appeared at the usual time. However, after today, Xiao Ran did not immediately chase them away, but instead asked if anything significant had happened in the community over the past few days. The 3 women, however, hardly dared to go out and naturally wouldn't have any useful information. So I forget it. Xiao Ran felt a bit of a headache. He truly wasn't accustomed to being disconnected from the internet. However, the fact that no one came to him to claim the bounty already indicated something. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingqing were still doing just fine. They were quite hard to deal with. Xiao Ran didn't pay much attention. After all, those people couldn't break into the villa. In a direct confrontation, even 10 times the number of people in the community would still be wiped out by Xiao Ran. If I still possessed a self-defense ability, I could truly rampage through everything, Xiao Ran said regretfully. After Han Yun and the 3 women left, he just went back upstairs to sit for a while when his phone suddenly started ringing. Someone was coming. He looked and was surprised to see Lin, the wife of the talkative man. He glanced around and noticed that the talkative man was nowhere to be seen in the passage. So what does this mean? Xiao Ran went downstairs, opened the door, and let Lin in. What are you here for? Xiao Ran asked. Lin bit her lip, and after a long while she said, I want something to eat. Xiao Ran chuckled. In the face of hunger, anyone had to bow their heads. Come on in. He placed several dishes on the table, and Lin immediately sat down and began to devour the food. Xiao Ran asked, does your husband know you came here? Hee. Lin stammered for a while before saying, he knows. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow, knowing he allowed you to come here. How would a trivial matter compare to starving, but a major issue regarding loyalty? It needed to be turned around. Xiao Ran shook his head, recalling something, and asked, has your husband mentioned what the current situation in the community is? Off. Lin didn't expect Xiao Ran would ask such a question. After a moment of shock, she recalled and began to narrate. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingqing indeed had not been taken down, but the situations of the two were utterly different. Indeed, someone wanted to claim the bounty and had attacked Zhang and Lu, but they were all thwarted, while Zhang Kun's internal unity was becoming increasingly fragile. It's easy to believe in a god, but when will the god come to save them? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, as the waiting time stretched, everyone grew impatient. Therefore, the collapse of faith could happen within these few days. Who knows, in a few more days some believers might blow up Zhang Kun's rear and come looking for Xiao Ran to claim the bounty. But Lu Bingqing's situation was completely different. His 4 bodyguards were fiercely loyal to him and possessed formidable combat strength, defeating all attackers. Additionally, Lu Bingqing leveraged his identity from before the disaster and his eloquence to persuade many people to follow him. Now Lu Bingqing's group had grown to over 20 people. The key was, these were all strong men, not like Zhang Kun's followers who were of mixed quality and their actual combat capabilities might be negligible. Lin Lin knew all this because her husband wanted to join Lu Bingqing's group, but Lu Bingqing looked down on him and sent him back, which infuriated her husband, who had cursed Lu Bingqing for a long time at home. It was night. Xiao Ran was exerting himself in training drenched in sweat when suddenly his phone emitted an alarm sound. He paused and picked up his phone to take a look. Someone had arrived knocking on the door holding a phone high above, broadcasting a video to the surveillance camera. The image was unclear, but it vaguely appeared to be inappropriate for children. He went down to the basement and remotely opened the door. With a click, the iron door swung open. The man at the entrance was momentarily stunned, then walked over instantly, revealing a look of shock. There was light here, which wasn't particularly surprising, but why was it so warm? He glanced at Xiao Ran, his gaze flickering, perhaps considering whether to take action and seize control of the place. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself. After all, Xiao Ran had a fearsome reputation. "This is the video you wanted." The man raised his phone. "Put it on the table," Xiao Ran said. The man walked over to set it down, but saw that Xiao Ran had not moved and couldn't help but wonder, "Aren't you going to watch it? Aren't you going to step aside?" Xiao Ran countered. "You are indeed cautious." The man nodded and stepped aside. Xiao Ran smiled, thinking to himself that he was actually saving the man's life, otherwise he might have shot him. He wanted to avoid killing someone in his home, as cleaning up blood could be troublesome. Xiao Ran walked over and picked up the phone. Indeed, it was a video inappropriate for children featuring 2 men. One was Zhang Kun and the other was the man before him. "It's a bold move. You are truly a warrior." Xiao Ran nodded, tossing the phone back to the man, and said, "You wait outside while I move the things down." "All right." The man retreated while Xiao Ran closed the iron door. In a moment, the iron door reopened. The man stepped back in, and sure enough, several boxes of instant noodles and water were placed on the ground. He crouched down, carefully moving box after box of food and water. However, he was extremely cautious, keeping an eye on Xiao Ran, seemingly afraid he would suddenly attack. Finally, he finished moving all the supplies, and with a bang, the iron door closed. Xiao Ran wouldn't care about such a trivial amount of supplies. It wasn't worth damaging his credibility for this. It wasn't worth it. However, the fact that Zhang Kun had been betrayed was telling. His small congregation had already. Disaster can indeed rally faith, but at the same time, in the face of life and death, faith is also the most prone to. Zhang Kun attracted a large group of people through faith, yet he had no way to lead them out of their predicament. Thus, when faced with sufficient temptation, these people betrayed him without hesitation, even causing him great harm. Xiao Ran shook his head, but looking at Lu Bingqing's situation was different. He not only survived the bounty, but his power was growing stronger. Therefore, merely deceiving people would not suffice. One must possess strength and personal charisma to become the center of attention, attracting others like moths to a flame, standing out and becoming a leader. Especially in such apocalyptic times, personal charm could play a significant role in uniting everyone. Because people, when feeling helpless, are even more eager to be led out of their predicaments. Undoubtedly, Lu Bingqing provided these individuals with hope. "This means the conditions I offered are no longer enough to incite rebellion among them." He smiled. In fact, he could significantly raise the bounty amount. Even offering 100 boxes, or even 1,000 boxes of instant noodles would be nothing to him, but there was no need at all. "I actually look forward to the moment Lu Bingqing attacks, so they can witness my true power." If he were to unleash his full strength, he would certainly eliminate his enemies without exposing the secret of his spatial abilities. Even if communications were already disrupted, and others knew, it would be difficult to spread, yet Xiao Ran was still unwilling to take risks. In such chaotic times, one can never be too careful. "Zheng family." Zheng Wan was making her final plea. "If you let me go, I will be your woman. It is only natural for me to be good to you, and you won't have to pay any price. Kingo, I know you truly like me, otherwise you wouldn't have come to find me for 4 consecutive days. Trust me, as long as you help me, I will never betray you." The man known as Kingo is about 40 years old, short in stature, and quite ugly with dark skin, yet in Zheng Wan's eyes, he is the only lifeline that can help her escape her predicament. His full name is Lu Kan. Lu Kan hesitated. "No one would like me. Ooh, I'm so ugly, and I have no money. Kingo, do you want me to swear?" Zheng Wan urged, "Help me out of this trouble, and I will definitely keep my promise. Now, everyone has betrayed me. You are the only one who is good to me. If I don't follow you, who else can I follow?" Lu Kan was already inclined, and upon hearing this, he no longer hesitated, freeing Zheng Wan from her bindings. Zheng Wan quickly put on her clothes, as she had been hiding under the covers, but since she was leaving the warmth, not wearing clothes would surely freeze her to death, not out of embarrassment. Lying here at the mercy of others, what shame could she have? "Kingo, once we go out, we will kill everyone outside." Lu Kan was taken aback. The people outside were her family. But upon further thought, wasn't Zheng Wan also one of their family? How could one sell their own kin? Thus it was understandable that Zheng Wan despised them. He thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "For you, I'm willing. Kingo, you are truly wonderful." Zheng Wan actively leaned in for a kiss, causing Liu Kan's dark face to bloom with joy. Can you go out first, hide behind them, and then I will come out to attract their attention. They will surely be shocked to see me, and you can take the opportunity to attack, prioritizing the two men. Zheng Wan said. She was quite clever, knowing that men were the main combatants, and once Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang were dealt with, Lin Meiying would be no threat at all. Liu Kan nodded repeatedly. He opened the door, and Zheng Yujun glanced at him, saying, "You took too long. If it weren't for seeing you every day, I would have charged you another half an hour's fee." Liu Kan said nothing, merely nodded. Zheng Yujun was accustomed to his taciturnity and didn't take it to heart, but just then the door unexpectedly opened again. He was startled to see Zheng Wan stepping out. His face changed dramatically, about to speak, but unexpectedly Zheng Kan swung a smoking ashtray and smashed it towards him. With a clatter, Zheng Yujun was knocked unconscious. At that moment, Zheng Gang finally reacted, but did not move immediately. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Mom! Mom!" Zheng Wan had long been displeased with this brother, and she rushed over. Liu Kan quickly followed, and the three immediately got into a scuffle. When Lin Meiying heard the commotion and came out, she happened to see her daughter swinging a high heel towards her son's temple with great force. "No." Zheng Wan paused deliberately for a moment, glanced at her mother, then revealed a cruel smile and struck down forcefully. The heel of the high-heeled shoe plunged into Zheng Gang's temple, causing him to struggle desperately as a wave of intense pain surged through him, unleashing a strength far beyond normal, allowing him to break free. However, he staggered as if drunk. "Mom, why can't I stand steady?" Zheng Gang said, but as soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed heavily. He was dead. "Zheng Gang!" Lin Meiying screamed, frantically calling out, and jumping, then pointed directly at Zheng Wan. "You wicked woman, you actually killed your own brother with your own hands." Zheng Wan scoffed, coldly picked up another high-heeled shoe and struck Zheng Yujun as well. Zheng Yujun was already in a state of unconsciousness, and this blow left him unable to even struggle, only twitching slightly before passing away. "Old man!" Lin Meiying screamed again, glaring at Zheng Wan with a mix of fear and hatred, wishing she could swallow. Zheng Wan then languidly said, "Since childhood, you have always favored your brother, never considering my feelings. What good things did you ever give me? Ha ha ha, I even managed to design the death of my own son. Oh, what's wrong with killing my brother and father? You. Lin Meiying was filled with fear, unable to articulate her thoughts. "Capture her," Zheng Wan said coldly, and Liu Kan obediently went over to seize Lin Meiying. Only then did Lin Meiying realize that her daughter intended to kill her as well. The desire to survive instantly surpassed everything. She hurriedly said, "Wan, I'm your mother. I've never harmed you. That was all your father's idea. It has nothing to do with me." Zheng Wan laughed wildly, pulling out a kitchen knife from the kitchen and brandishing it over Lin Meiying's head. "But did you ever No. Which mother would watch her daughter be used by different men? You don't deserve it." Saying this, she swung the knife down. Puff! The kitchen knife struck Lin Meiying's forehead. However, Zheng Wan, being a woman, had limited strength, although the knife, when in it, did not penetrate deeply. The intense pain triggered Lin Meiying's strength, allowing her to break free from Liu Kan's grasp and flee through the door. Liu Kan wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by Zheng Wan. "No need to chase, she won't survive long like this," Zheng Wan said coldly. Oh. Liu Kan had no opinions, only nodding. Zheng Wan glanced at him with some disdain. Liu Kan's combat ability, however, he was the only one she could use right now. Oh, what could she do about her disdain? "I need more helpers," she thought to herself. How to get helpers? Now that money was useless and she had none, and with resources lacking, how could she buy others? Only her body remained. After all, she could still be considered a 70-point beauty. Other women only use their bodies to exchange for resources, but I am different. I do not want to be someone else's plaything anymore. I want to be the queen who controls others' destinies. She waved her hand, starting with Liu Kan. She wanted to build an army in the community that would obey her commands. "What's the situation outside now?" she asked Liu Kan. Liu Kan quickly recounted some significant events that had occurred, leaving Zheng Wan stunned. Xiao Ran was surprisingly fierce, killing 2 or 3 dozen people. Is that possible? Didn't she know what kind of person her ex-husband was? No, it seemed she truly did not know. After the divorce, he seemed to have transformed completely into another person. What caused such a change? Zheng Wan was perplexed. However, Xiao Ran was still a loner without any established power. So selfish, not wanting anyone to share his things. Zheng Wan speculated, but this is also good. It is easier to deal with one person than a group. Many people are now enemies with Xiao Ran. I will gather them together first. Let's get to work. She immediately went to find the talkative man who had been publicly humiliated by Xiao Ran and whose wife had also been teased by him. It was likely that he would hate Xiao Ran immensely. What she did not know was that the talkative man had already sought revenge, but had failed, and his wife had been played by Xiao Ran. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked on the talkative man's door. "Who?" the talkative man asked, his tone unfriendly. Now that they had food and water at home, he was afraid of being robbed. "I am Zheng Wan." Zheng Wan. The talkative man was taken aback. He certainly knew who Zheng Wan was, but why would she come to find him? "I know you have a grudge against Xiao Ran, so don't you want revenge?" Zheng Wan said lightly. Click. The door opened. "Come in and talk." A day had passed, and the apocalypse had entered its 12th day. Xiao Ran picked up his phone and saw it was June 12th. In his previous life, 3 days later would be his day of death, but in this life, he was living an incredibly lavish lifestyle, eating whatever he wanted, drinking whatever he desired, having heating and hot water, and even having beautiful women coming to him. He could go solo, or have threesomes or more. How could this life compare to his previous one? Life was as usual, but before noon someone had already come. It was actually Lin Lin. Why was she here so early today? Xiao Ran looked around and saw it was just her, so he opened the iron gate and let her in. Xiao Ran, I have news for you. Unexpectedly, Lin Lin didn't ask for food but came up with this line. Oh, what news? Xiao Ran casually asked. Lin Lin said, your ex-wife found my husband and pulled him into some anti-Xiao alliance intending to deal with you. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Zheng Wan actually escaped. Earlier he received news that Zheng Wan was tied to a bed by her family receiving clients. It seemed she had not been there for long, and now she had escaped. Lin Lin nodded. She seduced a patron. Not only was she released, but she also killed her parents and brother. Someone saw Lin Maying dead in the stairwell with a kitchen knife embedded in her forehead. When mentioning the patron, she couldn't help but blush, as she was not that different from Zheng Wan. Weren't they both selling their bodies? Xiao Ran couldn't help but laugh, not expecting Zheng Wan to be so capable, managing to turn things around under such circumstances. As for the anti-Xiao alliance, he naturally wouldn't care at all. A group of rabble, if they dared to come looking for him, he could resolve them all with a single round, or even contain them in a different space, saving a lot of bullets. What is your husband's attitude? Xiao Ran was curious about this. If the talkative man had teamed up with Zheng Wan, then Lin Lin's informant would be quite interesting. Lin Lin bit her lip and said, it was my husband who asked me to come and inform you. Yes. Lin Lin nodded, her pretty face flushed. At first her husband was extremely angry, wanting to turn Xiao Ran into minced meat, but after being hungry for a few days, he gradually changed his mind. With death imminent, what was there to care about? Thus her husband even took the initiative to send her to Xiao Ran. But could she? So embarrassing. My husband believes that Zheng Wan absolutely cannot compete with you, so he asked me to remind you, which is also a way to flatter you. Lin Lin said. Due to the power outage, the entire garage was engulfed in darkness, so Xiao Ran did not wait until nightfall. He took the leopard out for a walk at noon. After half an hour, the leopard, unable to withstand the cold, gave up, and they returned to the villa. However, just before entering the passage, Xiao Ran paused and stopped in his tracks. He took a few steps back and shone his flashlight. 2 corpses were missing. Xiao Ran was certain that he had killed all the people himself, so he naturally knew how many corpses there should be here. Corpses do not grow legs and run away by themselves, and the toxin in the hail only caused death. He had never heard of it turning people into zombies, so those 2 corpses could not have turned into zombies and escaped. There was only one possibility left. They were moved by someone. Why? Food. In his past life, Xiao Ran was harmed and dismembered by his ex-wife's family to serve as food, so he was particularly sensitive about this. Calculating the time, it was already the 12th day of the apocalypse, so it was very normal for too many families to have eaten all their food and be forced to eye the corpses. After all, when people are extremely hungry, what is there that they would not dare to eat or cannot eat? Xiao Ran sighed. The scene of cannibalism was once again unfolding. In the face of survival, both men and women cast aside their dignity and morals, returning to a primitive state. Xiao Ran shook his head and returned to the villa with the leopard. In the evening at Lu Bingqing's place. Today more than 20 people gathered here. Lu Bingqing sat in a chair smoking the last cigarette, although it was already just but he still hesitated to throw it away. In fact, being able to smoke a pack of cigarettes to this point, he had been quite frugal. Prepare to act, he finally flicked the cigarette. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Lu Bingqing was intelligent and held a position of power. Most importantly, he had 4 highly skilled bodyguards, which made everyone trust him deeply and formed a strong cohesion that neither Su Feng nor Li Zhonglin had. They took their tools and set out. Even Lu Bingqing's mistress brought her child along. Today's target was to seize Xiao. With a villa, why would they need this house? The group quickly arrived at the villa. However, they did not enter the passage. Smash it for me, Lu Bingqing said coldly. Immediately 2 men stepped forward wielding large hammers. In these few days, besides gathering people, Lu Bingqing also made an important preparation, which was to collect large hammers. Coincidentally, a family in the neighborhood was renovating, so they provided him with 2 large wall-hitting hammers. Knowing that the fire sprinkler system in the passage was controlled by Xiao Ran and could spray toxic water, how could someone as shrewd as Lu Bingqing make such a basic mistake and attack the villa through the passage? Without a door, wouldn't it be fine to smash through the wall? Bang, bang, bang. The 2 men started smashing. 80. Someone nearby was cheering them on, causing many to burst into laughter. The wall smashers quickly grew tired, setting down the large hammer and saying, switch out. He was indeed exhausted. So they switched and continued. The large hammer was meant for smashing walls, which could be said to be quite suitable for the task, so they quickly smashed a hole in the wall, which grew larger until it was big enough for a person to crawl through, and they had already changed players 5 times. A bodyguard named Lu Bo laughed. Xiao Ran should have already heard the commotion, but since we are not acting according to the norm and are not entering through the passage, he can only watch helplessly. Another bodyguard named Qin Chang also laughed. Our boss Lu is breaking the mold. Why must we enter through the door? Isn't smashing the wall also an option? Haha, changing perspectives opens up a whole new world. Lu Bingqing only smiled modestly, but inside, he was quite pleased, already estimating how much they could gain. Bang! Just as the wall smasher was about to deliver the final blow to completely break the wall open, he struck down with force, causing his hands to tremble and his palms to crack. Every bone in his body vibrated, as if his insides were about to be shaken out. What was going on? Why does it sounds like metal colliding. Could it be that there's something like a refrigerator behind the wall? Everyone quickly shone their flashlights over only to see that the object behind the wall was gleaming with a metallic sheen. Is this a steel plate? Someone knocked on it, producing a muffled sound. It was definitely metal, but they could not confirm if it was. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was just too unfortunate. Change positions. They changed positions and continued to smash. After another half hour, they finally broke another hole big enough for a person to pass through, but after completely destroying the wall, they were once again disappointed. Another metal wall. Could it be that the entire wall was covered with a layer of metal? They were not discouraged and simply decided to tear down the entire wall. After all, they had already smashed out 2 large holes, so tearing down the whole wall wouldn't take much more effort. Then when they shone their flashlight over a blinding metallic glare reflected back, dazzling their eyes. What a despairing discovery this is. After painstakingly demolishing an entire wall, another wall appears, and it's made of solid steel. Don't say they only have a large hammer. Even if they had a hydraulic cutter, how long would it take to cut through the steel wall? Let's take a step back. Even if they had such tools, would there be electricity to power them? No. Therefore, under the current conditions, this wall should be impregnable. Originally, they were so invigorated, and now they are equally despondent. What now? Everyone looked at Lu Bingqing, who furrowed his brows. He never expected such an outcome and was at a loss for what to do. This kid has truly transformed the villa into an impenetrable fortress. Lu Bingqing sighed. Xiao Ran bought the villa and moved in immediately, having someone renovate it. Many people knew this, but everyone thought Xiao Ran was just doing a simple remodel. How could they have imagined it would turn out like this? Is this a renovation? Clearly, it's creating an unassailable fortress. Everyone echoed his sentiments, but sentiment alone was not the goal. They wanted a method to breach this ironclad bastion. At that moment, a hole unexpectedly appeared in the wall, and Xiao Ran's voice came through. Why are you all banging away in the middle of the night, disturbing the neighbors? Everyone was taken aback at first, then quickly became indifferent. They were making such a racket that not only Xiao Ran inside the villa, but even those in the neighboring buildings would surely be disturbed. Xiao Ran, if you have any objections, come out and speak. Lu Bingqing said nonchalantly, weren't you the one offering a bounty on my life? Now I'm right here, if you have the guts, come and get me. His words seemed quite straightforward, but Xiao Ran was alone. How many? So is this fair? Xiao Ran chuckled. Lu Bingqing, you do possess the charisma of a leader. My bounty not only failed to cost you your life, but has instead bolstered your influence. However, your crowd is merely a rabble, and if I were to raise the bounty, do you think your group wouldn't crumble in an instant? Lu Bingqing laughed heartily. Good, feel free to name your price. The higher you set it, the more it indicates how much supplies you have. Once we capture you, our gains will naturally be even greater. Why should we rely on your generosity when we can take it ourselves? As expected of a shrewd businessman, he was adept at manipulating the crowd. Why wait for someone's charity when direct robbery would yield better results? Moreover, the spoils would be even greater. Immediately, the hesitation in the eyes of the crowd dissipated, and they became. Xiao Ran merely smiled. If he were to lay out a feast before them, would Lu Bingqing still be able to speak so calmly? However, he was too lazy to do so. Lu Bingqing, am right here. What do you need to do to obtain my supplies? He smiled. No matter how eloquently you speak, in the end, relying on illusions to satisfy others, will they really be foolish enough to always heed your commands? Lu Bingqing replied coolly, so you plan to hide indefinitely like a turtle, eh? His only course of action now was to provoke Xiao Ran to get him to come out, otherwise he truly had no other options. To breach such a steel fortress. How could that be possible? Xiao Ran smiled and said, here's the deal, Lu Bingqing. Let's make a trade. What trade? Lu Bingqing frowned, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. Xiao Ran remained completely unruffled, perfectly calm. Thus this deal would surely not go well for him. Xiao Ran smiled. Since you are so full of righteousness considering your so-called brothers, how about this? You let your woman come in, so I can have some fun, and I will give each of you a packet of instant noodles along with a bottle of pure water. What do you think? This posed a dilemma for Lu Bingqing. Earlier when he said he would send his mistress to Xiao Ran, was he being sincere? He had 4 bodyguards, so he surely intended to see Xiao Ran when he opened the door, and once he subdued him, the entire villa would be his. What need was there for a trade? Thus Xiao Ran's public proposal to trade his lover left Lu Bingqing with a grim expression. But the question was, how did he unite that group before? What persona was he crafting? Loyalty. As long as they followed him, he would surely lead them out of trouble into a... Now there was an opportunity. If your woman spent a night with someone, they would each receive food and a bottle of water. Would you be willing to make some sacrifices for your brothers? Under normal circumstances, who would dare to allow a billionaire to make such a sacrifice? But now how even a billionaire is just an ordinary person. So Lu Bingqing merely relied on his silver tongue to persuade everyone. If it truly came time for him to make sacrifices for his brothers, would he not agree? Wouldn't that persona crumble in an instant? You say I'm eloquent, but what about you? Lu Bingqing's face turned ashen. This tactic had truly cornered him. He couldn't help but glance at his mistress. The beautiful young woman clutched her son, tightly shaking her head. She was not but looking at the others, which one was not watching him with expectant eyes. Lu Bingqing took a deep breath and shouted, fine, no, I won't agree. The beautiful young woman quickly protested. Lu Bingqing lowered his voice, saying, don't be difficult. I'm just tricking that kid into opening the door. Once he comes out, I'll have someone take him down. You won't suffer any loss. Do you think I'm someone who would allow my woman to be with other men? Only then did the beautiful young woman nod. Lu Bingqing then shouted, "How do we make the trade?" Xiao Ran smiled. "You let your woman get a bit closer to the wall, so I can see clearly. If she's not beautiful enough, I won't be interested in touching. This hole you left not only transmits sound, but also allows visibility." Lu Bingqing looked at his woman. The beautiful young woman handed her son to him, walked toward the metal wall, and stopped at the hole, allowing Xiao Ran to see her face and figure clearly. "Xiao Ran, you." Lu Bingqing had just started to speak when unexpectedly a silent door opened in the metal wall. Xiao Ran swiftly yanked the beautiful young woman over, firmly controlling her in his grasp. Damn, this guy never intended to make a trade. All his winding was just to deliver his woman directly to him. Lu Bingqing was furious, but the 4 bodyguards reacted swiftly, rushing out to attack Xiao Ran. No one witnessed how Xiao Ran produced a water gun, but that was of little importance, for Xiao Ran had already pulled the trigger. Whoosh, one water bullet after another was fired. Even though the 4 bodyguards were professionals, how could they avoid the water bullets? These water bullets were made from hail, pure and potent. How strong was their toxicity? Therefore, when the water bullets struck their skin, the pain was unbearable, even for the most seasoned bodyguards, who immediately fell to the ground, rolling and screaming in agony. "Who else is there?" Xiao Ran asked, holding the water gun in one hand and grasping the arm of the beautiful young woman with the other. No matter how she struggled, it was futile. The disparity in strength was simply too great. Lu Bingqing was in shock. His 4 bodyguards were all professionals, yet Xiao Ran had taken them down with just a water. How could he believe that? What should he do? If even professional bodyguards had fallen to such a state, how could he expect a bunch of rabble to turn the tide? Impossible. Rabble could only manage in favorable situations. In adverse conditions, they would only drag him down. Gritting his teeth, Lu Bingqing maintained a calm expression and said, "Now that you have the person, what about the food?" This way he could still pretend, "I'm not caught in your trap, merely completing a transaction with you." This was an attempt to... Xiao Ran laughed heartily and leaned down to ask, "What's your name?" The woman bit her red lips before uttering 3 words, "Wang Lulu." Xiao Ran responded, "Lu Bingqing has already given up on you. What do you think about that?" This was a blow to her psyche. Wang Lulu glared at him with resentment. If looks could kill, Xiao Ran would have died many times. Xiao Ran ignored her and retreated with Wang Lulu into the villa. The door closed, automatically sealing shut without a trace. Even the previously visible hole vanished, as if it had never existed. Thus any thoughts of using fire, water, or smoke to force Xiao Ran out of the villa were evidently wishful thinking. Lu Bingqing's hands clenched into fists, wishing desperately that Xiao Ran were right in front of him, so he could give him a beating, but that was destined to remain a fantasy. However, this also served as a reminder. Outside, weapons were everywhere. The toxic hail didn't even need to melt, just brushing against the skin would sting painfully. What would happen if the liquid formed from the toxic hail made contact? That would be even more unbearable. Today he had been attacked by Xiao Ran using such weapons. Next time, he would also utilize toxic hail. It was incredibly simple and effective. The 4 professional bodyguards had been taken down in an instant without any chance to fight back. Yet what puzzled Lu Bingqing was how Xiao Ran had melted the hail in this cold weather. Did he wrap it in plastic and rely on body heat to melt it? It was feasible, but considering he was nearly frozen to death already, why would he attempt to melt ice? Wasn't that asking for a quicker demise? So what method had Xiao Ran employed? If he could not melt the toxic hail, then the power of the hail itself would be limited, merely serving as stones to throw. Then he couldn't help but think of Wang Lulu. Despite his deep-seated cunning, his face twitched. Having been the head of a large corporation, everyone would respect him. When had he ever been ridden upon? "Xiao Ran, you must die." His face turned ashen, his eyes filled with murderous intent. An hour later, with a creak, the iron door opened, and Wang Lulu stepped out first, followed by Xiao Ran, who surprisingly carried a stove. "Xiao Ran." Lu Bingran gritted his teeth, filled with a hatred so intense he wished he could bite. Xiao Ran remained unfazed, setting the stove down, adding firewood, and bringing out a pot from the room to place on the stove. With a crack, the electric light turned on, revealing a bubbling pot of bright red hot oil, with ingredients faintly visible inside. Heavens, that's hot pot. Upon seeing it, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, their mouths watering with indescribable. In a moment of hunger and cold, what could be more delightful than enjoying a steaming hot pot? Xiao Ran was truly despicable for enticing them like this. However, Lu Bingqing didn't even glance at the hot pot, only calling out to Wang Lulu, "Come here." Wang Lulu trembled as Xiao Ran brought out plates of sliced meat and vegetables, with a slight smile, glancing at everyone, noticing the intense desire etched on each of their faces. "Do you want to eat?" he asked nonchalantly. Who wouldn't want to? But who dared to approach? Not to mention the water gun in Xiao Ran's hand, just the pathway itself was fraught with the danger of toxic water spraying down at any moment. Was Xiao Ran also in the mix? But he was too close to the iron door. A single leap could allow him to rush into the villa. What would happen then? Yet the aroma of the hot pot was so enticing, making everyone drool uncontrollably. Xiao Ran had already started cooking the meat, dipping it in the sauce, and taking a bite. Oh, it was so hot that he nearly spat it out, but after rolling it around in his mouth several times, he finally began to chew. Delicious, truly delicious. Swallowing a mouthful, Xiao Ran said to everyone, "It's quite simple to eat, just bow your heads to me and shout idiot at Lu Bingqing." Everyone hesitated. Bowing was no big deal in this day and age. What did dignity matter? If it meant embarrassment, so be it. However, insulting Lu Bingqing was another matter. Who would dare to insult their leader? Would they still be able to mix together afterward? Lu Bingxing raised an eyebrow. Xiao Ran was undermining his authority. If he were to be humiliated like this, how could he lead others in the future? This would become a dark chapter in his life. He glared at Xiao Ran, intending to issue an attack command, but the 4 bodyguards were still lying unconscious on the ground, not knowing if they would even wake up. Should he send someone into the passage now? What if Xiao Ran suddenly activated the sprinkler system? Others weren't foolish. Oh, who would dare to charge in now? Why was Xiao Ran eating hot pot in that spot instead of somewhere else? He knew that no one would dare to act there. How was this kid so young proving so difficult to deal with? He nearly ground his teeth, forcing out the words, "You're just a nouveau riche." Oh, what's there to be proud of? Winning 500 million from the lottery, paying taxes left him with only 400 million. What right did he have to compare himself to a billionaire group owner? Xiao Ran chuckled. Lu Zong seems to come from a common background too, riding on the coattails of his wealthy family to achieve success. So since neither of us started from scratch, what right do you have to mock me? Moreover, if we're comparing financial strength, Lu Zong, you seem no different from a pauper, right? Does everyone want to eat hot pot? My previous suggestion has a time limit. Oh, only 30. 29. 28. Listening to him count down, everyone began to feel anxious. 30 seconds for consideration was far too short. They wanted to eat. They were starving. And there was meat. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer. They knelt down to bow to Xiao Ran, then whispered an apology to Lu Bingxing, shouting loudly, "Idiot." After saying that, he boldly walked toward Xiao Ran. As Xiao Ran was also in the passage, as long as he remained seated, no toxic water would pour down. Even if he had to die, he would rather die a full ghost. "Can I eat now?" the person asked. Xiao Ran gestured for him to sit, saying, "There are no seats. Oh, just squat and eat." The person certainly had no complaints. He quickly grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks and began to eat. He dipped a piece of lamb into the broth, pulled it out, and after dipping it in the sauce, when it reached his mouth, his brows relaxed in comfort, nearly bringing him to tears. He thought he would never have the chance to eat lamb hot pot again in his lifetime. Seeing him devour it, the others couldn't sit still any longer. With one person taking the lead, what were they hesitating for? "Sorry, Lu Zong." "My apologies, Lu Zong." Everyone first greeted Lu Bingxing, then shouted, "Idiot," bowed to Xiao Ran, and hurried over, surrounding the hot pot. What bliss! On such a cold day, being able to gather around the hot pot and eat a mouthful of warm food felt so comfortable. It could even be described as happiness. If Xiao Ran were to solicit them at this moment, not to mention everyone would nod instantly, at least 9 out of 10 would agree. As for the last one, they would hesitate for a maximum of 3 minutes before also agreeing. What is most important now? Of course it is food, and a hot pot that is still warm with both meat and vegetables. Unfortunately, Xiao Ran had no intention of doing so. To be honest, Lu Bingxing was also craving it, but he knew that even if he begged, Xiao Ran would not agree. So he clung tightly to the last shred of his dignity and remained silent. "Daddy, I'm hungry." At that moment, a child's voice suddenly rang out. The cold outside had woken the child up. Lu Bingxing gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go back and eat instant noodles." "No, I want to eat meat. I want to eat hot pot." The child pointed at the stove, clearly seeing the steaming pot and a group of people surrounding it. "What do you want to eat?" Lu Bingxing snapped, feeling betrayed by those people. Would his son betray him too? "No, I want to eat." The child immediately began to cry, clearly spoiled. Lu Bingxing, feeling frustrated, couldn't help but spank his son's backside, causing the child to scream in pain. "Have you lost your mind? The child is so small. How many days has he gone without a proper meal? Isn't it normal for him to crave food?" Wang Lulu quickly snatched the child away, glaring at Lu Bingxing. "What is happening?" Everyone was shocked, all eyes turning towards the man who had collapsed. He clutched his throat and began to vomit, retching violently, expelling everything he had just eaten. Ugh. Another person collapsed, also unable to stop vomiting. It seemed to trigger a switch, as everyone present fell to the ground, violently expelling their stomach contents. Thus the answer became self-evident. Xiao Ran. Lu Bingxing was both furious and astonished, thinking to himself how these bastards had been tempted by food, and now it was clear this was definitely food poisoning. Was what Xiao Ran provided so easy to obtain? Now they were tasting the bitter fruit of their actions. But he was also puzzled, as Xiao Ran had clearly eaten with these people, and he was the first. How was it that he was unscathed? "Did you poison them?" he shouted. At this moment, the others had already fallen into unconsciousness. Xiao Ran smiled lightly, saying, "It wasn't exactly poisoning. I just gave them some apple seeds to eat." Lu Bingxing was taken aback for a moment, then thought of something and blurted out, "Cyanide poisoning." Xiao Ran was surprised and then laughed, saying, "Your reaction is quick. Have you thought about poisoning your own wife before?" Lu Bingxing couldn't fathom how could you get so many apples. Apple seeds contain cyanide, but how many would be needed to reach a lethal dose? Dozens of pounds. Hundreds of pounds. What time is it now, and you can actually obtain hundreds of pounds of apples? Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "I bought them earlier. I'm a law-abiding citizen and never resort to robbery." Was this a subtle jab at his own actions of forcibly occupying a villa? Lu Bingxing would not blush because of this. Instead, he asked, "But why are you fine?" Xiao Ran glanced at the people on the ground. The toxicity of cyanide was extremely potent, and these individuals were gradually losing their movement. He chuckled and said, "Because I only sprinkled the powder made from the apple seeds in their seasonings. To ensure that these people would definitely use the seasoning, he hadn't added a single grain of salt to the hot pot. Therefore, after tasting the bland food, they would instinctively reach for the seasoning." Lu Bingxing suddenly understood and said, "You really are insidious." However, your patience is remarkable, actually peeling each apple core and grinding the seeds. Why not just use poisonous hail? Xiao Ran shook his head, saying even if the seasoning's flavor is strong, it cannot mask the scent of poison. Oh, on the other hand, apple seeds have a scent that is easily covered. Of course, the main reason for doing it this way was simply that he was too bored. What else was there for him to do? Aside from binge-watching shows, playing cards, and working out, he had to find something else to keep himself occupied. Thus, he had come up with the idea of poisoning with apple seeds, which required such patience. Lu Bingqing stared blankly at Xiao Ran, unable to imagine what mindset Xiao Ran had to complete such preliminary work. You must be too bored. No, you must have too much material. You casually peeled away hundreds of pounds of apples. Don't you know that even a single fresh apple now can get a woman to spend the night with you? He naturally wouldn't know that Xiao Ran would not waste a single bit. The peeled apples tossed into a spatial pocket wouldn't spoil and could still be eaten later. At this moment, everyone who had eaten from the hot pot had already perished. The toxicity of cyanide was too severe. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and walked toward Lu Bingqing. Lu Bingqing felt a chill run down his spine. Had Xiao Ran displayed any exceptional combat ability? At first, he used a water gun to directly deal with his 4 powerful bodyguards, then used the hot pot as a bait, letting his own subordinates poison themselves, accomplishing a feat of taking 1 life, while many fell. From start to finish, Xiao Ran only acted when he was robbing Wang Lulu. The rest of the time, it could be said he relied on wits, and even the weapons he used were the most common, easily found on the ground. Poisonous hail apples. How ordinary these things were. Lu Bingqing prided himself on being clever, yet he was utterly defeated in this confrontation. Seeing Xiao Ran pressing closer, Lu Bingqing completely lost his fighting spirit. How could he alone now stand against Xiao Ran after so many others had failed? Oh, and there was Wang Lulu and her son, but could he be sure that these two wouldn't be a drag? His 4 most reliable bodyguards were all lying on the ground, their fates uncertain. Yet lying in such a cold environment, it was basically a dead end. How could he contend with such a ruthless person like Xiao Ran? After glancing at his son, he suddenly turned and ran. His speed was astonishing. Moreover, he turned off his flashlight, making it nearly impossible to find him in the pitch-black garage. But nearly impossible didn't mean absolutely impossible. Xiao Ran smiled as the spatial portal opened and dozens of bullets poured out. Urgent screams erupted, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling, and then there was complete silence. Xiao Ran was essentially spraying like a machine gun. He didn't even need to aim, as a few bullets would inevitably hit, and even being struck by just 1 meant death in such extreme cold. Lu Bingqing was dead. The taunts of a braggart posed no threat, so Xiao Ran could spare him. After all, he could eliminate him whenever he wished. But Lu Bingqing couldn't do the same. Even with his 4 bodyguards gone, he could still stir up trouble. Those who posed a threat had to be dealt with. It's a pity that if he's dead, it seems like the thrill of playing with Wang Lulu would be damn, am I a bit twisted? Xiao Ran couldn't help but reflect. Then he chuckled, in such a world who isn't a bit twisted. In comparison, he was at most a bit of a rogue with limited depravity. Then Xiao Ran looked at Wang Lulu and said, "Come." Wang Lulu didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Her support was Lu Bingqing, but he had abandoned them. She didn't know Lu Bingqing was already dead. Could he still be her reliance? Looking around, she noticed faint beams of flashlight light. Clearly there were neighbors drawn by the noise. What time was it? And they still had the mood to watch. These people were truly puzzling. In this battle, Xiao Ran had completely solidified his fearsome reputation. Surely no one would dare to challenge him again. Wang Lulu had only submission to offer and asked, "Can I bring my son with me?" Xiao Ran shook his head without hesitation, saying, "I can let you take some food back, but bringing the child over, haha." How could he allow the child to witness their transaction? Then Xiao Ran would truly be twisted. Wang Lulu only wanted her son to have a warm meal and eat better. She hadn't considered too much. After being rejected, she felt it was inappropriate and nodded to Xiao Ran, hurriedly leaving with her son. She still had some water and supplies in her clothes, so she needed to hurry home to avoid attracting the attention of those here. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and declared loudly, "I'm announcing a few rules here. First, anyone who dares touch a woman I fancy will die. Second, confident beauties are welcome to trade with me. I can provide food and water." After saying this, he turned and returned to the villa. He knew many were hiding in the shadows, so this declaration was aimed at them. Given his current fearsome reputation, who would dare treat his words as mere wind? Xiao Ran was not concerned about Han Yun or Wang Lulu. Rather, he wondered how they could come to play with him if he could not. He definitely did not want to go out. It was cold and unsafe. Even if he was invincible in a frontal confrontation, what if he were ambushed from behind? Better safe than sorry. When it comes to safety, no amount of caution is too much. What time is it now? Is there still law and morality? Thus, he must be cautious himself. Indeed, this battle solidified Xiao Ran's legendary status. The god of death. After the calamity, how many died at Xiao Ran's hands? Dozens. If this is not the god of death, then what is it? But how many would consider that these individuals were not innocently killed by Xiao Ran? Incorrect. Not only were they not innocent, but they were all malicious individuals attempting to invade Xiao Ran's home. Is it wrong to protect oneself and one's homeland? Others would not think so. They would only focus on Xiao Ran's ruthlessness. However, this was precisely the outcome Xiao Ran desired, as he did not need anyone's sympathy, admiration, or affection. Fear. That is excellent. In a room, Zheng Wan's expression was grim. Even someone as capable as Lu Bingqing could not withstand Xiao Ran, how could she seek revenge? Even now, with ample resources at her disposal, could she rally others to help her confront Xiao Ran? Who would dare? Moreover, rather than killing Xiao Ran, wouldn't it be easier to kill her? Currently, Xiao Ran was like a great demon. Of course, this is based on everyone using cold weapons. If someone could procure a gun, then even the most timid would dare challenge Xiao Ran. But how to get a gun? This is not a country where guns are everywhere. Unless I can go outside, surely the police station is empty now. If anyone is left, they would have frozen to death, making it easy to acquire a gun. She began to ponder seriously. In fact, it was not entirely impossible to go out. After putting on heavy clothing and adding a raincoat outside, she could greatly minimize exposure to toxins, and perhaps going out with a table for cover could work for a short distance. However, there was still a major issue. The fog was too thick, visibility was so low that she might not even see signs on buildings, so while going out was feasible, returning would be difficult. And with it being so cold outside, simple defenses could not hold for long. The end result would either be injury from hail or death from freezing. In fact, someone ventured out a couple of days ago to search for food, but did anyone return? Yes, only one person returned, but they realized something was wrong the moment they stepped out of the community gate and quickly turned back. None who left the community made it back. Zheng Wan merely thought about it and cast aside this enticing notion. No one would be willing to accompany her in madness. Wait, could she collaborate with Lu Bingqing? Anyone in the community might submit to Xiao Ran, but Lu Bingqing definitely would not. Because if Lu Bingqing submitted, it would mean he was doomed. Thus he and Xiao Ran were mortal enemies. It was worth a try. But there was a problem. Lu Bingqing did not know where to go. She did not yet know that Lu Bingqing was already dead. Zheng Wan's gaze was filled with resentment as she attributed the destruction of her family and the death of her loved ones entirely to Xiao Ran. I will definitely kill you. Zheng Wan gritted her teeth, her expression filled with bitterness. Lu Bingqing was dead, and Zhang Kuan had also been repeatedly humiliated. After Xiao Ran fulfilled his promise of reward, he announced the end of the bounty on Zhang Kuan, just an old man who would not want to follow him anymore. What could he achieve? Xiao Ran could not be bothered with him. The next day, Xiao Ran noticed that the bodies in the garage decreased by 1 or 2. Who was stealing the bodies? Xiao Ran was a bit curious, so he set up a monitoring camera aimed at those bodies. Moreover, this way he could also keep an eye on the garage situation. In fact, he had wanted Jia Yungue to install one during the house renovation, but Jia Yungue insisted that public areas could not be equipped. However, after Xiao Ran's persuasion, they managed to pull a wire over. Thus, what Xiao Ran needed to do was very simple. He just had to install the camera. Done. He did not pay further attention and went to work out. Today marked the 13th day of the apocalypse. In 2 more days would be the date of his death in his past life, and the closer it got to this date, the more uneasy he felt, fearing that all of this might just be a fantasy or illusion before his demise. In reality, he was still dismembered by Zhang Wan's family. Only the intense hatred and unwillingness led him to construct this false illusion. Therefore, he simply chose to indulge in pleasure. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The 15th day of the apocalypse. On this day, he even chose not to have Han Yun and the others come over, instead opting to stay alone in the house, with only the leopard accompanying him. Time passed slowly, and as night fell, he lay in bed, eyes wide open, unable to fall asleep. After a night passed, it was now the 16th day of the apocalypse. Xiao Ran woke up to find the outside world still shrouded in darkness. He first checked the time on his phone, June 16th, 0412 a.m. In his past life, his life had ended on June 15th. So, this was not a fantasy in his dying moments, but something that had truly happened. He had been reborn, carrying memories and possessing countless resources. Xiao Ran even called. Hello. Lu Mai's voice sounded a bit lazy, evidently awakened from sleep by Xiao Ran. After all, it was only a little past 4 a.m. Xiao Ran, you better have a very good reason, or otherwise I will definitely beat you to death later, she said. Xiao Ran chuckled. I'm not dreaming, am I? You call me on a satellite phone at this hour just to ask if I'm dreaming. Lu Mei raised her voice, her anger likely off the charts. Mei, who is it? A woman's voice chimed in nearby, sweet and alluring, stirring one's heart. Xiao Ran's heart stirred. Is this the girl named Yaya, the best friend of Lu Mei? They are actually sleeping together. Could there be some sort of scandalous relationship? Xiao Ran felt a deeper itch in his heart, wishing he could jump through the phone and indulge his eyes, perhaps even join this battle. Lu Mei is truly extraordinary. I wonder if she is a virgin. After suffering betrayal in a past marriage, Xiao Ran has become very particular about whether women are virgins. Alright, as long as it's not a dream, you two just keep sleeping, Xiao Ran said with a smile, decisively hanging up the phone. This almost drove Lu Mei on the other end crazy. How could he wake someone from their dreams just to say one thing and then hang up? You can't toy with people like that. No way. Lu Mei lost her sleepiness and immediately called back, only to find that Xiao Ran's phone was unreachable. Xiao Ran had turned off his phone. Xiao Ran, you bastard. Lu Mei screamed in frustration. Finally, dawn broke. Xiao Ran got up, stretched, and felt invigorated. From the 15th to the 16th, he seemed to have transformed into a different person, no longer burdened by worries. He had indeed been reborn. In this life, he would live brilliantly, no longer shackled by any constraints. I will do as I please. A wicked smile crept across Xiao Ran's lips. What should he do today? He couldn't help but think of his ex-wife. Since it was already past the 15th, he should let go of the ties from his past life. It's time to deal with her. Xiao Ran had no intention of going out himself. Instead, he took a microphone, connected it to a speaker, opened the window, and turned the volume to the maximum. Dear neighbors, I am offering a bounty for a person named Zheng Wan. Anyone who captures her alive will receive 2 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food. After saying this, he hurriedly closed the window. The cold wind rushed in, freezing him. While he was fine, the entire community erupted in chaos. You must understand, the longer the apocalypse lasts, the more severe the shortage of food and clean water becomes. Today's 2 boxes of instant noodles are worth much more than on the first or second day of the apocalypse. These supplies could drive people mad. In a room within the community, Zheng Wan paced back and forth, her face extreme. She now finally understood that Lu Bingqing was dead, which meant another potential ally was gone. This realization filled her with both resentment and despair. However, the announcement that echoed through the community made her feel icy all over her mind in turmoil. As the saying goes, a brave man must arise for great rewards. She is not Lu Bingqing, who would fear her. Henceforth, anyone could take action against her. Who else can she trust? She turned back and unexpectedly bumped into someone. It was Lu Kan. Zheng Wan glanced and felt her heart tighten, because she saw Lu Kan holding a kitchen knife, his face filled with murderous intent, his lips parting as if to speak. In that instant, she had only one thought: strike first. So she immediately swung the fruit knife in her hand. Thud! Lu Kan did not resist at all. It seemed he had never expected Zheng Wan to strike first. He was instantly slashed across the throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He stared blankly at Zheng Wan, his face filled with confusion, as if he had never anticipated that Zheng Wan would turn on him. A fierce glint flashed in Zheng Wan's eyes. You were cruel, so don't blame me for being ruthless. You want to capture me to collect the reward from Xiao Ran? No way. At that moment, 2 more men rushed in, stunned by this. Zheng Wan quickly explained. Lu Kan was trying to capture me to claim the reward from Xiao Ran. You mustn't misunderstand. These 2 were her recent recruits, so if they misunderstood that she had harmed a companion, their little group would fall apart immediately. The 2 men were Luo Hu and Duan Jingtai. Duan Jingtai was Lin Lin's husband, the one with a sharp tongue. They looked at the corpse on the ground, then back at Zheng Wan, their faces showing strange smiles. Thud! Ha ha ha! The 2 suddenly burst into laughter, doubling over, as if they had encountered the greatest. Zheng Wan was baffled by their laughter and couldn't help but ask, what are you laughing at? Laughing at you being such a fool. Luo Hu scoffed. We were secretly discussing sending you over to Xiao Ran, but we didn't expect Lu Kan to overhear, so we chased him out intending to kill him, only to find he has ended up here with you. But who could have predicted that Zheng Wan would personally kill the only ally she had? How ironic and ridiculous. Originally, with Lu Kan's help, it was not impossible for her to fight back. 2 against 2. Even though Zheng Wan was a woman in a desperate situation, she might not have been without a chance. Moreover, Luo Hu and the others had to consider the possibility of a Pyrrhic victory, which could come at a great cost. But now, Zheng Wan trembled. She had actually destroyed her own defenses. Now how can a weak woman confront 2 strong men? Why did she act so impulsively? Why didn't she let Lu Kan speak? The other party clearly wanted to say something, yet she was too anxious and scared, too eager to strike first. No, she shouldn't blame herself. It was Lu Kan's fault. He could have spoken as soon as he entered. Why let her misunderstand? In such a situation, anyone would have acted out. Naturally, she would not blame herself, but shifted the blame onto Lu Kan. She no longer wanted to ponder this issue, waving the fruit knife in her hand and shouting, don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Luo Hu and the others only laughed coldly. If there was still a Lu Kan, they might have hesitated, but just a woman like Zheng Wan. Hee. The 2 moved in from the left and right, closing in on her. Xiao Ran opened the door to see Han Yun and the others off. A moment later, the doorbell to the basement suddenly rang. Xiao Ran checked the surveillance. There were 3 people in total, 2 of whom he recognized. One was Lin Lin's husband, the sharp-tongued man, and the other was his ex-wife Zheng Wan. However, her current state was far from good. Her hands were tied, her face had multiple injuries, and her expression was filled with resentment. The efficiency is truly impressive. A smile curved at the corners of Xiao Ran's mouth as he opened the door with ease. If this is a trap, the 2 garrulous men are trying to use this opportunity to trick him into opening the door only to seize him, then the outcome would be nothing but being mercilessly consumed by the spatial door. However, the garrulous man smiled with abject flattery, bowing and scraping. Xiao Ran couldn't help but sigh. This man's backbone had already been broken. He could still greet him with such a smile. After fooling around with his wife, it was evident that he had submitted from the bottom of his heart. How utterly boring. He pointed to the 2 boxes of instant noodles inside the door. Take them. The 2 garrulous men were overjoyed, quickly pushing Zheng Wan inside before each carrying off a box of instant noodles. Xiao Ran pressed a button on the remote, closing the iron door, then looked at his ex-wife calmly. Zheng Wan forced herself to suppress the venomous expression, squeezing out a smile. Xiao Ran, there are too many misunderstandings between us. Xiao Ran pressed his hand, not allowing her to continue. What do you think of this place? He asked. Zheng Wan was momentarily baffled, and after a few seconds she replied, it's good. This place is wonderful. How could it not be good? Just having heating and electricity was enough to make a former superstar and noblewoman lower her status and plead for Xiao Ran's shelter. She finally understood what Xiao Ran had transformed the villa into over the course of 2 months. Xiao Ran smiled and pushed her upstairs. When they reached the first floor, Zheng Wan immediately spotted the roaring fireplace, and it was evidently much warmer here, even making her sweat. She was still wearing thick winter clothing, but with her hands bound, she couldn't take her clothes off. Xiao Ran had no such intention. The leopard approached, staring at Zheng Wan with hostile eyes, growling lowly. Had it not been for Xiao Ran's command, it would have surely pounced. Zheng Wan trembled slightly. A dog that bites doesn't bark, and the leopard clearly belonged to the vicious dog category. Xiao Ran, however, took out a plate with a piece of steak on it, and placed it before the leopard eat. Yet the leopard did not eat, fixating its gaze on Zheng Wan. In its simple mind, Zheng Wan was an enemy, though how could it possibly eat with an enemy in the house? It had to protect its master and guard its territory. You actually feed your dog steak? Zheng Wan exclaimed in shock, unable to believe it. What do people eat nowadays? Instant noodles, biscuits, bread. Only families with ample supplies can afford rice. Sorry, whose family stocks up on fresh meat? Even salted meat isn't something every household would cure. So you actually have the luxury to feed your dog steak. Aren't you afraid of being scolded to death? Xiao Ran smiled faintly, sitting down at the dining table already laden with. There were king crabs, river shrimp, lamb soup, braised beef. It was as lavish as it could be. Are you going to eat all of this by? Aren't you afraid of overeating? Such waste, too much waste. Are you envious? Xiao Ran asked. Zheng Wan instinctively nodded, her gaze towards Xiao Ran, losing its hatred, replaced by a strong, yearning husband. Let's start over, okay? Huh? Xiao Ran laughed heartily, filled with sarcasm. Look at what you see. He turned on the television, adjusted a bit, and images immediately appeared. It was Han Yun, the sister-in-law, along with Zhong Lei and Wang Lulu, filmed during lunchtime today with a hidden camera. The 8K ultra-clear resolution provided stunning visual quality, allowing Zheng Wan to see clearly every detail of each person's appearance. Han Yun and Wang Lulu were simply too beautiful. Their figures. Even as a woman, she considered herself pretty, but in front of those two, she had to yield. Yet even such beauties could only kneel before Xiao Ran, serving him humbly. Her face turned pale without her control. Xiao Ran had already played with such exquisite gems. How could he still look at her? Xiao Ran, what grievances do we have? Why are you treating me like this? She suddenly became hysterical, no longer seeking to appease, but glaring fiercely at Xiao Ran as her last bit of luck and hope vanished. Xiao Ran chuckled. You still have the nerve to question me. Indeed, a venomous woman is always a venomous woman, never reflecting on herself. However, I had no intention of debating with you. I show you this only to let you know how well I am currently living, to make you regret, to make you jealous, to make you resentful, to scold you awake, to make you cry and repent. Huh? That's something you should be doing in the underworld, while all I want is to send you to the underworld. Xiao Ran smiled, pushing Zheng Wan to the entrance. Zheng Wan was horrified, realizing what Xiao Ran wanted to do, and panicked. She screamed, Xiao Ran, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? No, no, no. Xiao Ran remained unmoved, opened the door, and a smile appeared on his face. Bang. With a kick, he sent Zheng Wan flying out, whether in this life or the next. Goodbye. Bang. He decisively closed the door. Zheng Wan hurried to run back, but a hailstone struck her face. Though the hailstones were no longer as large as they were at first, they still hurt, like marbles. The key point was that the hailstones were toxic, and when they touched her skin, it burned painfully. She screamed, desperately seeking a place to hide, yet more hailstones rained down mercilessly, causing her to cry out repeatedly, unable to bear it anymore. She fell to the ground, rolling in agony. Xiao Ran, save me. Save me. She called out to the only person who might save her, but her voice grew weaker and weaker until it faded away. She also stopped moving. It wasn't the toxin that killed her. Merely a skin contact wouldn't be so quick, but the extreme cold. Xiao Ran stood by the window, watching with no hint of expression on his face. Just as he said Zheng Wan was dead, their grudges from both lifetimes erased in one stroke. He could finally let go. Xiao Ran turned and left, feeling particularly relaxed. First, the 15-day deadline had passed, proving that he had truly been reborn. Second, the last member of the Zheng family had also died, completely untying his heart's knot. Next, he only needed to enjoy life as he pleased. He hummed a tune and began his workout. This could not be neglected at all. After finishing his workout, he took a shower and started reviewing the monitoring. The one newly installed in the garage. He viewed it in a jumpy manner and quickly discovered yet another corpse had gone missing. He rewound the footage and locked onto the corpse thief. It was a few big men who had lifted a body and quickly vanished into the darkness. Lu Yang from Building 4. Xiao Ran recognized one of them. So the entire Building 4 has started to feast on human. What do you mean? He couldn't help but shiver, because Lu Yang and his group had a very high frequency of stealing corpses, almost coming to take one every 2 days. An adult weighs at least over 100 pounds. How could a few people possibly consume it all in 2 days? Thus the entire building must be involved. Thinking of this, Xiao Ran felt a chill down his spine. What a world. Another night has passed. The 17th day of the apocalypse. Xiao Ran woke up instantly, feeling a surge of joy. Because now every day is a brand new day for him. Huh. He looked out the window in astonishment, only to see that the once dark and oppressive outside had surprisingly brightened significantly. The fog has cleared. Xiao Ran couldn't help but feel excited. He dashed to the window, and indeed visibility had reached about 20 meters. Although there was still some distance before the fog completely dissipated, traveling in such weather no longer posed a risk of getting lost. It's time to go out. Xiao Ran felt a leap of joy in his heart, considering he had been trapped in the community for over half a month. Even though there were women to entertain him every day, those activities couldn't replace the excitement of life, so he was quite bored. After all, being forced to be a homebody and choosing to be one are two different things. It's time to take a stroll. Most importantly, he needed to gather some energy sources, like gasoline and diesel, which were impossible to acquire in large quantities before the apocalypse. As for Lu Mai's friend, that's another story. She must have a powerful background, otherwise it wouldn't be possible for her to easily obtain several acres of land to build a doomsday fortress. With wealth and power, isn't it easy to acquire more diesel and gasoline? Forget it doesn't matter, as zero-cost shopping isn't too late. Xiao Ran smiled. His G-Class cost him over 2 million, but the modifications totaled over 5 million. The car windows were replaced with bulletproof glass, the tires were anti-slip, and the body had excellent insulation with specially designed heating equipment, making the vehicle's defensive capabilities extremely strong. After waiting for so many days, it was finally time to put it to use. I just hope the roads outside won't be blocked. That's a significant concern, because when the hailstorm struck, the rush hour hadn't ended, so there were many cars on the streets. Surely many vehicles couldn't find shelter in time and had their windows broken, and with the thick fog, how many people would abandon their cars on the road? At this moment, Xiao Ran wished he had prepared a tank. The only good news was that the nearest gas station was only about 2 kilometers. It shouldn't be too difficult. Xiao Ran made some preparations and set off. Baozi, I can't take you this time, stay at home. Baozi barked, unsure if it understood. Xiao Ran arrived at the ground-level garage. The villa's garage is on the ground level. Of course, the underground level can also be converted into a garage depending on the owner's choice. Xiao Ran, in order to increase space, converted the basement into a living room and monitoring room. He got and closed the door, and with a roar the engine started. The G-Class slowly drove out of the garage. Hail immediately pelted the roof, making a crisp sound. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, completely unconcerned. Ordinary cars needn't worry about their roofs being crushed, unless they were so poorly made they were filled with foam. So of course Xiao Ran's modified and reinforced luxury car had nothing to worry about. Of course, some hail struck the glass, which is the real test. Not to mention that the G-Class glass is bulletproof. It can even raise a steel mesh to completely keep the hail out. Steady as can be. The ground had already frozen, making it incredibly slippery, but with the anti-slip tires, the G-Class still drove steadily. Xiao Ran remained very cautious, keeping the speed around 20 miles per hour. Is there any need to rush now? Huh. The vehicle weaved through the community and soon arrived at the entrance, but of course the sensor device had long since stopped working and the barrier couldn't be raised. No problem, I'll crash through. Xiao Ran pressed the gas pedal, and with a bang the vehicle charged forward. With a collision bar added and of the best quality plus a modified engine, let alone just a barrier, even a wall would be knocked. However, Xiao Ran did not conceal his movements. With visibility back to about 20 meters, many people naturally saw him. Who was that? That's Xiao Ran. I saw that car coming out of the villa. How dare this guy go out? Isn't he afraid of the hail breaking his windows? Yeah, even though the fog has cleared, the hail hasn't stopped. Let's go out and take our chances too. Right, we can use blankets to protect the car windows, leaving just a small hole to see the road. Just drive slower and be more careful. It shouldn't be hard to go out. Yes, we must take the risk, otherwise we might starve or die of thirst. Many people gathered their courage and rushed to the underground garage, but still many were too scared or didn't have cars, mostly elderly people. They also went to the underground garage, but were discussing other matters. Rather than taking risks, why not gain without effort? Xiao Ran paid no attention to the others driving off in his vehicle. Although his speed wasn't fast, he truly left the community. He felt like a dragon emerging from the sea. Refreshing. Moreover, Xiao Ran was lucky. Although there were indeed many cars haphazardly parked on the street, he could still navigate around them. There was only one spot that was truly impassable, where 3 cars had collided, completely blocking the road. No problem, he rolled down the window, first holding an umbrella outside, then reached out and pressed down on a car, and instantly that car vanished. He entered an alternate space. Just taking one car is enough. Xiao Ran retracted the umbrella, closed the window, and continued on. In just about 2 kilometers, he quickly arrived at the gas station. He parked, got out, locked the car, and directly went to the place where the fuel tanks were stored. If he was going to take, he would take it all. He collected one fuel tank after another into the alternate space. A total of 3 fuel tanks corresponding to 92 and 98 octane gasoline and diesel. There was number 95 octane gasoline, which left Xiao Ran somewhat displeased, as he made the same trip, but ended up with one less tank of fuel. Fortunately, each fuel tank was nearly full, indicating they had just been filled before the apocalypse. Phew, not bad. Xiao Ran was holding an umbrella and was about to return to his car when he suddenly noticed several cars driving over at awkward angles, almost colliding with his vehicle, and what made Xiao Ran frown was that these cars had surrounded the G-Class. At this moment, quite a few people jumped out of their cars, clearly there to refuel, rushing to grab the fuel nozzles. However, the power was out, so the nozzles couldn't be used, and since the fuel tanks had been taken by Xiao Ran, it was naturally impossible for any fuel to come out. The gas station roof was rainproof, which also blocked the hail, but not the cold. These people were shivering, all hugging their arms, wearing hats, and covering their faces with cloth, making them completely unrecognizable. They naturally saw Xiao Ran and immediately fixated on the clothes he was wearing. Those were custom-made jackets suitable for climbing Mount Everest, so naturally the insulation effect was excellent. Even if they didn't know much about it, just a glance was enough to tell that it was definitely high-end merchandise. Hey, if you don't want to get beaten to death by us, just obediently take off your clothes. A man raised the stick in his hand and shouted loudly at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran frowned and said, "It's so cold, what if I freeze to death after taking off my clothes?" Haha, whether you freeze to death or not is none of our business. The one who spoke just now seemed to be the leader of the group, as he was the only one talking while the others merely smirked, brandishing their sticks and kitchen knives, as if to say, if you don't behave, well, smash or cut you. Xiao Ran shook his head. You see, he's not a bloodthirsty person, yet someone is forcing him. He smiled, reached into his pocket, and took out a realistic-looking gun from a different space. What? Instantly the group tightened their pupils, feeling an intense fear, and unconsciously stepped back. A gun? Who wouldn't be afraid upon seeing one? You're being arrogant, keep being arrogant, Xiao Ran said nonchalantly. Now all of you run onto the road, whoever comes in last, he'll shoot. The group collectively gasped. We'll be smashed by the hail, they shouted in unison. This hail is quite poisonous. Being hit by it brings two types of pain, and the agony from the poison is unbearable, causing people to roll on the ground. In such weather, rolling on the ground, you're definitely done for. Xiao Ran scoffed, that's none of my business. Returning the original words, the group looked at each other, all showing fierce looks. Since that's the case, let's fight to the death. You are just one person with one gun, while we have 11, how many can you kill? Let's go for it. They all shouted loudly and charged toward Xiao Ran. After entering the apocalypse, many people became ruthless, and now it's either you die or I die, so everyone had to fight desperately. Xiao Ran smiled, slightly fearing that they wouldn't charge. This way I can save some bullets. He opened the portal. The first person charging forward immediately disappeared, while those slightly behind, even if they realized something was wrong, couldn't stop in time, and crashed into the portal. Only one person was spared, he was too slow. That person trembled, his face filled with fear. Don't kill me. Please spare me. He had completely lost the will to resist. Xiao Ran shook his head. You know my secret, so I must kill you to silence you. That person felt wronged and cried, but I don't know anything. He only saw someone disappear, yet he had no idea how it happened. How did he know your secret? Is it too excessive to silence me just for that? Xiao Ran smiled, and a bullet quietly flew out from the other space. PFF, a splash of blood blossomed on that person's forehead, and he looked at Xiao Ran in unwillingness before falling back. Bang! He fell to the ground, unable to die with his eyes closed. Xiao Ran reached out and moved the cars blocking the front and back of the Big G, then opened the door and sat inside, a strong warmth immediately enveloping him. He didn't turn off the engine, the air conditioning was still running. Save a bit of gas. Do I look like someone short on money? Heading home, Xiao Ran was unsure whether the fog would continue to disperse or become denser again. Now he had completely lost his foresight, so safety was the priority. Having stored so many supplies and made sufficient preparations, it would be a joke if he got trapped outside in the fog and couldn't go home, even freezing to death. Safety first, that's the principle. He drove carefully as the road had already been cleared on the way there, so it was smooth sailing on the way back. Soon he saw the entrance of the community. However, he discovered that although the barrier to enter the community had been smashed open, several stone blocks had suddenly appeared blocking the way. In the security room, more than a dozen elderly people sat. Upon seeing Xiao Ran return, they all displayed excited expressions. Xiao Ran lowered the car window a bit and asked, "What does this mean?" Xiao Ran, "We're starving and thirsty, so you must give us food and water, otherwise we won't let you enter the community." One of the elderly opened the window and said. Although the security room had a roof to ensure they wouldn't be hit by hail, it couldn't block the wind or the cold. When the window opened, the cold wind rushed in, causing the elderly to shiver. Xiao Ran laughed. "Aren't you afraid? I'll make a move." Hee, we're not stupid. The elderly unexpectedly produced toy water guns and aimed them at Xiao Ran. These were the most ordinary water guns, squeezy operated with a capacity to spray only 3 to 5 meters. However, as long as Xiao Ran got out of the car to move the stone blocks or directly enter the community, they could spray him with the water guns. One can imagine that the water in these guns was definitely not regular water, but rather the poison from the hail. Xiao Ran smiled. In such cold weather, as long as he dragged out some time, the toxic water in the water guns would naturally freeze. How could you squeeze out a tube of ice? However, he wasn't interested in wasting time with these old folks. He pressed down on the gas pedal, and the car surged forward, the bumper first hitting the stone blocks, the powerful horsepower pushing the 2 blocks forward, unable to stop the car's advance. Then Xiao Ran backed up a little, adjusted his direction, and got past the stone blocks. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he took out 2 packs of instant noodles and threw them towards the security room. The old folks were originally extremely disappointed because Xiao Ran was so tough, directly smashing through the barricade with his car. Could they really block the car in front of them to cause trouble? Given the ruthlessness of people nowadays, they would definitely slam on the gas and crash into it. Yet Xiao Ran surprisingly threw out 2 packs of instant noodles. Now the old folks couldn't hold back, rushing out of the security room like a tide, fighting over the 2 packs of instant noodles. Don't be fooled by their sickly appearances. They would ask for seats on the bus, but faced with the temptation of 2 packs of instant noodles, they revealed astonishing strength, fierce as hungry wolves. You punch, I kick, and it wasn't bad, but some old folks were quite cunning, actually heading for the lower 3 routes. Suddenly cries of pain filled the air. Xiao Ran watched this farce through the car window, a faint smile on his lips. You see, the alliance formed just moments ago instantly collapsed. This is human nature. Human nature cannot withstand tests. It reveals its true form immediately in the face of profit and life or death. The old folks were tangled up in a fight, and it was likely that their brains would burst out. Xiao Ran had no interest in watching any longer and revved the engine to leave. After parking the car, Xiao Ran took off his jacket, and the leopard came over with its tail held high. Rubbing the dog's head, Xiao Ran glanced at the time. There were still 3 minutes until 11. So he started eating with the leopard. After finishing the meal, he prepared some fruit, and after eating the fruit brewed a cup of there was no other choice. He was consuming daily, and one must learn to take care of oneself. Soon Han Yun and the 4 girls would arrive on time. Xiao Ran was quite satisfied and treated the 4 women to some watermelon. Each received 2 pieces, which was neither too much nor too little. The 4 women naturally enjoyed it. For Xiao Ran, resources were trivial. He had plenty, far too much. Just the watermelons alone amounted to several thousand tons. Even if he ate one a day, it would last him for ages. However, for the 4 women, any fruit was a luxury at this time. Moreover, with the cold weather outside, they were in a warm room sweating while enjoying hot pot, and then savoring cold, refreshing watermelon. What a delight this was. Even immortals would envy such a life. Could they ever leave Xiao Ran? Even if he demanded they be his slaves, they would have been. In this era, those who controlled resources were the true leaders. Of course, one also needed the ability to safeguard those resources, though otherwise they would merely be a financial benefactor. Faithfully, Xiao Ran possessed both qualities. If he wished, he could easily become the ruler of the entire neighborhood. But what would be the point? Would he really need a bunch of subordinates to engage in fights? Would there be large-scale wars in this day and age? How would one even step outside? No, it should be said that in a few days most people would starve to death, and with the global population sharply declining, how could there still be large-scale wars? Thus, in small-scale skirmishes, Xiao Ran's spatial portal would serve as the most formidable weapon. A barrage of bullets would be unleashed, and who could possibly withstand it? The 4 women devoured the watermelon, leaving it nearly unrecognizable, their expressions hinting at a lingering desire for more. It wasn't that Xiao Ran was stingy, rather when they were satisfied all at once they would not cherish it. Now while there was food to eat, they could only have a little each time, making it feel even more precious, which in turn would endear them more to Xiao Ran. The saying, a favor for a grain of rice, a grudge for a measure of rice, perfectly encapsulates this principle. After they had their fill of watermelon, Xiao Ran reluctantly sent the 4 women away. In the afternoon, many households were cursing. Several people had been killed or frozen to death in the scramble for instant noodles at the doorstep. Upon learning of this, Xiao Ran merely smiled slightly. As long as no one provoked him, he couldn't be bothered to intervene, but if they insisted on making trouble, well, they could all just perish. My life is the most important. However, Xiao Ran glanced toward Building 4, the residents there had started resorting to cannibalism. Once that bottom line was broken, anything could happen, so he had to be cautious. He wasn't afraid of open conflict, but rather the treachery that lurked in the shadows. As evening approached, suddenly a thick fog surged in from unknown origins, enveloping the entire city. Visibility plummeted from 20 meters to 10, then 5, ultimately reducing to a mere 1 meter, just like the previous days. Those who had ventured outside to gather supplies were now in dire straits. Those who returned early were fortunate, but those still outside would surely not make it back. With the temperature so low, if they failed to find shelter in time, the chances of freezing to death were too high. Xiao Ran couldn't help but click his tongue. Fortunately, he hadn't been greedy and returned early, otherwise he would have had to spend the night outside. Although his car had been modified for excellent insulation, and he had the best down jacket, sleeping in the car was uncomfortable and unsafe, though one never knew what could happen in the middle of the night. In the apocalypse, one had to be careful about everything, as safety comes first. Building 4. In a room, 7 men were drinking soup, each with a large bowl, devouring their food, ravenously, sweat even beading on their foreheads. They were the organizers and managers of Building 4, which had now tightly united together, even living in close quarters to maximize warmth. Sun Wentao finished first. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, saying, "Now we don't have to worry about food, but clean water is running out quickly. We won't have enough for the next meal. That's simple. Many people should have gone out to gather supplies today. We can choose any building to raid. Not only will we secure enough clean water, but we can also obtain some extra supplies." "That's a good idea. I've almost grown tired of eating meat every day," Lu Wei said. "All right, let's wait a little longer before we move out. Whether our wives, children, and parents can have something good to eat depends on our haul tonight. Which building should we choose? We are on the 4th floor, so the closest ones are buildings 3 and 5. Which one do you want to pick?" "3rd floor, 3rd floor, 5th floor." "All right, since the majority chose building 3, we will raid building 3 tonight." "Actually, that villa is the best target," Ma Junkai suddenly said. The others thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "But Xiao Ran is difficult to deal with. Yeah, I don't know if he's lucky or what, but he managed to kill so many people with just a forget it. Regardless of whether he has real skills or just luck, let's avoid provoking him for now." That guy." In the middle of the night, a group of 30 individuals, led by Lu Yang, set out, first heading to the underground parking lot, then entering building 3. Bang! A heavy hammer struck and the door was smashed open, allowing a flood of men to surge inside. Who could stop them? Instantly, piercing screams erupted. In no time, Lu Yang and his crew emerged, heading toward the next household. Bang! As usual, a hammer smashed the front door open and a crowd surged inside. This time, however, they stayed for a long while, and the room was filled with the sounds of women's screams ceasing for a moment only to start again. Only after a full 2 hours did they begin to trickle out. I didn't expect Zhao Jiayi's wife to be quite beautiful. Tell the brothers to be gentle, don't break her, or kill her. Bring her back to enjoy slowly. Yes, yes, yes. The brothers at the back hold on a bit. There must be other beauties in this building 3. Don't rush. They continued smashing doors. The apocalypse had entered its 18th day. Early in the morning, people rushed to spread the news, accusing the events that occurred at Building 4 yesterday. They had raided Building 3, and in just one night they attacked most of the residents, killing nearly all of them, with only a few beautiful women spared taken back to Building 4. Among the residents who were visited by them, some in a desperate attempt to escape hid in the underground garage using the darkness and cold to evade their pursuers, and thereby narrowly escaping disaster. Even so, by the next morning, more than half of these survivors had perished. The news was conveyed by their own lips. Upon hearing this news, the entire community was shocked, and countless people began to voice their condemnation. Under the mobilization of the heads of various buildings, most of the residents gathered in the garage for a meeting. Of course, no one from Building 4 participated, as the theme of today was how to deal with Building 4. This was outrageous. Previously, Xiao Ran had killed people, but it was clear to anyone not foolish that it was others who provoked him first, leading him. Conversely, if one did not provoke Xiao Ran, who would be bullied? Who would get killed? No one. Thus, everyone naturally feared Xiao Ran after all he had killed, and not a small number. But people did not feel terror, because as long as one did not provoke him, there would be no danger. But Building 4 was different. If you did not provoke them, they would still come to find you. They would feast on your flesh, drink your blood, and violate your wives and daughters. This was nothing short of a group of cultists who could not feel fear. Hence, everyone needed to come up with a countermeasure. Xiao Ran, of course, would not participate. Upon waking up, the first thing he did was look out the window, only to find that the fog had cleared significantly. While visibility was not as high as yesterday, one could still see about 15 meters. This was enough to venture out for supplies. He had just acquired 3 large cans of gasoline and diesel yesterday, so he was not in a hurry to go out today. By noon, Han Yun and the other 3 women came over and informed Xiao Ran of the deeds done by Building 4, each wearing a worried expression. After all, who knew whether the people from Building 4 would smash open their doors at night and come in to do as they pleased? Among them, even those with slightly lesser looks, such as Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei, were at least 70 points in beauty, while Han Yun and Wang Lilu were above 90 points if they fell into the hands of those from Building 4. The outcome would be exceedingly tragic. Although they were selling themselves now, Xiao Ran was quite reasonable. He was not taking advantage of them. On the contrary, they could enjoy good food and warmth and take hot showers akin to being kept by wealthy men, which, while it sounded unpleasant in name, was in fact living a life of luxury. What would happen if they entered Building 4? They would be ravaged, abused, and ultimately become food. With such concerns, could they not furrow their brows and be heavy-hearted? Xiao Ran heard about the atrocities of Building 4, and although the community organized a meeting, the hearts of the people were not united, resulting in no resolutions being made. Thus, the meeting was essentially pointless, with everyone just freezing in the garage. Indeed, they had resorted to cannibalism. These individuals had completely abandoned any sense of morality, no longer bound by any societal order, their eyes devoid of any sense of right or wrong. Only survival. In fact, such an understanding could indeed help one live better in the apocalypse. However, living among a group of beasts and predators who had tasted blood, even Xiao Ran felt like a thorn in his back. He truly did not need to fear this group of thugs, but if Han Yun and her companions were targeted by Building 4 and none of them, Xiao Ran was not yet tired of having fun, and naturally did not want Han Yun and the others to be captured by those from Building 4 and become their playthings. Moreover, once Building 4 eliminated the people in the community one by one, this fire would ultimately burn to his head. Since they were destined to be enemies, why not take the initiative to strike and eliminate them early? Xiao Ran was contemplating this in his heart. He primarily focused on stability, so even when taking action, he had to ensure his own safety at 100%. 99% was simply irresponsible to himself. Got it. He nodded to himself. While this plan could not guarantee the complete extermination of the people from Building 4, at the very least, it could incapacitate them from doing evil in the short term, ultimately leading to the death of more than half of them. Thus, he said, you all stay here for the next few days. Once the issue with Building 4 is resolved, you can return. The 4 women were naturally overjoyed, but Wang Lulu quickly asked, can I bring my son over? Xiao Ran shook his head. This was naturally out of the question. Wang Lulu felt disappointed. She stood there in a daze, torn between coming alone or staying at home with her son, which left her quite conflicted. In the end, she decided to come alone and entrusted her son to the care of her neighbors, an elderly couple who were very nice, so she believed that as long as she provided some food, they would take good care of her son. This was also a reluctant choice. After all, she did not love her son particularly much. He was merely a tool for her ascent. In comparison, the choice was rather easy. After eating, she left with some food and returned an hour later. As evening approached, the fog rolled in again. Visibility dropped to about 1 meter again, leading Xiao Ran to speculate whether the fog would consistently clear up during the day and coalesce again at night. If that were the case, if one could not return in time before the evening, they would have to spend the night outside and wait until the fog cleared the next morning before taking any action or returning home. Xiao Ran looked at the time and decided to take action. After checking the surveillance, he stepped outside. The four girls Han Yun and her companions were sound asleep, none of them waking up. This was because Xiao Ran had added a bit of sleeping pills to their dinner, ensuring they would sleep soundly and not notice his midnight departure. A strong chill hit Xiao Ran, jolting him awake. It was truly cold. Even though he was fully armed, he still felt the bone-chilling cold. At night the temperature had likely dropped further, reaching -30 degrees or lower. Xiao Ran used his flashlight to illuminate the way and quickly arrived at building No. 4. He ascended the stairs to the second floor. In this community, the first floors of each building were basically elevated, meaning there were no residents on the first floor, only space for electric bikes and storage for groceries. Xiao Ran stood behind the fire door, and with a thought he released large square blocks of ice. Why did he prepare ice? It was clearly the ice age now. Xiao Ran was concerned about the unusual weather. This year was extremely cold, and who knows if next year would be extremely hot. After all, the alternate space was vast, and ice blocks were cheap. Besides, ice was just water, and once melted it could be used for drinking and bathing. Soon he laid down a thick layer approximately 1 meter high. He took out rebars and inserted them between the ice blocks, propping them up close to the ceiling. Then he poured water to fill the gaps between the ice blocks and between the ice blocks and rebars. How cold was the weather now? It was -30 or 40 degrees, and the water he had just poured immediately froze. Thus these ice blocks fused completely together along with the rebars. He continued to lay ice blocks until he reached the ceiling. Now it became a bit troublesome. He took out a ladder and climbed up, continuing to pour water on the ice blocks. A solid ice wall integrated with rebars was completely built now. The safety door opened toward the ice wall, but could it still be open now? It had to push against an entire wall. Even if he managed to break the fire door with an axe, how much effort and time would it take to chop through such a thick ice wall, especially with rebars inside? Perhaps 10 days or half a month. Haha, starving them for that long, most of them would probably perish. Xiao Ran ran to another building and repeated the same process, blocking the safety door there as well. In fact, he even released several cars in the corridor, further sealing off the escape routes for the people inside the building. Oh, and the elevator shaft. Xiao Ran went to the first floor, opened the elevator door, threw in the ice blocks, and poured water, thoroughly rendering the elevator shaft unusable. Now for the people in building No. For there was only one way to leave the building. Jump. It wasn't high, just jumping from the second floor would likely not result in death, and they could even use bed sheets or similar items to lower themselves down, further reducing the risk of injury. But what was the weather like now? Under such extreme cold and the assault of poisonous hail, how many people could safely escape? Surely some could, but the odds would be extremely low. That was enough. If building No. 4 was weakened like this, the other residents in the community wouldn't stand a chance against them. Haha, they didn't deserve to live. Xiao Ran was quite satisfied with his masterpiece. The key was that he didn't need to take any risks. He withdrew. He returned to the villa, closed the iron door, and Han Yun and her companions were still sleeping soundly. The effect of the sleeping pills was still very strong. When he reached the first floor, the leopard wagged its tail and approached him. Xiao Ran smiled. When it came to loyalty, the leopard was the only one. As for Han Yun and the others, they only followed and obeyed him because he could provide such good conditions. If he were penniless, just see how their attitudes would change. But Xiao Ran believed that the leopard would absolutely remain by his side. Those who could share wealth and poverty with you were truly worth cherishing. A night passed and the apocalypse entered its 19th day. Before dawn, building No. 4 was in an uproar. The safety door to the first floor could not be opened. At first no one cared. Oh, perhaps it was too cold, and the safety door had some water on it that froze, causing the door to stick. They thought they just needed to forcefully ram it, and it would surely open. However, one by one they found the door could not be opened, and soon the entire building's residents were alerted. Several strong men took turns ramming the safety door, but it was like an ant shaking a tree, completely ineffective. Get out of the way. Lu Yang came over with a fire axe and started chopping at the safety door. Suddenly wood chips flew everywhere. After chopping for a while, Lu Yang got tired and passed the axe to someone else to continue. After about an hour of effort, they finally chopped the safety door open. They thought it was all clear, but when they saw the thick ice wall behind the safety door, they were collectively stunned. What was going on? Why was there an ice wall in the corridor on the second floor? Moreover, they could vaguely see some columns inside. Was that rebar? What the hell? Wasn't everything fine yesterday during the day? Who sealed off the corridor in the middle of the night? Did the entire community work together to do this? Otherwise, it would be impossible for one person, or even a few people, to complete such a project. If they had seen the cars behind the ice wall, they would have been even more horrified, as if in a dream. How were the cars moved up? Even the toughest female drivers wouldn't have such skills. Let's use the elevator shaft. Someone suddenly had a brainwave. So everyone went to the elevator shaft, opened the elevator door, and when they shone their flashlights inside, they were all stunned. The first floor was also sealed off with thick ice blocks. What to do? They were actually trapped in this building. Climb. Another clever person suggested. Everyone's eyes lit up. The distance from the second floor to the first floor was only about 3 meters. Even jumping directly wouldn't kill them. Moreover, they could use ropes to climb down, or even throw out bedding and other items first to cushion their fall. But the problem was it was still hailing poisonous ice outside. Was this a joke? Besides, adults could jump, but what about the elderly and children? Damn it, who is so wicked? The people in building No. 4 were all cursing. They could risk jumping, but now was not the time to be desperate. They were unwilling to take the risk. For now, let's leave it at that. This news quickly spread throughout the community after dawn. Many people didn't believe it and rushed to building No. 4 to check only to be astonished. Indeed, who were the masterminds behind this doing good deeds without leaving their names? Everyone was incredibly curious. To complete such a project overnight was definitely not something one person could do, especially those few cars wedged in the stairs, which were simply mind-boggling. However, this question would inevitably remain unanswered forever. The community held another meeting. This time the theme was how to prevent the people from Building 4 from escaping, ensuring they remained locked inside that building. Yesterday's meeting failed to reach a consensus because no one wanted to face a group of ruthless individuals. Everyone was inclined to let others take the lead while they sat back and watched, leading to disunity and an inability to come to any conclusion. However, today was different. What threat did the people in Building 4 pose now? None. If they wanted to come out, they could only climb or jump from the second floor, which naturally limited their numbers. So how could they block this route as well? Everyone began to brainstorm. Some suggested digging 3 feet deep around the windows of Building 4, artificially turning the second floor into a third floor, which would increase the difficulty for the people in Building 4 to come down and raise the casualty rate. However, this was a massive undertaking. But since it concerned everyone's safety, people were naturally willing to contribute. Work was divided by building number, with people from one building coming out to work each day. Additionally, someone was assigned to monitor Building 4-247. As soon as they dared to climb out the window, the alarm would sound, and everyone would join forces to beat those coming down to death. Now it was either you die or I die. The night before last, the people from Building 4 slaughtered almost half of those in Building 3, who would still harbor any sympathy for them. Regardless of whether you were an elder or a child, everyone was counted among the enemy. Xiao Ran naturally would not participate in such activities, and he faced insults from some who claimed that his ability to live safely was entirely due to everyone else's efforts, yet he was unwilling to contribute anything truly shameless. They said that those who had money should pay and those without should put in labor. If you were unwilling to work, that was fine, but you should at least bring out some supplies. Yet Xiao Ran was as stingy as a miser. They despised him. As if fearing that Xiao Ran wouldn't hear, some even shouted into a megaphone in the underground garage corridor. Xiao Ran certainly heard them. He went out in the dead of night to lock Building 4. Even administering sleeping pills to Han Yun and the others, not wanting to reveal that it was him. The reactions of certain people were not beyond his expectations. Had you forgotten who I am? He stepped out wielding a compound bow, shooting arrows wildly, causing that group to cry and flee in terror, though a few were still hit and injured. The dead fell silent while the injured lay groaning on the ground, but it wasn't long before they froze to death. Xiao Ran, he didn't seal off Building 4 out of some excess compassion to save the entire community. Rather, he felt they might disrupt his life. After all, he still needed to go out in search of energy and didn't want to be ambushed on his way back. Of course, while Building 4 might act this way, so could the people from other buildings. He would never trust anyone. Around 10 o'clock, Han Yun and the other 3 gradually woke up, surprised to find it was already this late. They had no suspicion that it was due to the sleeping pills, rather they thought it was too warm here, which allowed them to sleep so soundly. This was also very realistic. Xiao Ran did not rush them to leave, even though the trouble with Building 4 had basically been resolved. Breakfast consisted of warm soy milk and fried dough sticks, along with dumplings to choose from freely, which naturally excited the 4 girls even more. They wondered if Xiao Ran had prepared a whole room full of food. After breakfast, they did a bit of morning exercise. By noon, the 5 of them took a shower and then ate. After the meal, Wang Lulu left first to deliver food to her son, and also to give some to the elderly couple next door as a thank you for taking care of her child. However, not long after Wang Lulu returned home, she came back, her face filled with terror. "Xiao Ran, my son is missing," she exclaimed immediately. Here's what happened. After she returned home, she found that the neighbor's door was ajar. With great courage, she went inside and discovered blood everywhere. The elderly couple lay in a pool of blood, long dead, while her son was nowhere to be found. What could she do? She could only come to find Xiao Ran. Would Xiao Ran help her find her son? Firstly, he definitely would not. Why would someone else's child concern him? He had merely made a deal with Wang Lulu. You provide your body, and he'll provide food. Anything else had nothing to do with him. Secondly, even if he was willing to help, how could he find him? Knock on every door. Who knows if he would be met with a kitchen knife or a club when the door opened? Regarding his own safety, how could Xiao Ran possibly take the risk? Thus, Xiao Ran merely comforted Wang Lulu, analyzing the difficulty of the search for her. As for anything else, he was powerless to assist. Naturally, Han Yun and the others concurred with Xiao Ran's decision. Similarly, what concern did Wang Lulu's son hold for them? At most, they would express a few words of sympathy based on humanitarian grounds. However, if Xiao Ran agreed to search for Wang Lulu's son, they would undoubtedly urge him. What if something happened to Xiao Ran? It was not that they had deep feelings for Xiao Ran, but rather that the villa's main door required a password and fingerprint to access. He had not granted them any permissions. Therefore, if something were to happen to Xiao Ran, they would be trapped in the basement. Just think, if no one added firewood to the fireplace, once it burned out, how would they keep warm? Dead friends are not my concern. In comparison, their own lives were of course the most important. Why should they possess any noble awareness to help others at the risk of their own survival? Sorry, that is impossible. What could Wang Lulu do? Her son was completely unaccounted for. In such cold weather, even if she was willing to search door to door, how long would it take before she froze to death? She could only accept her fate. From this, it could be seen that this woman had a heavy streak of selfishness. In her view, her own safety was evidently more important. Xiao Ran merely smiled. He did not need Wang Lulu to follow him for a lifetime. Whether she was good or evil held little significance for him. If she dared to betray him, a single bullet would suffice. It was like going to a club to find a technician. Did he need to assess her character and morals? Heh. Of course, Wang Lulu was still very concerned about her son being distracted and in a daze throughout the entire afternoon. Just as Xiao Ran thought the day would pass like this, a loud crash echoed, followed by the wailing of police sirens. Indeed, it was the sound of police sirens, not a car alarm. Could it be that a police car had arrived? Xiao Ran went to the third floor to take a look outside. However, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and the fog had gathered again, reducing visibility to about 2 meters. So what could he possibly see? He could see nothing at all. He felt a twinge of curiosity, but was it worth it to go outside for such a slight intrigue? Absolutely not. Given the current conditions, the possibility of breaching his safe house was zero. Unless the army was deployed or military weapons were involved. Xiao Ran went downstairs to prepare dinner for the leopard, then headed to the basement to call Han Yun and the others for dinner. After dinner, to have some fruit, Xiao Ran took out a portable hard drive, plugged it into the TV, allowing the 4 women to watch dramas to pass the time. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the vibrant spring atmosphere inside the villa, another family was suffering misfortune. Time rewound slightly. A car rushed into the community, swerving as if a drunkard was driving, but in fact it was due to the slick ground, making it impossible for the driver to steady the vehicle. Bang! The car crashed heavily into the unit of building number 5. Due to the impact, the equipment inside the car malfunctioned, causing the police lights on top to start flashing while emitting wailing sirens. This was a police car, to be precise, a prisoner transport vehicle used to escort convicts. Moments later, a door swung open and a woman stumbled out, followed by a second, a third, until the 9th person emerged, and then no one else came out. All 9 individuals were women of varying ages and body types, the youngest just in her 20s and the oldest over 30. Among them, the 30-something woman was extremely overweight, dressed in thick clothing resembling a ball. Although they had disembarked from the prisoner transport, their clothing was quite ordinary, making it impossible to discern whether they were prison guards or inmates. The accident was not severe, but all 9 women sustained some abrasions. After resting briefly, the heaviest woman said, "The vehicle is damaged, and with such thick fog, we cannot proceed. We'll have to spend the night here. First, let's find a place to stay. It's freezing outside, and we need to get some food," said a woman with a tattoo around her neck. "Let's go." They went to the 2nd floor and knocked on the door of room 201, but after knocking for a while with no response, they moved on to knock on the door of room 202. "Who is it?" Someone immediately responded this time. Inside, a bald man was looking through the peephole, holding a kitchen knife. The tattooed woman stepped forward, smiling. "Big brother, please open the door. We sisters just want a place to keep warm. Whatever you want to do, we will accompany you." Inside, the bald man glanced around, confirming that there were only 9 women outside. A cold smile crept onto his face as he hid the knife behind his back and unlocked the door. The 9 women hurried inside. It was freezing outside. Once all 9 were inside, the bald man shut the door and revealed the knife, his face twisting into a fierce expression as he shouted, "All of you better behave and get inside. Anyone who disobeys will be killed." In the back room, there were ropes. He would force the 9 women to bind each other's hands. In the end, the ugly ones would be killed immediately, while the beautiful ones would naturally serve his carnal pleasures. However, he never expected that none of the 9 women would show any sign of fear. This scene left him momentarily dumbfounded. But in the next moment, he waved the knife in his hand, saying, "You all want me to kill a few to set an example, so you'll behave right." He stepped forward, the blade glinting ominously. Very intimidating. Unexpectedly, 3 women among the 9 did not retreat, but instead advanced, all glaring fiercely at him. One was the heavy woman, another the tattooed woman, and the last had hair obscuring half her face, yet she was still stunningly beautiful, her gaze resolute, like a wounded lone wolf. The bald, muscular man was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a grin. 3 women wanted to challenge him. He chuckled to himself, thinking he would take down the hefty one first, and see if the others dared to act tough. Just as he was about to raise his knife, he saw the 3 women simultaneously lift their hands, revealing a gun in their grasp, the dark muzzle aimed directly at him. Damn! The bald man involuntarily loosened his grip, and with a clang, the kitchen knife fell to the ground. He raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Don't act rashly. Please don't be impulsive. I was just joking with you, haha." He laughed awkwardly. "Shall we tie him up?" the fat woman said. "All right." One of the women stepped forward, pulled a bra out from her clothes, and used it as rope to bind the man's hands. Initially, the bald man was dismissive, thinking it was just a bra, and that he could easily break free. However, after the woman secured the bindings, he quietly tried to pull his hands free, only to find he couldn't budge at all, and his expression turned grim. Now he was completely at their mercy. The tattooed woman put away the gun, picked up the kitchen knife from the ground, and drew it lightly against the bald man's neck. This terrified the bald man, and he hurriedly said, "Let's talk things over, please." "Shut up." The tattooed woman pressed the knife against his neck. "I have questions for you, so answer carefully." "Yes." The bald man felt the cold steel against his throat, sweating profusely as he complied. These women were ruthless. Who exactly were they? What is the current situation in this neighborhood? The tattooed woman asked. The bald man began to answer obediently. He mentioned the brutality in Building 4, how a group of unknown individuals had been trapped inside, and spoke of Xiao Ran's wealth, mentioning the bounties he often offered. He was a fierce man having at least 30 lives on his hands. After he finished speaking, the 9 women exchanged glances, all appearing somewhat astonished. The natural disaster had only begun less than 20 days ago, yet the outside world had deteriorated so drastically. Who were these 9 women? Criminals. The fat woman, Mei Ting, known as Sister Mei, was a human trafficker sentenced to 20 years in prison. The tattooed woman Zhou Yilin, referred to as Sister Zhou, was a drug dealer with blood on her hands, originally sentenced to death, but had her execution postponed for 2 years due to pregnancy. The beauty with her hair covering her face, Su Qing, Mei, had committed excessive self-defense leading to murder, sentenced to 9 years. These 3 were the decision-makers among the 9. After the disaster, a riot erupted in the prison, and they seized guns, resisting the guards for several days. Ultimately, they escaped during a heavy fog when the opportunity arose. The result was still due to the fog. They couldn't see the road and crashed into the neighborhood. The outside world has become so chaotic. That's normal. A prison riot lasted nearly 10 days without any external forces to assist, indicating that social order has completely collapsed. So, we are now free. The 9 women displayed excitement. Escaping from prison was a grave offense, and while they had made their escape, who among them was not afraid? Against the machinery of the state, they were as insignificant as ants. But now, what army, what police? They did not exist. Who would come to hunt them down? Moreover, in this world plunged into darkness, unless someone recognized them from before, who would know their identities? That fellow named Xiao Ran seems to have a lot of supplies. He even has heating and electricity. Should we take his villa? Several women spoke excitedly. Despite being women, their crimes were significant, and with the world in such disarray, what was there to fear? Fat woman Mei Ting pondered for a moment, and chuckled. What Xiao Ran can rely on is just a slightly advanced toy gun that can spray poison. But we have real guns, which shoots farther bullets or water. The other women nodded. Mei Ting's analysis was quite reasonable. Xiao Ran's solid villa combined with his toy gun did provide both offense and defense, but they had real weapons. Since they had come, Xiao Ran's position as the local tyrant would not stand. This guy's biggest flaw is his lust. And we just happen to be women, so as long as we can trick him into opening the door, he will have to let us do as we please. Zhou Yilin said, suddenly making a swift cut. The bald man's throat began to spurt blood violently. He struggled violently, but with his hands bound, he could only flop around like a fish out of water, and within moments he lay motionless in a pool of blood. His eyes remained wide open, filled with fear and resentment, as if he could not accept that he had died at the hands of a group. Let's go, we're heading to the villa, Zhou Yilin said, casually tossing away the kitchen knife. Mei Ting nodded. Although this room was about 10 degrees warmer than outside, it was now nighttime, and the temperature was rapidly dropping. Even the indoor temperature was below zero, and continuing to fall. Thus the villa having heating was incredibly enticing. I won't go while part ways with you here, Su Qing Mei suddenly said. Mei Ting and Zhou Yilin looked at her simultaneously, their eyes flashing with menace. While playing with the gun, Su Qing Mei said, the world is already so chaotic that even if we part ways, no one needs to worry about being betrayed. Killing is nothing now. Who would care about our identities as criminals? Previously, the 9 women had stood united. If any one of them was captured, it would be easy to betray others. Thus, anyone wanting to leave the group would be dealt with collectively. But now the situation was different. Who would still cling to the crimes one committed in the past? Moreover, killings were happening constantly, with building 4 reportedly slaughtering half the building's occupants in a single night. In the past, that would have warranted military intervention to suppress it. Now, who would care? Compared to that, what were the wrongs they had committed? Mei Ting and Zhou Yilin exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Fine, let's part ways here. Su Qing Mei, since you voluntarily distance yourself from us, be careful when we meet again. Goodbye. Zhou Yilin and Mei Ting exited the house, leaving the remaining 6 women to exchange glances hurriedly before following, leaving Su Qing Mei alone inside. She walked over to close the door, then approached the bedroom door and opened it, only to find a woman standing there. Seeing Su Qing Mei suddenly open the door, the woman stepped back in fright and hurriedly said, I'm also a victim. I'm from the next door, taken by a man from outside. My husband was also killed by him. Su Qing Mei's expression remained unchanged as she coldly replied, go back to your own home. Oh yes, yes. The woman in the room quickly ran to the door, opened it, and returned to her own home next door. Su Qing Mei closed the door, sat down, and finally revealed a look of relaxation. She took out a photograph featuring 2 people who appeared to be sisters. The older one was her, but no more than 20 years old, seemingly taken a few years ago. The other was a girl about 16, both smiling sweetly. She pressed the photo to her chest, saying, little sister, you have to hold on. Ooh, I will definitely find you. On the other side, Zhou Yilin and Mei Ting, accompanied by 6 women, arrived at the underground parking lot. They shone their flashlights around before heading towards Building 8. It's so damn cold, someone complained. Mei Ting laughed and said, once we get into the villa, we won't have to worry about the cold anymore. The women all nodded vigorously. They were filled with anticipation. The garage was small, and although they were unfamiliar with it and the darkness was thick, they soon found the corridor leading to the villa. They were well prepared and opened their umbrellas. One must always be cautious, especially since they were there with malicious intent, making them even more vigilant. Bang, 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 they knocked on the door. The woman standing at the front, named Ingzi, was also the most beautiful among the 8. To lure Xiao Ran to open the door, they naturally pushed forward their most beautiful girl. Unfortunately, Su Qingmei had withdrawn from the group, otherwise if she had come one would not believe any man could resist. What do you want? A man's voice came through the intercom. Ingzi wiggled her hips, forced a smile, and said in a sweet voice, Big brother, didn't you say that as long as we're willing to sleep with you, you would feed us? Hee, we sisters all want to sleep with you. Xiao Ran could clearly see through the surveillance that there were 8 people in total. Although they were all women, some of them were truly less than desirable. Especially that fat woman. Are you serious? If you were to work the streets, would anyone even pay you? And what is this? Xiao Ran saw the gun hidden behind the fat woman. They thought Xiao Ran had simply installed one camera, but they didn't know there were 3 each positioned differently, and all were infrared imaging. So are they here to rob my villa? But why has such a group of women suddenly appeared in the neighborhood? Could it be? He thought of the previous sounds of collision and the sirens. Was it these 8 women? Well, since you've come right to my door, I might as well take care of you all at once. Otherwise, if these 8 women scattered throughout the community, it would be a hassle for him to find them. Come over here. Xiao Ran first turned off the surveillance, and then called for Han Yun and the other 3. He didn't want them to see him using the other dimensional space. Han Yun felt a bit uneasy and said, What's going on? Just because there are newcomers, are we the old ones being cast aside? Xiao Ran smiled. These newcomers are no pushovers. They even brought guns. Guns? The 4 women shivered at the mention of it. Zhang Jingyao was the first to say, Then let's just ignore them. They can't get in anyway. Right. The 3 of Han Yun echoed in unison. The villa had everything and was extremely safe, so why open the door to conflict with a group of armed people? Xiao Ran didn't respond to them, only instructing them to hide behind the screen. Then he turned off the lights. With the press of a remote, the iron door slowly opened towards the corridor. Outside, the 8 women looked at the pitch-black room, suddenly feeling hesitant. Why was it completely dark? Had Xiao Ran already been on guard against them? But as soon as the door opened, warmth spilled out, enveloping them in a strong sense of comfort that was beyond word. They couldn't help but step inside. One by one, they vanished without a sound. It was so dark that those behind didn't realize the ones in front had disappeared until 5 people were gone. Zhou Yalan happened to shine her flashlight and was horrified to stop in her tracks. Where is everyone? Where did the people in front go? Why isn't there a shadow to be seen? Ingzi, Xiao Lu, she called out loudly, but her voice trembled. At her shout, Mei Ting and another woman also halted, shining their flashlights around the room in search of their 5 missing companions. But they found nothing. At this point, the 3 women were in a panic. The darkness combined with the unknown created a strong sense of fear. Just then a figure stepped out from the darkness, illuminated by the flashlight. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting raised their guns and pulled the trigger at that figure. Bang, bang, bang. In the darkness, each bullet fired from the handgun sparkled brightly, yet Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting fired multiple times, only to be horrified to find that the figure was still standing. Your marksmanship is truly terrible. Xiao Ran laughed. Were Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan's shooting skills truly that bad? Of course not. It was, because he had opened the spatial door at the iron gate, causing all the bullets that came in to be absorbed into the other dimensional space. Therefore, it would be strange if even one bullet hit Xiao Ran. In fact, none of the bullets even entered the room, otherwise they would have surely made a sound upon hitting the walls or furniture. However, the 3 women, overwhelmed by intense fear, were beyond the capacity to think about this. They trembled, feeling as if breathing had become difficult. Xiao Ran couldn't take any risks. Seeing that the 3 women weren't advancing and unsure if the bullets in their guns were exhausted, he of course couldn't move forward anymore. Instead, he turned on the powerful flashlight in his hand and shone it towards the 3 women. Whoosh, several bullets silently shot out from the other dimensional space. The distance between the spatial door and the 3 women was no more than a meter, so of course, Xiao Ran's aim was impeccable. Bang, 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 all 3 women were shot in the forehead and collapsed backward. Thus all 8 were dead. Xiao Ran walked over, collected both the bodies and the guns, and then went outside the corridor to dispose of the 8 women's corpses. He returned to the villa, closed the door, and turned the lights back on. Han Yun and the other 3 finally poked their heads out from behind the screen, their faces filled with fear. Guns. Who isn't afraid? No matter how fierce you are in front of a gun, you are as fragile as a baby. What about those? Han Yun asked tremblingly. They've been taken care of. The bodies have all been moved outside. Xiao Ran replied casually, though his brow furrowed. He had checked and 4 of the 8 women had tattoos on them, so they could not possibly be police officers. Coupled with the sound of sirens, it naturally led him to speculate that these 8 women had gotten guns and police cars from the police station. Too bad he hadn't seen the car, or he would have realized his guess was wrong. The guns and weapons of the 8 women were not obtained from the police station, but rather stolen from a prison. This means that ordinary people can easily obtain firearms now. This is a huge problem. With Xiao Ran controlling the other dimensional space and the bullets inside, he was absolutely invincible in direct confrontation. But what if someone sneaks up from behind and shoots? It's impossible to guard against. In the future, I must be extra careful when going out. Fortunately, the car is bulletproof. Next time I need to get a bulletproof vest and riot helmet from the police station. Xiao Ran reminded himself to never be careless. He merely possessed the other dimensional space, not that he had. He decided not to think too much and went to sleep, but it was already late at night. Another night passed, marking the 20th day of the apocalypse. 20 days. Xiao Ran gazed at the gradually whitening view outside the window, unable to help but click his tongue. The resilience of humanity is truly remarkable. After 20 days it seems that half, or even more of the residents in the neighborhood, are still alive. Moreover, if it weren't for the mutual slaughter among humans, the number of survivors would be even greater, which left Xiao Ran in awe. After lounging in bed for a while, he got up and went to the first floor. The leopard wagged its tail and greeted him. Xiao Ran smiled, tossed it 2 meat buns, and then opened the basement door, bringing his breakfast down. Of course, he had confirmed safety through the surveillance. No matter the time, the only one he trusted was himself. Han Yun and the 3 others were sleeping soundly. Compared to the biting cold at his own home, this place was significantly warmer. Lying in the blanket was simply too cozy. The only drawback was it was a bit cramped. With just 1 bed for 4 people, it was definitely cramped. However, compared to the warmth, this drawback was entirely negligible. The 4 women got up one after another, preparing to wash up and eat breakfast. After breakfast, Xiao Ran let them binge-watch dramas or read novels while he headed to the second floor. He couldn't always stay with the 4 women, as there was nothing to do now. What else could a man and women do together? The temperature seemed to have dropped again. Xiao Ran glanced at the thermometer. The room temperature had dropped to 15 degrees, while it had been around 23 or 24 degrees before. He added more firewood, and then opened the window to check the outside temperature. Goodness, minus 41 degrees. If the daytime temperature had dropped to such a low point, what about at night? Xiao Ran looked at the residential buildings outside. It was not easy for those who had survived until now, but continuing to live would become increasingly difficult. Without air conditioning, underfloor heating, or fireplaces, people could only rely on each other for warmth, which was merely a drop in the bucket. Therefore, today, tomorrow, and the days to come, there would likely be people freezing to death. Xiao Ran felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow, but it was just a fleeting thought. He was not a savior, nor did he wish to be one. He only wanted to look after himself. At most, he would take in a few beautiful women. After all, being alone was too boring, and after a year or so, he would probably go mad. Based on this thought, Xiao Ran did not send the 4 women back to his residence. They definitely wouldn't survive 2 days. Although they did not meet Xiao Ran's ideal standards, there were no other choices available. When there are no options, standards naturally have to be lowered. However, the 4 women could only stay in the basement. Xiao Ran would never let them come upstairs. During the day, the fog had cleared up significantly, and visibility reached about 20 meters. Should he go outside to search for resources today? Xiao Ran wondered. In such cold weather, fewer people could venture out. Exposed to such extreme cold for about 20 minutes would surely damage the lungs, even leading to organ failure. Of course, staying inside the car would be fine. Xiao Ran calculated that after modifying his car, keeping warm was no longer an issue. Therefore, he just needed to ensure that he spent no more than 20 minutes outdoors. No, for safety, he should keep it under 15 minutes. He also needed to go to the police station to retrieve a bulletproof vest and helmet. Xiao Ran decided to go out for another reason. Staying in the villa, he would inevitably think of the 4 beautiful women below, and he worried about dying young. Why were many emperors in ancient times short-lived? A significant portion was due to excessive indulgence, leading to their demise. A lesson from history. Since he was going out, he naturally had to prepare adequately. Xiao Ran not only wore the warmest winter clothing, but also equipped himself with warm patches. After all, today's temperature was about 20 degrees colder than the last time he went out, and this was no joking matter. After some thought, he also prepared 3 days' worth of food and clean water in the basement in case he was delayed by something outside, and returned to find 4 corpses, or only 3 people left. The latter scenario was even more terrifying. Since he temporarily took in the 4 women, Xiao Ran naturally didn't want them to starve or die of thirst. However, therefore, if he truly perished outside, Han Yun and the others would have to accompany him in death. I support you, so if I die, it would only be fair for you to accompany me. Xiao Ran treated the 4 women the same way he did the leopard, preparing a large amount of dog food and clean water, instructing the leopard to eat only 1 portion each day. After days of training, the leopard understood this simple command. While biting Xiao Ran's pants, it wagged its tail desperately, as if trying to dissuade him from going out. Xiao Ran chuckled and patted the leopard's head, finally breaking free from its grip and walking out. Getting into the car and opening the door, he saw that the hail outside had almost stopped. Not a single piece had fallen for half a day. Xiao Ran started the engine and drove out, immediately feeling the car sway. The road is too slippery. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice formed from the hail, extremely smooth. Walking or driving on it felt like skating, and this was still thanks to the modifications on the G-Class, which had excellent anti-skid features, and the car's weight was sufficient to maintain stability. Otherwise, the car would have been sliding uncontrollably by now. The entire city has turned into a large ice skating rink. However, this skating rink is far too cold. Even if you are fully equipped, you can only stay outside for 15 to 20 minutes, otherwise your lungs would surely be damaged. Xiao Ran controlled the vehicle as he left the neighborhood. Many people witnessed this scene, filled with both surprise and envy. The good news was that the fog had cleared and the poisonous hail had nearly stopped. The bad news was that the temperature dropped suddenly again. Sioux City had never experienced extreme temperatures below 10 degrees, whose winter clothing could withstand that. Should he wear more layers? Not to mention whether he could wear them all. Even if he could, how bulky would he become? The ground is so slippery and the ice layer is toxic. What if he slipped and scraped his skin? Among those who went out to search for supplies last time, more than half did not return. Now, with even lower temperatures and slicker roads, how many people would still dare to go out? Xiao Ran had already checked the map in advance and knew where the nearest police station was. It was a station, not a precinct. The precinct was too small, and he might not find what he needed. The nearest police station was about 5 kilometers away. Xiao Ran maintained a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. After all, it was just 5 kilometers. Was it really necessary to speed up that much? The visibility was now 15 to 20 meters, and he could still clearly see the road while driving slowly. Turn left at the next intersection. Go straight at the next intersection. Xiao Ran murmured to himself, glancing at the temperature display inside the car. It was only 0 degrees. He raised a heat-insulating layer on all the windows except the front windshield and immediately felt the temperature start to rise. The front windshield couldn't be covered. It was necessary to maintain visibility while driving. Looking at the temperature, it had already climbed to 10 degrees. Turning on the electric blanket would make it truly comfortable, but it consumed too much fuel. Xiao Ran chuckled to himself, did he really need to worry about fuel? Today he planned to stop by a few gas stations. Even though emptying one gas station would allow him to use fuel for a long time, who would complain about having too much? With his cautious nature, he ought to prepare enough supplies to last for hundreds of lifetimes. The same went for food and clean water. He couldn't afford to fall behind in terms of energy. However, he first arrived at the police station. Stepping out of the car, Xiao Ran shivered slightly, as if he had suddenly entered an ice cave during summer. The key was that the wind was still howling outside, and it was very strong, piercingly cold. Xiao Ran hurried. The road was slippery, and he nearly slipped. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself. Plus, he was wearing thick gloves, so even if he slipped on the icy surface, it wouldn't harm his skin. The main door was ajar. Xiao Ran pushed it, but it wouldn't budge. The door was completely frozen shut. He exerted all his strength and finally managed to push it open. Of course, Xiao Ran didn't intend to open the door wide, but to close it instead. Once it was shut, the howling cold wind, instantly it felt a bit warmer. Just a bit though, without heating or underfloor heating. The indoor temperature was at most minus 30 degrees. Fortunately, Xiao Ran had taken sufficient precautions against the cold. At this temperature, he could manage for 20 or even 30 minutes without issue. He began searching room by room. Empty office, empty reception room, empty. Xiao Ran suddenly froze, for this room was not empty. There was a corpse. To be precise, it was a human corpse that had been gnawed upon. The face had been eaten away, so it was impossible to discern the features. The chest had been hollowed out, making it equally impossible to determine the gender. However, seeing the curve of the waist and a floral dress, he could still confirm it was a woman. Cannibalism. This was Xiao Ran's first reaction, but he immediately shook his head in denial. Would a person gnaw at another's face in such a manner? Moreover, the chest appeared to have been hollowed out by claws. Due to the severe cold, the flesh had retained its original condition. It was definitely not cut with a blade, but rather done by a beast, a ferocious one at that. Xiao Ran mentally simulated the scene. A gigantic beast pounced on a woman, sinking its teeth into her face, then clawing open her chest to devour the innards. Why the innards? First, they have a high water content. Second, they are warmer. These 2 points align with current eating habits. The weather was cold, and there was no clean water. Thus, the beast cleaned out the corpse's innards and then discarded the body. In this city, human prey was readily available. With tools in hand, humans were the rulers of this world, but when unarmed, many ferocious beasts could easily kill. Could it be that a Siberian tiger from the zoo escaped? Xiao Ran pondered. Or perhaps a Siberian wolf. Why think? Because other ferocious beasts like lions or leopards could also kill and eat people. However, they lived in tropical regions and would freeze to death in such extreme cold. Snow leopards were possible. But were there any snow leopards in the zoo? No. Therefore, the most likely culprits were a Siberian tiger or a polar bear. But this place was at least 10 kilometers from the zoo. How did this ferocious beast cross such a distance in the icy conditions? Xiao Ran found it hard to believe. However, to say someone nearby kept a ferocious beast was even more impossible. This wasn't the Middle East where one could keep a lion or tiger in their home. So, it was strange. Or perhaps my reasoning is flawed. This isn't a single beast, but many. Then the size of the beasts could be much smaller. But that didn't seem right either, because aside from the face, only the innards had been hollowed out. If a group of beasts had feasted, how could they avoid gnawing at the limbs? Were they taking turns? Xiao Ran exited the room with doubts, and his vigilance heightened to the utmost. One step, perhaps, that beast or those beasts had not left and were lurking in the police station. He could not let his guard. He came to retrieve bulletproof vests and riot helmets to enhance safety, not to put himself in danger. In this state, Xiao Ran felt his adrenaline surge rapidly, his entire being in an excited state, as if something was about to emerge from within. He continued searching. After 2 rooms, Xiao Ran saw another corpse lying there. This time it was 2 men, and they were police officers. However, like the previous female victim, their innards had also been hollowed out, but their faces were not gnawed away, allowing for clear visibility. Their necks had been brutally twisted. One could imagine that they had encountered that beast, receiving a single blow to the face that snapped their necks and killed them. Both male corpses had met the same fate. This confirmed to Xiao Ran that it was likely not a group of beasts, but one, and it must have had extraordinary strength capable of breaking a person's neck with a single strike. Xiao Ran's heartbeat quickened further, thumping loudly. He could hear it clearly. If that beast attacked him, he would naturally, whether using a spatial gate to transport away or firing bullets from another dimension, he believed that even if an elephant came, he could handle it with ease. However, the enemy's position was unknown, and it might even be lurking right behind him, which naturally caused tension. Fear isn't always a bad thing. It can make one more cautious, unleashing boundless potential in the desire for life. Xiao Ran did not want to die. Therefore, if that beast wanted to attack and eat him, he would fight back with all his strength. His heart raced faster and faster, as if he had suddenly entered a wondrous realm. Upon entering the police station and discovering the first corpse, Xiao Ran's adrenaline surged, as if something within him was about to be birthed. Now his tension and unease intensified, the sensation growing increasingly potent. Before he could grasp its meaning, a violent gust of wind suddenly struck from behind. In that instant, Xiao Ran entered an extraordinarily profound state. He surprisingly could see what was behind him. No, it wasn't just behind him. It felt as if he had transformed into a godlike perspective, able to perceive everything around him. Front, back, left, right, above, below. Behind him, a massive creature with black and white fur lunged forward. Its speed was astonishing. Xiao Ran knew he could not dodge this strike in time, yet his neural reflexes outpaced his body. The moment he saw the massive beast coming, he immediately opened a portal behind him. 5 by 5 meters, it was ample enough to secure his safety. But just as the godlike perspective existed for a fleeting moment, it vanished. Xiao Ran quickly turned around. With a fleeting glance, he saw that the creature was lion-sized, covered in thick fur, predominantly black, with sparse white. Yet despite its lion-like size, Xiao Ran was certain this was definitely a husky. But how could a husky grow that large? A lion, and of the male variety at that. The husky did not charge into the alternate space, but seemed to sense the portal's presence, coming to an abrupt halt, not only stopping, but also retreating a few steps. It bared its teeth and let out a low growl towards Xiao Ran, yet its steps continued to back away. In that moment, Xiao Ran had no time to ponder why a husky could grow to such a size. He believed the 3 victims had all been killed and devoured by this very husky. Such a massive size naturally implied a proportionate increase in strength. A single paw strike could easily shatter a human's neck. How could Xiao Ran possibly hesitate against such a ferocious beast? Whoosh! Bullets immediately poured out from the portal. The husky clearly did not anticipate Xiao Ran's response. Although it sensed something was amiss and attempted to dodge, Xiao Ran was unrelenting, unleashing hundreds of rounds. How could it possibly evade such a torrential downpour of bullets? The husky was instantly hit, but astonishingly, it only sustained 1 bullet wound. Such incredible speed. The bullet struck its rear, but to Xiao Ran's shock, it only penetrated about 2 centimeters, leaving the bullet's base. What the hell is that skin made of bulletproof material? Wounded and in pain, the husky roared in fury at Xiao Ran, baring its teeth. Its fangs were about 7 centimeters long. If it bit down, it could easily tear through a human's throat. However, it merely glared at Xiao Ran with its dark eyes for a moment before turning and fleeing, its speed astonishing as it disappeared into the shadows. Even during the day, the police station had many dimly lit rooms, and those without windows were particularly dark, making it an ideal hiding spot. Xiao Ran backed against the wall, opening the portal in front of him, nearly pressed against his body, panting heavily and sweating profusely. The case was solved. The 3 victims had indeed been killed and devoured by the husky. The husky is one of the 3 foolish breeds of sled dogs from Siberia and known for their remarkable cold resistance, so it was not surprising that it could survive in such low temperatures. But how could a husky possibly grow this large? Had it mutated? Could this natural disaster even cause animal mutations? Xiao Ran furrowed his brows. Based on current information, that husky's size had increased several-fold, its weight transformed from dozens of pounds to at least several hundred, accompanied by an increase in strength. And this creature could even dodge bullets. This indicated its speed and agility were astonishingly high. Moreover, its skin was incredibly tough, rivaling bulletproof vests. With a dog like this, could one really say it hadn't mutated? It suffered a loss that surely wants to kill me. Coincidentally, am quite petty and don't wish to leave any future troubles. So since we've become enemies, I must eradicate you. Xiao Ran took a deep breath and strode out of the room. Come on, let's settle this once and for all. Normally cautious, Xiao Ran would never shy away when it came to a life and death situation. Let's see who will perish first. Xiao Ran advanced cautiously, pondering deeply. Previously, when the husky ambushed him, he entered a wonderfully peculiar state, as if he had gained a godlike perspective, perceiving everything around him. If he could maintain such a state, could the husky still ambush him? Dream on. But how could he re-enter that state? Xiao Ran had no idea how to achieve it. He seemed to forget about the husky, continuing to search room by room, discovering more corpses. All had their innards devoured. It was the doing of that husky. Xiao Ran felt little anger. In this day and age, killing, dying, and cannibalism were all too common. Moreover, when humanity was strong, it could hunt various animals. Now, as humans weakened and certain animals rose, turning humans into food seemed entirely reasonable. For the essence of this world is survival of the fittest. It applies to humanity, and it applies to the entire biological chain. But since that husky regarded humans as food, Xiao Ran would certainly not be an exception. Not to mention, he had already injured the husky, effectively escalating their enmity. Xiao Ran believed that the husky had not left, but was instead seeking an opportunity to strike. It could attack at any moment. Under such tension, Xiao Ran's adrenaline surged again, that peculiar feeling returning, albeit slightly diminished. He still could not enter the godlike perspective. Whoosh! Just then a strong wind surged. The husky launched its attack. In that moment, Xiao Ran finally broke through that barrier and regained the godlike perspective. He saw that this time the husky sprang out from the door at an angle, its claws swiping at his face. If struck, while Xiao Ran might not suffer a broken neck, his face would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries, and it was not impossible for his entire face to be torn off. Xiao Ran let out a grunt, opening the portal inviting the foe, and while simultaneously unleashing thousands of bullets from the portal. Thousands of them. To kill this husky, Xiao Ran spared no expense. Such a terrifying entity must be eliminated at the first opportunity. The husky seemed to possess a powerful sixth sense, although the portal was invisible to the naked eye, it still made a sudden halt, instantly stopping, and then turning to flee. But no matter how fast the husky runs, it still has to go through 3 steps: an abrupt stop, a turn, and then a reacceleration. And how fast is the speed of a bullet? The bullets from a rifle are nearly at the speed of sound. This time Xiao Ran deliberately controlled the shot, firing the bullets like a net, and not just one net, but 7. Otherwise, why would he need to fire thousands of bullets at once? Strictly speaking, he had fired 7 times. The time intervals were nearly negligible, so it could be seen as firing thousands of bullets simultaneously. Is this a joke? The husky was hit. Woof, woof, woof. This mutated dog let out a wail filled with rage. It was hit multiple times, its body lost control as it charged, crashing heavily into the wall. With tremendous force, it broke through the wall and slid out with its massive body. Blood was splattered everywhere. Xiao Ran just wanted to chase after it, but felt a sharp pain in his head, as if his body had been drained, making him feel nauseous. What is happening? I have used the spatial gate numerous times before, and this situation has never occurred. Could it be? Is this the God's perspective? No, this isn't called God's perspective. I have obtained a spatial ability, and I can even open spatial gates to draw in anything that does not exceed the size of the gate. What does this mean? I have mastered spatial abilities. Just now I was able to see everything around me, including behind, above, and below. Isn't this also a manifestation of spatial abilities? Is this called spatial detection? Spatial perception? It doesn't matter what it's called, but under immense pressure and a strong desire to survive, I have activated the second ability of my spatial powers. Let's call it spatial perception. Oh, I don't believe in any religion, so why call it God's perspective? However, first, I still cannot use spatial perception skillfully, and second, using this ability should consume a lot of powers. Because this feeling of being drained does not stem from physical exhaustion. Yet why do I not feel burdened when using? Xiao Ran thought to himself as he sat down, heavily panting, drenched in sweat. Even so, he did not forget to open a spatial gate in front of him to prevent that husky from launching a counterattack. After resting for a while, he gradually recovered. He wanted to try using spatial perception again, but found that he could not activate it voluntarily. Does it have to be triggered by a crisis? Or is it that he has used it too infrequently and is still unskilled? If he practiced more, could he use it at will in the future? Xiao Ran chased after the blood trail, wanting to find that husky, but the blood on the ground disappeared after a while. What the heck, has it stopped bleeding? Xiao Ran couldn't help but grimace. This recovery ability is terrifying. Is there any creature on Earth that can achieve this? If it hasn't mutated, I swear I will never use a big sword again. With no leads left, Xiao Ran gave up on searching for the husky and returned to his original goal, finding a bulletproof vest. After a while, he found the armory. This is a safety door. Xiao Ran took out a welding gun and aimed it at the door lock, spraying fire. Thermal expansion and contraction is basic physics, so after a while a cracking sound was heard as the safety door suffered a fatal blow from the inside. There was no choice. Sioux City had never experienced such low temperatures. Who would have safety temperature requirements for a safety door? Besides, this is China. Who would dare to break into a police station to steal guns? Xiao Ran pushed the door, and it opened. However, for safety's sake, he still opened a spatial gate in front of him. Caution is always a good thing. Don't open the door. A voice came from inside. Huh. Oh. Xiao Ran was taken aback. He only opened the spatial gate out of caution, but he never expected there would actually be someone behind the safety door. Who's in there? He shone his flashlight inside. 5 people walked over, each with a terrified expression. Counting them, there were 3 women and 2 men, all wearing thick military coats. It was precisely because of this that they could endure the severe cold. However, they all held weapons, all guns. This was an armory, so it wasn't surprising that they had weapons. You have doomed. A man with a gun said, there is a dog that has turned into a monster almost the size of a lion that has killed everyone in the police station. We barely escaped here and used this door to block that demon dog, and you actually destroyed it. Now we're all going to be killed. Saying this, he fixed Xiao Ran with a look of deep resentment. Damn it, I'll take you out first. He raised his hand to aim at Xiao Ran, but someone pushed his gun away. Fortunately, otherwise Xiao Ran would have had to shoot. If he launched an attack, it would certainly be indiscriminate, because who knows if the others would take the opportunity to attack him. So eliminate them all. However, Xiao Ran still remembered this person. Must die? With ill will towards himself, it's safest to eliminate them. The one who pushed the gun away was a woman with long hair, cascading over her shoulders. Although her collar was raised very high, covering her chin, and even her mouth, her beauty and charm could not be concealed. She is at least an 85-point beauty. After all, with her chin and half of her mouth obscured, it was hard to tell if she was a plus or minus. What is the situation outside? The woman asked, not waiting for Xiao Ran to answer before speaking to herself. Since you could safely arrive here, and even had time to weld the door open, it means that the mutated dog has already left. How could it be a mutated dog? It must be a monster, a demon dog. The man who had just raised the gun was agitated again. Xiao Ran smiled and said, I am unarmed and pose no threat. How about we all lower our guns? The several people inside exchanged glances and all put their guns away. Xiao Ran walked in. With his reaction speed, as long as anyone made a move to raise their gun, he could instantly open the spatial gate to protect himself while shooting the opponent. Thus he walked close to the wall to avoid being attacked from behind. My name is Xiao Ran, what about you? He casually asked. The woman who pushed the gun said, My name is Jiang Yuning, I am a police officer. Now I ask you, what is the situation outside? Hearing her question, the remaining 4 showed expressions of curiosity and anticipation. Right, what is the situation outside? We have been trapped here for many days, why hasn't anyone come to rescue us? This is still the police station. My phone is dead, I can't call home, and I can't ask for a leave from the company. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to the police station. Who isn't? They all chimed in complaining. Jiang Yuning pressed her hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Let Xiao Ran speak. Do these people still not know the situation outside? While they should be aware of the circumstances during the first few days, but after being forced to escape here, their phones ran out of battery, and they have completely lost contact with the outside world. Xiao Ran thought for a moment and said, The social order has completely collapsed. In this extreme cold, the vast majority of people cannot leave their homes and can only wait for death while consuming their resources. What? Many people gaped in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept this. How could it be possible? How could a vast country fall apart due to a natural disaster? Xiao Ran did not say anything further, only watching calmly. Such a cruel reality is indeed hard for everyone to accept. Slowly sinking into such an abyss is manageable, but facing it all at once would drive many people mad. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The man who had wanted to shoot Xiao Ran suddenly became agitated, his temples bulging, as he paced frantically in the room, as if he might lose control at any moment. His name is Gu Bing. If it's true, we can find out by going outside, another man said, and his name is Chang Shuli. But there's that mutated dog outside. Gu Bing shouted. However, Chang Shuli glanced at Xiao Ran and said the fact that he could walk back alive means that the mutated dog must have left. That's a mutated dog, a mutated dog. Gu Bing insisted. To be so agitated and hysterical over just a name, this man's nerves must be extremely tense, on the brink of losing control. Chang Shuli looked at Xiao Ran and smiled, saying, You said that almost no one can go outside, so the entire social order has collapsed because of it, but how did you get here? Don't tell me you've been in the police station this whole time. Hearing this, the 5 of them simultaneously turned their gazes. Xiao Ran smiled slightly, because I have a modified vehicle that can operate in such extreme weather. Chang Shuli looked as if he expected this and casually asked, What's your price to get me back home? Xiao Ran chuckled. Even if I offered you 100 billion, could you buy a tea egg? The prediction of the Wawa people came true. Indeed, tea eggs are unaffordable. Chang Shuli was momentarily taken aback, then a smile crept across his face, saying, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Chang Shuli, the one from the Chang family. The Chang family. Xiao Ran realized immediately in Sioux City, no one was unaware of the Chang family. The Chang family's Baolong Group is the largest enterprise in Sioux City with annual taxes exceeding 10 billion. However, the history of the Chang family's rise is said to be less than glorious, related to darker sides, yet they can be said to have a hand in both the black and white. Xiao Ran nodded and said, So what? Are the members of your Chang family so remarkable? Haha, who still indulges you now? Chang Shuli was momentarily choked. He had never been confronted like this before. You must understand, if someone dared to say that, normally his bodyguards would have rushed up to slap the person. But now, all 3 of his bodyguards had been killed by the mutated dog while protecting him. Indeed, the tiger has fallen on the plains and is bullied by dogs. Even such a small character dares to confront him. Chang Shuli was not angry. He had been raised in a family that taught him to be a smiling tiger. What good is getting angry? Just kill him. So he silently kept a mental note against Xiao Ran. Haha, the social order has collapsed now, so killing someone naturally wouldn't matter. I just want to tell you that the Chang family has everything and lacks nothing, so as long as you can escort me back, you can take whatever you want from my home. Even female celebrities. This was not a lie to Xiao Ran. The Chang family often invited some non-mainstream or even third-tier celebrities to their home for parties. What activities? Well, those who understand will understand. Of course, whether there is deception is one thing, but if one really goes to the Chang family, don't say leaving with a beauty. Even whether one can survive leaving is a big question mark. Would Xiao Ran fall for it? Don't joke. With the abundance of resources he currently possesses, does he still need someone to send him women? Han Yun and Wang Lulu are both exceptional. The only downside is that they are not virgins, but would the Chang family have any clean women? Haha. Xiao Ran looked at him faintly and said, Sorry, my vehicle only carries beauties. He glanced at the other 2 women, but unfortunately, not to mention comparing with Jiang Yuning, they were hardly even close to being considered beauties. At most, they were just not ugly. Thus, the only one qualified to sit in his vehicle was this woman. Upon hearing this, Gu Bing and Chang Shuli both changed their expressions simultaneously, even revealing a hint of murderous intent. They quietly tightened their grips on their guns. Since you won't agree, then we'll just kill you and take your vehicle. The 2 were just about to act when at that moment a huge shadow appeared at the doorway. Mutated dog. Gu Bing was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. Wasn't this that terrifyingly huge dog? In an instant he lost all other thoughts and raised his gun, pulling the trigger at the doorway. Bang! 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 However, such point-blank shots posed no threat to the mutated dog. It merely waved its front paws, swatting the bullets away as they fell to the ground with a clatter. This, Gu Bing felt a chill running down his spine. If it could swat away bullets, what else could it be, if not a mutated? While he was stunned, Chang Shuli also raised his gun, shouting as he fired, "Quick, shoot. What are you dawdling for? Do you want to die?" At his shout, the three women finally snapped out of their daze and raised their guns to shoot. But let alone the other two women, even Zhang Yuning, being a police officer, was merely a rookie. Not only did she lack aim, but the recoil from the gun caused her aim to rise higher and higher, with bullets flying chaotically. The mutated dog pounced, slamming Gu Bing to the ground, its claws slicing across his chest, tearing his clothes, and blood gushed out. Gu Bing trembled violently, but after just a few shudders he fell silent. He was dead. The mutated dog seemed to glance at Xiao Ran in provocation, then picked up Gu Bing with its mouth, and quickly retreated from the house, disappearing without a trace. The others exchanged glances, not expecting that this ferocious dog would not go on a killing spree, satisfied with killing just one person before taking the body away. In their minds, this vicious dog would never cease attacking until it had killed all living beings in front of it. They naturally could not know that the dog was wary of Xiao Ran. This was a human capable of injuring or even killing it. After mutating, the dog's mind had become much sharper. "Xiao Ran, take me away, whatever conditions you can set." Chang Shuli immediately called out to Xiao Ran. This time he was truly scared. Before the apocalypse, the police station should have been one of the safest places. But now, the police are gone, replaced by a man-eating mutant dog. Who wouldn't be terrified? Xiao Ran didn't even look at him, his face filled with sternness. The husky was relentless. "Just right, I didn't plan to let you off." However, how can one deal with a mutant beast that possesses immense strength, incredible speed, and extraordinary regenerative abilities? During their second encounter, the husky was shot over a dozen times, yet it seemed unscathed. Its recovery ability is terrifying. Xiao Ran's gaze turned towards the armory. Are there any more powerful weapons? He began to search. "Xiao Ran, I'm talking to you." Chang Shuli, seeing that Xiao Ran ignored him, could no longer suppress his anger beneath his fear and rushed to grab Xiao Ran's shoulder. Smack! Xiao Ran slapped him, and Chang Shuli immediately rolled on the ground. Xiao Ran couldn't match the husky in strength, but among humans he was definitely one of the top existence. Could a single slap not send Chang Shuli flying? Chang Shuli sat on the ground in shock, his eyes spinning as if he had been knocked out. How could you hit someone? Jiang Yuning couldn't help but exclaim, her sense of justice spilling over. Xiao Ran still ignored her. The focus now was on that husky. What did a woman matter? Let alone Jiang Yuning. Even if Lu Mei came and started babbling like this, Xiao Ran would still ignore her. If he got angry, he might even give her a bullet. When it comes to life and death, would he still think about whether his great sword could be sheathed? Such people, no matter how much power they are given, will still die a miserable death. Xiao Ran searched and soon revealed a smile. He found a sniper rifle. The bullets used for sniper rifles differ from those of rifles, with faster speed and greater penetration power. In fact, Xiao Ran preferred to find something like an RPG or a cannon, but if that wasn't possible, a machine gun would suffice. While a sniper rifle would do, its lethality is much greater than that of a rifle. He lifted the sniper rifle, checked it, and began shooting. Bang, 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 ding ding ding. Each shot produced a powerful recoil. Fortunately, Xiao Ran's physique was strong enough. He could fire the sniper rifle without being pushed back by the recoil, showcasing his impressive physical strength. The bullet casings ejected, landing on the ground with a crisp sound. Xiao Ran continued shooting and reloading, finishing off an entire box of sniper bullets. All gone. What a pity, just that little bit. What are you going crazy about? Jiang Yuning and the others covered their ears, filled with immense fear. The kinetic energy of the bullets fired from the sniper rifle was immense. Even if they weren't flying directly at them, the ricochet still possessed strong penetrating power. How could they not be scared? Because of this, they failed to notice any abnormalities, such as the lack of stray bullets. Xiao Ran discarded the rifle. There were too many people. He couldn't conveniently display his spatial abilities. Why not kill these four? Xiao Ran was not soft-hearted, nor was it due to any lustful intentions, but rather he thought of using these four as bait and punching bags. That husky was filled with revenge. Didn't it just witness him kill? In its eyes, these humans were undoubtedly a gang, so, although it couldn't kill Xiao Ran, killing others was equivalent to taking revenge on him. Thus, as long as there was an opportunity, the husky would continue to kill and eat. This was the opportunity. Xiao Ran did not care about morals. All he wanted was to kill that husky. Let's say the husky escaped. With its capabilities, how many humans could it kill? If sacrificing these four could take down that husky, then they would have contributed to all of humanity. He was not someone who couldn't take the moral high ground. This police station was still a bit too small, so the equipment was limited. There was only one sniper rifle, and it came with just one box of bullets. He had no choice but to take a gamble. Let's go out, said Xiao Ran. Chang Shuli's eyes lit up. Are you promising to? Jiang Yuning and the other two women also showed hopeful expressions. Haha, we will go out together. As for what happens after we go out, that's up to fate. Xiao Ran could never agree. He was too lazy to even lie. Would that mean you won't go out? Impossible. A mere Gu Bing could keep that husky fed for how long? Now that the door here was destroyed, it could no longer block that husky, so staying here was just waiting for death. Chang Shuli and the others were disappointed, but didn't dare to say anything, especially Chang Shuli, whose eyes were spinning rapidly. He had already made up his mind. Once he knew which car belonged to Xiao Ran, he would immediately seize it. Can't defeat Xiao. He couldn't win in a melee, but he had a gun. Why would he need to engage in close combat? The three women Jiang Yuning had no plans and decided to take it one step at a time. Although going out held no guarantees, it was better than waiting to die here. Thus the five of them walked out of the armory heading outside. Xiao Ran knew that the husky must be watching nearby. Now that they were showing signs of wanting to escape, he didn't believe that the husky could resist not taking action. After all, it was a husky. Even mutated, it wouldn't be much smarter. While they walked, suddenly a dark shadow pounced out, attacking the foremost Chang Shuli. In a life-and-death moment, Chang Shuli displayed a reaction and speed far beyond normal, pushing the woman beside him to block himself. Chang Xiao. The woman screamed, her face full of shock, unable to believe that Chang Shuli would actually throw her out. For the past 10 days, she had quietly become Chang Shuli's lover. They had taken advantage of the nighttime when no one was around to have countless intimate encounters. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of affection. They had shared deep connections many times, yet Chang Shuli not only didn't see her in a different light, but he even pushed her out to save himself. Such a cold-hearted person. But her scream was immediately cut short, because her neck had been bitten through. A crisp sound echoed clear to everyone's ears. In that moment, Jiang Yuning and the other women felt a chill run through their bodies, gripped by endless terror, completely devoid of any desire to blame Chang Shuli for his cruelty and callousness. Only one person was different. Xiao Ran immediately reopened the portal, and whoosh, thousands of ordinary bullets shot out. Spatial perception come out. Xiao Ran shouted loudly in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The husky dodged the attacks, being hit by only a few stray bullets, and it grew even more ferocious because it absolutely could not let Xiao Ran escape. Having been injured, it was determined to take down this human. With its incredible speed, this human would never be able to die. In that instant, Xiao Ran once again entered a state of spatial perception. I see it. He accurately captured the attacking trajectory of the dog, even able to see every detail on its body, the drool dripping from the corner of its mouth, its sharp teeth, and the bullets embedded within its flesh. It was at this moment. Xiao Ran fired again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 20 sniper bullets shot out in a straight line. If he used the technique of scattering flowers, even if all the shots hit the dog, the wounds would be dispersed, significantly reducing their lethality, insufficient to kill the beast. Thus, to kill this mutated beast, the bullets must penetrate through the same wound, allowing them to burrow deep into. Moreover, it had to be a vital spot. For instance, the eyes. Penetrating from the eye directly into the brain. Whoosh, the first bullet shot straight towards the dog's eye. Under the influence of spatial perception, the bullets seemed to carry a precise guidance system, while the dog, in an attempt to evade Xiao Ran's aim, had already transformed 7 times, reaching its limit and unable to change further. The dog's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the foolish dog appeared shocked, seemingly unable to believe that Xiao Ran could still aim at it under such conditions. How did you catch me? But it was all too late. In the dog's pupils, the bullet grew larger, occupying its entire field of vision. Then, with a pop, the bullet entered. Just this one shot, however, could not take the dog's life, though at most it would cause severe injury. Yet a continuous stream of bullets kept penetrating. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets behind struck the ones in front, pushing the foremost bullet deeper into the brain. When over 20 bullets had been fired, the dog plummeted from the sky, barking in pain. Chang Shuli was momentarily stunned, then laughed, saying, I hit it. I hit it. He had indeed been shooting at the dog, so he thought he had achieved something. Seeing the dog still thrashing, he stepped forward and fired several more shots, emptying the magazine. Chang Xiao, you are incredible. Another woman praised, hurriedly forgetting that she had been pushed out by Chang Shuli as a human. Does it matter? Not at all. Jiang Yuning was quite puzzled. Although she was a clerk, she was still a police officer and possessed some observational skills. How many times had the bullets? Countless. That was definitely not the work of a handgun. It had to be a submachine gun, or even dozens of submachine guns firing together. Moreover, this was not an auditory issue. Just by looking at the bullet casings on the ground and the bullet holes in the wall, it was clear that at least hundreds of bullets had flown. And Chang Shuli's gun only had a total of 9 bullets, including those in the chamber. How could 9 bullets produce hundreds of bullet holes? Could it be? She couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran let out a huge sigh of relief. Even though the mutated beast had strong vitality and recovery, could it survive being shot in the brain by over 20 sniper bullets? The dog's movements grew weaker, and finally it stopped twitching. Is it dead? Or does it still have a breath left, pretending to be dead? Xiao Ran opened the spatial door, and several more bullets silently shot out, plunging into the dog's other eye. There was no response, only the force of the bullets caused the dog's body to shake a few times. It should be dead. Xiao Ran approached. He still needed to personally confirm the death of this mutated beast. If it can be absorbed into another space, it means it is conclusively dead. As for whether such a large corpse suddenly disappearing would raise suspicion, no worries, just silence it. Xiao Ran walked over, crouching in front of the dog's corpse while the spatial door opened behind. One must never let their guard down. Of course, he could instantly reopen the spatial door in front. It could be done in a thought as fast as the speed of light. Xiao Ran crouched down and placed his hand on the dog. Just as he was about to collect the dog, a warm current surged from. What is happening? He instinctively stepped back, but the warm current surged too quickly, enveloping him entirely, but felt incredibly comfortable. Xiao Ran sensed that his body was undergoing some kind of change, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. In any case, this should be a positive change. Xiao Ran felt invigorated as if he had been injected with adrenaline, brimming with energy, feeling as though he could do anything. Xiao Ran. At that moment, a loud shout came from behind. Xiao Ran turned around to see Chang Shuli snatching a gun from another woman, or rather taking it, pointing it at him. He showed no fear and calmly said, "Those who point guns at me never end well." Chang Shuli sneered, "Stop talking nonsense. Where are your car keys? Hand them over immediately, or he'll shoot you dead, and then search you slowly. The car keys aren't some top-secret code that I can't find. You have to hand them over yourself. I just want to save some trouble." Xiao Ran chuckled. "What gave you the courage to make demands of me?" Of course it was the fact that the dog was already dead. With the dog dead, their team could naturally disperse. Why? Were they going to gather for hot pot? Chang Shuli's malice surged, suddenly twisting the gun and pulling the trigger at another woman. Bang! Due to the close distance, the shot was incredibly accurate, blowing the woman's head apart. This was something the woman could never have anticipated. As her body collapsed with a thud, there was still a smile on her face, making it all the more eerie. Jiang Yuning instinctively raised her gun, but Chang Shuli was quicker, aiming the gun at her. "Officer Jiang, Chang Shuli said with a grin. "You're so beautiful. I wouldn't want you to become an ugly corpse. So obediently put down your gun and slowly back away. I will take you to the Chang family, ensuring you live a life of luxury far better than starving and freezing here." Under the threat of the gun, Jiang Yuning had no choice but to lower her weapon and slowly step back until she was nearly even with Xiao Ran, only 2 meters apart. "Xiao Ran." Chang Shuli once again aimed the gun at him. "My patience is limited. If you don't hand over the car keys, soon the corpse of that woman on the ground will be your likeness." Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "Chang, don't you realize how foolish you are?" Jiang Yuning's eyes suddenly lit up. She recalled the densely packed bullet holes on the wall and the bullet casings on the ground. Having been trapped in the armory for so many days, didn't they all know each other's capabilities? Therefore, the only one who could bring about change was Xiao Ran. Chang Shuli, however, did not possess the observational skills of Jiang Yuning. With a gun in hand, it was obvious who held the advantage and who did not. Isn't this Xiao Ran just a fool? Any sane person would be terrified and have their legs go weak when a gun is pointed at them. He truly did not want to search for car keys on a corpse. That was rather troublesome. But with Xiao Ran being so uncooperative, there was no other choice. He did not want to waste time here. Who knows if that mutated beast has any companions? Die. Chang Shuli revealed a cruel smile as bang. The gun's muzzle flared with fire, and a wisp of smoke rose. However, after the gunshot, Xiao Ran still stood there unharmed, showing no signs of injury. What the hell? Chang Shuli was horrified. This unbelievable and incomprehensible sight filled him with intense fear, gripping his heart tightly. He became somewhat hysterical, pulling the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. He emptied the magazine. But what filled him with despair was that Xiao Ran still stood there intact, as if Chang Shuli's marksmanship was so poor that none of the bullets had hit their mark. But is this even possible? One of Chang Shuli's hobbies was hunting. He would go abroad every year for live-fire shooting, targeting large beasts rather than stationary gun targets. Over the years, he had killed hundreds of elephants, lions, leopards, and more. Even if his shooting skills could not compare to a professional soldier's, they were not far off. The key point was that Xiao Ran was no more than 5 meters away from him. At such a close distance, he would definitely hit his target every time. How could this be? How is this possible? He stared blankly at Xiao Ran, as if seeing a monster. Beside him, even though Jiang Yuning had her suspicions, she still widened her eyes in utter shock. Xiao Ran smiled and pressed his hand on the corpse of the dog. Under the watchful eyes of Chang Shuli and Jiang Yuning, the corpse of the dog strangely vanished. "Do you understand now?" Xiao Ran said with a smile. "Understand what?" Chang Shuli still looked a bit dazed. Xiao Ran kindly explained, "The bullets you fired have been confiscated by me, just like that corpse you saw earlier." "Can it be like this?" "Impossible. This isn't a sci-fi movie or a fantasy drama. How could you possibly?" Just as Chang Shuli loudly denied it, he couldn't help but think of the mutated dog. If the dog can mutate and grow to the size of a lion with immense strength and agility, why can't humans evolve or mutate in a similar way? Alright, you figured it out. In your next life, choose a better reincarnation and at least don't act so domineering. No, please don't. Spare me, I can give you. Poof. Before he could finish his sentence, a blood hole appeared on Chang Shuli's forehead, and he fell back, eyes wide open. He died with his eyes wide open. Jiang Yuning trembled. What had she just witnessed? A person with superpowers. Xiao Ran looked at Jiang Yuning calmly, but remained silent. What to do with this person? Knowing his secret, perhaps it would be better to silence him. A murderous intent gradually appeared in his eyes. Jiang Yuning shuddered in fear and knelt down, saying, "I will be your woman, please don't kill me. I will never reveal your secret." "This is what you said. They'll spare your life for now, but if you have any rebellious thoughts, I will eliminate you without murder." "Yes, yes." Jiang Yuning nodded repeatedly, showing no intention of resistance. She was just a clerk who had entered this system without ever having fought in her life, a completely weak woman. How could she resist against someone with the power to kill a mutated dog? Xiao Ran knew that she was only reluctantly following him at this moment. Her heart was elsewhere. But that didn't matter. First, he had never thought of winning over any woman's heart, and second, after experiencing hardships outside, who wouldn't fall in love with the beautiful conditions of the villa and willingly become his woman? Look at Han Yun and the others. If he were to drive them away now, who would agree? The only problem was if he frequently brought new beautiful women home, would the small villa be able to accommodate them all? Xiao Ran scratched his nose. He had acted hastily. He should have bought a larger villa back then. But there was only one villa in the community, where would he find a bigger one? To buy a larger villa, he would have to go elsewhere, which would complicate his plans for revenge against his ex-wife. Forget it was already this far, could he possibly be reborn again? Moreover, he had the ability to venture out, in the future if he found a suitable villa, or other buildings wouldn't moving be. Xiao Ran couldn't help but think of Miss Lu Mei's Doomsday Fortress, whom that could serve as an alternative. But considering his relationship with Lu Mei, he felt somewhat uncomfortable taking action against a half-acquaintance. Look at this. The villa isn't cramped at all, it could easily accommodate 10 more women. Xiao Ran returned to the armory taking everything he needed. Seeing him sweep his hand, things vanished into thin air. Jiang Yuning's mouth opened wide in shock, unable to close it. After taking everything, Xiao Ran got into the car with Jiang Yuning. Checking the time, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. There was still some time left to gather more energy, so let's gather some more before heading back. So warm. Jiang Yuning was astonished by the warmth in the car. She displayed a completely satisfied expression. Xiao Ran just smiled, thinking that once they returned to the villa, she would be even more satisfied. He drove towards the nearest gas station, having already checked it on the map and navigating for himself. Turn left ahead. Go straight at the next intersection. Arrive, just as Jiang Yuning had already discovered his abilities, though only partly. Along the way, when she saw abandoned cars blocking the road, Xiao Ran directly drove through them, absorbing the cars into the alternate space. Each time Jiang Yuning witnessed this, her beautiful eyes would widen in astonishment. Upon arriving at the gas station, Xiao Ran used the same method to easily collect 4 cans of fuel 92, 95, and 98 octane gasoline, along with diesel. Also, let's go. But just as Xiao Ran was about to leave, thick fog seemed to spring up out of nowhere, instantly enveloping the entire world. Visibility quickly dropped to 10 meters, then 5 meters, and finally down to 1 meter.